dreams than anything. In a quiet neighborhood where she's living without wings. There's eyes behind the curtains and there's ears below the floor. Cracks inside the ceiling and there's shadows at the door. The boredom stirs a rage inside her soul. A rage that reaches out and takes control. Baby, she's a wild thing, yeah. Baby, she's a wild thing, yeah. Baby, she's a wild thing. Baby, she's a wild thing. Walks back into town with bloodstains on her shirt. Everyone has questions, but no one wants to know how far the anger in someone can really make them go. Her tangled hair and mud stains on her knees, bruised ribs and rips on side jeans. Baby, she's a wild thing, yeah. Baby, she's a wild thing. Baby, she's a wild thing. Baby, she's a wild thing. Well, I used to be a citizen in this town, till my teeth turned gray and my hair fell out. I'm a symbol to some people, they don't wanna know. But a girl looking for trouble says she give me a ghost. While everybody's sleeping, yeah, the town is mine. From the crooked clock tower to the borderline, the night stars static in the winter breeze. She's lying in the moonlight with her hands between my knees. She says it's alright, well, it's alright for me. She says it's alright, well, it's alright for me. Baby, she's a wild thing, yeah. Baby, she's a wild thing, yeah. Baby, she's a wild thing. Baby, she's a wild thing. was real and profound. And the kids in the audience laughing while the band just stared at the ground. But victory for the kids who believe in rock and roll. I know for me that performance lives and never grows old. But we're making our own way out. Yeah, we're making our own way out. Well, I'd give it all back just to do it again. Yeah, I'd turn back time, be with my friends. Yeah, I'd give it all back just to do it again. Turn back time, be with my friends. Yeah, I'd give it all back just to do it again. Turn back time, be with my friends. Yeah, I'd give it all back just to do it again. Turn back time, be with my friends tonight. Looking through the photos you find in my drawer, laughing so hard you're rolling around on the floor at all the bad haircuts and smoking cigarettes. A lustless romantic, trying hard to impress. Well, that's just me. Before we met, well, that's just me. Before we met, putting down the photos, you look up at me, enjoying the thought of the person that I used to be. The things I was proud of, the things I regret, some things I remember, some things I forget. Well, that's just me. Before we met, well, that's just me. Before we met, well, I've always had a wild imagination and a see-through heart, which I know can be a wild combination, like a flame forms from a spark. But don't be shy, be brave, little champion. It's better to live than to hide. Well, that's just me. Before we met, well, that's just me. Before we met, well, don't be shy, be brave, little champion. That's just me. Before we But don't be shy, be brave, little champion. That's just me. Before we But don't be shy, be brave, little champion. That's just me. Before we But don't be shy, be brave, little champion. That's just me. Before we met, well, that's just me. Before we met, well, that's just me. Before we met. my chance to come. Just a silhouette against the rising sun. Watch the water, watch the sky, count the days as they go by. I'm just waiting for my chance to come. Well, it takes real guts to be alone, going head to head with a great unknown. But there is no sweeter sound on the King's Road I'm bound than just waiting for your chance to come. 'Cause it's hard to feel like you're worth something in this life. When you're walking next to me, I can hear my body speak. We're just waiting for a chance to come. We're just waiting for a chance to come. Your immortal smile is burned in me. When I close my eyes, it's all I see. Among the canyons and the stars, you're the guide inside my heart. I'm just waiting for my chance to come. And you're just looking for a way out of here. Yeah, a way to see this old life all disappear. Take a gamble on your heart, it'll lead you through the dark. You're just waiting for your chance to come. 'Cause it's hard to feel like you're worth something in this life. When you're walking next to me, I can hear my body speak. We're just waiting for a chance to come. We're just waiting for a chance to come. And no one's gonna get in my way. Gonna figure it out for myself. Yeah, no one's gonna make me stay. Gonna figure it out for myself. 'Cause I don't need nothing. I'm just waiting for a chance to come. Out her window, and the stars don't feel that far away. She watches the wind blow, blowing all her problems away. But then she'll ask, as she cleans up the glass, is this the line? Is this the line? Is this the line between heaven and hell? Is this the line where I get up and walk out? Is this the line where you get drunk and you yell? She fixes her makeup, treading lightly on the floor, hoping he won't wake up as she makes her way towards the door. But then she'll say, as she waves him away, is this the line? Is this the line? Is this the line between heaven and hell? Is this the line where I get up and walk out? Is this the line where you get drunk and you yell? She says I've lived my life like a diamond, bright and hard like a diamond. She says I live my life like a diamond, bright and hard like a diamond. You sit with the man through it all away, and you dream of the birds that have flown away, and you hope that you won't see it fall again, and you'll sing day by day, oh joy comes back to me. You'll sing day by day, oh joy comes back to me.
Good morning, I48. It's been a bit of a short night for many people. I myself went to bed to about 3 in the morning, which makes me a bit of a lightweight when it comes to I-Series. But hey, I think we've all been there and done some pretty strange stuff at LAN. In the meantime, though, it's time for our first final. It is the opening tournament here for Shootmania, and it's been quite an experience so far. We have 2 teams in this final. One team which has over 30 years of shooter experience. However, they were shut down in the actual tournament by this team over here. So let's wait no longer and introduce our teams. Ladies and gentlemen, Infused. And they'll be meeting up versus none other than Team Dignitas. Looks like we do got some crowd favorites here. The guys over at Nadeo are watching. Thank you so much, Nadeo, as well as Ubisoft for making this particular tournament possible. But in the meantime, let's hand you over to our casters, Rams. Take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much, A-Spec. Welcome to this morning's Shootmania final. I am, of course, Rams, aka R2K, and I'm joined by my colleague as well, Stress. You right, Stress?
Yeah, very nice to be here at I-Series. We've been here for a couple of days. This is going to be my first time casting Shootmania, but it's going to be a great game because I know I've watched these guys play a lot over different tournaments like IPL. I know I followed the qualifiers, and you know, I play a lot of Shootmania myself as well with a lot of the Team Dignitas players. So this should be a great final between Infused and Dignitas. So hopefully, as you guys are talking to them, we're giving them the ready up in the channel, and hopefully we can get into this game and bring you the best Shootmania action here from the UK as soon as possible.
Yeah, of course, the guys have been readying up all morning for about an hour or so. Let's give you a lineup to the teams. Of course, on Team Infused, we've got Sen, Casper, and Microstar. And for Team Dignitas, we've got Zacubus, NVC, and Garpy. So very feared UK players in the scene. Top 2 teams in the UK right now for Shootmania.
Yeah, and as A-Spec said, there's nearly 30 years experience on Team Dignitas, but what that adds up to is you know, it doesn't always mean they're going to get the guaranteed win, because Infused knocked Team Dignitas down into the losers bracket, which, you know, was a good performance there for Infused. But they're definitely a team, as you said, one of the top 2 in the UK, and they've shown that they deserve to be in this final. So that is indeed why they are coming from the winners bracket. That means they only have to win one of the dual best of 3 format for this final. Team Dignitas, on the other hand, have to win 2 best of 3s in order to go through.
Yeah, so we're going to start on the first map, which will be Breached. It's one of the new maps. Of course, this is a new update of Shootmania. If you haven't seen it, there's quite a new additions to this beta. This game will be fully released next month, roughly about the 22nd of April. But in this new edition, you can wall jump.
Yes.
You've got a grappling hook now. You've got charge shots as well, but I believe the charge shot's disabled during this tournament. So there is quite a few things. You'll see a lot of new stuff during this final. If you haven't seen the Shootmania update,
you'll see, especially here on Breach, there's 3 different entrance pathways to the map, and as when it's up on screen, as you can see, there is actually a swing platform, and you can take the risk. You can already see Infused. They're practicing out their swing, Casper there. Showing us exactly where that platform is, and you can see also the twin fences, the L-shaped fences where the defender can hide and try and pick off one of the attackers as they use that swing. Of course, you're vulnerable while using the swing. You cannot fire, and you are, you know, set to that swing path. So he uses that momentum, and it's a risky play, but you can actually end up swinging over that double L fence and picking up one of the defenders fairly early on if you can get the, you know, the clutch shot with the rail. Fairly tricky to do, and we'll see exactly whether that pans out in the way of the attackers and who indeed decides to go for that. But definitely the additions to the game make it, you know, a little bit more skill-based if you can pull off those trick shots.
Indeed, we are going to get underway on the first map on Breached. We're going to see who's attacking first.
Good luck, have fun has come out into chat. These guys keeping it nice and mannered between themselves. And it looks like, I believe, Dignitas will be on defense first.
It looks like it's a red team. That is Team Infused. They are going to attack first. So we're going to see Microstar attacking first for Team Infused against the lineup of Team Dignitas.
Of course, for those of you that maybe are watching Shootmania for the first time, Elite Mode runs in a 3v3 format. The attacker has a railgun, or also known as a laser, which will instantly kill any defender. Defenders only have 1 life. On the other hand, you can see at the bottom there's a 3 life marker bar there for sends on the attack. The defenders have rockets and will aim to take down those 3 lives before the attacker can capture the pole, which does open when the timer at the top of the screen reaches 0 and remains open for, you know, a couple of seconds.
So I actually got wrong on the start. I thought it was going to be Microstar starting. It's actually Sen starting and attacking. As you can see, he's stuck here in the L between some of the players. We'll see that one of the Team Dignitas players, it's going to be Zach right now. Oh, he gets hit. MVC will take a life off Sen. Garpy also takes and Zacchaeus was shut down, so it's a complete good defense round for Team Dignitas right there.
Yeah, and this is kind of a stylistic way that Dignitas like to play, or at least when they had the team with Zacchaeus, Garpy, and Kao, is they were very aggressive in their defense, try and force the mistakes. And as you can see, Garpy takes this right-hand path, but also doubles back on himself, and you know, is going to pull back and try and get the best angle that he can. Maybe you know, try and look for a different way in. Obviously, we're trying not to give too much away to these guys, but Garpy is looking for any angle that he can get in towards that point, maybe to try and pick off any defenders. Going to use that swing platform, as we said. Can he get that shot into the double L? Doesn't quite hit it and takes a shot. That is the risk of playing that swing play, because the defender can hide in that fence, and if they can pull that shot off, that is, you know, 1 life there down for Garpy, and he's still got 3 defenders to try and get. Picks 1 up, gets a nice hit there, tries to dodge a couple of rockets, is on the point, but takes 2 rockets for his trouble. So another defense round there, takes the picks up another point. Well, the first point for Infused.
Yep, so it's 1-1 currently. I mean, of course, as well, these rounds are split into 1 minute. But they also split into 45 and 15 second segments. The first 45 seconds, you would, oh, there's Casper just shooting some of the projectiles from Team Dignitas. But the first 45 seconds, you, of course, you have to try and eliminate each other. Now, when the second half, the second quarter, the 15 seconds come in, this goalpost that you see in front of you, you are able to capture it, which will force pretty much the defenders to try and come out instead of hiding, as you see right now. We see Ziggy trying to take on Casper now with a few of the rockets.
He's down to 10 seconds left. He's still got his 3 armors, but there are also 3 defenders. So that's going to make this point a little bit difficult to capture. He's going to face a lot of spam as he goes in towards it. Tries to get the shot onto Zachabas. Can't quite get it. Takes one in the back there from Zachabas. Another armor down, and a 3rd shot does connect. So 2 defensive rounds in the books for Team Dignitas, of course. Typically, defensive rounds are a little bit more easier to pick up on, and it's really the attacking rounds that end up, deciding the game. And Zachabas is going to look to see what he can get here. As you saw earlier in the round for Casper, if you do manage to shoot one of the rockets from the defenders, it will reset the cooldown on your rail time. Of course, the railgun, very powerful weapon and instant pixel shots, but has a long cooldown if after you shoot if you miss. So very important to get the shots on target because it leaves you very vulnerable as the attacker. Zachabas trying to go in, does take 1 shot there off the defender. So 2 armors and 3 defenders remaining, and Zachabas needs to look for a shot. Takes another shot there from Infused. Manages to get the shot near the point. Can he take down another defender and put this to a 1v1? Microstar is trying to come towards the point to defend, but takes the rail there. And Zachabas one-on-one now, has 1 armor, and just dodges the rocket on towards the point. Infused using it well, takes that 3rd shot, and Dignitas take the first attacking round of the match.
Great play by Zachabas there, soaking up all the pressure in that last few seconds before the goal was about to time out. And yes, of course, Team Dignitas will take their first attack round, which will lead them 3-1 currently. This is best of 9, I believe, is it?
Double best of, the round is best of 9, yeah, I believe. But you have to be 2 points clear in order for the round to, for you to win the round. Now Microstar is going to look to go towards that side of the map, and he's going to look to try and pick up this attacking round. Of course, after dropping 1 attacking round, Infused are going to try and stay on top of this. They don't want to let this game drift too far. Of course, they are coming from the winner's bracket, and that means they only have to win 1 best of 3. But, they're going to try and answer back from that attacking round. Tries to get the shot onto MVC, barely misses that. It does get an armor taken down for his trouble. And here comes that aggressive defense out of Team Dignitas. So a 4th point for Team Dignitas, 4-1 in the lead. But again, only 1 attacking round has gone in favor of either of the teams. And defensive rounds are a good way of keeping your points ticking over. But MVC is going to look to see what he can do here. Of course, these guys just manages to dodge that rocket spam and could have taken a very early hit there, but doesn't quite get the shots from Infused. Going to use that wall jump mechanic that we were talking about. Doesn't quite get up onto that platform, using it as a nice shield to try and angle himself around to the back of the map. We'll see whether exactly he decides to use these swings. Does decide to go for it. Going to wall jump up. Tries to get the shot, but that, of course, the fence is going to block the shots. You're not able to shoot through the fences with any of the weapons in Shootmania. And as one of them appeared between the double L fence, and you can see Infused now closing on towards the point as it does open up. Microstar heading up towards MVC. Goal is now able to be captured. Only 2 armors remain, 3 defenders. That's going to be a little bit tricky when the point is swamped by Infused.
Yeah, coming with the time ticking down onto the last 15 seconds, all Infused. It's a great tactic. It should just swarm that pole. It allows the attacker no chance, a slim chance of getting that point. But we have seen it before during matches during the IPL where we just see people running around that pole. But unfortunately, there it wasn't NVC's time. But we're going to go into attacking round now for Sen. We're back Sen's 2nd attacking round. And he starts off, he's by the middle right now. He sees the Dignitas lot on the far side. Oh, he catches Zach right in that L fence. So 2 more eliminated. Still got 3 armors left.
Yeah, and
of course, all the attackers have 3 lives. The defenders only have 1 life. And there goes a life. MVC will take the first life off Sen right now, as both Dignitas players are on the pole. Next 50 seconds, the goal can be captured now. So Sen is going to try and dodge all the rockets as best he can. It's got 9 seconds now. Misses by 2 centimeters onto MVC. MVC will get another hit, and Garpy will finish him off.
Yeah, he got to a point where he was 3v2 in an attacking sense, and that really is somewhat, of course, it's a numbers advantage, but also kind of a psychological advantage, because you got the advantage there. You can kind of play a little bit more tricky, and wasn't quite able to pick up that attacking round. So we are at 5-2 as Garpy, goes for that long shot, but doesn't quite manage to pick it up. We'll see where Garpy angles himself. Very similar to the line that MVC ran earlier. These guys do seem to favor the right-hand side of the map. And you can see Infuse taking those defensive positions where Garpy can't be given that long-range shot, because if you can pick up that shot without being under pressure, then that's, of course, advantage in favor of the attacker. But Infuse doing a good job of minimizing Garpy's vision on them. He really doesn't know where they are apart from that L fence. Finally, they reveal themselves. Oh, Garpy hits a very nice near 50-meter shot. Now 3v2 here. Can Garpy manage to capture this pole? But no, once again, we see that the aggressive defense is very difficult for that attacker to deal with when two people close on to that point. Even though he had 3 lives still available, it's very difficult with those multiple rockets, of course, on defense. You do get 4 rockets to defend. Very difficult for an attacker to deal with.
It is very difficult, and of course, the scores are currently 5-3. Casper just shoots one of the rockets. When you shoot one of the projectiles from the defender, it actually recharges your laser straight away. So that's quite another feature as well that we don't really much say, because they don't tend to use it at times as well. But we see now Casper, he's here. Oh, he gets great shot here by Garpy. Casper trying to take on Garpy right now. Oh, and he gets shut down by Zachabas on the right-hand side.
Yeah, and that first shot was just a little bit unlucky that he poked out, and Garpy with a great shot just hit that shot, but Infused. Once again, this is 6 points to 3, so if Zachabas is able to pick up this round, I believe Dignitas will take the first map in this best of 3. But of course, 3 maps in this series, and the first team to take 2 maps from it will take the first best of 3. Of course, we said that Infused will be the team that need to win 1 best of 3 coming out of the winners bracket. And Zachabas is looking to see if he can find a good angle here, take down some of the defenders. But Infused, once again, doing a good job of keeping themselves out of vision from Zach. He's heading on towards the point. He is headed towards Casper, though. Casper trying to dart behind that wall. Zachabas looking for anything he can. Doesn't quite hit the rocket and takes 2 shots from it. So Infused do tie this up. Sorry, not tie this up, but they do take it to 6 and 4, and that puts Microstar on attack. Yeah,
Casper just bossed Zachabas right there in that defensive round. Great play by him. And we are going to switch now to Microstar, who will be attacking for Infused. He will go up the left side. Yeah, as you said earlier, I mean, Dignitas seem to favour the right side, and we see now Infused favouring the left side. So
yeah, it's a very unique map in the way that there are 3 different attack paths that, you know, aren't completely like rigid in which way you attack, but definitely the way it starts. And Microstar once again getting punished for using that swing. That's the second time we've seen a player use it and get punished. Does manage to pick up a defender for himself, though. Can he manage to get onto the point? And Dignitas managed to take that defensive round, so 7 and 4, and MVC is on attack now.
You could see then, as soon as that first life went, you could see all the Dignitas just swarming in right there onto the attacker of Microstar. And Ziggy's going to start up now. Ziggy, aka MVC from Team Dignitas.
And you can see these L fences are a lot of where these players will like to sit. It's a good defense on most sides. There are only a small area that you can be hit by if you are in those double L fences. And Ziggy is trying to find any kind of area that he can. Ziggy runs into the L fence, use it for defense for himself, but isn't quite able to get that angle. Looking for a shot onto either Casper or Microstar. MVC actually backs off, tries to avoid the shots from Casper, but does take one. Ziggy now heading on towards the point, takes another rocket for his troubles, and Infused close it out without losing a defender.
Now all 3 will take a life off MVC right there, and it was great play by them. Keeps the score very close, 2 points clear for Team Dignitas right now. It's 7-5, but still much to play for. As we'll see Sen now attacking for Team Infused. He sees all the Dignitas on that left-hand side, and he'll actually go take Dignitas side on the right-hand side. So as we come up now, go up. Is he going to wall jump now? He will wall jump up and try and get a shot off. Oh, it hits the fence though, unfortunately. But he does know where most of the Dignitas are right now. Oh, he actually gets surprised by MVC with 2 lives down. And a third one, Zachabas to finish it off. That's a great surprise attack there by MVC.
Nice play there, getting that shot. As we said, he saw 2 across the map. Wasn't quite aware of where MVC was by the looks of things. Took that shot, and once you start losing lives as an attacker, if you haven't taken down a defender, it can be quite difficult, especially as we said with the shots coming from behind.
Also, I'm just going to show you right now. You can see where Garpy's attacking for. You can see where the defense lineup is for Infuse. It's very close together right now. So it's they know when anyone's hit, they can get to that position of the pole as well. Right next to the pole on this side. Let's find out where Garpy is. He is by the pole. He gets a 41-meter shot, 42-meter nearly there onto Sens. with Casper and Microstar just left now. We see Microstar is there. Microstar just gets shut down. Casper left.
And Garby seems to be finding his groove here in this game. That's the second round that he's hit those long shots, and Garby takes actually the first point capture of the game, and I believe that means Team Dignitas take the first map here in the first best of 3, and that means we're heading into, I believe, Infused choice for map number 2.
Which we're going to find out shortly, yeah. So, first point capture, and it was the last points that Team Dignitas need, so they take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. And we are going on to, let's see what we got now. Uh-oh. This, I believe, might be Castle Crusher. No, it's not Castle Crusher. Oh, we are going to Castle Crusher, actually. They've just voted it in, so I guessed it right for this morning.
Now, I know Castle Crusher is a map that before Shootmania got into open beta, and when it was Zachabas, Garpy, and Kawa, they played at Castle Crusher a lot. They favored the map. They would, pick it very often. But obviously, these guys on Infused and Dignitas have played a lot of games on Castle Crusher. It's been a map that's been in the map pool since pretty much as long as I can remember in Shootmania, so these guys are well versed on this map. And
Castle Crusher really in Shootmania is like the Dust 2. It's like the campgrounds of a Quake. You know, it really is that sort of map. Everyone in the whole scene knows about it. They know where to go. Of course, Nadeo have been like remaking the map since the beta 1, beta 2, and so forth. So.
Yeah, there have been some changes, texture changes, changed a couple of things. As we said, more game mechanics were added into Shootmania, so there are different little bits that can affect the map, and it looks like Team Dignitas are getting the first attacking round. Zachabas is going to be the one first on attack, so we will see. Castle Crusher, as we said, doesn't have that kind of 3-way entrance, but there are a couple of different ways you can take the tunnel underneath, and Zachabas looks to play this a little bit slow, heading up that left side to start.
Yeah, you can see, I was just showing the crowd there, the audience, how Team Infused have set up. They've set up 1 at the back and 2 right into the middle. As you see there, Zachabas will actually shut down Casper on his head. It's a great shot there. Yeah. But this makes it a bit more hard for Microstar to defend because he really needs Sen right now. This is a very awkward point. It's a very, a choke point right now where the Infused players, Zachabas is in a great position right now. He can see where all the players are. And as you see, he'll take down Sens. He's got only Microstar left. Goal can be captured. Microstar trying to bounce up Zachabas right now. But it doesn't matter as Zach will take the second point, actually, in this whole game.
That means Team Dignitas pick themselves up in an attacking round for the very first round of this map, and that's a great position to be in because you already know that now you can play on your defensive rounds and make sure that you keep your points counter ticking up here for the rounds. And you can see Sens is looking for his attacking round. As you said, typically on Castle Crash you'll leave 1 towards the back to guard that point, but 1 defender is down in the exchange for 1 armor already, and Team Dignitas using the fences to try and make sure they have the vision and stay out of harm's way. And Sens takes the rocket, but once again picks up the defender for himself, so this isn't too bad of a position. Of course, if he can hit Zachabas for a 28.3 meter shot, a very nice shot there from Sens. So in response to that attacking round from Team Dignitas, Infused picked their own attacking round up as well.
It was a great play there by Sens. He was getting to his last life there, taken down by MVC first, then Garpy, taking them both out, and then a great 28 meter shot onto Zachabas to finish off that round. We'll see now Garpy's on the attack here for Team Dignitas. We'll see a similar setup. This is how they always going to set up for Castle Crashers. It's like their main setup for this map. And it works for every team right now. And see, Garpy has get past 2 of them. He's waiting for all these rockets to be shot off. And now he's actually at the point, so he's going to wait right now for Infused to actually pop their heads out. He's in a great position.
He's between Infused and the point, which means he's got a little bit of, a bit of a difficult trouble as Infused come back towards the point. It means they're going to swamp him and that.
I was going to say, he was in a great position until all 3 of them come and just swarmed him, yeah.
That's the danger of being between the rest of the team and the point when there are 3 defenders still alive, because as they come in, it's that aggressive defense. Casper takes that rocket out of the air. That will recharge his laser, as you said, and that gives him the advantage if he can hit a long distance shot. But Casper is playing a little bit slow and defensive here. Doesn't want to try and angle a shot that, you know, Garpy or Zakabus could take. And you can see once again, one of Dig playing all the way back on the point and playing that defensive setup. And Casper is trying to get in towards the point and see what he can pick up, but
yeah,
not really able to pick up anything yet.
Yeah, as you saw, the Dinks have changed their defensive strategy this time. They're actually staying by the pole rather than coming out. It makes it a lot more difficult, really. And as the goal can be captured now, Casper will take down MVC. Zakabus has already hit Casper, so Casper's on 2 lives right now. It's 7 seconds to go. Casper really is going to have to run onto that pole right now. But no good for him. So, and then Zakabus will shut him down and will bring the score back to 2-all.
Yeah, and that's the thing about that laser here on attack. It does have, as we said, that that considerable recharge time, and there's a window where you can be hit, and you really have nothing to do. And Dignitas MVC takes 2 shots very early on from that rocket spam, and that's going to put him in a very difficult position. It's so difficult to come back from 3 defenders with only 1 life remaining. He's going to have to look to see if Infused can give him any way to get back into this game. But Infused, being the stronger team as they are, I don't believe we're going to give MVC any kind of look in here. And there is the 3rd rocket in exchange for no defenders going down to Infused, doing a good job capitalizing on that early lead that they took there. And I think MVC might be a little bit frustrated of giving up so many lives to that rocket spam.
Yeah, it's just straight off that jump. He saw those rockets there, and actually, Microstar would actually take one straight off the start from MVC. So, but it's not as many as MVC took in the last round. So he's still got a good chance here. Microstar is just in the middle now. He can't shoot for defenses, of course. He's going to wait. He's going to jump up, do a double jump onto the wall to try and get a bit of height. But no, oh, Garpy, great jump shot there. And then Garpy again will finish him up. So quick round there, unfortunately, there for Microstar. Could have been a bit longer for him, but no, Dinkters will shut him down.
Yeah, and we're here at 3-3, and this shows you how close these teams are. And of course, we mentioned that Infused did actually beat Team Dignitas in the upper bracket, so that is why they only have to win the 1 best-of-3, and Infused actually undefeated heading through the upper bracket as well. Zakabus has already taken 1 shot, trying to look for that shot. I think it's Casper back there. Well, I say back there, he's actually more towards the attacking spawn than he is defending. But Zakabus trying to look for anything that he can, maybe trying to lay low for just a little second. Microstar up on that platform actually hits 1 more shot onto Zakabus. That leaves him in that 3v1, does pick up one of the defenders. 2v1 now, hits another nice shot on 1v1 now on the pole. It's about to open up. Can Zakabus get on towards it? A good hiding there from Infused to stay defensive on that pole. Zakabus hits the 3rd shot for the 2nd attacking round in favor of Team Dignitas.
It's a fantastic round there by Zaka, even though he's really under pressure from Casper at the back, and then taking 2 laser shots on that platform from Microstar. He's able to bring it back and take the round, and actually puts Team Dingus in the lead on this map. Yeah,
and Zakabus staying, you know, during that round, maintained his composure there, knew he dropped that early life, and Sens nearly picks up a shot on towards one of the defenders, takes 2 armor shots already, and now once again he's trapped in between the point and 3 defenders with only 1 life available, and he has to look for something magical here to come back against this. MVC nearly gives him the look in there for a long shot, but Sens didn't really feel able to take that shot. Misses another one, unfortunately, for Infused, and takes a 3rd shot, and that would have been a difficult position for Sens to come back from. As I said, would have taken something pretty magical. It would have been, and unfortunately it didn't happen for him, and actually extends now Team Dingus' lead 5-3. They are 4 points away from taking this first best-of-3. Of course, being a double elimination bracket, and that Team Dingus were knocked down into the bracket earlier in the stages by Team Infused. They have to win 2 best-of-3s. Meanwhile, Infused only have to win 1 best-of-3. Yeah, and Sens nearly picked up a a pretty clutch shot there on our attacker in the form of Dignitas Garpy. And Garpy just managed to avoid that rocket, but didn't avoid that one, and manages to pick up a defender in exchange for 1 of his lives. Can he pick up this long-range shot? You can see Infused using the fence to their advantage, maintaining whatever vision they can onto Garpy. Garpy, it's a very nice point shot on towards the point, picks up a defender, puts himself in a nice 2v1 position for himself, and now onto the goal, and does manage to get that 3rd hit. So put himself in a position where he was either going to capture the goal or take that shot. So nice pick up there for Garpy, and that's the 3rd attacking round in favor of Team Dignitas. And Infused are going to have to look to pick up some more attacking rounds of their own in order to come back into this map.
And we see a life off Casper already, who's starting this attacking round from MVC. You can see the setup right now. We'll have Zachabis on the left-hand side, MVC in the middle. Yeah, Garpy's just staying at the back, I believe. So Casper just misses by 8 centimeters. Still, no other players down right now. Casper in a lot of trouble. You hear the rockets whizzing past right now. As Casper will make a charge, he will take down Garpy. They get an exchange for a life, so one more life here for Casper. He takes down NVC, so it's Zach versus right now against Casper. 2 seconds left, the goal will open right now. Zachabis is trying to push Casper away. He's doing the best he can. He's actually pushed him all the way back. 7 seconds to go. Zach has done a fantastic job on defending. Can Casper actually jump on the pole? He does get on the pole. Oh, 88%.
Good job by Zachabis then. You could see Casper just couldn't quite get that angle, and he was in a good position for him. But again, Zachabis getting all up towards the Infused attacker, and Casper unfortunately couldn't quite get onto it. But again, Infused is showing that they have the resolve to you know, put themselves in good positions here. And this game still is not over for Infused. They, of course, still can pick up their attacking and defending rounds, and this means that Team Dignitas still have to be careful that Infused don't come back into this first best of 3.
Indeed, of course, but they have a great lead right now, 7-3 right now. We see MVC on the attack. We saw that the setup of Infused defense. We'll have one on the platform, one on the pole, and then one on the left side in the cage. And we see MVC here. He's waiting. He knows all the players. He's going to go for the rush. He actually takes down one of the players. He takes down Casper, but will get shut down by Microstar and then sends twice. So score 7-4 right now. Infused bringing it back slowly.
Well, Infused need to keep doing this, and they need to make sure that they can pick up this attacking round. This will be a very important attacking round for them. If they can get this point, it will bring the game very much closer, and then give them a defensive round to bring this to between 1 point between the teams. Microstar takes a shot for himself, manages to pick up a defender for it. Now, picks up another defender. Microstar left alone, and 1v1 takes a shot from, I believe that was Garpy right at the end. And that's not a great position for Infused to be in. They were in a good place once again in these attacking rounds, and Team Dignitas just managing to hang on. But once again, Infused are showing that they can put themselves in a position to bring this game back.
Indeed, they are actually on this game points right now. Zachabis leading the charge for this attacking round. He'll go through the tunnels. He'll actually take out Casper now. So 2 defenders left for Team Infused. Microstar on that laser platform. He'll take him out twice with that laser, and then Sens will finish him off. A great defensive round there by Infused, bringing the scores back to 8-5. But game points is still here for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, and that was an important round to hold on, and Sens has a very important round for himself now as an attacker. Needs to try and pick up an early pick onto one of the defenders and make sure he has as comfortable a time at getting on towards that point as he can. But you can see MVC just poking out, trying to get what he can. Oh, Sens look towards Zachabis to try and pick him up, but he finds himself between 3 defenders. 1 armor left. Can he do something magical? No, and that's 9-5 in favor of Team Dignitas. And that means Team Dignitas, I believe, pick up the first best of 3, but will Infused be able to, you know, bring back the composure that they had in the winners bracket? Of course, these teams very close to Infused, already beating Team Dignitas in the winners bracket, and that means that you know, Infused definitely not out of this one. Will they be able to have the resolve to come back and win the second best of 3?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, now it's all a level playing field for both teams now. There's the best of 3's out of the way. This is the best of 3 now. Whoever wins this will be taking home the £600 first place, and of course runner-up will be £300.
Yeah, of course, this is Insomnia 48 Shootmania 3v3 tournament on Elite. And as you said, £600 for first place, £300 for second place. To give you guys in the crowd an idea, if you didn't manage to catch all of the action from the group stages, then Infused are coming through from the winners bracket, but now they find themselves on a level playing field up against Team Dignitas in this dual best of 3. Dignitas have won the first one, but that means Infused can still win this best of 3 in order to find themselves in first place position in this tournament. Yeah, and of course this tournament is brought to you sponsored by Nadeo as well. So of course the makers of the game, and they've made a fantastic game, I believe. I mean, you know, I'm a Quake player as well, and then playing this, it just feels like
the speed of Quake as well. You know, it's just there. It's the right sort of speed. But again, it's in open beta as well. So if you haven't tried it already, please go to either shootmania.com, download it from there. We can go onto Steam as well, and you can download the open beta from there. Give it a shot and see what you think. I mean, there's a load of modes, not just Elite as well. You've got the Melee, which is the free for all. You've got Joust, which is 1-on-1. You've got King of the Hill Royal, and there's a few other modes as well. So
one of the great things about the Nadeo games is they've got a lot of community aspects around them. And Shootmania, there's a lot of less competitive map modes as well. Like, I know I play a lot of Shootmania with the Team Dignitas guys, practicing movement and that on obstacle servers where it's community-made maps, which are pretty much like time trials, that sort of thing, just to get used to the game mechanics. So that's a lot of what I play, and Nadia are doing a great job with their community and allowing the players to really make some maps.
Yeah, of course. I mean, of course, in the day as well, they've released Mania Planet, which is actually 3 games in one sort of engine. So of course we've got Shootmania, as you see here. We've also got Trackmania, and then we've got the upcoming one, which is going to be Questmania, which will be released hopefully next year sometime. That will be an RPG. So they've got some really interesting ideas to have 3 games in one sort of engine.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see exactly which maps that are made by the community come through into the competitive scene, because of course there's a history in in professional gaming and esports of sometimes the fans and the players make the best maps.
Yeah. Yeah, it has. I mean, especially for Quake 3. I mean, I'll refer back to it, and we've had a lot of community maps which has been made official, and Quake Live. You know, the Quake Live guys have taken those community maps and pull it into their actual game. So.
And in chat, Infused actually saying the real game starts now. So as we said, this is a level playing field now. Both teams are at 1-1. Of course, as we said, Infused only have to win the 1 best of 3 in order to find themselves in first place, and Infused definitely a tournament or a team that can pull this through if they get the right attacking rounds.
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest, it's like Team Dignitas have pressure because these guys are veterans of playing these sort of games. Meanwhile, we're Infused, they're a young bunch. They really have nothing to lose. They've got everything to gain, to make themselves a name for. So, you know, it's that sort of balance. But again, they're pressure-wise because they want to win, and it's against like players such as Team Dignitas, been traveling around the circuit for quite a while, so they have the experience. Meanwhile, these guys are like the young breed on the upstart.
What they are defending is their undefeated streak all the way through the winners bracket, and they aren't going to want to drop that, and they've probably got a lot of pressure on themselves as well, from within the team saying, come on, we don't want to lose any maps, or, well, not maps, but any series here in this tournament. So, both teams have quite an immense amount of pressure. It's a different environment playing at a live event, such as in Insomnia, and obviously at these multiplayer events, to playing on online qualifiers and that sort of thing. And of course, these guys play a lot. I mean, I know I've actually spoken to the Infused guys when I've been playing on the obstacle servers. I see Casper and Sens there quite a bit, and along with the Dignitas guys as well.
Yeah.
So I see these guys playing the game a heck of a lot.
Yeah, they do. As soon as I come home from work, they run it. I'm like, oh, God, I wish I had the time to play it. But yeah, it's just great for the crowd here at Insomnia 48. Great that you guys are watching here. Also,
and how are you
guys
guys in the crowd? Are you guys okay? Are you enjoying your Insomnia 48 experience here?
No, they all look dead right from here. I can see.
Everyone's still feeling the boat race.
The boat race from yesterday, and the bit of drinking games as well. So yeah, it's been a good night for most of those people. Probably not waking up, so to speak.
And of course, the legendary i48 pub quiz.
Oh yes, if you didn't see that, there will be a VOD of that somewhere. I'm sure it's on Twitch. You should. That was awesome. Well, I believe we are going to get underway shortly.
Yeah,
I don't think it's this map. Yep, it's going to be a change of map. I think we're going to have the same maps as before.
Yeah, these guys were just making sure whether the maps were available in the map pool. I'm not sure exactly which map it is that we're loading into. It doesn't look like the first one is going to be Breach.
No, it's not Breach. I think it might be Collided. I think it might be Collided. I'm not sure. They usually have the map names.
But we'll have to see whether Infused are able to maintain their composure here in this game in order to come back. And good luck, have fun's come out into chat. And these guys, as Infused said, the real game starts now. These guys have everything to play for in this best of 3. And we'll see indeed who is on the attack to start.
So Team Dingus will win the toss on this random. They will either choose attack or defend. They are going to go on the defensive on the first time.
Yeah, and we'll see who indeed Infused choose to put forward for their first attacking round. Of course, we saw on the last map there on in the first best of 3 that early attacking round from Team Dignitas might have unsettled Infused a tiny bit, but they answered straight away with an attacking round of their own. So, you know, it's an important first round, but that doesn't mean that it dictates the pace of the game by any standards.
So we're going to start off on this map. We'll start off with Sens attacking for Team Infused right now. I'll just have a quick lineup call. We got for Team Infused, Sen, Casper, Microstar, and for Team Dingus we have MBC, Zacubus, and Garpy, as the Sens will take the first kill of the game in this map against MBC, but Zach will actually take 2 lives off Sens right now. He's on his last life right now. Sens will have to back off between the goalpost and the defenders. As you see, Garpy and Zach have a nice setup here behind the fence. You cannot shoot through those fences at all. Oh, beautiful shot there. Garpy just poked his head out once too many times. So it's Zacubus against Sens right now. Zacubus charges down Sens, and it's not good, as Sens will get that first round.
Yeah, this time maintaining the composure when under pressure from Zacubus, and they managed to pick up that attacking round. So a good turnaround there. They did drop the life early on in the round, but then, of course, Sens managed to come back and pick up, you know, all of the defending, pick off all of the defenders. You saw Zacubus slide over that wood platform, of course. That is one of the other textures that has been added to the game fairly recently, and we'll see more of that as these maps go. Nice jump on to the fence there by Zacubus. Couldn't quite pick up a shot and left himself a little bit vulnerable. Infused not quite able to capitalize on it. Trying to get an angle onto Microstar, but he does a good job of staying in cover. Under fire now from the rocket spam from Microstar. Zacubus doesn't quite hit that shot and gets a very nice shot onto that point defender. Is he able to pick up some more defenders? 4 seconds left before the point opens. Takes a shot that disrupts his momentum as well. Now 2 lives for the attacker against 2 defenders trying to head on towards the point. Good job of staying defensive on that point. Couldn't quite land it, but a goal capture in the face of 2 defenders. And Zacubus pulls out an attacking round really where he shouldn't have been able to.
No, that's a great play by Zacubus. I know he had like 5 seconds left, so he had nothing else to do but jump on that pole, and it actually paid off for him. Infused were very slow to react to what he did there, and a bit unfortunate there. It should have been... Unfortunately, should have been a Infused round there.
He hit that long shot onto the point defender, which meant one of them had to drift towards that point in order to make sure Zacubus couldn't just run in and capture it like that later in the round. As you can see, Casper trying to find that first shot, can't quite get it, gonna, you know, reposition himself, wall jump to try and get the angle. Did leave him vulnerable to that shot then. Now only 2 armors remain. 10 seconds before the point opens up. Garpy trying to fire out from the spawn. Under a lot of pressure now is Casper. Can he get the angle onto the defenders? Only 3 seconds, and Dignitas have got a very tight defense here. The goal is open. 1 armor remains for Casper, and there comes the aggressive defense from Team Dignitas.
Again, great reactions from the Dignitas boys, as they actually saw with 1 life left, they all just swarmed in on Casper. So again, they've taken the lead now. Early stages, 2-1. It is the first to 9 points in each map. And we are going to see with Garpy now attacking. Can he make this another good attacking round for Team Dignitas? We shall find out, as he's just running down right now. He hasn't seen many of the Infused guys. He has actually spotted one. It will be Sens, and Sens actually take a life off Garpy right now. Garpy will get a wall jump on, trying to get a bit of height on his shot. Oh, he takes a random shot there from Microstar. Good spam shot, I should say, but now Garpy's in trouble. This is a chance where Infused can take this defensive round. But instead, Garpy will take one of the Infused players. It will be Sens. He's going to try and take another on the pole. Casper's dodging very well. Microstar hiding in the spawn area. With 12 seconds left to go. Microstar's just pulling out now onto the goal. Oh, great shot there onto Microstar. So it's 1-on-1 now with 4 seconds left. Is he going to do it? He's going for the shot. No! Gareth went for it there. Garpy went for it all there. just for that shot to try and eliminate, but great defense there.
Yeah, Garpy not quite able to take that point, and Infuse did a really good job of not wasting their rockets on spam there to try and deter Garpy from the point. Wanted to wait for him to head towards the point. He managed to take down that that extra defender right towards the end, and that left him in a position where 4 rockets against 1 laser means that Garpy not quite able to get on towards the point because it would have left him very vulnerable. Wall jump from Microstar, attempts to get that shot on towards the defenders, not quite able to get it. Now on to that speed platform. Of course, you can't really jump on that. That's one of the other game mechanics in the Texas that was added. Microstar just moves too far away from the fence and takes all 3 shots there in quick succession from Team Dignitas. So Team Dignitas now find themselves at 3-2. Dignitas MVC on the attacking round. So the last attacking round, the last of the first set of attacking rounds for each of these players.
It was a great move as well by Microstar, jumping onto those trees, getting onto the other side of the map there. You know, you can see the movement in Shootmania. It looks easy, but the way that these guys, well, it's very hard, but the way that these guys make it looks very easy.
MVC now heading on towards the middle section of the map. Just dodges the rocket spam, heads on towards that zoom platform. He uses it to pick up Microstar. Now, where's he going to go? Is he going to be able to find another angle? Tries to get Casper, but Casper doing a good job of staying in a defensive position behind that fence. Now, MVC looking to keep Infused, you know, on their toes, using different angles on this map. Is he able to get the shot off goal? Now available to be captured. Doesn't quite hit the laser. Doesn't get any kind of reset on it. Picks up the last defender. 1v1. What can MVC do? And again, the recharge time on that laser is just too much. And the defenders pick up that kill right when it's 1v1. Yeah,
a bit of a panic moment there by MVC. You know, he had 1 life left. Also, he had 1 attacker, 1 defender left as well. So he tried everything he can, do all the pick shots that he could, but it didn't happen for him. And then, you know, Team Infused there got that defense round, and we are all tied up at 3-all.
Yeah, once again, all tied up in a tied up best of 3 as well. This is map number 1 of our second best of 3. Infused need to win this best of 3 to take this this series, and of course so did Team Dignitas, but Infused need to pick up this, not only for that win but for morale. They did drop the first best of 3, of course, having the 1 game advantage. Infused Sens does drop down to 1 armor, left to deal with 2 defenders, and Sens doesn't quite hit that shot, doesn't quite hit the second one either, getting closer every time though. Again, not quite hitting Zachabas, but Zachabas manages to pick up that rocket on towards Sens.
Yeah, a bit of bad position there by Sens going down. You know, when you're on top of the player in this game, it's being higher is always an advantage. And it was a bit unfortunate there for Sens to be in that position, which allowed Zachabas to just pick him off with that great shot there. And actually, now we speak of Zachabas, he is on the attacking side for Dignitas right now. Goes down the right, goes down the middle. Actually, sees one of the Infused players behind. He's trying to bait him as best he can. Oh, he baits him. He'll bait Sens out, but Microstar actually exchanges for a life. You'll see Microstar just camping up there in the spawn area. We'll see Casper there just on the pole as well, just awaiting a time. Zachabas is waiting. We've got 9 seconds before the pole actually is able to be captured. Here we go then, so 3 seconds left. Zachabas is making his move. He actually gets a life taken down, and both of the Infused players onto the pole. Casper will die, Microstar left, and Microstar will defend very well. And it's brought back to 4-0, so very close. It's very close over than the other maps that we had earlier.
Yeah, these teams showing why they are the 2 in the grand finals. Pretty comparable here, and that, you know, Infused now holding this closer than they were able to in the first best of 3, and maybe Infused have managed to regain composure of themselves and, you know, calm their nerves here on stage. It's, as we mentioned, a little bit different to playing in your home environment, but Casper is looking to use that zoom platform. As you can see, is going to give him a little bit more of an easy shot if he can pick it up. Now going to use that speed wall jump to try and get a position. He resets the laser cooldown, but takes 2 shots for it. Unfortunately, isn't able to pick a defender off quite yet, but as I say that, he does manage to take 1 defender down. Now has quite a bit of work to do, but can still come back in this. Waits for the recharge on that laser. Can he get on towards the goal, which is now available? Team Dignitas hiding behind the fences, making sure that they don't drop another defender where they don't need to, and another clutch shot there, just a safe shot from, I believe that was Zachabas right at the end to pick up that final life
from
the attacker.
So a great play there, but again, 5-4 is still a close, a very close game on this map. Of course, as defenders as well, you got to defend with your other two partners, and in this game as well, we haven't mentioned is that you can actually ping on the map where the opponents are, which is kind of cool. So if you don't, like on public games, if you don't talk, you can actually just ping where they are, and it shows your teammates where they are. So, but getting back in this game, we actually see Garpy's on the attack, and he's actually already taken out Sens. So he leaves two of the infused. Oh, and Garpy actually goes into a stray rocket there by Microstar, which will leave him on 2 lives. So we've got 2 defenders, 2 lives. Still a bit even right now. Garpy just abiding his time right now. 2 seconds before the goal opens. Now open, he'll go for the charge. Oh, great shot there by Casper, and another great shot to finish it off, bringing it back to 5-all.
An important round there for Infused. If that round had gone in favor of Team Dignitas, that would have given them a little bit of breathing room here in this first map. And Infused really don't want to give that kind of advantage away. Likewise, neither would Team Dignitas in this round. If Infused can manage to pick this up, they will have the next defensive round, and a good opportunity to put some points clear from Team Dignitas. But Microstar now headed towards, and I don't really want to give it away because I'm not sure whether these players quite would be aware. Microstar did fire a shot off, so I believe Team Dignitas do know roughly where he is. Of course, audio in this game is a very important feature for listening for the footsteps and also the shots to see where they come from. Microstar picks up the first attacking shot of the game, manages to take them down to 2 defenders, 2 armors remaining. Looks for the shot on towards Garpy. Garpy now drifting towards over to the point, loses another armor, and Microstar has a lot of work to do now. Oh, falls down, not quite able to get up, finds himself trapped. That's going to give Team Dignitas the opportunity to go on the attack while defending.
You can see that also. You can see also the player cam as well during that lineup. You can see how focused Microstar is, but also how nervous he was. Falling down his moves there, falling down that ramp and that walkway, and it led to unfortunately losing that round for him. But nevertheless, we are back into it, and of course, it's now MVC attacking on the side of Dingsers. As you can see where he is right now. We're not going to say right now where he is until he takes his first shot. There we go, he takes his first shot, so now Infused know where he is. You see those rockets flying in. Microstar is camping up into the spawn area. We'll see the usual setup. Sends on the outside there by the fence. Casper on by the goal. Oh, MVC just runs into one of Casper's rockets there. They'll have to back off shortly. 3 seconds left before the goal opens. MVC just bouncing up to try and get a shot onto Microstar in that spawn, but no, he gets shut down by Casper 3 times though. 3 shots from Casper. Great.
Yeah, great defensive round there for Casper and Infused. And again, they tie this up 6 points to 6. Now Sen's on the attack. Going to look to see what he can get. And again, don't really want to spoil any kind of plays here from Infused. And we'll see indeed where Sens decides to go from here. Team Dignitas are taking good defensive posture, keeping themselves, in good positions here. Obviously, neither team know exactly where the others are, so we don't want to give too much away in case these guys get an idea. But you can see the shots coming out now. Team Dignitas know exactly where Sens is. Can Sens make it back onto the main part of the map? And he doesn't quite make that jump, and Sens now has so far to go in order to get back on, and that means that Team Dignitas are going to guard this area. The point is now open. Sens looking towards getting up onto that platform, but with Team Dignitas so close, 2 armors have been taken down, and unfortunately couldn't quite make that jump to regain position on the map, and that meant that he had to come around the back through the opening. And
yeah, what turned out to be a sneaky good play turned out very bad for Sens in the end. Unfortunately, going all the way around, losing a lot of time and missing jumps. And unfortunately, it was quite surprising to see. Even that put a smile on my face there to go around. Of course, these maps are massive. How they make them, and you can always go on the outside to come back in. But as we go on to Zacubus right now, who is attacking, he does lose a life to Sen right now. Just stares down Sen in between the fence there. Oh, actually, Sen's hit a rocket off the fence, bouncing himself back, and Zacubus actually have the reflex to actually take him out at the same time. Meanwhile, now, as he's facing Casper right now, Microstar at the back by the spawn areas, just shooting random rockets to try and distract Zach, but no, it's not working. So Zach against Microstar now, as gold can be captured, and Zach will take down Microstar.
Yeah, that is a very, very important round now. With Infused on the attack, Team Dignitas, if they can take this round, will find themselves, you know, one map away from taking the tournament, and that means that they're in a great position. But Infused, once again, if they can hold on and pick up this attacking round, it will give them a good opportunity to tie the game up once again. Of course, you have to be 2 points clear, I believe, in order to take the map. So
yeah, they call it in main event tennis mode. So you have to be 2 points clear of your opponents if it gets to 8-8. But right now we are on actually map point here for Team Dignitas. Let's find out. We're seeing where Zachabus is, but we'll find out where the attacker is. Find out Casper, as he's the one that needs to get this round for Infuse. He's going to have a very hard time there with 5 seconds left before the goal opens. He will shoot down a rocket. He gets a life taken off by MVC right now. Another one by MVC. And all of Dignitas is going to come swarming in onto Casper right now. But, oh, great shot there by Casper onto MVC. Takes out his... Oh, he takes out Zachabus as well. So 1-on-1. And it's not going to do it as the time just ran out.
The timer runs out, and Casper showing that, you know, even in that position where he was three defenders against 1 armor remaining, Casper showing that still under pressure, he can still make those clutch shots, but unfortunately the time just playing against him during the end of that, and that means that Team Dignitas now find themselves in the tied up best of three series with the first map advantage, and that means we're heading into map 2, and you know, could potentially result in tournament point.
Yeah, we are actually back on Castle Crasher. They have voted this back in. This will be potentially Team Dignitas' final map, or it could be the next map for Infuse. We're going to find out as we are going to start off. They're asking, let's see what Infuse will choose. They're going to attack or defend. They've got 3 seconds left to choose.
Yeah, and Infused obviously feel confident. This is the second time in this series that they have voted in this map, so we'll see exactly which, you know, exactly how they cope with this. Of course, they did have that very early attacking round in the last set of maps, and they unfortunately take what, oh sorry, actually Sense picked up the kill. My mistake there. Sense picks up a very nice early shot on towards MVC. And
yeah, I was just trying to show the audience and the viewers the defensive positions of Dignitas, but as you saw there, Sense had a great shot onto MVC in the early rounds, and now it's 2-on right now with Zachabus and Garpy against Sen. Sen has actually a life left, as Garpy did, 2 lives left, as Garpy did take a life off him. We have 12 seconds left before this goal opens, which will force everyone around that pole. And we'll see Sen's just waiting. He knows that someone's around that corner. Actually, no, he finds Garpy. They're both charged down Sen's now. Sen's will actually take out Garpy, but Zach will come up with the final shot of that round. And a quick early lead for Team Dignitas.
Yeah, of course, picking up that first defensive round is important, but again, you don't want to give your opponents that first attacking round because that puts you on the back foot straight away. As we mentioned, defensive rounds are a little bit easier to pick up the points on than attacking rounds, mainly because, you know, the favor is in, the advantage is in favor of the defenders very slightly. As Zachabus looking to see what he can pick up here against Infused 3-man strong lineup still. Is he going to be able to pick up an early shot, or will he end up losing some of his armor before he can get on towards that point? Looking for the third defender, picks him up off the platform. Is Zachabus able to pick up another one? Finds himself in that 3v2 advantageous position. Sen spotted halfway across the map. Zachabus lands a very nice shot through onto one of the 2 remaining defenders. It's only Sen's left alive here. Zachabus with the 1v1 picks up the Team Dignitas first attacking round of this map. That
was a great round there by Zach. He actually saw 2 of the other players on the other side of the map and actually jumped up and took out Mugstar, who favors that zoom ledge pretty much in this game, and for the defensive round as well. But yeah, they take a 2-0 lead now, and we'll see that Casper now is on the attack for Team Infused as he goes up on the side now. He does see one of Team Dignitas players. He actually shoots down a Garpy's rocket. We'll get a recharge in his laser right now. Actually bounce over the top into the middle. He's just staying there. He's just trying to bide his time, trying to see which way he's going to go. He's actually going to charge. He takes down Garpy. Garpy will actually take down, exchange a life. 2 lives left here for Casper. 1 life now for Casper, as MVC will take down another life. So 2-1 here, 1 here. Advantage Dignitas right now. As Zachabus comes in for the charge. Gold can be captured, and Zacubus will take down the final life of Casper.
Once again, Team Dignitas smelling blood in the water there, and you know, going on the aggression and putting the pressure back on towards that attacker, and managing to take down that final armor there for Infuse. And Garpy tries the wall jump, but unfortunately takes a rocket shot, so Garpy not going to be too happy that he drops an armor quite this early into the game. Using the similar pattern to what we saw Infused use on the last attacking round, using that wall jump up. Garpy trying to find any kind of angle that he can, takes another rocket from Infused, and find themselves in a good position to close out that defending round.
Yeah, unfortunately Garpy there having a bit of a messy time there, actually running to most of the rockets. But they will get the first round here for Team Infuse, so bringing back the score to 3-1 right now, as you see Microstar is on the attack. And it's just Microstar just going back. He was going to go forward, but he's going back. He's actually going to go on the top of the level. Oh, actually that's two rockets to the face on that jump. So great prediction rockets there by NVC.
Yeah, not only that, he got knocked down off that ledge that he was trying to jump onto, and that puts him significantly further from the point and has to do a lot of work to try and get back in. Unfortunately, not able to get that attacking around.
Well, hang on, it's actually gone to warm up. Zach has actually left.
Yeah, I believe there's a slight issue with the map, so these guys are, I believe we're going to get the admins over and check on the situation for this, and I know the guys are talking about the version of the map, so we'll see exactly what ends up happening here as you return to, you know, look at myself and Rams. I am Dignitas Stress, joined by Dignitas R2K. Now we are casting the Shootmania Elite Tournament from Insomnia 48, sorry, here from Telford, and hosted by Multiplay, sponsored by Nadio. So
it's hard to remember in the morning on a Saturday, isn't it?
It is, especially after we you know, all enjoyed the pub quiz and the boat race. Got to try and remember everything. So also, guys, make sure that when you are talking on you know, social media about Insomnia 48, I've been here all weekend casting. I'm not sure why exactly. I'm struggling over my words now, but make sure you're using the hashtag Insomnia 48 as well. And,
but of course, not just Shootmania. This is a finals day. Not just Shootmania is on here today. We've got League of Legends as well, which I'm sure you'll be casting soon enough. We've also got FIFA as well going on right now on the other side of the arena. We've also got CS:GO as well. And a few other games as well. I'm trying to think. TF2 was yesterday as well.
Yeah, and of
what
course
was today?
We've got the the ESET StarCraft 2 Masters.
How can I forget that one? That's the biggest one here we've got as well. So there's plenty of stuff, guys. If you're not, you know, if you don't really want to watch Shootmania and stuff, and you got other interest in other games, there's plenty more to come.
Well, who wouldn't want to watch Shootmania? We've got a great crowd here for this finals here between Team Dignitas and Infused, and I believe the guys saying they're going to keep the map score the same and go with the same attackers. So we'll see exactly where this ends up. Maybe we'll get a word from the admins and figure out exactly what is going on.
Nice.
Microstar saying into chat that it is 4-1 in favor of Team Dignitas. So the score says 0-0, guys, but it is 4-1 is what the official decision has been made. But this is an updated version of the map. Obviously, some issue with the last one. MVC takes the first shot from the game and loses an armor for it. And down to one armor now with 3 defenders available. And MVC drops that drops that attacking round to Infused. Coming out already. So 4-2. It does say 0-1. 4-2 is the score in favor of Team Dignitas. So
Microstar's favorite platform, that Zoom rail platform, Zoom laser platform, and he actually took down MVC straight away. 3 shots. It's great play by him there as we are into the attacking round of Team Infused, and it will be Sens, and he actually takes 2 lives. Wow, Zacubus actually finished him off straight away, taking all 3 lives of Sens there.
Yeah, and that puts us here at 5-2. As you can see, the guys in chat are also updating the score so the players are aware exactly of the score as this game goes on. Zacubus now on the attack. Gonna just stop to let the spam pass by over his head. Is he going to be able to find the angle that he needs to get some kind of long-range shot? Jumps up on towards that ledge on. now jumping on towards, tries the fence jump, not quite able to get it. Zachabas loses 2 armors for it, and that's the problem with going for those high-risk plays. Was looking for a good angle for himself, but made him vulnerable as he dropped down off that platform.
Yeah, we see 5-3 now, so scores are still very close, just 2 points in it between both teams. Of course, if Team Dinkers win this map, they are the champions of this tournament. If not, we are going to the third and final map if Team Infuse wins. So, but right now we see Casper is on the attack at the moment. He does dodge all the rockets from Team Dinkers as he stays around the middle. He does see one of the players on the left side, one in the middle. He tries to take down MVC, misses by 22 centimeters. Will recharge his laser by hitting Garpy's projectile and dodges all the rockets, heading to the right side right now. He's taking it slower now, so he's just trying to take his time with 10 seconds left before the goal tags. And double team by Garpy, and Zach will take down Casper. And the scores now will be 6-3.
Yeah, 6-3 in favor of Team Dignitas here, and Garpy now on the attack. Infuse need to try and recoup some of the gap between the two teams now if they look to hang on in this final best of 3 in this series.
Yep.
And now, of course, Team Dignitas with the first map in the books puts themselves very near to closing in on tournament point. Garpy is trying to find that angle. Microstar not up on that platform, and of course Microstar and Sens, the 2 defenders available, so that is kind of put Garpy off just a little bit. Of course, he's been finding Microstar up there on numerous rounds here on Castle Crasher, but Garpy just dodges that rocket shot, looking for a laser shot of his own, misses it by 10 centimeters, very close on that shot. Now Infused rush back to the point, but they find themselves now in the 3 lives against 2 defenders, and Garpy obviously very happy for picking up that attacking round.
You just see him shouting out there, he's psyching himself up. That was a great round hit by him in that round. So 7-3 to score right now with 2 points left for Team Dinkers to claim this championship. i48, and wow, complete shutdown onto Microstar, Zacharus and MVC.
8-3,
and we are actually now on championship point.
We head into championship point. You can see the mana between these guys. Infused Sens giving Garpy the good shot in game. And, obviously these guys have played each other a lot, as we said. And NVC now, it rests all on his shoulders. Can he pick up the tournament? There are still, obviously, they have a significant lead, picks up a very important first defender. Is he going to be able to pick up a second? Looking for whatever he can. Just trying to let that spam pass by Microstar back up on to that laser platform. Takes an armor off of MVC, but MVC still looking for any kind of angle that he can. Is he going to be able to find Microstar? Peeks out and actually picks another armor up. So is MVC with 1 armor going to be able to take down both defenders? Looking for whatever he can. Microstar not on that platform anymore. Sens coming around the side. MVC picks up an important shot. 1v1 on the point. Is Microstar going to be able to hold on? MVC picks up the final attacking round for Team Dignitas. And that means in the grand finals on the stage, Team Dignitas managed to pull it back after being defeated by Infused in the winner's bracket. Infused were undefeated, coming through that winner's bracket, not able to hang on to their victories, and do get shut out in the grand finals here at Insomnia 48.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Dinkster. They will take the first place prize of £600. So £200 between them, and of course Infused don't go home empty-handed. They will take the prize of £300, £100 between them. So congratulations to all players and all players who participated in the actual tournament. It's been a great tournament here at iSeries, sponsored by Nadeo as well. And yeah, it's great play. I mean, we see that coming from the loser bracket, it didn't phase Team Dinkers right there. Even though Infused were undefeated, as you said, it just didn't phase them. They knew their game plan. It was a fresh start for them this morning, and it's come out on top of them.
Yeah, but Infused, definitely you could see they were bouncing back after dropping that first series. They did start to come back with a very close first map in that second series, and all credit to Infused. I mean, Team Dignitas are a team that have a lot of experience, as A-Spec said, near 30 years cumulative of first-person shooter experience. So very, formidable team to go against. So congratulations to Infused for at least, getting to the second place and showing that they can still maintain composure. But of course, big congratulations to Team Dignitas for coming through the losers bracket after being defeated by Infused to take first place here at Insomnia 48.
Yeah, so just going to wrap things up here. So thank you to everyone on stream watching. Thank you to everyone here in the crowd who enjoyed this final. Any final shout-outs?
Oh, just congratulations to both the teams. And you saw it between the two at the end. These guys play each other very often, and you could see they were shaking hands, giving each other the good games. So great to see, you know, the sportsmanship between both teams.
Yeah, so from Stress and myself, R2K, thank you very much for watching the Shootmania. But don't really go away, because we've got a lot more coming up today. This is finals day, of course. We've got, like I said, we've got StarCraft 2, we've got League of Legends, we've got CSGO as well, which will be coming up. So guys, stick around. But for Shootmania, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Your time will come if you wait for it, if you wait for it. It's hard, believe me, I've tried, but I keep coming up short. I'm sorry, lover, I'm sorry I bring you down. Well, these days I try, and these days I tend to lie. Kinda thought it was a mystery, and then I thought it wasn't meant to be. You set yourself fantastically, congratulations, you were all alone. Your time will come if you wait for it, if you wait for it. It's hard, believe me, I've tried. Your time will come if you wait for it, if you wait for it. It's hard, believe me, I've tried. But the rain won't fall for the both of us. The sun won't shine on the both of us. Believe me when I say that I wouldn't have it any other Your time will come if you wait for it, if you wait for it. It's hard, believe me, I've tried, but I won't wait much longer, 'cause these walls start crashing down. Oh, I won't wait much longer, 'cause these walls start crashing down, and I keep coming up short. Can you stay up for the weekend and blame God for looking too old? Can you find all that you stand for has been replaced with millions of gold? You cannot train yourself to notice, to feel pain and swallow fear. But can you stay up for the weekend till next year? God, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. God, I can't do this. I can't do this. God, I can't do this. God, I can't do this. Can't do this. God, I can't do this anymore. Can't do this. God, I can't do this. Can't do this. God, I can't do this.
second one should be, and third one actually will be up shortly, but no units to deny.
Oh, and we just have a single Marauder. The turret is about to complete. The DT in the main is just hanging around. Actually have the turret up and a bunch of Marines already. And it looks like, oh, the scan is going to miss the Dark Templar. So Crank still hiding around with one DT, but the turrets are up and there is army in both bases. And I actually want to iterate a point that you had last game, Todd. Information through aggression. Imagine if Sting hadn't seen this Dark Shrine there when he was going for that drop, he wouldn't have started those turrets so early, and he wouldn't have kept some of the army back as well. So really good point you made there.
Yeah, but it was really Crank's mistake not to have a probe out on the map or proxy the pylon earlier. Seriously, if he had sent DTs as the Dark Shrine finished, he could have done so much damage. He might have won the game instantly because Sting wasn't ready for this. And Crank right now is trying to come back in this game with some Colossus play. He's getting the robotics bay. He's adding on a lot of extra gates. But I think we're going to see a very aggressive Sting here because he knows he's ahead. I mean, he's only killed 2 probes earlier, but now the Dark Templars, they didn't do any single damage to his economy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The number of workers killed, I mean, it's 2-1 this game so far. Definitely no significant damage done from either side. And Sting is going to be coming in with yet another drop. We have one in the natural at the moment, another medevac in the main. Oh, he's going to leave a couple of Marines behind there. It does actually get fended off very quickly, so not time to coincide at the same time. And this drop in the main is being put down in a corner. Oh, and Crank does see it. He can see it.
I think he's going to use Photon Overcharge and bring back a couple stalkers. We have the cannon that should buy some time for Crank where those Marines to move into the middle line. He's going to go for a pylon, pick up and leave. Nice choice here, not over committing. And Photon Overcharge was actually used.
Yeah, it was. I mean, as the army was starting to get back now, I'm a little bit surprised, but fair enough. A second forge going down now for Crank and a backup pylon there as well, because that pylon in the main base looking a little bit lonely at the moment.
And you know, Crank, he still has the War Prism just right above the main of Sting. It's ready to warp a couple units, and just as I say that, I think he's going to send in a couple Zealots most likely, because he knows there is a turret in the middle line. Okay, he goes for the one Dark Templar. He's going to go for a depot.
And Dark Templar and a Warp Prism for Depot, guys. You've seen it here first. It looks like the Warp Prism is about to go down. That Viking will take care of that. And the Supply Depot is definitely deader than dead.
Crank moves out here, he gets caught out of position, he has no force fields left!
Oh no!
He has a Photon Overcharge just ready at this time, and there's just so much army for Sting.
He needs to be very careful. Good positioning, warping in those Zealots to try and act as a front line there. He will be able to push us back for now in conjunction with the Photon Overcharge. That Colossus doing so much DPS, one he got close, and Sting's going to have to wait for that overcharge to... Oh no, he's not! But now there's a second Colossus here from Crank, and I think Sting doesn't really want to go back in.
And Crank is in a weird position. I mean, he's lost some economy. He's down to 48 probes to 57 SCVs. He's been proxying pylons. He's on a lot of gates. He's getting Colossus to stack. He knows that his opponent most likely doesn't have Vikings yet. We might see a big timing being hit by him, but he's still making a couple probes.
Oh, another drop going, picking off the Twilight Council here. He might try and get the Dark Shrine as well. No, he's going to pick up and leave. Very nice pickup there from Sting. He's actually making 3 supply depots at the moment. He's been stuck on 110 for a little while now, but he's constantly doing damage with these drops, and that's what counts.
I think Sting realizes that there is a lot of Colossi on the field. He's going to go for the second starport. He wants to get a lot of Vikings to deal with those. He's about to hit 1-1 on his Bioforce. Crank is already 1-1. He started 2-2. He has a choice. He can go for a timing where he has 2-2 and he gets maybe a bunch of Archons from those Dark Templars and some Zealots to tank, or he can try and take a third, but Sting being dropping everywhere.
And that was actually such a close timing on that Twilight Council as well, of course, because he just started 2-2 when the Twilight Council was picked off, so he could continue with that. If he hadn't started that yet, the pickup would be huge. Oh, and he might be going back for the Forges now. You're absolutely right. Double drop into the main base. We have Zealots, though. He spots that it's there. Can he get an army back in time? No, it's actually at his third base. Crank's army is out of position. The Zealots are not going to be enough here. He has a DT coming in as well, so might force a scan. And, okay, I think this warp in should be able to hold him off long enough. But the army's still at the third. He's not really moving much.
Yeah, Sting didn't lose much here. He was able to kill a lot of units. He's going to drop in the third, but the army is ready.
Exactly. So that's why he was relying purely on warp-ins. He wasn't sending the entire army back because he knows the medevacs can just hop over to the third and force the cancel of the Nexus.
Oh, and we're going to have a big timing here by Sting. He has no plan to take a turn in this game. He's pulling SCVs. Crank trying to take a third right now. He's trying to get a Templar Archives and most likely some Templars, but he's not going to have time to do this. And Actually, this is very nice for Crank. He has a Dark Templar in the middle of the map. He saw this entire army. I think he might have been able to see a couple SCVs as well.
He didn't see the SCVs. He didn't see the SCVs. It died just before the SCVs came into vision of that watchtower.
So
on his vision.
he cancels the Nexus anyway. He realizes there is too much. So he's going to just stay in his expansion. He needs a couple Archons here to hold. Zealot and Archons. He can make those from Dark Templars. He's getting charged. He's getting +2 attack. He's going to be 2-2 before the fight begins. He needs Photon Overcharge as well, which he uses immediately.
2-2 completes now. Photon Overcharge. The SCVs actually mainly going into the mineral line. They're actually trying to attack a... oh no, one of the cannons at the moment, so they're tanking a minimal amount against these Zealots here. That is not what Sting would have wanted at the start of this engagement. The Vikings picking apart the Colossi. There are some Stalkers left, but the Bio Army from Sting, there's a lot of it still on the ramp. No Archons here. The Zealots have disappeared, and now he's going to try and turn around and fight again, but the army is targeting the Stalkers down. That's where the DPS from Crank lies, and Sting at a 30 supply advantage. DT's being warped in now as well. I don't think it's going to quite be enough.
And great micro here by Sting, moving in there, sniping all of the Stalkers one by one. Crank had no reaction to this. If Sting had been fighting the Zealots here, Crank would have held, comfortably kill all those units and be in a good position. But he lost all of his Stalkers. That was such a costly loss. Crank behind this he was actually getting another Colossi, but I think he just cancelled it. Another Colossus.
Oh, it's because he's going straight for another Nexus now as well. He still has
he wants to get Templars.
Yeah. Definitely.
He does not have the gas for everything right now. He's trying to get Storm, and his Mothership Core, actually, he saved it very nicely. You should not be using it in fights at this point in the game, because he's just going to die instantly. So he used the Photon Overcharge, he sent it back above his ramp, where his robotics facility is, and he's getting 2 extra gates here. If he can get up to a couple Templars with Storm, he might be able to hold, but there's just so much army supply here for Sting. 80-40.
Yeah, this is so difficult. Round number 2 coming in now, and Sting going straight for the Nexus, picking off the cannon there. And what can Crank do? He has to engage if he doesn't want this base to go down. But more SCVs coming in. Great first Storm, but he needs to follow it up with some action on the ground. The second Storm only catching a couple of units here. Third Storm pushing some of the army back too. The Zealots, are they going to be enough? Only 3 or 4 of them left. The army is on such low health from Sting, but the 3 medevacs survive, and Crank's supply is whistling.
Yeah, Sting is going to start a step against the Zealots and Archons, but yeah, the Archons, I mean, they just want to slap this entire Bioforce. They're going to be left alone. They need Zealots to tank for them. And the second Nexus is actually very low. Need points. We have Vikings landing in the main of Crank. They sniped a couple units. Sting might be able to finish Crank here.
Oh no, the Archons are being sent up to attack the Vikings. Is this Bio Army going to be able to clean up here? A couple of Zealots trying to delay them a little bit. The Vikings are going to go down, and now the Archons are back in the natural expansion, but the Zealots have gone. He needs a couple more to tank this. Here we go, a Dark Templar there to try and do some damage as well, and just about holding Sting off, but he did successfully get the Nexus.
Yeah, he got the Ninja Nexus. Sting, actually, he made a command center, the third command center in the midst of all this. He's going to fly it to a third base. He could actually fly his main command center somewhere else, because, I mean, there's no minerals left in his main. He does not need gas. He's on 1,000 already. Another engagement.
Oh, and this is looking a little bit better this time. A Storm available, and those 2 Archons doing a lot of damage. He could potentially pick up those medevacs if he's not careful as well, but needs to deal with those Marauders at this moment in time. Both of them still alive. One of them almost on no shields. Needs to pull them back. Good timing there. Oh, is he going to lose them? Oh, so close up the ramp. And yes, he loses one. The second one, not a lot of shields, and some probes actually in the way right now. But Sting doesn't have enough units to capitalize.
And Crank, he needs to transfer probes, more probes to his third Nexus, but Sting, he keeps on attacking. He's relentless with those attacks, and Crank never had the opportunity to transfer enough probes to his third to capitalize on it, on this third Nexus. Sting, he wants to finish now. Although he's getting Ghost in the meantime, he has a third. He wants to keep applying pressure. He does not want the Protoss to reach a critical mass. Big Storm hits this Bioforce and those Medivacs. Still, he's going to continue start stepping here, but those Medivacs are actually very low hit points here.
Yeah, that's a huge Storm there, forcing as well with that Dark Templar a scan. But the thing is, Sting does have some money in the bank at the moment, and this remaining army is now uncontested. Crank down to 40 hit points. 40 supply rather, 35 and falling. GG. This relentless aggression from Sting wins him the game and the series.
Yeah,
wow.
Very well done.
And Crank was so close, like, he basically held that off for the longest possible time in that game, only falling at the final hurdle. Such a difficult position
and
to be
again, if Sting hadn't been attacking the whole time, now Crank would have had enough room to make things happen. He could have transferred probes to his third. He would have had a good enough economy to keep on making Colossus and Templars, and he might have done a lot better.
It's a very difficult position to be in. I think Sting, with his aggression there, I mean, there were a couple of times where we thought, oh, hang on a second, actually Crank might be able to win this engagement, but it's also quite difficult for Sting as well. At what point, especially when he saw the two Archons, at what point, if you're attacking in, do you go, oh, hang on, I might be overextending here? Because if you do that and you overextend once and you lose the, for example, the medevacs, which take a lot of gas to reproduce, you can find yourself in a very difficult position, but that didn't happen to Sting in that game.
Yeah, I think the point you're talking about will be if Protoss will have Blink Stalkers, say about 10 of them, he would have Templars, and a big, very, very big army, in which case you cannot really get away from this because your Bioforce is too slow. If you pick up in the medivacs, your opponent can blink ahead, snipe those medivacs. So now that could not really happen the entire game. And Sting did not want to let this happen. That's why he kept pressuring. He did not want to, for Crank to have enough time to make this army I just talked about. So that's why he kept pressuring, and in the end it was enough.
Very, very well played there. So Sting taking out Crank 3-0 in the round of 12 here, which means he moves on to the quarterfinals. Guys, we're going to be taking a break now on the stream and getting the next best of 5 set up for you. The brackets are coming along nicely. We actually see that... let's take a quick look at the brackets actually, because there was another game being played at the same time as this one.
Johnny Reiko won 3-0 against Night End.
Wow, very well played there from Johnny Rico. 3-0 against Night End. That's an impressive result, and he sets himself up against Hero Marine. And what about on our end of the bracket? Let's take a look. Snoot.
Snoot will face Hazy Orbs, TLO will face Baby Knight.
That's going to be an
Marine,
excellent
Johnny
match.
Reiko, and Red versus Sting.
So the round of 8 is decided now.
Yeah.
Very, very exciting.
And I think I will personally insist that we show a TLO game, because
TLO
yesterday we
Baby
didn't
Night,
see
that's
any
gonna
of
be
him.
sick. I think the stream obviously really wanted as well. I would love to check out TLO Baby Night, so no doubt we'll be checking that out just a bit. Yes, I even have thumbs up from the admins over there in the back. TLO Baby Night will be streamed, guys. Don't worry, we're going to see a TLO game. Very, very exciting one as well. But I think Lillian and Maddles are going to be casting the next best of 5 here on stream. So I'm Jarasar. I've been joined by Todd here. We've done the round of 12. Next up, we're going to go into the first quarterfinal after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the ESET UK Masters. I'm Maddles, with me Lurlian, and we're going in to the first quarter-final.
Yep, we're going to be getting started here. The first quarterfinals of this i48 is on the way, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the lobby for Aquiline Wastes, and we're going to be tuning into FX Open's Baby Knight facing off against Liquid, TLO, Protoss versus Zerg. We've seen a lot of PvZ this tournament, so we know what to expect. We know what they're probably going to be trying to do. Let's see how it's all going to be playing out. The countdown has begun, Manos.
It has. We are prepared. Are you prepared?
I'm prepared.
I'm prepared. I'm glad we're all prepared. Are you prepared at home? I hope you are.
Hope you are. TLO, of course, doing really well in his group, finishing first place and qualifying himself directly for the quarterfinals. Here we are in Aquiline Wastes. Let's get into the game.
So, this is a good map. It's a really big map. That's the first thing we really need to notice. These two have been talking so much in the lobby chat.
Yeah, they were.
They're probably not going to shut up for about 5 minutes now, which is fine. It's their prerogative to do so. But Lurlian, would you like to do the honors? Introduce them for us.
I would love to do so. In the bottom left spawning position, we've got, playing for Team Liquid, the blue Zerg player. It is the little one. And in the top left spawn position on this beautiful yellow map, Aquiline Wastes, we've got the red Protoss player. It's FXO's Baby Knight.
Indeed, we do. So, in terms of strategy we are likely to see from these two, as we said, as we previously mentioned, TLO has been doing an absolutely sensational job so far in this tournament. Did he actually drop a map in the group play yesterday?
Yeah, I believe he did drop a map or two. I'm actually going to be checking that right now. Yes, he did lose 3 maps. He did go 5-0 in his group. So
he was the only person to... No, him and Hero Marine and Ret were the only people to actually go 5-0. So they are probably the favourites now at the moment. I know all the TL players are doing really solid, to be honest, and they're just chilled out.
Yeah, TLO did lose a map against Hasselhoffs in the group stages, so he has lost against Protoss in this tournament. So maybe Baby Knight has seen that game and has seen the way where Hasselhoffs was able to beat TLO in games and might be using that strategy to his advantage. But let's get into this game. Baby Knight not going to be opening with a Forge, and I really feel like the gateway openers are becoming more and more popular. We've definitely seen more gateway openers versus Zerg than we have seen Forge expansion builds.
Yeah, it's one of those things which can be very effective. Baby Knight is a massive fan of this, and I've seen him doing on ladder so much. He just favours it ultimately due to the fact it allows him to put on some pressure. He likes using the mothership core, and it allows him to transition into a lot of things. You can go very economical out of it, taking a quick third, because you've gained map dominance, you've forced a lot of units, you've got a Zerg player a bit frustrated and annoyed. They're not going to be able to just mass up to go for a big, say, 11-minute push. Then what you can do is take the third. Alternatively, you can transition into just a lot of aggression. You can get out additional gateways. You can get out a Stargate if you want to. You can get out a Robo. Everything is still on the cards, and that makes it difficult for a Zerg. And the one thing I really think that many people don't realize is even if this push with just, say, a Zealot, it's going to be 2 Zealots now, even if it doesn't kill a drone, it will make TLO... well, he has to make Zerglings to defend this. And if he's made Zerglings, he's going to have a lower drone count. And he's got units which are effectively useless going into the later stages, because he's going to have a wall off, he's going to have a cannon, you can't do anything.
Yeah, we have seen Baby Knight do this before in the group stages yesterday. He makes 2 Zealots, gets the mothership core, and he pressures with that, which is a little bit different from what we see a lot of other Protoss players do. They like to get a Zealot, a Stalker, a mothership core, maybe even a second Stalker, and pressure with that, because the Stalkers, when they come out, there's not going to be any kind of speed, they can micro pretty well, but Baby Knight really favoring the way of the 2 Zealots.
And this is, well, as you said, the Zealot Stalker is something that you can see. 2 Zealots just means it forces more lings, because once you start getting up a greater number of Zealots, especially if they get in a good position, backs against the wall, they can tank incredible amounts of damage, kill a lot of Zerglings, and already we're seeing TLO being forced to make more lings. He's only got 2 more out at the moment. The Queens are going to do quite a good job. And I like the way Baby Knight just checks for the third, making sure that's not coming down, because that could potentially be a nice, easy pick-off. And TLO's reaction's fine. He doesn't want that quick third. He didn't blindly make it at, say, 4 minutes, because Baby Knight is only just getting his natural nexus now.
Yeah, this is really typical TLO playstyle here. He doesn't grab his third super early versus Protoss anymore, as we see the first 2 Zealots starting to harass the Queens a little bit. That one Queen is becoming dangerously low. I think one of them is at least going to fall. A Time Warp goes down to help take out that one Queen. The second Queen is getting really low on HP. Might be able to get another one. Nice pick off there. And 2 Queens have gone down. The mothership core is even going to stay alive. Wow, that was some really effective harassment there by Baby Knight, taking out 2 Queens at the cost of only 2 Zealots.
Now, the lucky thing for TLO is he did have 2 spares, so he can keep injecting. That's, if he didn't have an injecting queen in one of those hatches, it would have knocked him a lot further back. But in terms of what's lost, behind this Baby Knight, he's still pumping out probes. He's still got his natural nexus just about to complete, and he's going into a Stargate. And I think that Stargate is a wise choice on this map because there's a lot of dead space around the main. It'll be interesting to see whether he gets an Oracle or whether he favors, say, Phoenix just to pick off Overlords around the map and just to really try and get some pickups and do a nice little bit of damage.
Yeah, it's probably going to be an Oracle follow-up. That's really what we've seen out of Protoss players in this tournament. And I want to talk about TLO's build a little bit more. I've been watching a lot of his stream. I've been seeing his games at this event, obviously. And he's been doing this against Protoss a lot. He doesn't grab an early third base. He grabs 4 queens really quickly and then starts mining gas and really delays his third quite a bit, as we can really see in this game right now. Of course, delaying the third is going to be reactive for a big part because he did lose 2 queens early on and has to play a little bit more careful because in a normal situation... Ooh, wow. Talk
this
about
is
not a normal situation.
Yeah, this is perfect. He's going for a Roachling all-in. Pretty much, that's what he's got. He's got 3 gas, that's straight away the indicator. He's also got Zergling Speed nearly finished up. He's got 11 roaches coming. So the roaches will start going over. Then he'll use the next injects worth of lava, which are just popping now, to make a whole ton of lings. There we go, just as I thought. And against what Baby Knight's done, this could be a very, very quick first game because there's only 1 Oracle out, a second on its way. There are a few gateways and a few sentries, but there's basically Baby Knight hasn't noticed this coming, and therefore he's not going to have enough units.
He's got no DPS out whatsoever. He's got 2 Zealots.
Oh my goodness,
and
his
a few
mothership
sentries.
core's on the other side of the map as well.
Oh,
but no, he sees it! He sees it! The mothership core scouts a couple of the roaches coming across. This is really, really critical. Now he should go into, not a panic mode, but he should know precisely what's coming. He should warp into some more sentries, ready to get more force fields. He may even potentially want to throw down a cannon, but here we go. The roaches, the Zerglings are starting to push up. There's the force field he needs, but those sentries taking a bit of damage.
He lost 1 sentry there who's blocking the entrance. That's a big loss. You need every sentry you can possibly get in this kind of situation. Baby Knight now constructing a cannon, but that cannon is late. The wall falls, and there's no force field. That, of course, was really late. No force field on the bottom either. The sentries are getting surrounded here, and oh my god, TLO is going to be pushing in there. This is not looking good for Baby Knight, who's also in the supply block. The first Void Ray is about to come out, but I think it's going to be too little, too late for the Danish player here.
Yeah, as he said, the problem is that sentry got taken out, and the mothership core on the other side of the map means no photon overcharge. Still, it's desperately trying to get back, because that would really help some DPS. The Void Ray is now in play. It's doing a little bit of damage, but GG, well played, and there was nothing Baby Knight could do. He was so far out of position with that mothership core that ultimately he can't photon overcharge. His force fields were late, and I'm actually a bit surprised he didn't chuck the cannon down sooner.
I'm also surprised he didn't keep his oracles at home to defend. He actually sent them over to TLO's base and tried to do as much damage to the economy of TLO as possible. But those oracles could have been useful in the defense. I mean, they kill lings really quickly, not as good against roaches. They could have been used in the defense for sure.
They could have been, but ultimately, that was the cannon. The reason I reckon it should have gone earlier is because Baby Knight saw with his mothership core that there was a couple of roaches and lings with speed on its way. That should have identified it. So these two are ready. I believe TLO is ready.
If AD means ready, he is ready.
I'm not quite sure what AD means.
TLO's going, my typing is bugged. That's not a good thing.
Yep, but anyway, we'll sort that out, and we will sort everything out. That was an interesting first game. TLO, maybe that's why he went for it. Maybe his keyboard wasn't working properly in the game, and he was just like, well, I'll only use the R key. That will make it work for me.
RZ, 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 Z, 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 and a few injects every now and then. TLO really playing that well, but we have to criticize Baby Knight a little bit. Having his mothership core all the way on the other side of the map, trying to spot that third base that wasn't there. He wasn't home in time to do the photon overcharge. He missed a few forest fields. He let a lot of lings in, and things really snowballed from there. I mean, he had like 20 lings in his natural, 10 in his main base, and he couldn't possibly hope to defend with only 1 gateway worth of production. Looks like TLO is now ready. His problems have been fixed, Maddles. The countdown has begun. We're going to be going into Game 2 between Liquid TLO and FXO's Baby Knight. Cloud Kingdom is going to be the map.
It's a good map. It's one of my favorite maps over. Only one better, in my opinion, is Daybreak. That's a bit more solid, but it's got a lot of things that can be utilized. And again, this is one of these maps where actually the third base for a Zerg, it's easy to take, but it can be difficult to hold just due to the way force fields between the hatchery and the cliff really isn't a big distance. It takes 3 force fields, and that's why back in Wings of Liberty, the Immortal Sentry all-in was very, very effective. So that has been tried so far. It was tried against a game against Tefl, so maybe that will play in. We'll wait to see. But, yep, would you like to introduce these two players, Lolian?
I would love to, as they are making some bromance in the chat. Good luck, have fun, handsome. Good luck, have fun, cutie pie coming out. These two players obviously, you know, coming along very well with each other, having a lot of fun at this tournament.
They've heard our bromance on stream, and they were like, we want in on that. We've made it work. We've spread the love.
We spread the bromance all around, guys. Let's get into this game. The top right spawn position here. We've got our blue Protoss player playing for FX Open. It's Baby Knight. And all the way on the other side of the map, playing in the red colors of the Zerg race today, playing for Team Liquid. It is Liquid's TLO.
Now, just one other point on that bromance. There's one person here who definitely can tell us a bit about a mad bromance. Mr. Joros, a little reference to IEM there, but yeah, as we go now, the scout coming down from Baby Knight, just nice and early on, and the reason for this is he just wants to make sure things are going to plan, and he sees the spawning pool, he knows what's happening, and really, this is all, it's nothing too out of the ordinary, it wasn't anything too soon, so that's fine. Meanwhile, the pylon, this could still actually be a Forge Fast expansion. Some Protoss players favour putting on the high ground, so it's a bit safer. No, I've seen it done quite a few times, you still just build it across.
Okay.
You can do it. It's interesting, and judging by the fact that Baby Knight is rallying back, we'll wait to see. But it could also be just for, I don't think it'll be the one gate because it's in a weird place. He's going to go Nexus first. It's, yeah, told you.
You said it was going to be a Forge expand.
Well, a Forge expand in the sense that it's going to be a quick expansion. Like, he'll get a Forge down after this.
It's okay. Yeah, you're right. He's going to probably build a Forge there. We'll have to, really, if he wants to keep safe. Yep, there he goes. He's going to build the Forge. I'm really curious why he built the pylon on the high ground. Maybe if TLO would have gone for like something crazy like hatchery first, he could have dropped down a gateway and done some, you know, some pressure. We have seen Baby Knight go for 10 gates and build a lot of zealots and pressure with that, but he's not going to do that against TLO. He's actually just going to be playing it safe. Getting a Nexus first, getting a Forge, will be starting his gateway in a second, and just doing his wall up a little bit less conventional.
Yeah,
is that a full wall? No, I believe there's a small gap.
Yeah, there's a small gap there, but he'll just fill that in with a probe. Yep. There it goes. There goes Mr. Probe. It's all good. So basically, now things are looking fairly equal at the moment, and yeah, I don't think either player has anything to worry about. They're going to be going into the mid game a lot more comfortably, and there goes the third for TLO, just as we would expect.
And he sees it. There was that weakened probe with 5 HP left on it and 5 shields, was able to see the third base go down. So this is more of a typical game of PvZ. A little bit of a Wings of Liberty game, one might say. Safer play out of Baby Knight. He played really aggressive in last game and it really cost him. He didn't have a cannon back at home. He didn't have enough defenses. His mothership core was all the way on the other side of the map, and that really got punished by TLO hardcore. TLO really reacting well to what his opponent was doing. And this is going to be, like I said, a bit of a Wings of Liberty game. 2 gas being taken in the main base by Baby Knight. I'm not really feeling the Stargate opener in this game. Might just see a Robo, might see a Twilight Council. I
think the Robo is a lot more likely, to be honest, and the reason for that is it's a good map for it, and we will see once the cybernetics core is finished. Also putting out the cyber core up on the high ground, that is a way to be very, very safe. It means that if a similar build that we saw in game 1, if TLO was going for that big push through, which he obviously isn't due to the third hatchery, it just means that it's less easy to pick off and he's got a better idea of holding it. So we're keeping an eye out now for what TLO's wanted to do. Also what Baby Knight gets, now he's got that cyber core done. He's going to have to reveal his tech. Is currently only on 2 gas though. Which it's early, he won't take his spot, but I'm keeping an eye on that because whether he gets 3, 4 gas and when he takes them.
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep an eye on the gas timings for Baby Knight. He's now getting his mothership core out at a more normal time, which really indicates that he does not want to be super aggressive early on. We don't see a +1 armor or a +1 attack coming out of the Forge, so definitely no timing attacks in the work by Baby Knight. I think he's going to be playing the macro game too, and he does that so well. He is such a consistent player, always plays the macro game, and never really chooses to go for the all-in option, even though there might be a good opportunity. Yep. We always see Baby Knight macro, macro, macro. Did I just lose 20 probes? That's okay, I'll just rebuild 20 probes.
Now, I like the Stalker choice because obviously in game 1 it was the double zealot, and this is going to allow him to do a little bit of damage. And following on from this, actually, still there isn't much going down. There's just the 3rd and 4th gas on its way. No reveal of what sort of tech paths he's going to take. The mothership core on its way. 14 lings being forced here. That is a big reaction to what is only 1 Stalker.
Yeah, that's a really big reaction coming out of TLO here, but he can of course use the lings in the mid game. In the late game he is going to cancel an extractor there in reaction to this kind of pressure. Well, he didn't really see this coming apparently. TLO researching numeralized carapace for his overlords, of course, going to enable them to scout what Baby Knight is going to be doing, but it's not done yet. A lot of those links are now going to be showing up. Are we going to see the recall? Is there enough energy? No, there's not enough energy. 5 energy missing off that mothership core, so he's not going to be able to recall those 2 Stalkers home.
Lerlin, what Baby Knight is trying to do is take a quick third. He's walling off at his natural just to make sure that nothing can come up that ramp. But with so many lings on the field, this is a bit problematic. That pylon can get taken out. It's not covered by the cannon. And this on itself is going to be really, really annoying.
It is. He needs to keep that cannon alive, but the pylon's going to go down. So even if the cannon finishes, it's not going to have any power. Force is going to go down trying to save that pylon, but it does go down. That's going to be a little bit annoying for Baby Knight. His whole plan is going to be, disrupted here by the large amount of Zerglings that was created by TLO. So those lings were not in vain. They defended, they killed 2 Stalkers, and they're doing really good counter damage, preventing that third.
Yeah, he's picking these units off. He's picking off the photon cannon now. There is the Robo and Twilight Council behind this, so Baby Knight having to adjust what he's doing. It's not what he was planning. The only reason you get this wall off here is if you were trying to take that fast third, which is a bit of the meta game at the moment. If you put on a little bit of pressure, you can take a quick third. It keeps you ahead. It forces a 4th out of the Zerg, and that's awkward. But TLO, he's looking solid. He's getting the Spire. Mutas on this map I really like, especially considering the fact that Baby Knight is trying to take that quick third, which is very evident. If you get Mutas out, you can harass into the natural. You can also jump between the main and third base very comfortably, which means Stalkers have a difficult job trying to hold everything off. It will force some cannons, and with the Mutalisk health regeneration, it can become very, very problematic, especially once the number of mutas gets up to 20 plus.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Baby Knight to deal with that. It's difficult for any Protoss player to deal with Mutalisk play, especially for myself. I always, all in when I expect mutas coming. That's how I roll, but that's not what Baby Knight's going to be doing. He's getting Blink, he's getting +2, and we should be seeing a Templar Archive out of him sometime soon. He is going to be scouting with an Observer right now, has no idea what TLO is doing so far. Of course, he has not seen any Roaches, he has seen a lot of Zerglings, and the usual, follow-up to a lot of Zerglings and no Roaches is going to be that Mutalisk play, and the Observer will be able to confirm that in a second, because well, actually not going into the main base just yet, but there's the hallucinated Phoenix. We'll be seeing the Spire is about to finish, and Baby Knight's going to be feeling quite alright about that.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling fine because he's got Blink coming up, as we can see, and with Blink, now the double Stargate, he's going to go, I reckon, double Phoenix production now, and really shut it down hard.
Yeah, double Phoenix production, that's really the only thing he can do. It would be very weird to see like double Void Ray production.
I like making these obvious calls because if nothing else, it means the stream chat can flame me for it.
Yeah, well, of course the Phoenix production going to come out. Funny to see, is he going to go get that Fleet Beacon? Is he going to get the Onion Pulse Crystals to help him with his micro against the Mutalisks? How heavily is TLO going to invest into the Mutas? Looks like he's going to be doing it really heavily because he's getting a second Spire, Maddles. He is going to be getting double upgrades for his Mutas. So we're going to see TLO play Mutalisks in a mid-game and continue it for a long time because he wouldn't be getting a second Spire if he didn't want to continue it for a long while.
And the problem is those Phoenix are coming out. We've got the +1 air weapons getting researched, and this basically just means that Baby Knight, he scouted it at a good point, and he's reacted to it very strongly, predicting TLO was going to commit heavily. And now he's doing that, then, well, really...
There's the Fleet Beacon, by the way.
Yeah, no, the Fleet Beacon's coming down. So TLO, even if he transitions out of this, say, into trying to go Broodlord, for example, the Fleet Beacon's there, Tempests can come out and just destroy everything, but currently the Mutas are trying to come in, and as we can see, the Blink Stalkers and the Phoenix scaring them back for the time being.
Yeah, Baby Knight has the perfect defense here. A really good time in the first 2 Phoenix showing up just as he needed them. Now 4 Phoenix out on the field. We do see some, actually that's just, there was a lot of blinking stuff on my screen in the main base of TLO. I was like, what's happening? Just hallucinated Phoenix while the Mutalists are trying to kill some probes at the third base of Baby Knight. They managed to kill 4 this entire game. Baby Knight's still looking good.
Yeah, he's looking fine. There's 15 Mutalists out on the field, but there's already 6 Phoenix, 2 at a time coming out. There's also the range upgrade getting researched. That's gonna... They already outrange Mutas, but with that they get a 4 range advantage, which is absolutely huge, makes micro pretty simple. But TLO, he's got his 4th base up. He's also getting the double air upgrades, 2 carapace, 1 attack, and he's getting down some Corruptors, those Corruptors directly in response to the Phoenix. He's going completely for air superiority, but look at this, Templar Archives coming down, and this is a really gateway-heavy army, and a couple of High Templar in with Skytoss is really, really strong.
It is, it is. I would say the Templar Archive is a little bit late. I would have liked to see that Storm a little while earlier because there's a lot of Zerglings, and of course Storm really good against Zerglings. Here come the Mutas and the Corruptors. They're actually going to commit here. There is a cannon, and of course Onion Pulse Crystals is about to finish up in about 10 seconds. That's going to help out greatly. The Phoenix trying to deal damage, but they are attacking the Corruptors. The Mutas in the back are all still alive, and they are doing amazing damage. And Zealots holding the front very nicely against the Zerglings, though.
Yeah, the Corruptors, they're stopping the Phoenix from being able to engage those Mutas, which is oh so critical. Force fields are okay, but they're about to wear out. And as we're seeing, the Phoenix desperately trying to micro through this. They are picking up a good number of Mutas, but the Corruptors just one-shotting them. That is really potent. Lings now are in the middle line, and what we're seeing is a good amount of damage getting done here. TLO being forced to pull back. He killed 17 workers so far this game, and is ahead by 23.
That was definitely a very, very, very good win for TLO there. He still has most of his Corruptors alive. Baby Knight really not expecting any kind of Corruptor presence there. If he would have expected the Corruptors, he would have made 2-3 Void Rays. They could have powered up, they could have focused down the Corruptors really quickly, and then the Phoenix could have dealt with the Mutas a lot easier. But as is, those Corruptors were amazing in that fight, and they made such a big difference. There was only 5 or 6 Corruptors, and they made all the difference in the world.
It was such a good reaction from TLO. The second he saw those Phoenix in the first push-in, just immediately getting on the Corruptors. That's what you want to do. That's what makes it work. And now, really, TLO, he's double expanding. He's playing perfectly. I'm just going to say it. Everything he's doing is right at the moment. This double expansion, he's got map control granted by the high movement speed army and the Mutas and the Lings, and that's forcing Baby Knight to stay back and defend, so he can't possibly try and attack.
No, he cannot, and TLO's going to be attacking again. His Corruptors, of course, still standing strong. They didn't even lose a single one there. Overlord goes down. Has to be so careful with the Phoenix. Oh, he does get a Muta there. That's a cool little pick-off. He's going to get a Overseer for free, too. Has to be careful, though. Those Corruptors still looking very, very scary. Only 5 of them, but they are able to force those Phoenix away, even though they're double the numbers of the Corruptors. Yeah,
it's... Again, what I really want to be seeing now from Baby Knight is he's got to go for some counter-aggression. We see that those are single Zealot attacking down the bottom left, but here we go. We've got Yellow going in. He's got a lot of Zerglings there. The Phoenix are doing quite nicely. Corruptors not engaging quite yet. Pushing forward. Need to take those out. The Phoenix now attacking the Corruptors, which is less than ideal, but they can't micro because they will start taking some shots, which allows me to push in. But for the moment, Baby Knight holding. The Photon Overcharge doing an awful lot, and he's actually going to try and secure his score.
Yeah, Photon Overcharge was really well used there. There was a cannon there helping out a big deal. Has Baby Knight overextended, though? His Phoenix are starting to go down. The Corruptors are all died, but 3 new fresh ones just come in. 4 of them now around. This is such a back and forth game. TLO up in supply about 20, which is normal in this kind of a situation, but Baby Knight really needs a 4th base because TLO is expanding all over the place. Gonna be on 6 bases in just a second. Baby Knight needs to secure that 4th. He cannot afford to lose that.
Even with that 4th coming out, though, ultimately, let's face it, TLO, he is up on 6 bases to 4. It's always going to be good for him, and he's just got to work out how he's going to transition. And as we can see now, he's getting out Hydras, and that's an interesting choice, but it's a really good little tech switch, I think.
I feel you're right. Hydra's going to be an interesting tech choice to be switching into because we don't really have any AoE splash damage, do we? Did we ever have Storm researched? I don't think we did we?
If we take a look, no, it hasn't.
That's peculiar, to say the least. I mean, he's got no AoE damage apart from a few Archons.
That is...
How many times have you seen a Protoss win a game without any AoE whatsoever in the late game? It's always either Colossi or
Especially
Storms
with Hydras.
or
Hydras do so much DPS, and the only way to take them out effective is either with Colossi or those Storms, as you said. So without those, if a good number of Hydras come out, it can be tough. Now, these 3 Zealots are picking off the base at the top left, and I'm not sure. TLO needs to kind of abandon that, in my opinion. He needs to get out more units. He can't hold it without taking bad engagement. So already we see these Phoenix doing a nice amount of damage.
Yeah, he needs his Hydras with his main army right now. Oh, Mutalisks, don't get ahead of yourself. A lot of the Mutalisks got a lot of fire there from the Phoenix. Has to be so careful. The Phoenix really doing a good job. They have 4 range over the Mutalisks. So it's going to be so easy for them to kill.
You can kite that fairly comfortably. So basically, Baby Knight, let's recap what's happened. TLO had a great self-contain on his opponent, where he had such good map presence, such good dominance there, that he was able to force Baby Knight to stay back to defend. He then took a double expansion, but Baby Knight, he punched out of that 3-base self-contain, took his 4th, and is now actually looking to stabilize.
Yeah, he is stabilizing. Oh, we're going to see a big fight in the middle here. Is TLO caught out of position here? Not really sure. There's not that many Zealots tanking at the front, but there are a few Archons there dealing some nice splash damage. The Phoenix starting to die up, only 3 left, but so are the Mutalisks and the Hydras in the back. Now taking some fire by the Zealots. The Zealots are melting, though. It is Archon Stalker versus Hydras. The Hydras are going to bite the dust here. This was definitely a win for Baby Knight, keeping a few of his Archons alive, keeping a few of his Phoenix alive, whereas all the Mutalisks have died off.
Yeah, all of the Mutas. Oh, drones, no, where are you going? They got lost. They didn't get the memo. They're running. They wanted to fight. They wanted to fight, and it didn't really work out for them. But unfortunate for TLO there. Luckily for him, though, he does still have 67 out, but he is now behind in the worker count, which isn't the greatest thing. as a Zerg player.
No. He's in trouble, man. He's
He
in
is.
big trouble. He's got a few swarm hosts. He's got upgrades on the way. He has his hive, but he has no hive tech yet. He's on Ling.
As you say
Hydra.
that, the Ultras come out. The Ultra list comes to get started.
Yeah.
Just as you say it. And I feel like if TLO had got that out when he first finished his hive, he could have had some Ultras and could have really dealt well with this army. Really well, because there's only a couple of Stalkers there, especially if he got a couple of Infestors in there, because he's got an Infestation pit, and he's now,
look at that.
as I say that, he starts Infestors. Just saying.
So, but are they going to be in time? Look like TLO is going to do a nice move here, send some Zerglings into the third, send some Zerglings into the fourth to delay the attack of Baby Knight. But Baby Knight is already in the fifth base of TLO in the bottom right, dealing damage. But here come the Lynx. They're going to be, well, actually not be doing too much because there's 2 cannons, some Stalkers, and an Archon there. The Mothership Core is there to help defend the third base of Baby Knight. The probes are going to be pulled, so TLO is doing a decent job focusing different bases and forcing Baby Knight to spread his attention.
Yeah, he's trying to pick up a couple of workers, but if we look at the workers' kill tab, 25 to 27, incredibly equal there. And actually, the worker count itself, 69 probes, 71 growth. But look at this, into the fourth base of TLO now. In comes the Protoss player. Where is TLO's army? It's nowhere to be seen. The Infestors running forward. One gets sniped off, some good fungals, hitting them back, but with no support. No support at all. Those Infestors dead. Ultra's trying to come out, a couple of Vipers as well, but the Hive is on the high ground, doing some nice damage, but as you can see, the fourth base is now down. TLO is really in a lot of trouble.
He is. He's on 136 supply. Already lost his fifth. Already lost his fourth. And Baby Knight knows that. He's just going to be like, okay, I'm going to go back. You probably have a big wave of reinforcements incoming, and he does. TLO has some Ultras coming out, but I don't think it's going to be another Phoenix come in. Lift a lot of the Hydras. The Ultras are going to come in one by one, and they will die one by one. GG gets called by the Liquid player, and Baby Knight takes the first game in the series.
That was TLO. The reason that happened is because TLO, he had a very maneuverable, agile army. That allows you to gain map control, but doesn't do that well in head-on engagements, especially as a Protoss player is able to adapt to it. So the way you combat that is you use that to take a lot of bases. TLO did that, well done TLO. But then the follow-up is you have to tech hard and get some power units to put the nail in the coffin.
Yep.
Because he didn't do that, once the soft contain was broken, which was only going to be a matter of time, basically Baby Knight was sitting there in a position where he could happily move out, take a fourth, start attacking, start getting those Zealot warpins, and as a result of that, TLO just got behind. He didn't have the money for the tech switch into Ultras in the end to get its sizable number out, and due to that, Baby Knight just overpowered him over time.
Yep, that's what happened. The mutas were not able to do any harassment damage either. That's something you're really relying on to get at least like 10 probe kills as a Zerg player. Because if the Protoss loses no probes, has the correct response ready, and Baby Knight did. He had Blink about to finish up, he had +2 finished up, and he was already, you know, immediately got the double Stargate down and had a few Phoenix out by the time the mutalist hit. So the Protoss player was really ready for TLO when he came, and absolutely no harassment damage done by the mutas. That's a little bit of a problem. But we are going to be heading into the next game. The series is, of course, tied up. We're going to be going into your favorite map battles. It's going to be Daybreak for the next game.
I love Daybreak. So we're loaded up and in. So let me introduce these two players to you all. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for turning up. I hope you're enjoying these games. Let's hear the cheers on who you like. Okay, so in the lower left position, we have the blue Protoss player from Team FX Open. It is Baby Knight. And up in the top right, we have TLO leading the game with a lag out.
Yeah, look. GG.
GG.
Looks like we've got a bit of a disconnect issue going on here, ladies and gentlemen. TLO, disconnected from the game there. Quick lag out and then disconnect.
Yep.
So probably some tech issues happening over in the other hall. We're sitting in Hall 1. I believe Hall 2 is where the ESET player area is and where TLO is sitting and playing his games versus a Baby Knight. So we're going to be recreating the game.
We'll go to a quick break and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, guys.
Stay tuned, everyone.
Going to be Welcome back here to i48. I'm Lurleen. With me is Maddles. We had a bit of a tech issue there. We are getting ready to jump into the game again. Of course, TLO versus Baby Knight. Game number 3 is coming up. Baby Knight was able to tie up the series in a nice macro game there. TLO won the first game with Roach Ling aggression and Roach Ling all in, one might say. Baby Knight not quite able to defend against that. And that ended really quickly. The second game was a lot better, ended a lot later.
It was a lot quicker.
A lot longer game the second one was, and it was a lot closer. It was a very interesting game to see those Corruptors coming out and the Phoenix. The battles were really interesting. No Storm, no Colossi coming out of Baby Knight, which is a bit of a different style to see. I mean, so many Protoss players always prefer to get Colossi and Storm out because it can help them so much. But Baby Knight, he chose to invest all his money in units, in Archons, in Phoenix, and he was able to win the game with that. He had some really good engagement, some good defense against the Mutas, good defense against the attacks on his third base, even defended the harassment that TLO was throwing at him really well. Let's see how he's going to be doing into game number 3. We are now loading into it. We are actually all in the lobby. Everyone's ready. Game has been started.
Countdown is going, so of course, while we're waiting for this to go, remember, you can check out all the latest at ESET UK Masters on Twitter. I know we're doing some more giveaways on there. We've got stuff going on. Yeah. There's actually a competition at the moment that if someone finds you and takes a picture with you, they get a copy of Heart of the Swarm for free. And I don't mean to point it out, but he's there. He's there, everyone.
Yeah, it's funny, you know, the ESET people are like, yeah, we'll do this competition where if someone takes a picture with Lurleen, they'll get a free copy of Heart of the Swarm. And nobody took a picture with me, so I'm sure when I'm done casting the series, there's going to be some nerds running up to me and wanting to take a picture because they could win a Heart of the Swarm copy.
Yeah, that is always a good thing. So I'm going to introduce these two players straight away, get into this. Hopefully no one drops this time. In the lower left position, from Team FX Open, currently 1-1, it is Baby Knight. And his opponent in the top right, from Team Liquid, of course, all of Liquid players have made it through to the final stages. It is TLO.
Yeah, looking very strong in this entire tournament. Did just lose a macro game against Baby Knight, so Baby Knight showing that he can definitely challenge the Zerg player and give him a run for his money. But you pointed it out, Matt, as all the Liquid players that attended the event were able to make it through you know, the group stages, the BYOC qualifiers, if they played in that, and they're all in the quarterfinals right now. It is so sick. We have 3 quarterfinal games, 4 in total, obviously, and in 3 of the 4, we have a Liquid Zerg. How crazy is that?
It is. It is awesome for them.
It is.
It is awesome for them.
Snoot, Brett, TLO. I'm really thinking we're going to see at least one of them in the finals.
Well, we almost certainly will. It'll be pretty tough. I know the game we're doing after this, I believe, is Johnny Rico versus Hero Marines.
Yes,
so
it is.
That's immediately following this series, but for the time being, nothing going untoward. As far as I can see, we've got the spawning pool coming down at the moment for TLO. He should get his hatchery shortly. He's out at the 16 supply. Baby Knight, he's just doing a little dance with that drone. Having a nice time.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to block that. It's been a while since we've seen this, really. Usually, it doesn't really happen anymore in the current meta game. We sometimes see the pylon block still going down. Especially Baby Knight is a player who still loves to drop that pylon and keep it there. Sometimes he drops down the pylon, goes for a 10 gate, and then tries to delay that expansion as long as humanly possible. But he's done that in the earlier rounds. He's not done that in the later rounds as much. Feels like he's more playing a safe style. He's going to be Forge expanding again. It worked out really well for him in the last series, in the last game, I should say. So why not try and go for that again?
Yeah, if it works, don't change it.
If it works, don't change it. Never change a winning team. Talking about a winning team, I'm going to be giving away some 12-month subscriptions to the ESET antivirus software that we're promoting here at iSeries. So make sure you follow me on Twitter. Follow Maddles on Twitter too, at MaddlesSC2 and at Lurleen. And I'm going to be giving away some 12-month subscriptions, which is, you know, it's really good. Some amazing antivirus software. And there's a tweet out there. You can retweet it. And I'm going to be giving away 2 or 3 keys, actually. I promised to give one away after game 1, but these games are coming out so quickly, Maddles.
They are coming out incredibly quickly, which doesn't leave us much time. I know I've been trying to say hi to some of the people in the stream chat, so thank you all for tuning in. It's brilliant to have you here. Now, back to this game for the moment. And the reason we're going to be off topic is because things are going as standard as they can be. We've got a third base just about to come out for TLO at a very normal time. We had the quick Nexus out of Baby Knight. He's getting his 2 gas down at a perfectly reasonable time, getting his Cybercore as well. It's hard to predict what they're going to be going for, because I'd say it's probably not going to be a Stargate out of Baby Knight. I'm not feeling that at all. I'm feeling... I want to say that it's going to be some kind of heavy gateway pressure into the third with the Mothership core.
Could be. We do have the +1 researching Manos, and that's a big hint. That's a really big hint. That's different from what we saw in last game. Last game, the upgrades came a little bit later, so this could definitely be some kind of all-in. We do have 2 workers on each gas in the main base for Baby Knight, which is also different from what we saw last time. And we see a Zealot coming out, which is also different from last game. So basically what I'm trying to say, Baby Knight's playing an entirely different game.
I like the way Baby Knight actually walls off. He's done this every time on Daybreak.
It looks so weird, though.
It just makes it really, really long. He tries to do it, and the reason it's actually quite effective is because if you put the blocking Zealot at the back next to the cannon, it actually means that only a couple of Zerglings can get in, and it's really very, very difficult to push through that. It's quite secure. Now, as we're seeing, the third base up for TLO, the second Zealot on its way, so this is what we saw in Game 1, and it didn't really do anything.
No, it didn't. It didn't. Let's see what it's going to be doing now. 3 additional gateways on the way. Only 3. This is really an old school. Ah, there it is. I was going to say, is he actually going to go for 4-gate Zealot pressure? That is really old school. But no, it's going to be additional gateways added on. So it's going to be a 6-gate here. Only 2 gases taken. So definitely a heavy commitment here. The Overlord out of TLO has peeked in there, or will peek in there, and see that the additional gases have not been taken at the natural.
Look at this. 5 gates.
Yep, and look at that Overlord.
The Overlord is coming in. Is he going to be able to see everything? I think he's going to. That Overlord sees precisely what's coming down, and I did say that this is what I was feeling. There was going to be big gateway pressure into the third base, and the reason I thought this is what Baby Knight would do is it's a good map to do it, because with the Mothership core, I'm expecting a lot of Stalkers, to be fair, because...
Oh my god, this pylon is so close,
I know.
Manos.
I can't believe TLO doesn't know it's there, but he's pumping some
Now he
roaches.
knows.
Yeah, now he knows. And suddenly there's straight away a ton of roaches. But if he gets a good number of Stalkers, with the Mothership core there, he can micro the Stalkers very effectively against the roaches. Should he get surrounded by Lings, he mass recalls. But no, he's going for the Zealots.
Yeah, the first warp in pretty much has to be Zealots to really secure your position, but he could have definitely used a few more Stalkers in that composition. He has 300 gas, so the next warp in is going to be pure Stalkers. The roaches pop out, they're trying to focus down one Stalker, they will be able to get one. The Mothership core throws down the time warp, and that's not good for those roaches. They're going to be going down. The Queen is going to be going down. This is not looking good for the Liquid player at all. He's getting Burrow, but that Burrow is going to be very late to this party.
Yeah, that Burrow is not going to be too useful. And as we see now, the Zealots is doing a good job of really stopping the roaches from being able to even attack the Stalkers, which is precisely what Baby Knight wants. He's dealing good damage. This hatchery looking pretty much like it's going to go down.
Yeah, this hatchery is forfeit. The roaches are going to go in and snipe another Stalker. Liquid TLO not quite giving up yet, but he's only losing 4 roaches and 4 Zerglings. And there's so many Stalkers and Zealots here. And even as they pop out, the roaches get surrounded and immediately die. TLO knows it. GG.
Well, I'm feeling pretty happy because that's what I said was going to happen. We've got a lot of clapping coming out from back there. Clearly a Baby Knight fan. Clearly a Baby Knight fan.
Yeah, production is a Baby Knight fan. I'm sure there's more TLO fans out there on the stream and in our audience here. Let's see how the Liquid player is going to be taking care of Baby Knight in the next game. An old map and an old strategy. That's something we talked about a lot yesterday, and I talked about that with Jurazar. On the old maps, being Daybreak and Cloud Kingdom, we tend to see more old school strategies, whereas on the new maps we can see some swarm hosts, we can see some new units come out, some real Heart of the Swarm games. And this was really a prime example. Old map, old style, old school win for Protoss.
It is an old style, but the Mothership core really aids it. And the reason it's so strong is because if it all goes pear-shaped, you mass recall, and then you really don't have to worry. And it's a nice build. It's not too risky. You don't have to overcommit to it. And as we saw there, if it works, it wins you the game.
Yeah, you're right. But you have to basically kill at least 10 to 20 workers or kill the third, because he doesn't have anything behind that. He has no +2, he has no Twilight Council, no Robo, no additional gas at his expansion. So you don't have to undervalue the amount of all-in that really was. I mean, of course, you can recall, you can save your entire army if things go bad, but you have no follow-up to that at all. Anyway, we're in our next game, Maddles. Baby Knight leading 2-1. How is TLO going to handle this next game? What is Baby Knight going to be playing on this map? It's another old school map.
It is. I have some good predictions of what he may be throwing out, but why don't you go ahead, introduce these two, and then we'll get into the serious business.
Into the serious business we will be going, guys. In the bottom right spawn position, we've got the blue Danish Protoss player playing for FX Open, the European division. It is Baby Knight. And in the top right spawn position, as one fan is enthusiastically clapping for the blue Protoss. In the top right, it is Team Liquid's player. He is in a bit of a difficult situation right now. He is down a game. He could get eliminated here if he's not careful. It is Liquid's TLO.
Okay, there was a lot of people cheering for TLO there.
A lot, like 3.
A lot. We're at the side stage, by the way, everyone. So we'll be on the main stage later on. And we actually are on the main stage as well. There's people over there. We're being restreamed, so that is all good. But yeah, basically, in terms of opening, Entomb Valley in vertical spawn positions does favour the Protoss a bit.
Yeah, this actually, it is luckily not horizontal.
Yep, horizontal is broken as broken can be.
Yeah, that would be even worse for Zerg, because he would have to expand towards the Protoss player in this situation. That would be absolutely horrible. Luckily, that's not what's happening. Baby Knight is going to be playing a different style again. He lost game 1 playing Gateway Expand, and he won the next 2 games playing a Forge build. So he's going back to the style he tried in game 1. He is up a game. He can afford to take some risks. Maybe he's going to play a very aggressive style again, like he did in game 1.
Yeah, we've got a actual hacked first out of TLO.
Yeah, he loves to do that versus Protoss.
It's a really bold move, and it's going to pay off for him this game because there isn't a Forge first. But if there was a Forge first, you're just opening yourself up to be cannon rushed.
Yeah,
that's generally why Zerg players don't do it.
It is true. Cannon rushing is still possible. TLO has been consistently opening with hatchery first on ladder, but in this tournament I have not seen him do it as often. So this is really an indication that TLO might feel that he's on the ropes a little bit, takes a bit of a risk. He doesn't know what his opponent's doing. It could be a Forge Expand, but a Forge Expand is less likely on this map because of the big ramp.
Yeah, that's the trouble. Basically, if Baby Knight wanted to go for the fast expansion on this map, you have 2 ways of doing it. Some Protoss players just go and try and wall off this massively long ramp. Others just use the vertical position between the actual ramp to the main and just go directly vertical. And that is an interesting wall off, but it's still very, very long. So I think Baby Knight feels that it's safer just to get a couple of units out, go for that Mothership Core, double Zealot aggression. He's done pretty much every game so far. Well, every game but 1. 2 games. There's only been 3 games, so every game but 1. Oh yeah, he did. You're right. I take it back. Anyway, so what we've got now is basically a situation where TLO, he should be fine to defend this. His spawning pool is finished. He's got 2 Zerglings out, so they need to actually go and scout and see that this is coming. But he shouldn't have worried too much. Baby Knight just running that Zealot and checking for the 3rd, just as he should, because ultimately, if TLO had blindly gone for a quick 3rd, it would have been down by now at 4 minutes 30.
Yeah, it would have. The Overlord has seen the Nexus go down. The Overlord poked in there and was like, oh, there's no expansion here, that's weird. And then he poked back in and was like, oh, the expansion's there, I'm good. There's no 4-gate or any kind of really weird stuff coming my way. But it is the standard 2 Zealot Mothership Core pressure coming in here, and the next 2 Queens on ladder. This is a repeat of the first game, really, where Baby Knight also pushed in and was able to kill 2 Queens, and he might be able to do the same again. Has to be careful. His Mothership Core is getting really low. Does not want to lose that. The Zealots are getting trapped here. Nice micro by TLO, pulling his drones to make sure his Queen stays alive. But is it going to be enough? Is that Queen going to live? It's on very low HP, but so is the Mothership Core, and TLO comes out victorious, but does end up losing a few Zerglings. Actually, not a single worker killed there, Metals. That was a good defense. Really good defense. Keeping the Queen up important as well. TLO does have 3 Queens, though, so if he had lost it, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. But behind this Baby Knight, he's got his Nexus nearly complete. He's getting the Forge down now and the Gateway. Just getting that wall off, making sure that he is a bit safer from any counter-aggression. But TLO not planning on doing that, just pumping out as many drones as he can. Yeah, so not as successful of an harassment as we've seen in the first game out of Baby Knight. What is TLO going to do, though? He was able to win the first game in an exact repeat of this game, basically. I mean, Baby Knight is doing the exact same build. Forge, double Gateway, and a Stargate. And he wasn't ready for the Rocheling all-in that Liquid TLO was throwing at him, but 4 gases out of TLO. Yeah, 4 gases in the game where he went for that Rocheling all-in. He got the 3 gases down, so... Yep. But then, having said that, he does have speed on its way. I'm feeling Mutilisks. Yeah, me too. He's getting an early relative... Ah, well, there is the Roach Warren. Yeah, there is the Roach Warren. Maybe Baby Knight. Maybe. God. This is the sort of thing where it's difficult to tell, because you can go for this sort of all-in with the 4th gas and still put on a lot of pressure. And it would be a good time to put on pressure for Baby Knight, for TLO rather, because Baby Knight's getting the Oracle out. But that just means that he can't go in head-up engagements that well. No, this is too late. This is not going to be a Roach-ling on it. No, it's not going to hit in time. And he's also getting the Infestation pick done. So basically now he's probably going to go Swarm Hosts. That would be really cool. Would love to see some Swarm Hosts coming out. He's first going to have to defend against the first Oracle that we currently see. Actually, no, that's an hallucinated Phoenix. The first Oracle is about to pop out of the Stargate right now. The hallucinated Phoenix is going to be able to see everything, sees the Spore Crawler, sees the Roach Warren, and even gets to see that beautiful Infestation Pit morphing, and sees the attempt at a third base with the Mothership Core. What the hell are you doing there, Mothership Core? That's a risky maneuver out of Baby Knight, sending his Mothership Core that far out on the map. We'll see. Did he see that? Yes, he did see the third base in a weird position.
Yeah, a little bit of mind games there, but once it's been scouted, this is a really vulnerable position to put it in.
It is very vulnerable.
But ultimately, TLO is only up against some Oracle harassment, so nothing too much to push in, just a couple of sentries, 2 Zealots, and that Mothership Core on its way over. The first Swarm Host is on its way, though, and Swarm Hosts, you need a good number of them for it to be at all effective.
Yeah, one is not really that effective. We see the Enduring Locust also coming in. Here come the Oracles at the right side of the map as the third base is getting pressured. This is very well played by Baby Knight. He's going to be focusing down a Queen, but there are some confusions. There is a third Queen on the high ground, not quite able to get into the action. One Oracle very low on HP. It's going to try to engage with one of the Queens. In the meantime, the base has been forced to cancel or got killed off. The Roaches in the meantime attacking. Action all around the map. These Roaches are going to do a lot of damage. Baby Knight not paying attention, doesn't drop the force field, and the Roaches kill that sentry.
Yeah, that sentry going down is a massive problem right now for Baby Knight. The cannon is also getting focused, and there's just nothing here to defend. A Warpaint of Stalkers is coming through.
Oh, nice force fields. Gets the force fields. Oh, he traps them. Very well played there by Baby Knight. These Roaches are not going to be able to do much. They will kill a sentry, maybe, Baby?
No, the sentry gets pulled back. Good play by Baby Knight still. And just really, these force fields were absolutely perfect. Just what Baby Knight needed after losing one. The Oracles did get a couple of kills. 5 workers are dead, and that actually puts Baby Knight ahead by 8.
Yeah, Baby Knight in a really good position right now. TLO is still on 2 bases. He's got Enduring Locusts about to finish up. Of course, going to make those Locusts a lot more powerful. The Swarm Host is going to be spawning their first round of Locusts right now and start assaulting the Protoss base. Baby Knight's not really ready for this yet.
No, he is not prepared for it. The Swarm Hosts are just going to... They're relentless. And the reason he's not prepared for this is because while he's got a Void Ray and the... Oh, the Observer! This is a bit of an issue because suddenly there is no Overseer for TLO here. And he needs that in order to pick off the Observer. And really his only anti-air is that one Queen.
Yeah, the Queen, there was an Infestor there, but it didn't have enough energy for a Fungal. And a Fungal and a single Queen would not have been able to beat a charged up Void Ray. And that Void Ray, of course, did use that prismatic alignment.
Lurlian, look at this, mass cannons being chucked down. Baby Knight knows he's in a bit of problems. And the reason he's in problems against Swarm Host is because he doesn't have a Colossus. Without the Colossi, you do not have the splash damage. Without the High Templar, you do not have the Storms.
Oh, Swarm Host, where are you going?
Swarm Host drawn, go home. Go home, Swarm Host. But yes, the point is, without Splash, you can't deal with the Locust, and they're free, they can just keep coming. The Queens pushing back that Void Ray, and really, the one thing I'd say with this composition is, without any Hydras or without any Corruptors, what is ultimately TLO's anti-air? It's just those Queens.
Yeah, those Queens. That's it.
It's okay at the moment, but there's, well, only a handful of them, and there's more and more Void Rays on the way through.
He is moving a Spore Crawler forward. That Spore is going to be helping out a little bit, of course. The Locust now going to be working away at. What are they going to be working away at? They're going to try to get a cannon kill here as Baby Knight trying to buy as much time as possible. He's getting a third base. He's getting Colossi out. Every second that passes, TLO gets into more trouble.
Yeah, and wave after wave of these Locusts are just allowing TLO to be more and more cost effective. He's trying to knock down that pylon, does manage to get it. The first Colossus has just popped. Extended Thermal Lance, though, is still a good 50 seconds away from completion. He needs that oh so badly. And now he's just starting to work away at the Locust, but upgrade-wise, TLO, he has nothing. So that's the one area that perhaps he could have improved upon. But now, just relentless wave upon wave now. And while this third is trying to come down for Baby Knight, these Lings are going to shut it down and force a counter.
I don't think they will.
Don't you think they will?
No, I don't think they will. He cannot really commit there. I mean, the Colossi will just walk over there and kill them. The next wave of Locusts wasn't ready yet, so those Zerglings would have probably died. The Locust now going into the third base. TLO knows he has no third of his own, and he has to find some way to prevent Baby Knight from taking a third, because he's already in a difficult position, 2 base, 2 base. If it goes 3 base Protoss against 2 base Zerg, that becomes nearly unwinnable. Yeah,
in come the Lings now. They are just going to do a little bit of extra damage. The Nexus is going to be in some problems, but the 2 Colossi are there. They're not attacking down yet, but all the Locusts have died. The Zerglings were cleaned out. Baby Knight looks to be stabilizing, but in we come now to the natural base. The gateway unpowered, but look at how many cannons there are, Lurlian.
There's a lot of cannons in position there. The Colossi standing there, double Colossi production coming out. Thermal Lance has finished up. Oh, nice Fungal here on the Void Rays, but not any Fungal to follow it up. Not the DPS out of the Queens. The Queens have a lot of energy. They can go and, of course, transfuse each other to help deal with the Void Rays. So many Colossi coming out on the field. The 4th one is now popping. They have +1. There's 4 of them. They have Thermal Lance. This is difficult for TLO.
It is difficult for him, but the thing is he's got 20 swarm hosts out on the field. That is a huge number, able to deal an awful lot of damage relentlessly. And the Colossi are pinned back. TLO's doing the right thing, pushing into both bases.
Is he going to get the third there? So close. Locust trying to snipe the third.
He's got it.
Getting it. That is a really important thing of there for TLO. Needed that to be able to stay in this game, and he probably needs an own third base pretty soon.
Yeah, he needs to get his own third, or he needs to do some good damage. But for the moment, he's just getting Vipers out. He's actually gone Hive Tech on just 2 base. So that is a bold move in itself. But those Vipers, the abducts are going to be oh so important. And as we saw there, a single Oracle was taken out at the natural base of TLO. But Baby Knight, he's just having to sit back. He can't break this without considerably more units.
No, some more Locusts coming into the third. Might force a cancel in. No, the Colossi are in range, and they should be able to clean this up. Liquid TLO, and he's keeping it up. He now has 2 Vipers.
There's the abduct. Absolutely money abduct there. And he needs to get another one, though. One of the Vipers with the energy nearly died. That is not what TLO wants.
No, he still has 1 Viper with enough energy. Is going to be consuming one of his Evo chambers who have been placed at the front. Look at those Locusts going in.
Look at that
Another
abduct. Absolutely
abduct
brilliant.
Out of the Liquid player. Very well done, but there's still 5 Colossi on the field.
Yeah, these Colossi are desperate to try and make something work, but what Baby Knight really needs is to try and break this, and I just don't think he's going to be able to. TLO streaming wave upon wave of Locusts, and he's getting more Vipers out behind this. He's got a lot of Queens on the field as well, ready for those transfuses. He's got the Evolution Chamber there for the Consume to get more energy, but TLO is completely all in. He's got no additional expansion
the Locusts at the third once more, Maddles.
Yeah, they are.
Is undefended, and once again the third going to go down. Baby Knight is investing so much in his third base, and it keeps on getting killed. Here comes Baby Knight, though. He's had enough. He wants to break this.
He wants to break it, but there was a good abduct going down there. The single Colossus was taken out very early on. Where is the Observer? That is the important thing. And if it is over the army, then it's absolutely fine, because the Swarm host can get detected. But with the single Overseer there, with the Queens, if it snipes off suddenly, Baby Knight just can't break it. He's only got a single detector.
Abduct is ready. Here they come again. 2 abductions going down. The Colossi getting sworn into the Locust, and 2 of them go down. Oh, only 1 falls.
Really?
He needs more energy for more abducts. Those Colossi are starting to work their way through the defenses of Liquid's TLO. Is he going to be able to do it?
We'll wait and see. There goes down a Blinding Cloud. The Locusts do manage to get Colossus. The Wanderers are slightly too far forward, but as we're saying, yet again, Baby Knight forced back for the time being. We've got yet more Swarm hosts in production, more Infestants in production. The Vipers consuming as fast as they can these Evolution Chambers, but these abducts so far from TLO have been ace.
Baby Knight is starting to mine now. His third base is not up. He's not long distance mining. Another beautiful abduct. That Colossus is definitely dead. He is doing a wonderful job. Another one getting abducted. Baby Knight, he's down 40 to 50 supply right now. Even though they've been 2 base versus 2 base, TLO makes it work with the super cost-effective Swarm host. If you look at the resources lost at, I mean the units lost at, it is insane. Yeah, it is insane.
It is insanely cost-effective going Swarm host, especially in this sort of number, and the Colossi count is getting lower and lower. Baby Knight hasn't got the gas to sustain this. He cannot resupply as much as he'd want. This game is all but over. TLO has got his third up. He's mining from it. And just look at this. There's just so many Swarm.
Yeah, he's got this.
He's in such an ace position. Baby Knight now under 100 supply, and that's usually the nail in the coffin when you're at about 20 minutes.
Yeah, Baby Knight tried to break TLO's position, but wasn't able to kill a single Swarm host. He killed a few, what did he kill? A few Queens, maybe a Spinecrawler or 2. He killed an Evolution Chamber that was there, but he wasn't able to really make a dent in any of the Vipers. Another beautiful abduction gonna be happening. Man, these Vipers are really
GG, well
kidnappers.
played.
GG, well played. Wow, 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 wow.
And
wow.
that got applause from the entire audience. That was TLO's abducts there were absolutely fantastic, and I think that's what's really made the difference there. Until that point, with that many Colossi, you were able to keep taking out the Locusts as they come again and again and again. But the second the abducts come in and they get taken out, on only 2 bases, there was not enough gas to keep making those units that were required. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a very, very quick break, because we've seen in chat there's been some issues with the microphones. We're going to sort those out. We will literally be a minute or 2. Stay tuned, everyone. I'm Maddles, with me Lurlian. This is ESET UK Masters. See you in a sec.
Guys, welcome back to i48. We're here with the ESET UK Masters. We're going into the ace match of the first quarterfinals here. The score is completely tied up 2-2, and everything's on the line for this game. The winner of the next game is going to advance. We've seen some really funny lobby chat actually happening.
We have.
It was a lot of fun. Baby Night was like, you don't have that thing from the campaign, right, where you allow your swarm host to teleport underground?
It is. That was so OP. I told you, like, because that was that one mission on Brutal you couldn't complete. I was like, get deep tunneling for your swarm host, and it becomes easy peasy.
Well, I would like to tell you, Medals, that I had no problems with that mission, even though I didn't use that upgrade.
Even though you didn't use that.
I just improved my Zerg level a little bit. I must be at least gold, man. I'm so good at Zerg.
I'm gold at Zerg. Whoa. No, I did Brutal first time. I didn't think it was hard enough. Make it harder, Blizzard. I want super Brutal mode.
Oh, you're so cool, Medals. I wish I was like you. Anyway, let's get into this game. In the top right spawn position here on the beautiful Protoss-themed Star Station, it is the FX Open player hailing from Denmark. Of course, now sitting in the other hall, it is FX Open's Baby Knight. And in the bottom left spawn position, we've got his challenger playing for Team Liquid, tying the series up 2-2 in the last game with an amazing 2-base Swarm Host play. Is going to be going Swarm Host again? We'll have to see. It is Liquid's TLO.
Now, the one thing I'd like to say is these two are both playing really well. I think TLO is just objectively a bit better at the moment in this series. He just, especially in some of the earlier games, he was really doing everything right. But then he kind of threw game one. It should have been going better for him. And he took the double expansion, couldn't hold it, didn't transition into the power units late game, such as Ultras or Broodlords or something like that. And that's where he lost it. But Star Station, arguably even in forced cross spawns, taking a third can be a little bit difficult.
It can be. We're going to have to see how things are going to be working out, of course. It is that big map. It is a difficult third to take. Where are you going to take that third? How are you going to take it? It is forced cross-spawn positions. Luckily, we're not going to get into those awkward positions where they spawn in horizontal or vertical positions. I still think we should have entombed forced cross too, because that makes for a little bit of better games. Maybe something to do for the next I series. So far, though, Baby Knight is opening with the gateway again, and I'm fully expecting him to be going for the exact same build again.
Yeah, he likes this. We've spoken about it in the series. We don't want to do it to death, but it's a good opening. You can put pressure on, and you can expand behind it. So, yeah, it's all fine. TLO, what would you go for on this map if you were in TLO's position?
Well, he's going for a hatch first again. That's definitely worth noting. But he knows Baby Knight prefers his opener with the gateway. And of course, gateway openers are a lot more difficult to punish a hatchery first, especially on a big map like this. It's pretty much impossible to really punish a hatch first with, you know, a normal timed gateway. It's actually impossible. So really good job there by TLO. Going to be grabbing himself a little advantage. The hatchery first going to be granting him a small economic advantage over the regular 14 or 15 pool opener.
Yeah, it's a bit more economic, as you say. We've also got, for example, the fact that neither of these players want to take too much of a risk. That's the problem, because if you do something too risky and you lose to it in a tournament where there's £10,000 of prizes on the line, you're going to be kicking yourself, without a doubt.
Definitely. Okay, let's see what this Zealot is going to be able to achieve. It's on attack move. It is not joking around. It wants to kill some Zerglings, maybe even kill those queens again. TLO opening what I'm expecting to be the same way, the style where he plays with 4 queens. He was able to use those queens so well in the mid-game battles where he was assaulting the base of Baby Knight. He had those queens there for the transfusions. He was able to transfuse spine crawlers that could be consumed by the Vipers. He could transfuse his Vipers. He could transfuse the queens to be able to deal with the Void Rays and the Oracles that were present. Those queens are useful in so many ways. Hopefully TLO will be able to keep all his 4 queens alive, because we have seen him lose a lot of queens to the Zealot Mothership Core harassment that Baby Knight is going to be launching once more.
Indeed, you are completely correct, Lurlian. The other thing that is really important for TLO is he just send the Overlord in, scout it out the Nexus is down, so knows this isn't some kind of all-in, which is really important for him. It will stop him overreacting to the aggression, but he should be fairly aware of what's coming, because basically Baby Knight's done this in a lot of the games and is well known for doing it.
There's the 3rd queen. That's exactly what he needed. The Mothership Core is going to go in the main base, but there is another queen there. Has to be so careful. TLO should be attacking the Mothership Core with his queen, but looks like Baby Knight just realizes in time he has to get the hell out of there, because this is not going well for him. TLO really dealing with that well, not losing much of anything. Actually, he lost nothing. 2 Zealots killed for absolutely no damage done in return.
No damage done in return. That is not the sort of opening that you really want as Baby Knight. But what he did do is he forced quite a few lings, so I guess that means that TLO's drone count is slightly lower. than it would have been otherwise if there was no aggression. But likewise, Baby Knight committed a bit less economically by going for this aggression, so he's slightly lower on the probe count than he would have been at this spot. But currently chrono boosting both Nexus in order to just ramp that up. TLO needs to look to take a third at some time in the future, unless he's going to go for another 2-base play, which he has been successful with so far in this series.
Well, if he's going to do that again, we're going to see the infestation pit in a second. He dropped the infestation pit while the Roach Warren was about halfway to 75% done. Is he going to do it? He is on 3 gases. He could definitely go for it.
3 gases identical to what he did in game 1, I believe.
That's true. Could be a Roach-Ling all-in.
Could be Roach-Ling all-in. The Roach one just finishing up. Metabolic Boost is also well on its way. There should be 10 Roaches following up very shortly, but the difference here is the third hatch has come down.
Yeah, so maybe he's trying to fake the aggression that he's done in game 1, where he was able to win straight off the bat. Baby Knight. Oh, he cancels the hatch. It was
that,
just
I was just about to say, I thought it'd be a mind game because the Mothership core was there. So now, as far as Baby Knight's aware, the TLO, he's going for an expansion. He's just going straight up, going to go for a macro game. But behind this, 8 Roaches are just popping out. Speed 4 Lings is about 20 seconds away, and therefore this is going to be a problem. The hallucinated Phoenix is going to come in. It sees that the hatch was cancelled, and Baby Knight is now going to know exactly what's coming up. He needs to build some more cannons.
He needs to go back. What are those sentries doing in the middle of the map? Baby Knight, what the hell are you doing? Those sentries need to run back ASAP. No, 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 no. What is he doing? Those sentries.
The Lings have gone into the main base as well, and this is just a bit of a problem. Suddenly Baby Knight is going to be losing probes. The Lings in there are going to be very, very problematic, and you can't base trade with sentries. It just doesn't work.
What the hell is happening in this game? The Roaches and the sentries just pass each other in the middle of the map. Now Baby Knight realizes, but it is way too late. Here come a lot of Zerglings and a Roach. Are they going to be able to deal with these sentries here?
Well, he's going to try and force field. He's going to force field, because if anything can save him, it's force fields in his mind. And unfortunately, it's not looking good for Baby Knight now. TLO, he has got a lot of Roaches out of the wall off. He's knocking out the cannons. Some force fields are going to go down. There are a lot of gateways. 1 gate, not a warp gate. Now just morphing. That's the sort of mistake you don't want in this high-pressure situation. And all in all, it looks like, has Baby Knight actually managed to hold this?
Yes, he has. He recalled at the perfect time there. Got most of his sentries out, had enough defenses, good warp in by Baby Knight. He does have a lot of gateways to be working with. He kind of blind countered what TLO was doing. He has 7 gateways. That's exactly what he needs. And TLO needs to realize that they were both going for an all-in. He can transition out of this, and that's exactly what he's doing. Dropping down the infestation pit, getting upgrades, and probably going to expand to a 3rd soon, because they were both going for an all-in, and that can make for really awkward games, as we've just seen.
The thing is, Baby Knight, he's in an ace position. I do believe that he has 7 warp gates out. That is so much.
Gonna tell Aunt Mary about Uncle John. He claimed he has a misery, but he having a lot of fun. Oh, baby. Yes, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. Well, long, tall Sally, she's beautiful speech she got. Everything that Uncle John need. Oh, baby. Yes, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. Well, I saw Uncle John with bald head Sally. He saw Aunt Mary coming and he ducked back in the alley. Oh, baby. Yes, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. Well, long, tall Sally, she's built speech she got. Everything that Uncle John need, oh, baby. Yes, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. Well, I saw Uncle John with bald head Sally. He saw Aunt Mary coming and he ducked back in the alley, oh, baby. Yes, baby. Woo, baby. Having me some fun tonight. Yeah. We're gonna have some fun tonight. We're gonna have some fun tonight. Woo, have some fun tonight. Everything's alright. Have some fun. Have me some fun tonight.
I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones, enough to make my system blow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new
driving on the empty road. I forgot I fell in love back home. I start to wonder if I changed. I start to wonder if you, even if you, even if you, even feel the same. You're losing me. You're losing me again. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me again. You're losing me. I'm out of touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me again. You're losing me. You're losing me. You're losing me again. I'm out of touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again. I'm out of touch with all my friends. Every time I see them again. You're losing me. I'm coming round and now my vision is so clear. If I could change my state of mind, then I would disappear. The love I get from you is something I can't chance. And I could let you slip away without a second glance. Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life? Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life?
skies. I'm fighting for my life.
This is like a flashback. This is like a dream. This is like all the things you can fit inside a memory. This is like a flashback. This is like a dream. This is like all the things you can fit inside a memory.
I try. Stay up for the weekend and blame God for looking too old. Can you find all that you stand for has been replaced with millions of gold? You can train yourself to notice, to feel pain and swallow fear. But can you stay up for the weekend till next year? God, I can't do this anymore. Can't do this. God, I can't do this. Can't do this. God, I can't do this. This. God, I can't do this. Can't do this. God, I can't do this anymore. Can't do this. God, I can't do this. Can't do this. God, I can't do this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here once again on the stage here at i48. Are you all ready for some Counter-Strike? Go! This tournament is in fact called the MadCatz Strike Challenge, and there's quite a bit of cash on the line. However, since you guys all have been waiting for so long to get this party on the way, I'm going to quickly introduce you to our teams and then hand you over to our casters. On your left, none other than a Nexus. On your right, Team Dignitas. Well, it does look like we have a bit of a crowd favorite here already in the house, but with all this money on the line in the strike tournament, you will see who will come out on top. I'm going to hand you over to our casters. Pansy, take it away.
So good afternoon, guys. As ever kindly put by A-Spec, we are just about getting ready to go into the CSGO finals in between two phenomenal teams. And let's have a little bit of a recap as to how these two got here. So looking at these two, we do have a Nexus coming in from that upper bracket, and well, Dignitas coming in from the lower bracket, so they've got a bit of a tougher route, but they've made it here nevertheless. And well, the struggle's not over yet, folks. They have to win 2 maps now.
Yeah.
It's not just an easy walk in the park, this one. And Nexus do have that advantage from just winning every single game they've had so far, and they have actually previously beaten Dignitas in this tournament, so it's going to be a real struggle for Dig to come back from this one. But if anyone can do it, these guys are the veterans of CS in general, let alone Go. These guys have been at the very top of this game for years.
Absolutely.
So they're the ones to do it, but let's have a little look back at the previous matches. So the last time they met up, it was a close game, but let's have a little look into those 2 maps. We did see Inferno and Dust 2 being played. Not being featured this time, we've got Mirage, so they both kind of avoided those maps because maybe, you know, they've gone back, they've watched the demos, they know what's happened, and they're thinking, do you know what, let's start afresh. Let's see how we do here. Now, looking back at the other games, looking at D2, 16-10 was the scoreline in favor to a Nexus. So it was a close game. Dig's aggressive playstyle did come through a fair bit to claim 10 rounds against one of the arguably bigger teams at the moment, a Nexus. Yet, it wasn't quite enough. Now, let's look at Mirage in comparison. How do you think that aggressive playstyle that almost got them, you know, up right to the heels of a Nexus will kind of convert on this map? Will that play kind of translate, or do you think they'll struggle a little bit?
I think Mirage is a map where the CTs can rotate between the 2 bomb sites fairly easily, even if they've lost mid.
Yeah.
When we saw them play on Dust 2, I mean, Dust 2 is a map where you can take a bomb site and then you can set your players up to pick off the counter-terrorists rotating from the other bomb site. It's a lot harder to do that with Mirage because they've got that CT spawn area between the back of the 2 bomb sites. If they can get into that, I mean, they're going to wreak havoc, but it's a lot easier for the counter-terrorists to defend against significant aggression. So I think it's definitely going to be a map that sort of favors maybe the slightly less aggressive play from a Nexus that we've seen so far this tournament.
Okay, so let's look back at Nexus, then let's go on to Inferno, the way that panned out. That was a bit of a whitewash now. In comparison to how it played out last time, you know, we've seen a lot of close Inferno games. You know, a lot of the games went very much down to the wire, but this one's a little bit more clear-cut. 16 to only 5.
Yeah.
Dignitas just didn't seem to get into that game. For some reason or another, they were really locked out. They couldn't find their footing, and what happened there that they're going to have to obviously try and avoid in this game because, well, as it's been said, there's a hell of a lot of money on the line now. You cannot let rounds like that slip, and there was a lot of rounds that slipped. What happened in that game? Do you think their aggressive nature just kind of really just didn't work with them that time?
Absolutely. I mean, they had a really, really weak T-side.
Yeah.
We've seen them play some fantastic T-sides. They've got these really quick, aggressive plays. But, I mean, Rattlesnake was just picking them off one at a time. Every time they tried to poke and prod, Rattlesnake was there with the orb, and he was making the picks like nothing else. So, I mean, I think it was 11-4, the terrorist side. They got 4 rounds that Inferno game. So it's absolutely no surprise that, they vetoed that map straight out.
Yeah, indeed. But let's look at this game right now because we are going to go into the knife this time. And this is quite an important knife this round, to be fair. A lot of the maps, not so much, but this is such a balanced map. This is one of the most balanced maps in CSGO at the moment. You know, with no real slight favor. The T side that you may think may have a disadvantage has actually been bumped up by that Glock, bringing it back very even. So, you know, you might want to get that side that's extremely favorable to you. Your team might have those specific strats, and that's where you'll feel comfortable. So there we have it. You can hear the boys. They're riled up and ready to go. They are going to take every single step as a victory, every inch closer to that round. Everything that happens in it, that moment will mean the world to these guys. They are fighting for everything right now. They're coming up from that lower bracket. They cannot miss a beat. Dignitas have to be on form like we know they can be. Just to wear that tag of Team Dignitas comes with such pressures as well. These guys, they've got the complete and utter history of this team now resting on their shoulders. They've got to do it once again within CS as a general game. Dig have always been very, very prolific. Brilliant teams have come before, and I think these guys hopefully do them justice. But looking over at Nexus, we can't say anything bad about these guys. Everyone's tipping these guys on your left if you're in the crowd to be the ones to really challenge the likes of NIP eventually. They're the ones that people are going, do you know what? In a couple of weeks, a couple of lands, they're the ones who are going to make the upset. So it's just a matter of time, hopefully, until they kind of get themselves right on that level. We are nearly ready to get underway this time. The knives are out of the way, and they're just going to sort out the round timers and configs and all that jazz. And once that's underway, we will be jumping straight into this one live. But let's have a little look at the overall tournament here, because there's been some brilliant games. We've seen the likes of FM being knocked out, who I really did love the way they played. They're one of the most, I don't know, I really enjoy watching them play, because they're really passionate about what they do, and it translates into their game styles. So, you know, those guys did get knocked out by Dig. So, you know, that didn't go too well for them, but they did, I think we can say they did fairly well. Some of the games came fairly close, but they, you know, they did just get pipped to the post towards the end there. But I think Dignitas do deserve to D here. I don't think anyone can go, oh, he was unlucky. That game they played showed who could really pull it together in those moments.
Absolutely.
So.
I mean, they really struggled with Dignitas' aggressive play.
Yes.
They were such a passive. They were playing such a passive sort of game, and Dignitas were just pushing out, trying to, you know, on the gun rounds they were taking round that you don't want to lose as the terrorists. They weren't letting them set up any strats. There were no smokes going out. Nothing. They literally couldn't do anything in the face of that CT side aggression. So I think we saw how sort of that really didn't work in the upper bracket final between these two teams. That sort of the same aggression that was winning them rounds against FM Toxic was actually losing them rounds against the Nexus.
Indeed.
So hopefully they will have learned with the mistakes, and we will see something a little bit closer than that Inferno game.
Yeah, indeed. And just looking at these two teams, to be fair, there's actually a fair bit of bad blood. Going back to the MTW days when these guys, you know, there was a couple in the same team, and this guy is going to be a real grudge match between these two. There is a want between them.
Absolutely.
Every single player knows who their opposition is. They know who they're playing. They've been in teams. They've split up in teams. But we are going to go live into the finals here at Insomnia 48 with the CSGO in between Team Dignitas and a Nexus. And it does seem to be the Dignitas side up on that CT half, whereas a Nexus are going to be on the T. So this round, it's the pistol round. If anyone doesn't know, this can be so pivotal going forwards. The next couple of rounds normally fall off the back of it. It's that important. You get such a boost in money, confidence, you get those better weapons, and that's exactly how it can spiral out of control so early on in these games. So let's pick it up here with the T side. Let's see where they're deciding to push this round. You can see exactly where they're looking towards. There's a little bit of kind of prodding and poking, trying to draw the attention, but I do see a fair bit of aggressive play coming out. I know they're going to sit back and try and rethink that one. It might actually pay off now in this slightly unorthodox positioning coming out from Som there. The nade has landed quite nicely, but one comes in back as well. And this is a really weird way they're playing this out. They're actually allowing so much kind of control of the A bomb site, and they're just going to have to play for the retake now as MX does open things up here in the final, taking that pistol shot onto Hudstry. And now who's going to really take this one away? This round is being very quiet considering how much position they have. The bomb is down and ticking now. Who's going to be the one to break the silence? Vertigo tagged up. We are just waiting for the CT side to get moving right now. They've got to do something. That clock is working down. What are they waiting for? I think they're waiting for now. It is go, 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 folks. Pez has found the first steal. Actually takes out his own teammate. Oh, but still makes up for the great shot there. On to release, and it's all in a 2v2 now. Bomb is down, taken to the CT side. Still need to get a defuse. But where is Weber? Where is that last man standing? Oh, he's got the defuser. He's taken down Vertigo. 1v1 now. Can Pez do anything about this? He's going to go for the shot. He gets the headshot, but the defuse, it's going to blow. So the T-side there will win the first round in the final, get that little bit of extra money in their pocket, and a hell of a lot more confidence, hopefully, going forward. So a Nexus, the early advantage. Yeah,
I really feel like Dignitas gave up too much ground there. They pulled their A players back up into the A apartments just to try and play for the retake, but Nexus had a good read on that. They threw a smoke up there to block them coming back in. They added 15 seconds to the timing it would take for them to retake that bomb site, and that is what meant that Pez couldn't defuse that bomb even once he finished off the final T player. So really great play from a Nexus picking up on that.
But look here, they're going so aggressive early on. As we said, this is very Dignitas style. They're very happy and comfortable being right in the faces of the opposition. And with the likes of a Nexus on such an early kind of advantage of having weaponry, that's quite a brave move. So Vertigo has found release there, but it's quickly exchanged. So leaving it in a 4v4 already. Let's have a look at that T side, see where they're planning to go now. It does seem as though they are biding their time. After that early aggression, they're probably taken aback almost. They're going to lay down some fire, trying to make a bit of a connection. Nothing really happening. So the CT side have done that early damage. And how important can that be, that early little bit of damage to kind of ruffle the feathers as such?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, especially on a round like this, they should not be losing players that early. I mean, NXs have a huge advantage here with the guns. They've got the armor. And they've even got a full complement of grenades, which we don't see from the defending counter-terrorist team, the Dignitas team. So losing a player that early to little aggressive play like that is important, and it's going to have a big impact on them. As I can see them now pushing through connector. MX is creeping right up onto Steel. What's going to happen here? He's going to drop down, and I'll pass back over to you, Lauren.
Indeed. Now we do see only 3 players standing for that T side, and this is really strange. You do not want to be losing these rounds when you've got the weapons beside you. Rattlesnake is tagged up as well. This is not going well. They need to claw this one back. They need to get control back into this round because this is not where it's meant to go, but there we are. Finally, a Nexus wake up and smell the coffee. PRB does manage to land the shot onto Steel, as well as Pez going down. So 3v2, this is more the kind of round definition we expected to see. Som is the last man standing now. This is a great bit of play coming out from Dignitas to deny a lot of kills and a lot of weapons. There we go. PRB will claim that 2-0 to a Nexus now in the finals here. The Nexus are not stopping, but soon enough we will see the buy-up coming out from that CT side when they have enough money from these rounds. And the way they're killing the opposition there, it's going to be fairly soon. I'm sure they can be quite comfortable in it. But until that moment, it should be going the T's way. They have so much superiority in the weapons that it's just so hard to come back from. Yeah, I mean, they're going to end up giving this round away as well, most likely, so it's going to be really, really tricky for them. And I guess we'll see the real action coming out on the third round when that first gun round comes out. Yeah, indeed, but it's a big push towards the A-bomb side this time. There we go, Hudgy has opened things up for the Dignitas side, taking a great headshot onto PRB, denying that weaponry, but Weber and Rattlesnake come in and join in on the fun. It's a whitewash for a Nexus right now. Full control until Vertigo has to say things, and Som chiming in with a frag. Great play coming out. The Dig side are doing the best they can, even in the bad situations. So 1v2, oh, Rattlesnake, not even allowing a peek. Big play again from a Nexus, and securing that 3-round advantage that we know and generally see, but now we do see the possible turnaround. This is when we'll finally see what Dignitas can do. When they get the weapons, when they can now go, okay guys, even slate. We don't have any disadvantages here. Let's focus up, let's get this round in the bag, and let's get this done. That was a really, to be honest, you know, those 3 rounds did not go too badly for Dignitas. They did significant damage on every single round. Yep. And I mean, if Nexus were to lose this round, they would actually be forced likely to eco in the next round. So yep. Those kills that we saw coming out from Pez and Vertigo at the end of those 2 last eco rounds there will have been important. Yeah, indeed. Now the T side do have to bear in mind, obviously the opposition do have those weapons that can now match and challenge quite comfortably. And we do see where this push is forming. It is towards the B-bomb side this time. A little bit of adaptation, a little bit of difference coming out, but, well, those weapons are mattering so far. Release has found Vertigo, quickly taken back by Pez, but the advantage is still within the Nexus's hands. They have got full control on that B-bomb site. Nice play coming out so far. Let's lock it down, boys. That's what they're saying. They need to get that bomb back in and on that bomb site and ticking down. That's exactly what they're going to do. So we do see 3 players. Oh, make it 2 players standing now for Dignitas. Som and Steel. Can they do anything here now to close down that deficit? Because losing this round is going to be so mentally fatiguing. Oh, he's actually dropped in. That's Release coming in on Som. Only Steel stands. Can he stand tall and proud? Oh, he's catching nades left, right, and center. It's not gone well. And Nexus claim a big round there. That is the one they wanted on the board. They know how important that can be. That is going to really dent the confidence of the Dig side because they've gone, well, we were even then. That was meant to be the round we had the chance, but it's just been denied massively. Yeah, that was really well executed by Nexus. It was a lovely push onto B and Steel, the final player there for Dignitas. It's so hard to do anything from those B apartments when he caught up there. All 3 players knew he was there. The noise is obvious. So, I mean, a not really nice play from the Nexus, and it's going to put them in a good place going on. Yep, and I want to see how they handle this eco here, because we know how aggressive Dig like to get, and they seem to be enjoying that kind of trend right now, as MX does find the first. He has managed to take down Steel, the only non-English as such person from the Dig line. This is very much a UK-based matchup. We do see, I believe it's Steel. Is he Canadian originally? I think he is Canadian, yeah, but I think he's got a British passport. Yeah, and PRB is from Norway, so he's a little bit of a mix. But we do see a Nexus going the way we expect to. There's been a frag already claimed back, but not much. It is now just down to Hudgy. Let's see where he is. See if he can do anything with just a pistol beside him. Yeah, he's still got some fire left in the boy, so he does take down Weber there. Does get an AK for himself, so going forward, that can make a huge difference as well. Even just claiming a weapon and denying it from the opposition can make the world of odds. Can he get another though? Gets attacked, not the frag there, and Release will take down the entire Dignitas side. And well, the Nexus, they look quiet, but I assure you, they'll be getting loud pretty soon if Dig start clawing these rounds back. They do need to get kind of woken up here though. Dig need to find something. They've got to do something here. They are going to get some weaponry beside them now, but what do we expect them to do with it? What can they do to really stop what a Nexus are doing so well? Well, they still need to play out a few more rounds to really get a feel for what a Nexus are actually going to do. At the moment, they're just trying to sort of pick up on their tells and sort of get a feel for the kind of strats that they're going to be running. Indeed, and well, they're not quite as passive as FM, I'd say, a Nexus. They've still got a lot of kind of go to them once they actually get going. They really do. But they're happy to play the time here. They're happy to let that kind of tick down and then put a lot of pressure on the CTs who just have to sit and wait. It is that waiting game right now, but DigNexus have opened up this round. Vertigo with the opening shot there onto MX. So early advantage to the Dig side. It does seem as though the push is forming towards the A bomb side now. The Nexus are letting a couple of shots rattle off. Try and find a bit of an angle here. Weber does find Vertigo nevertheless, but they've got so much presence. I'm so surprised how Dig allowing them in so much and just giving them so much control. PRB onto Som, leaving only 3 standing. Oh, make it 1. It's all on Pez right now, and this is going to be a landslide against DigNexus if they don't stop this and stop it soon. It is slipping away as we speak, as there is 4 players standing as well. That bomb is not going to happen. Nexus stamped their authority on this game in the finals here, and the Dig guys, they look pretty down right there. Their heads are not quite in this right now. They need to focus up. They need to find that kind of, not trick, but that one thing that clicks and goes, right, this is how we bring it back. We've had so many rounds get so close. We allow so much control to the Nexus guys. Yeah. Like they're playing for retaking the site every time almost. There's very little kind of resistance early on there.
Throughout the tournament, we've seen them being so confident, making such ballsy plays, and they just don't seem to have that confidence now. They like you said, they're just giving up too much space, and this map is really just about controlling certain angles, controlling mid, that sort of thing, and they're just seem to feel like they're just giving up so much space. They're going to really struggle if they keep playing like this.
Indeed, and they are going to start feeling the pressure, still trying to really ruffle the feathers of the Nexus boys, but these guys are focused up and they are not messing around in any way, shape or form. Let's see who's going to be the one waiting to receive here on the DigNexus side. It is going to be Pez, lays down the fire, not going to connect. Weber punishes him thoroughly for that, slamming him into a great headshot there, as now it is all even 4v4, but look at the HP of a Nexus, but it doesn't matter, they're still dropping the bodies. Release, just alleviating further pressure to allow that bomb to get very close towards that B bomb side. Evened up almost by Hudgy, leaving in that 3v3 situation. Let's see how that rotates coming along, see if DigNexus are going to get involved on this side, because they need the round on the board now. They need to get that money, they need to get the economy going, because it's going to be pretty dire otherwise. That bomb is down and taking Razer. MX has found some. Steel replying back and forth. We go tit for tat. It's all on PRB, but finally Steel does something. They wake up, and there we are. That's the DigNexus we know and love. Great retakes there. They didn't mess around. They played it right, and Steel's got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that was a really nice play, and like I was talking about, their confidence came back to them there. They pushed straight into middle early on and took some really advanced positions, and that's good to see. I think it was really key to winning that round. There was some great individual play from the retake, waiting for that smoke to fade and then pushing really nicely onto the site, everyone covering each other, and that's really what got them that round. But I hope they continue this sort of aggressive style.
Yeah, it's so hard to do that in a final like this, because you know how much money's on the line, and like, one mistake can cost you so much in this game. It's so unforgiving. But let's see if they can pull off anything here. They do seem to be going once again in a similar style, let's say. And the adaptation already coming out for a Nexus as well is quite impressive. I want to see how they're going to kind of slowly but surely work around how this is kind of panning out. Because you can't just obviously keep running head on into your opposition. You want to try and change something up eventually, whether it's okay, let's just go focusing towards the sites. Let's see how this one pans out, see if the Nexus have adapted accordingly. Once again, the A-bomb site is looking rather vacant of any sort of presence at the moment. The bomb is going down. It has made its way all the way to the floor, and there we go. Som does cause some trouble, but not without reply. Oh, Som's going wild now. Can he find any others? He's got the AK aside him, and now DigNexus are looking very nice in this round. This retake strat is working a lot better now that Som is well and truly awake, folks. Weber now in a drastically disastrous situation. Gets one, not going to get the other. And there's the Dig getting loud. That's exactly what they got to do. They got to get that confidence back. They got to start working as a team, start playing on those retakes, and really focusing their strats down.
Yeah, again, they went for the aggressive push into middle, and I think Nexus really sort of anti-stratted them there. They knew that they were pushing into middle. They knew that it takes a lot of players to hold that middle effectively, and they, as a result, pushed that A nice and quickly. Only one player there to defend. He was forced off into CT, but by keeping himself alive, he allowed the retake, and it was a fantastic retake.
Yeah, brilliant play. Very impressive stuff. And this is what we expect. These guys are a newly formed team as such as well. Veteran players, new formation. So they do have a lot to prove. A lot of pressure is on them, but they're performing pretty damn well. They are not letting this get to them just as of yet. And let's find out who's going to really open this round up. We do see both sides fairly okay for money. Let's have a little look at that scoreboard right now as well. Weber performing excellently at the moment. 13-5, very impressive score for him. Whereas on the other side, it's more of an even spread. 6 to 7 is the top for Som and Huds there. And let's see where this round's going to take us. We do see it forming towards their least favorite bomb site so far, but they have claimed the opening frag there, and that's going to open as many doors as you can imagine for that. And that is POB taking down Pez. There's a little bit of resistance now coming in from the CT side, and they need to have a little bit more pressure on this as Release does find Steel. Digger finding it very hard to get back into this round, and will they actually go for this?
I think they're just going to run away. I think they're making the right decision there as well, but they got that bomb site for cheap. Like, Release didn't even need to move over to that, so I mean, that's going to be a nice, easy round for an Nexus. Really well executed, and they used a nice combination of smokes as Release goes down to Steel. They used like a good bunch of smokes there. They smoked off the kitchen, they smoked off the window, made it really, really hard. Like, even if Dignitas had gone for that retake, it would have been really, really difficult for them to get there.
There we have it. The T-side rack up another round on the board there. 7-2 is the scoreline. And the Nexus only need this map, folks. I can't stress that enough. Dignitas are so far on the back foot because they're going up from that lower bracket. They need every single round they can. They need to be focusing on every single kill, every single step. This is what it comes down to in finals like this. Where you're on the big stage, you've got the crowd there, you cannot be missing a beat. So let's find out how this round is going to form. And I think the CT side, do they have a full buy there, or are they going kind of like... they do have a full buy. Tell a lie, I saw a couple of pistols there. Let's see what the T-side are going to do. Are they going to once again control that pace and kind of switch things up? I think they are, actually. I think they're going to play that kind of game that they've been toying with every now and then. Just control the timing and the pace. Push in quite diversely as such as well. So MX has made his way towards the bomb site now. The shots are being rattled across. That is PRB to break the silence and take down Som, generally the guardian of this A bomb site. But Vertigo finds the reply back and forth once again. But you can see what I can see, and well, MX found it too. It was Steel trying to hide in the smoke there. Not going to happen this time, and Nexus are way too renowned for that. They know exactly what they're doing. Bomb down and ticking. Now it's all in Dignitas' court. They can go for the retake now. They've got to do it. They can't keep ending these rounds, so Vertigo's doing just that, bringing the fire to Weber there, taking his head clean off his shoulders. Try and get some more. Lopez has found him, and Vertigo's going huge. It's a great bit of play. It's all on MX. Gets the first, looking for the second. Can he find it? It's all in smoke right now. Oh my god, he almost had it, but Huds was just there to deny in due time, and that is pretty close there. So Dignitas retake really stepping up now. These guys are focusing up. They've got their game faces on. I was getting a little bit nervous there for them because that was going way out of control. They were losing control of the rounds, but these retakes are starting to kind of form, and they're finding their pace now.
Yeah, that was a level of play that's fit for this final.
Yep.
The execution by Nexus was flawless. They had their smoke up on CT, they had their smoke up on the boxes over towards the jungle area, and they got that A site so easily, and they got the frags that they needed as well to secure that plant. But then Dignitas just really kept their cool, and it was an almost flawless retake again. They're using their smokes and stuff to really, give them entry onto that site. So perfect play by both teams, just Dignitas coming out ahead.
Exactly that. Now, see, around different like this, Dignitas are building that momentum though. They're building that confidence. And let's see how they're going to apply it. You don't want to get too confident. You don't want to be overly confident and kind of put yourself in a bad situation where you'll probably overexpose yourself to the opposition. So they have to play it carefully. They have to play this correctly. And it does seem as though Nexus are very happy to off-put the time as well, to hold back, to kind of offset their comfortable game style. And it might just work. It might force like the early rotates out of Dig and them start overcompensating things that have not happened. So it's a little bit of mind games right now between these two teams. They're just going to try and bide their time. We can't give away too much, obviously, because they can hear us, guys. If you're wondering why we're being slightly vague, the stage is quite a loud place, so these guys can literally hear absolutely everything. So let's just see how a Nexus decide to take this round. It's going to be pretty much down to pure choice. Som has found MX, though. So the first frag has gone to Dignitas, but will that matter in the push they're going to try and form here? I don't know. They're going to have to try and keep that in mind. That obviously they are down a player, but here we are. It has happened, and the Nexus have done the damage. 2 players down for Dignitas. Quickly replied, but Som is going huge right now. Big set of frags for Som. Can he go even further? That is a question. 2 more possible victims to add to his lovely little count at the moment. As the bomb now has to make its way towards the site. They've got to do something, and the bomb is down and ticking. That's more money in the pocket for the Nexus boys. Pez finds Weber, and now it's all on Release. Where is he? Where's that last man standing? 1v3. Can he get the hat trick and defend his newly planted bomb? Let's find out. Gets the tag. Will he go in for the frag though? He's been surrounded, and Som's there. Incredible round for Som. Going absolutely huge exactly when it mattered. And you can see it on their faces. They're happy with that. It's a little bit of relief as well looking at them. It's either happy grin appears in the room there.
Yeah.
Cheerful man.
4 frags for Som there, that was a huge round. And Nexus, I'm slightly worried about how easily they managed to force Dignitas out of mid.
Exactly.
They took full control of mid, and they were able to then push through the connector area. So a really, really nice play by Nexus, but fantastic individual play by Som. He really kept Dignitas in that, and I mean, 4 kills speaks for itself.
Yeah, I don't think anyone can question his performance right now. The man is absolutely on point. So, a Nexus now, and Dignitas, the gap is closing, folks. Overall, at the moment, the scoreline is 4-7. So, Dig, there's still a lot of life in these boys, and they are certainly not out of it yet. So, big aggressive push down mid once again. As you said, the control in mid can be so key, and Dignitas are not afraid to bring the game right into the face of the Nexus right now, as the flashes and smokes are being laid down to try and control the damage that the Nexus could be causing. We know exactly where they are, and well, that bomb almost went down. Vertigo denies at the last second. That's released out of the picture. Now, quickly replied by PRB. Back and forth, but oh, great shot from Vertigo, slamming the head of Rattlesnake against the floor, as now PRB and Weber are the only two standing. PRB laying off a couple of shots. Where is that bomb, though? It's loose. It's not within any of their hands at the moment. So CT side know they have time to play with. They don't have to overly commit just yet. There's 50 seconds on the board still, so they can just play it out exactly how they want. But Nexus is still in very much control here. They know exactly what they're doing, and let's see if they can pull it off. That clock is ticking, so they do need to start making those. Oh, Weber's caught a glimpse. He knows where one is. He's not going to commit to the shot, though. Going to try and drop that bomb down and switch around that time limit. Now, the time is against the CT side. They've got to go up there and get that defuse. Oh, and now it's all on Weber. 1v3. Can he pull off what he couldn't quite do before? He gets the first, second, he gets the second. Can he get the third? Can he get the hat trick of frags and really drag his team back into the action here? Nades are coming in. Flashes are coming in. It's such a tense situation, folks. It's all down to these choices. And will they make the right ones? Waiting for the best moment to pounce. Oh, he's tagged up desperately, and there's Weber. 1v3, folks. He's just gone huge, and I think he's proving exactly why he retains that sort of reputation and has that name beside him, and showing exactly why Nexus are still in the lead here. Big, big round from Weber there.
Absolutely, and if we look at the scoreboard, Weber is up on 18 frags and 7 deaths. He is right there at the top of the scoreboard. So, so fantastic play from Weber so far. On the other side, we've got Som up at the top of the Dignitas side of the scoreboard. So I don't think that's really surprising to anyone after that great round he had earlier.
Indeed, and let's have a little look at that overlay map so you guys can kind of see what's forming here. Obviously, this is the kind of area you want to be keeping your eyes on. Can't give away too much because they can hear us, but this whole area can be a real world of trouble. So let's kind of keep that in mind as we go forward now. As there's going to be a bit of a clash, I can imagine, at some point now that's going to really define how the next couple of rounds go, because the CT side don't have a lot of money with them now. So MX has opened up this round. Oh, it's going to be an absolute massacre towards that A-bomb site. MX and Rattlesnake just literally cleaning house right now. It's all on steel. I don't think he can do much right now. I don't think he can deny any weapons or do much damage. He's going to have to try, but I think he might even avoid that at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's going to try and get away from this one. I mean, the execution from a Nexus is absolutely perfect. When they make those A pushes, they push from the apps, they push from mid via the link, and they push their 3 players and their bomber obviously through ramp. It seems to be one of their standard stats. Not the first time they've done it already this game. And it feels like Dignitas shouldn't be letting MX that far down mid. He is the guy that's doing the damage, even if they're not. Even if he's not the one getting the kills, just knowing that MX is there is going to mean that, there are players having to force to turn their view. They're having to look over, check constantly behind them that MX isn't creeping up behind them. So, I mean, MX is doing some serious damage by being given that space.
So, let's see if he can knock him down this time. Tags are flying out very early on. The blood is being shed, but it's actually Dignitas who will fall. Hudgy has to reply, and he does so onto PRB, but the next, once again, coming out the victors. They are making their way towards that A-bomb site, and they're controlling it so damn well. It's so drilled in. It's so clinical. It's unbelievable. Now, only Pez and Vertigo stand, but I just don't see them going for this. I don't see them committing to this round at all. I don't blame them either, if I'm honest. The way this is going, I can't believe how drilled in a Nexus are. These guys are so on point. It is unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just playing fantastic. Their execution is incredible. Again, like these pre-run strats. I mean, we're seeing NXS executing with such precision that they've obviously, these are strats that they've been working on for a while. I mean, Dignitas just need to get up on their face, try and stop them setting things up, which is what they did so well against FN Toxic. So it's a shame not to see that now. Maybe not as comfortable with Mirage as their other maps.
Yeah, indeed. And this will be the last round of the first half here. And this is, do bear in mind, folks, this is one of the most balanced maps. So as the defensive side and the attacking side, you're not going to get a huge advantage either way. It's very, very even. So seeing a scoreline like this can really cause trouble for Dignitas unless they claim back this round, try and keep it as even as possible, because it is MR15. It can literally be over that quickly. And, well, Dignitas need this desperately. They really do. They need to start getting those rounds on the boards. But let's see how this round's going to form. Both teams have weapons. They're both very evenly spread here. This is where we see really a definition of who's playing the best. So, you'll look at that overlay as Hudgy has found the first one to release. See pressure being applied around this midsection. A couple of players forming up. It's actually Weber who finds Vertigo. Will he find any more close quarter combat? It does seem to be going down to at the moment. Let's find out where they're all heading. And you guys can see, obviously, how close this is right now. And how entwined the teams are. But no one is actually breaking the silence yet. It's very, very tense. No one wants to make that mistake. No one wants to be the one to let their team down. Everything has to be drilled in and absolutely perfect. It's exactly how a Nexus play. They're so stratted. But still really does rattle things up with a lovely little headshot onto Weber there. As we do see the T-side now forming their push finally. And deciding to commit to it, it seems. Now, PRB trying to lay down some shots, suppress some of the rather aggressive Dignitas as they are making their way towards the site. It's all on PRB now. Takes down one, takes down Hudgy. Can he find any more? Takes down the shots, does get a slight connection, but not the frag. Dignitas clearly extremely happy with that one. That keeps them in the game, basically. If you lose that round, if it starts really working away from you that much, mentally, you're going to be worn down, you're going to be worried. But 5-10 is a great scoreline all around. I think Dig could have wanted a couple more, maybe.
Oh,
but,
absolutely. I don't think they're going to be happy with that.
No.
I think they're going to be far from happy with that.
I think you can see it on their faces right now. They're not looking in the cheerfulest of states, let's just say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we said that, this is a very, very balanced map.
Yeah.
Although, when you look at the statistics from previous tournaments, there is a very slight counter-terrorist bias.
Yeah.
So for this to go 5-10 the way of the terrorists, that does not bode well. But then again,
certainly does not.
Dignitas,
you never know with them.
Absolutely.
They can always pull out of the bag. They're one of those
Absolutely.
teams that can just kind of switch it on and they'll go from 0 to hero. So we need to find out if they can do that. Maybe the next side will favor them slightly more. And just having a look at the scoreboard here, the top frag is out of this. Well, it's Weber all over. This is literally Weber's showcase right now, folks. He's on 22 frags there. That's incredible on just one half. So anyway, we're going to jump back into the game now on this second half. We will be seeing going back to those pistols where money matters now. It's back to basics. Whoever wins this pistol can really have that landslide around. If we see a Nexus picking up this round, this could be almost game over. It'll edge so far away from Dignitas, it'll be unreal. But let's have a little look at the game now and let's see how this one's forming up. The Dignitas will be on the Dignitas side, will be on that T-half and have to attack, obviously get that bomb planted. And let's see how this one forms. Early fire is being put down, and we do see the rush actually happening fairly quickly, it seems. They're not holding back at all. Dignitas, true to what I've been saying, aggressive as ever, making way towards that bomb site. Gonna see Pez flashed up, tagged up. MX has found Steel. Vertigo there. Oh, the knife comes in. MX, 2 knife kills. Big play coming out. That was incredible. As now Hudgy's the only man standing. And 1v4. And hell, I wouldn't want to be in this position where there's a man running around with knives, absolutely decimating teammates. And there we have it. And Nexus may have now just caused that landslide that could just roll this a little bit too far away from Dignitas. Because, well, it's a bit of a tough one now. And to be fair, those knives, how much money do you get per knife kill now?
I believe it's $1,500.
That's a big bit of money in the pocket.
Absolutely. I mean, $3,000. He could, he could have bought an AWP now if he wanted to. He could have bought an AWP. So definitely important. I mean, normally a knife kill has absolutely no significance, but doing it in the first round, if you're going to get any significance out of it, a double knife kill in the first round is where it's going to happen.
Yep. Now here comes MX looking rough and ready to rumble. Can he claim any more possible victims? Yes, he can. Big 3-man. Can he get the 4th? Yes, he can. MX turns up, says hello once again. I'll take 4 of your team and then slap you back to the drawing board because Dignitas right now do not have an answer and they need to find one. It's, yes, they're on eco, they have no money in the bank, basically. That's fair enough. But they've got to start taking some of these kills back, start working up their own bank, start building up their economy again, because otherwise, when they have to come back down on the wire, which is what this game will come to, they're going to have very little left.
Absolutely, yep. And I'm just going to pull up the map quickly. And I think it's very obvious if you have the overview open exactly what's about to happen. And they're going to start pushing onto the A bomb site now. Out they come through the apps. There are a couple of great smokes there from a Nexus. They're going to cover the top of the ramp, make it really hard for Steel and Vertigo to do anything about it. Weber comes in, Rattlesnake with the frag as well. Pez gets the kill onto Weber, but he's going to get shut down. Only Steel gets shut down. And another kill from Vertigo. And they've now got control of this site. Pez is going to start planting the bomb in that smoke grenade. A little 2v2 now, although an obvious advantage with the Nexus as Pez goes down to the grenade. And Vertigo comes out with, oh, great little frag, very, very fast. But he gives away his position. Now both players such low HP. This is going to be so close. And Release comes out with a pistol frag to finish that off. He's going to defuse that bomb. This is going to be 13-5 in favor of a Nexus.
I'm starting to get nervous for Dignitas. I know they're the team that could pull it back. If anyone can, it's going to be them. But right now, this is going to be tense. This round could spell disaster. This could really make all the odds, and we have a pause. Are they really doing this to us? They're pausing right now. I think they're going to have to have a little bit of a chat here. Maybe there's some technical issues with them over there. But we are going to try and find out what's going on. It could be tactical at this point,
Absolutely.
if I'm completely honest with you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had a tactical timeout at this moment. It's unbelievably close now. This moment, if they mess it up, if they go wrong, it's going to cause such a knock-on effect economy-wise that they're going to lose everything.
Yeah, they literally can't lose this round. If they lose this round, odds are this is going to go one way. They're already really up against it. They're going to have to win. Let's have a look at this. This is going to have to be 11 consecutive rounds to stay, or 11 rounds rather, to win that out of 12 remaining. So this is going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, indeed. And it actually seems as though the problem is with the Nexus right now. So maybe this is time for Dignitas to kind of reflect on things that are happening and try and go, okay, how can we adapt here? What was going wrong? What can we do? We know how they're playing. This is the first time we have weaponry beside us. How can we make this even? What can we do? What would you say they should do here? They do have the weapons. They know who they're playing against. They play these guys time and time again. How can they make this really work? What's the best strat for them to come out with, do you reckon? We know what they're like. They're aggressive. But how can they apply that now?
I think they really just need to play 5-man Counter-Strike. They need to get those sites. They need to get them quick. They need to force a Nexus to retake the sites. They need to force those players out. As we're actually going live again, I'll pass back over to you. Yeah,
indeed. We are going to the round that could cause the absolute disaster for Dignitas, or it could be the redeeming factor. Let's find out, guys. The flashes, the nades are being put out, and PRB has kicked things off in the right way for all you and Nexus fans. At the start, things, it didn't sound like as many of you, but PRB again steps up, takes a second. Weber with the third. It's not going well right now. Dignitas are down and out. 5-14. The landslide has begun, and can they stop it?
And that was so nice. The rotate from a Nexus was so quick. The rush came out from Dignitas almost instantaneously. They went straight up that ramp, started pushing into that A-bomb site. By the time they were at the top of the ramp, a Nexus already had 4 players there with a crossfire on that A-bomb site, on that top of the ramp, and they absolutely shredded them.
Indeed. And now, monetary-wise, what does this mean for Dignitas? What can they do in these rounds? Because surely they don't have a lot. How can they use this?
Well, they're opting to buy, and they're going to end up with very few grenades. So they're going to have to make plays that don't really rely on grenades. They're going to have to play off the back of their aim. As we see Vertigo getting a fantastic headshot onto MX. Steel with a frag onto PRB as well, but Weber, Steel falling to Weber there. We're in 2v2 now. Vertigo and HUDSG versus Weber and Rattlesnake. Let's see where these players are. So we're going to have a... Looks like HUDSG going to maybe go for that plant. He is going to go for that plant. He's actually planting towards short. So if Vertigo can take control of short, then he'll be able to defend that bomb. Rattlesnake there, looking across to the bomb. Weber hanging around there, taking their time. Vertigo now 1 versus 2. What's he going to do? Is he going to be able to do this? We've seen him make some fantastic plays so far this tournament.
He's been the rainmaker right now for these guys. So if it's going to be anyone, you want it to be him.
Absolutely. He's sprung to the top of that scoreboard. Last time I checked, he was down there on 3 and 7. And he's going to... fantastic shot from Weber. He's going to end the dreams of Vertigo clutching that round. That would have been such a critical round to clutch. But 15-5 now to a Nexus. And Dignitas in a real dire spot with regards to money.
So guys, just so you know, this could be it. This could be game over for Dignitas on that 15-round marker. Nexus are on match point. They only needed 1. They've come from that upper bracket So let's dive into this and find out who is actually going to secure this one. They need this so badly. This is what it comes down to. These rounds define so much right now, and this is, well, it could be the final one. So let's see how Dignitas approach this. I can imagine their kind of hap-handed aggressive style may not apply this time, so they know exactly what's on the line. Oh, beautiful shot from Som. That is exactly how you want to open things up here. That is exactly the way they want to go forward. And let's see if they can keep doing it. A little bit of a tag in return. Nothing too much done, though. So you can see Digger just kind of playing picks and kind of, they're not overly committing anywhere yet. They don't want to. If you do that, you could actually get cut off. And well, there comes Hudgy, here comes Steel. Dignitas are alive still, folks. I assure you of it. But Release is there. It's only 2 now standing for a Nexus. Can they take it now? 3v2, it is coming down to the wire. Release, can you get the shot? Yes, he can. Oh, it's 2v2. It is falling away from Dignitas, but look at the HP difference here. The bomb is down and ticking. Let's stick with the Nexus. Let's see how they retake this one if they fully do commit to it. I can imagine they will. Release peering through cautiously. Does not want to miss a beat or give away a step in moments like this. Pez and Vertigo to find and a bomb to defuse. Oh my god, Webb has found him. It's all on one man. It's all on Pez. Everything rests on this man's shoulders. He's got the first. Can he get the second? The bomb is ticking. He only was holding for so long. But here comes Release out. Pez keeps him in the game. He keeps the spirit alive within Dignitas. 6-15. But these boys are on the verge of destruction right now. They're holding on by the thinnest wire you have ever seen. But nevertheless, they're still in it.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they're just delaying the inevitable. That was a really, really nice round from Pez, keeping him positioning nice and tight. He didn't want to give himself away. I mean, he didn't really challenge until that bomb was going to explode anyway. Yep. So great play from Pez. Good round from Dignitas. And a heroic attempt by Nexus to retake that bomb site. Release getting 3 fantastic M4 headshots. So, I mean, that round was really defined by him for me. Just unfortunately, you know, they couldn't find the traction back into the bomb site.
Yeah. So going into this round, it's just as important, just as pressured as the previous. But can Dig do once again the impossible? Can they somehow muster just enough to get them through? Let's find out now. No one's fallen yet. There's 1 minute 8 on the board, so still a lot of time to play with. The T-side don't have to overly commit anywhere just as of yet, but let's see where they may be forming this push towards. See where they may be favoring. Don't think anyone's really want to make that mistake at the moment. Everyone is playing right down to the last second possible. As we do see a little bit of a stalemate, but it's about to be torn apart by PRB. 1 frag, 2 frag, can't get a third. Pez does find that as now only Vertigo and Steel stand. And once again, they're in that horrible predicament where everything matters. Release dispatches of 1. Vertigo now the last man standing, 1v3. Can he do it again? Can he save Dignitas? Not this time, folks. We do see the game here, the final, the ultimate challenge of UK teams going in favor to the Nexus boys. So guys, GG's all around. Very well played to Dignitas. They've shown exactly what they have and how much they have to improve on as well. They're a team that I don't think anyone else can doubt going forward. They're very, very new still as a general collective, but I think they've got a lot to bring to the game now.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to remember as well, Dignitas have had a fantastic LAN.
Oh, incredible.
I mean, they've got nothing to be ashamed of after that. Obviously, they would have been hoping for maybe a few more rounds, but that was a really, really valiant try. Taking down FM Toxic as well earlier on in the tournament, the second seed. So fantastic LAN from Dignitas, but congratulations to Nexus with that victory there.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think any more can be said about it, as these two teams have truly shown us a great game of Counter-Strike Global Offensive here at i48. So you do have your winners, folks. It is a Nexus. It'll be Dignitas in that second place. And who's is it going to be FM third, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yep. So there's your top 3, guys. Do stick around. Do stay tuned. There'll be some more phenomenal things coming up here with us at iSeries. And yeah, do stick around.
Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. Some nights I wish that my lips could build a castle. Some nights I wish they just fall off. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. Oh, what do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know anymore. Found a martyr in my bed tonight. Stops my bones from wandering. Just who I am, who I am, who I am.
Yeah, it is going to be, I mean, the Queen is trying to get over there, but there's no mobile detection in range. The Spore Crawlers aren't there. They can just cloak and kill some Queens too if they really want to, and they do. They do kill a Queen. Might kill some more Queens because there's only 2 Queens versus 3 Banshees.
Yeah, this is not going to be the greatest trade in the world for Johnny Rico. He's not actually...
Has a transfuse available though, and he does get the transfuse, but still no detection medals.
And without that detection, the Banshee can just go all day. Another transfuse does go down, but here comes the Overseer. And this is so important because suddenly the Banshee can start getting taken out. But this fight is going to go in Hero Marine's favor. He's going to be able to kill the hatchery, and it can't even get cancelled now.
So many Queens going down there. Johnny Rico falling apart a little bit, not being able to deal with the Banshees appropriately, taking that 4th base, pretty greedy, not having a Overlord, you know, generate creep there and put a Spore Crawler there. No, he just tucked it down and tried to defend it with like 4 or 5 Queens being sent there, but he lost all of them. The Banshees, still 2 of them alive. They've got some good kills between them, 3 and 6.
So, we've got the 4th command center coming down for Hero Marine. We've also got the Hive about to complete for Johnny Rico. Again, nice early timing on that. Probably going to get out Ultras.
Yeah,
or Vipers.
A few Zerglings trying to harass that bottom right base, the 3rd base of Hero Marine. Don't think he got too many kills, no. He's actually got 1 SCV kill there.
So we see Johnny Rico trying to remake that 4th base after getting it taken out. In terms of the loss tab, Hero Marine has only lost 400 resources
oh my god,
this
look
whole
at that.
game.
Look at that resources tab. Gee.
That is pretty massive.
That
Vipers are on the way out though, and any spellcaster in the game can really turn the tide of the battle into your favour as long as it goes down well. In terms of the army composition, currently just 2 Thors and the 4 tanks. More tanks in production, so those Thors just there in case Mutas come out is the vulnerability, but ultimately Johnny Rico, he's got to find something that's going to work well for him, and pumping mass roaches is fine as long as those blinding clouds hit perfectly.
Yeah, those blinding clouds, they're going to have to be perfect. I mean, Hero Marine's so far ahead in supply, 21. That's not a situation you want to be in as a Zerg player at all, and he doesn't have as much of an army supply either. Let's take a look at army supply. Actually, Johnny Rico is dead even with Hero Marine in army supply, and they're dead even in supply, dead even in work supply, even in everything really. But this mech army is just has so much more potential to be cost effective than the basically pure Roach army with a few Vipers.
Johnny Rico is trying to take that central base, but the trouble with that is it is a little bit exposed. It does mean he's on 5 bases. Hero Marine is floating his 4th command center down, also taking a 5th command center. But here we go, the tank sieged up in a nice position. The Roaches, well, the drones running into their death. The Roaches coming from both sides. The
Perfect.
blinding clouds are amazing.
The blinding clouds are really good. None of the siege tanks has fired a shot yet, but it looks like it's not even going to matter much. The Roaches trying to take the siege tanks out because they know the blinding clouds are going to expire. Johnny Rico's actually making this work. Perfect blinding clouds, and he takes out every other unit and then deals with the siege tanks because they were doing nothing in the entire fight. That was amazing by Johnny Rico, coming back from what seemed to be an unwinnable position there. Such a strong timing coming out of Hero Marine, but he lost it. Johnny Rico's still in this.
Yeah, we do see the 2 cloak Banshee are trying to take out the 5th base. Ideally, Johnny Rico wants to keep that up. He does have a nice drone count up at 78 to the 73 SCVs. Planetary Fortress morphing in the center, and we've also got the Ultralisk Cavern. Johnny really likes Ultras against Terran.
He really likes Ultras. It is not the best decision in my opinion, but if he can get the perfect blinding clouds down again like he did last engagement, those 3 Vipers, they came from the back, they were like whoosh whoosh, and they got down those blinding clouds perfectly on all of the siege tanks, and that was really what won him that battle. So impressed by the play of Johnny Rico right now. Hero Marine had such a strong timing.
ultimately, those Ultras are going to have to do well. The Blinding Clouds have got to be very good once again. And if he does that, Johnny Rico's had a good engagement. He's really leveled out the resources lost. Only about 1,000 difference between them. But he can't, Hero Marine can't take his 5th because there's creep generated there. That's irritating. And the other thing is, Johnny Rico's really able to get everything he wants out. Look at his bank. He's got a lot of minerals. He just really needs that additional gas income. But now mining from 5 bases of gas, he should be okay.
Yeah, Hero Marine trying to do the same thing, trying to establish a 5th base. He wants the additional gas income because, of course, mech is a lot more gas intensive than a bio siege tank or bio mine kind of composition.
Now, one siege tank is going to get caught out of position. Picking off reinforcements to a handful of roaches is good. Banshee's getting a good number of kills on roaches there, but roaches streaming into the 3rd, and there is very little in terms of defense other than these Banshee. That means that ultimately a lot of SCVs are going to go down.
Yeah, this was just a sacrificial move. I mean, these roaches were no longer needed. He wanted more Ultralisk, and he sacrificed the roaches, and he's actually getting good damage done. Was able to kill a siege tank, was able to kill a fair amount of units. He killed about 10 SCVs with those roaches, and they were expendable. So that's a really good trade, actually, getting something for nothing, really.
Yeah, and ultimately, roaches late game are very supply inefficient. They're not the best thing to do. The Ultra count now getting up pretty high. We're going to be getting 7 on the field, 6 Vipers as well. The Viking count at 5, so it can go down, but with the Hydras there as well. This is going to be a very tough engagement for both players, and it's 100% decided by if the Blinding Clouds hit right.
Yeah, that SCV was very lucky, running past like 6 or 8 roaches and staying alive. A lot of Banshees have been reproduced. We now have 4 Banshees out on the field and a lot of Vikings.
Look at those burrows at the 3rd base of Hero Marine. The roaches just popping out, then kill a nice little mule or 2. Johnny Rico's actually killed 22 workers this game.
Oh my god, the middle of the map, it's gonna go down here. Where are the Vipers? The Blinding Clouds, are they gonna be hitting? Yes, they are. The Siege Tanks once again not doing anything, but there's a lot of Hellbats on the left side of the map, but it looks like the Siege Tanks are gonna be unsieging and retreating.
Oh,
so many
great
Blinding Clouds.
The abducts as well, absolutely fantastic, preventing the retreat of Hero Marine. Johnny Rico with a good supply advantage. He's starting to move forward. As we can see, a lot of these tanks are getting taken out, and this could be a winning push right now.
It could be. All of the Banshees have gone down to the Hydralisk. The Hydralisk definitely very useful addition. Oh, might be overextending himself a little bit now. These Hydras, of course, not that great without support, but they're still taking out a few siege tanks, so I guess it's all right. Johnny Rico would have probably been better off retreating there. Lost about 15 Hydras to only take out a single or 2 tanks.
I think that was I agree with you that he lost a couple of Hydras to take out the tanks, but he wants to keep the tank count very low because he doesn't have many Vipers left on the field. Only 4 of them. They don't have much energy. The Blinding Clouds do have to be perfect for it to work. However, what he achieved by that is he kept the tank count very, very low. A lift being forced at the 3rd base as we're seeing here, and Johnny Rico even expanding to take his 6th.
Oh my god, these roaches have been so cost efficient there, just sitting there burrowing, killing SCVs, forcing lifts off the command center, not being able to drop mules because it's in the air, and now the roaches are going to be going into the natural and getting even more kills. Johnny Rico, throwing away these roaches was the best move he's made this entire game.
He's like, I just wanted them dead, for goodness sake. I just wanted the supply. But if you want to feed me like all of your SCVs, that's good too.
Yeah, Hero Marine definitely having a lot of trouble dealing with the roaches that were basically just sacrificial. Johnny Rico really gonna have to give it to him for doing so much damage with them. Very good control on those roaches, even though they were just, wasted units. He was throwing them away, but he was still controlling them to do maximum damage, and maximum damage they did.
Exactly. Now, the one thing I want to draw everyone's attention to is the bank while we see these Ultras charge into the 5th.
Oh my god.
Look at that bank for Johnny Rico. It's a lot bigger. And even if you're not a StarCraft player and don't know anything about the game, the bigger number is usually better at this stage.
Yeah, the bigger the numbers, the better the army, the better the everything, really. Hero Marine losing that 5th base is going to set him into desperation mode, really. He's mining out of 2 bases, basically, whereas Johnny Rico's got basically unlimited bases available to him. A good setup, though, in the middle of the map for Hero Marine. It's not going to be super easy for Johnny Rico to break that. He is going to once again need those good Blinding Clouds.
Those Blinding Clouds could be coming down, though. We see at the moment the Ultras preparing, they're splitting, they're getting ready to get the maximum attack arc. They want to move forward, they want to deal the damage, but as we're seeing now...
In come the Vipers from the bottom, they're going to be Blinding Clouding everything, and the Siege Tanks once again not firing, only 2 Siege Tanks out of Siege mode, able to do some damage. The Vikings in the air do take out the Vipers, but it's too little too late. Johnny Rico takes a 2nd victory.
Now, Johnny Rico there, taking the lead in the series. Hero Marine is going to be desperate to try and level this out. There's a lot on the line. The prize money starts getting up pretty steep from this point.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot on the line, of course. Qualification for the semi-finals is on the line here, guys. Hero Marine is down 2-1 right now. Johnny Rico takes a lead 2-1. Hero Marine has to win the next 2 games in a row, which is going to be a difficult task.
And then, of course, we hope the internet doesn't cut out. Which anyone who joined us earlier, we will know why that was very unfortunate. So, basically, what we've seen now is Johnny Rico show that he's able to come back.
Yes.
He's able to adapt to his play style, showing that he's keeping his cool. Hero Marine has got to try something else, because ultimately that mech style was what won him the first game. And so, if it didn't work now, that means Johnny Rico is an adaptable player. He's reactionary. And if that works, it's now up to Hero Marine to come with something new.
Yeah, Hero Marine is going to have to deal somehow with those blinding clouds, because his siege tanks were not useful at all in the last game. I mean, they have been effective before, but in that game they got shut down completely. Maybe he's going to have to produce Vikings a little bit earlier to establish air dominance and never allow those Vipers to get down the blinding clouds that they did on the entire siege tank line of Hero Marine.
Now, I'd say the other problem, potentially, for Hero Marine in that previous engagement was he committed so heavily to getting out Vikings.
Yeah.
Because the blinding clouds were beating him. But the trouble was, yes, he had a whole ton of Vikings, but there was a lot of supply tied up there. And yes, he killed the Vipers, but after the blinding cloud.
Exactly. That's a key point there. He did kill them off eventually, but they already got down the blinding clouds. They were already out of energy, and basically Johnny Rico had already won the game by the time the Vipers were killed off.
So, we're loaded into the game. It's Akelon Waste. Let me introduce these two players. Down in the lower right position, from Mouse Esports, the red Terror player, desperate to force an ace match. It is Hero Marine. And up to the top left, his opponent, probably feeling pretty happy about things at the moment. It is Mr. Johnny Rico as the Blue Zug.
Johnny Rico looking really strong in the series. He only has to win one more game to advance to the semi-finals, and that is going to be so good for his exposure. He's currently teamless, and you know, he left Dignitas, and he really needs a new team. And finishing in the semi-finals or even higher is going to give him so much exposure. So many teams are going to be like, wow, this guy is up and coming. We need to have him on our roster ASAP.
Well, there's lots of chatter. That's the thing. There's lots of chatter around the center. The Johnny Rico, he has a shot. I know going into this, if you asked people a couple before the event, what do you reckon to Johnny Rico's chances with the people through already, they would have been,
not so
ask him now, and they'll be going, do you know what? He just may do it. He is the last remaining British player in this tournament. If he wins it, I think the crowd may just go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, the crowd is going to go absolutely crazy. I mean, imagine a final like Liquid Red versus Johnny Rico. I mean, that's going to cause a lot of cheers. I do believe someone in chat just said that Red was down 2-0 in the semi-final versus, in the quarterfinal versus Sting. So,
yeah, it could be an absolutely amazing game. Of course, we saw Crank. We didn't see it, but Sting knocked out Crank. That was always fun.
We did see that.
We did see that, yes, it was on the stream. We saw it from the audience, we didn't cast it, is what I was trying to get to. Now, this is really good. This was a good scout out by Johnny Rico with that drone. He didn't see the barracks, but he did see the gas, and the fact he didn't see the barracks is probably making him slightly concerned that it's proxied.
Yeah, it is. He is going to be worried about that, but it's not being proxied, just in a little bit of an awkward spot, and we do see a Reaper coming out, so Hero Marine still keeping up the variety, opening different every single game.
This is brilliant. This drone running around is ace, because he's making sure that if an SCV comes in to try and build a bunker, he can take it out, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He's bringing a couple more as well. If the bunker doesn't go down, the Reapers aren't really much of a threat to Zug. With a bunker, suddenly they become very awkward because Queens can take quite a bit of damage, and it's just altogether a bad situation. But now, with this SCV getting denied, it's all fine. And the reason you know it's going to be a Reaper is just because there's one gas. You know there's one gas, and you know there's a rack somewhere.
Yeah, we have seen a Proxy Marauder that didn't really do much before, so it is, of course, going to be a Reaper. The Reaper is actually going to do damage here, kills one of the low HP drones, and will probably be able to take out some more. Johnny Rico not quite ready for this yet. The bunker is going up. Sixlings on the way, loses another drone. One morphs into an extractor to keep it alive, and here are those 4 Zerglings. Are they going to be out in time? Will they be able to deny the bunker? I think they're just barely going to make it.
They should be able to, and the Lings are pushing it back. This is now not going to do anything. The Reaper should be able to get away, but the bunker isn't going to get completed. That SCV very low on health. More Lings being
Could
forced,
be.
though.
He needs more Lings, yeah, definitely needs more Lings. And now 2 Reapers are out. No Spinecrawler, of course. No Queens on the way yet. The Queens... Oh, actually, there's
The
a Queen.
SCV got sniped. That's
Luckily.
really good. That is really good. Suddenly the bunker's not going to come down, these Reapers. They're not going to do well against the Queen. They don't do enough damage. The Queen has great range on them. And as we're seeing now, they're just being forced back. This was damage averted, but some damage still done, because here Johnny Rico was forced to make an awful lot of Lings as opposed to drones, and is now at 18 drones compared to 20 SCVs.
Yeah, definitely a lot of losses being suffered there for Johnny Rico. Hero Marine, though, doesn't have his expansion up yet. His expansion is a lot later. Johnny Rico can relatively safely expand towards the 3rd base if he wanted to right now. As soon as he realizes what's going on, the Reapers are going to be coming back in here, jumping up to the main base, but the Queen is in position.
That Queen positioning is great. You want to be forcing the Reapers back. They haven't actually got that many kills if we take a look at them. Just 3 kills on one of them, none on the other. Combat drops working wonders to get them back up. And all while they stay up, they will heal up very, very quickly out of combat. And so you can keep using them, keep poking and prodding. If nothing else, it's keeping Johnny Rico on his toes.
Another Reaper going to be joining up. This is really turning out to be a bit of a dangerous Reaper squad. They are going to be healing. Johnny Rico is moving to take a 3rd. Is going to take a Queen. Oh, is going to lose a Queen? Is he going to lose the Queen?
He made it. He very well.
No, stays alive. Barely there. That was good for him. Didn't want to lose that Queen. Would be falling behind on the Jacks. Would be falling behind on creep spread. And his 3rd base might even be delayed if he lost that Queen, because you know, pure Zerglings doesn't really deal with Reapers well. And these 3 Reapers, man, Hero Marine's making the most of them.
Yeah, the thing is, even though they're not doing tremendous amounts of damage, oh, they're going to get the Queen. They do. That is a good little win there for.
Oh, speed finishes. That could be the end of the Reapers. Are they going to get out? 1 gets taken out. 2 get out.
Now, getting the Queen for
They're
1
trapped,
Reaper.
though.
That is definitely a good trade. Yeah, the Reapers are just like, maybe if we hide in the corner,
I want to jump up this big cliff, but I can't. Oh, actually, what? Johnny Rico doesn't move in to kill the Reapers. Okay.
He's just like, oh, maybe they're not there. And the Reapers are like, this is our lucky day.
We were hiding behind the minerals, and they didn't see us.
Johnny Rico running some links straight in towards the natural base, knowing this, they're going to be very low to defend. 1 Hellion is there, but 1 Hellion against this many links is not going to go.
Doesn't get the lift on the supply depot, but there are 2 additional Hellions here, so that's really not that big of a deal. Is going to lose another SCV, and the Reapers are going to be coming back here. They are full HP again, and the little counterattack by Johnny Rico is going to get shut down by Hero Marine, but not completely without taking any damage.
It also leveled out the number of workers killed. 2 apiece. They've just got to start pumping. Both players have got to start macroing. But Johnny Rico apparently going with the approach of, well, I'm going to come kill you.
Could be. 3 roaches, 12 Zerglings on the way. He is on 3 bases. Will have a lot of larvae to work with. Isn't really producing overlords as actively. There he goes. Starts up drones again. So it's not going to be quite all in here, but it's definitely looking to do damage as the Zerglings surround one of the Hellions in the middle of the map. That was a nice little advantage there for Johnny Rico.
That was a very, very nice surround, managing to pick those off. And as long as you keep these Hellions out, you're going to be absolutely fine. The Roach is going to help as well. Hero Marine does have +1 infantry weapons and stim finishing up, as well as the starboard. So he could go for a nice little timing window here, potentially. It's seen quite common, that +1 stim medevac push. But ultimately, we need to see Hero Marine.
Yeah,
once you know
the Overlord there.
Yeah, and the Overlord there as well. Sees everything. So once you know that's coming down, you can adapt appropriately. And Rico probably going to eject out after this Baneling Nest. He'll get his lair. Once he gets his lair, Aspire.
Is it going to be that again? Is he going to be playing Ling Bling again?
Every game against Bio, he
plays Ling Bling.
Ling Bling meter. Yep.
Well, it would be cool to see. I'm really looking forward to that. Makes for some very interesting, very fun engagements. A bit of a blast from the past, really, because we used to see nothing but Ling Bling Muta versus Terran, no matter what they did in at a certain point in Wings of Liberty. But things have really changed.
Then Infestors became good units.
Yeah. People realized, wait a second, these infested Terrans, they're good. They benefit from upgrades, but no longer.
No longer. So we've got currently the +1 Terran infantry armor coming down. +1 weapons is complete. And just as I thought, Hero Marine moving across the map. 2 medevacs, +1 stim, and combat shield will kick in if he delays his push a little bit.
Yeah, no combat shield yet though, so the Banelings are going to be pretty powerful. How many does he have out? 10 Banelings. That's a good amount. He might be able to take this out. Here come the Banelings. There are no siege tanks yet. Nice split though by Hero Marine. Really good split.
Yeah, that split was nice. A lot of the Marines staying up. Johnny Rico going to have to pull back. He needs to be very careful not to lose this third.
Indeed he does. Here come the Zerglings, and a few additional Banelings are out. If he manages to get a tight grip on these Marines, he might be able to do it. Nice focus fire on the Banelings. Perfect focus fire on the Banelings. That was sick by Hero Marine. He's going to be pushing in and killing a lot of drones. More Zerglings are popping out. Another stim goes down. More Zergling reinforcements coming in. Another 2 Banelings. Is this going to be enough for Johnny Rico? It looks like it's not. It's not. Oh my god, what a control by Hero Marine. That was sick.
That was indeed very, very sick. So Hero Marine is putting Johnny Rico in a bit of problems. Currently, he's at lower supply, which is never a good point. Great little timing push by Hero Marine. He's great at them. And we're seeing that this third base, very likely now to potentially get taken out.
If it gets taken out, Johnny is in so much trouble. He doesn't have enough units popping out. And there he goes, takes out, boosts into the natural mineral line. This guy is on fire. A few Zerglings were waiting for him there, though, so good reaction out of Johnny Rico. Not going to be able to continue the pain and might have to boost his way home.
Now let's look at this realistically. Johnny Rico isn't out of this game yet. There is no third base up for Hero Marine, no third command center or anything like that. But look at this follow-up push, leaving Hero Marine's natural.
Yeah.
The tanks are in there. And just think, the Banelings weren't being effective without the tanks. Now there's tanks there as well. It's going to be even harder for Rico to get some good engagements and good connections.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. 9 Banelings on the way. Bailing speed not yet done. No mutas out on the field. No upgrades to really speak of, and it's near impossible.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very tough for him. And we see a
Look at that split.
That split, absolutely great. We see the Banelings starting to move in. Johnny Rico desperate to focus down those tanks because they are going to start chipping away out the roaches, but just so many Marines, hardly any going down to those Banelings, and as such, I think Hero Marine is going to be able to level this out. GG. And that now means we go to an ace match.
That was so good, man. That Hero Marine guy, he doesn't even, he cannot only play macro, but he has also got the sick micro there, splitting those Marines, focusing the Banelings. That was so sick, man. Those 3 little clumps that came running at him, he was able to focus them down before they got into detonation range. Those Banelings going down, and he was able to take the third down. Was able to kill a lot of drones in that, and just, you know, take the game from there. That follow-up push was too powerful.
It was indeed. Now we're going to go to a very, very quick ad break. We'll be back with the ace match any minute. I'm Maddles, with me Lurlian. See you in a sec.
Trouble, trouble.
Peggy 18.
are going to be coming his way, but that actually didn't happen. But this time around, it is happening to him, and he is going to... Actually, well, it's not that much of a proxy. It's what people would have called a Macarax. It is a long time ago. Are you familiar with the concept of a Macarax?
I am indeed. So what we need to worry about now in terms of Johnny Rico is, yet again, he defended it well actually last time. He stopped the bunker going down, and that is the critical thing. If you go Reapers as a Terran player against the Zerg early on, you need to get the bunker to just make sure that they have the sustainability to deal good damage and deal with queens.
Yes.
If the bunker completes, Zerg players are in a huge amount of trouble. If the bunker doesn't complete, it generally doesn't work out that well for them. So what we're waiting to see is, can Johnny Rico defend this? He's pulling the drone yet again, precisely as he did last time, denying the SCV. And as long as he does that, he should be okay.
Yeah, as long as he denies the bunker, he is going to be fine. Reapers, of course, not as dangerous anymore as they used to be in Wings of Liberty. I'm happy to see the Reapers back, though. They're such a versatile unit. They're so fun to watch. They're fast. They're able to scout. They could pick off a worker here and there, but they are not game-ending anymore. And that's exactly what David Kim wanted to achieve with that.
Yeah, and I think the way the balance has actually gone in Heart of the Swarm has made it a lot more fast-paced, a lot more action-packed, a lot more exciting, and that's always good. Now, we see 3 drones getting pulled here, but the first Reaper coming in the bunker is going to get placed down within range of that hatch, and now that has got to be stopped. 4 Zerglings are in production, the double queen already coming down. And if the queens get out, it should be okay.
Yeah, it should be okay. It's pretty much a repeat of the situation in the last game. Is he going to lose a second drone? No, he's not. He's going to keep the second drone alive. Zerglings going after the SV, wants to kill that off so badly. Another 6 Zerglings on the way. He is going to scare that Reaper away, and this bunker will be forced to cancel in a second.
Yeah, this is really exactly what Johnny Rico needed to do. As long as that bunker doesn't go down, he's fine. He's defended it very, very well in the last game, and he's doing so yet again.
Yeah, he is going to be defending this the same way he did last time. Did Hero Marine produce 3 Reapers again? No, only sticking to 2 Reapers right now. We had that little squad of 3 Reapers being able to kill a queen here and there and pick up a few drones. Was really successful for Hero Marine in last game. Could have led to him winning that one.
It could have done. Johnny Rico has pulled the drones out of gas, so he just got enough for speed. 8 over, which isn't a big deal. These Reapers trying to get another couple of drones.
Sick.
3 drones have been killed. 1 Reaper goes down, though, and with only 1 Reaper remaining, it takes a lot of shots now to take out any workers. So this is really an end to this phase of the game. But if we take a look at the worker count, Hero Marine is at 23 to 19 drones. That's an advantage. He's got his command center coming up, but ultimately, Johnny Rico, with those 2 queens still there, he can inject, get a good lava count, and keep going.
That's going to be... Oh my god, how did he just get that Reaper out of there? There were Zerglings on the high ground, queens on the low ground, but he managed to get the one angle and managed to get that Reaper out of there. Very nicely done by Hero Marine. Going to be able to use that Reaper to see the third base timing, scout the gas timings out of Johnny Rico, and, well, actually, if Hero Marine plays Bio again, he knows what he's going to be up against.
Now, Johnny Rico has... so ridiculously close. It may not. It doesn't. Oh! I said it was going to die. And basically now he knows. Let's look at what his vision was. He saw 2 of the barracks, but no add-ons, and the factory and the command center. What he hasn't seen is the fact that Stim is researching.
Can it actually live? Can an Overlord live in that corner without being in range?
I don't think so. I think that it's possible if you use the camera tilt trick to get it right to the very, very corner, but I'm not sure. Anyway, we've got the 3rd hatchery coming down for Rico now. The starport is also in production.
Some Zerglings doing some damage in the natural. In the meantime, not really managing to do much. Forced to cancel on the bunker, and he did lose like 1 or 2 Zerglings there. So pretty even trade, I'd say. Almost able to pick off that SEV, and Hero Marine is going to be a little bit scared right now, playing a little bit more defensive. The Marines are in position at the top of the ramp, so he can bring them down as soon as he feels safe enough.
This is all looking really, really nice for Rico. While he didn't do a huge amount of damage with that natural, he delayed mining for me for a while. And that's what he really was aiming to do. He just wants to threaten the aggression. Rico has now taken the drone lead, just as he had won. His 3rd hatchery is 2/3 done. And he's not got any... He's only on 2 gas. So he's not really rushing that out. The Rotron, half complete. It's an identical build, pretty much, to what we've seen every other opening.
Yeah. Hero Marine... Again, a different opener, though. He's done other stuff, different things in every game so far. He's got so many builds, man. This guy is so good. He has the double medevacs now pumping out super early on. He was forced to use a supply drop, though, because he got supply blocked just when he wanted to start his first 2 medevacs, and that timing really needs to hit. With those 2 medevacs coming out, you cannot afford to wait for an entire supply depot to build. So he went ahead, used that supply drop, and therefore now has 2 medevacs out on the field and about enough Marines to fill them.
You see, though, that was the timing push in Game 4 that won him the game. that this nice little upgraded timing push worked really well. The difference here is he's going for the double upgrades, and so therefore it should be good. But oh, are the engineering raids going to get spotted? The Overlord desperately needs to see those.
Well, he's seen all the.
Yep, there we go. He sees the double upgrades are important because that means that Johnny Rico now knows exactly what he's going to be up against, and he sees everything really, really potent. Sees there's no third CC.
The Medivacs are coming back.
Yeah.
Okay, not sure why they're back. They could have hit a bit of a timing because the Roaches were not out yet. Looked like Hero Marine didn't really want to go through with it after all. This is going to be dropping one Medivac full of Marines and maybe going to send the other Medivac somewhere else.
And this could be a nice double drop. We haven't seen much drop play out of Hero Marine so far. The one time he did, it was not successful.
No, the one time he did it just as Mutalisks were popping out and it wasn't too successful indeed. Johnny Rico now has a lot of Roaches out of the field against a Marine siege tank composition. Not the most useful units to have.
It's a bit tough because Hero Marine, he's picking off two Overlords here, which will supply block Johnny Rico, which is great for Hero Marine. And then he's got the threat to start pushing in. And if he does push in, then suddenly he's forcing units. And if you force units, you supply block. It's all little irritating things that can keep happening. And behind this, of course, Wave 2 is getting ready. When 1-1 will be complete for the infantry, there will be 2 tanks, and there will be more medevacs. But currently, just a twin push into the natural. The third is now the main going to get dropped, but the units there scaring back. But this is just good drop defense by Rico.
Yeah, really good drop defense, but he needs to get his mid-game plan together. He's got a good drone count, he's got his upgrades on the way, but how's Hero Marine? He could have such a powerful timing with 1-1. He's got a lot of siege tanks already out on the field, actually a lot being 2 in this scenario, not really that much, but 2 can really make a difference because he's on just pure Zergling, Baneling, Roach.
And if we
without the upgrades.
Yeah, if we remember the previous game as well, Hero Marine did such an amazing job of sniping off those Banelings. He target fired absolutely perfectly without even any tanks there, and that arguably is how he won. His splits were fantastic. So therefore, if Johnny Rico doesn't come from multiple flanks, it could be a bit difficult and we could see a similar result. However, Johnny Rico is getting his lair out now. He's got a lot more Banelings and he's getting the double upgrades.
The push is coming though. Hero Marine might be hitting that timing again. It won him game 1 where he hit just before the Ultralisk popped, and now he might be hitting before 1-1 finishes. Does Johnny Rico have enough stuff out? He has 19 Roaches, he has a lot of Banelings, but no Zergling support yet. 26 Zerglings are about to pop though. That's going to help him out immensely. The siege tanks are sieging up, 2 of them there. A lot of medevacs. Here come the Marines.
Now, if Johnny Rico holds off this push, he should be absolutely fine. He'll be in a good spot, but he can't take too many losses. The tank there is very, very beneficial because that means you can't just run in. The Marines can pull back. A lot of the Marines being held in reserve as well. And Johnny Rico doing the right thing, just waiting. He doesn't want to push down. He just doesn't want to take too much damage. There goes the scan grinding vision. The tank's able to get a couple of shells off. And Rico, he's just got to be patient.
He's got to go for it now. He's got nowhere to run anymore, and he's pushing in. The siege tank was on siege, but isn't going to be enough. There's no Banelings left. The siege tank is in siege mode. The Marines, of course, there. Zergling reinforcements streaming in. The siege tank still alive. Johnny Rico is being forced back. Hero Marine pushing in for the win. He's going to be attacking the third base. Will probably be able to take that out. Johnny Rico, he is in trouble. He is pulling his drones in one last desperation move, but he is not going to cut it. It's not going to be enough. The Roaches are dying at the top, and the Marines are still standing strong. 1-1 upgrades on them. The siege tank still in the back firing away. 3 siege tanks left. The third base is dead. Johnny Rico's down 40 supply. Hero Marine is going to do it.
Yep, this is all but over now, unfortunately. Hero Marine executing this timing push ever so effectively. Really, really well done by him. Rico is going to go for one last push, but the double drop just too much. We can see that without the third, the worker count is equal. More Roaches trying to come out, more drop tech is trying to come down, but I don't think he's going to last another 100 seconds.
No, that's a little bit too late, and Hero Marine is not going to go back home. He knows he can just finish this outright. Johnny Rico trying to keep up with the upgrades. He's sticking in this game. He knows he will be eliminated if he leaves this game. The second he types GG, he is out of the tournament.
And he is just doing everything, and you would. The amount of money on the line, the amount of notoriety, the amount of just class that you can get from winning this is huge for both of these two up-and-comers. And ultimately, Johnny Rico is now a long way behind. He's at 80, now 90 supply to 150 of Hero Marine. The tanks are sieged up, able to reach his main. The medevac's granting vision. It's not going to be long until the natural falls.
No, the Spire's starting to come down for Johnny Rico. He wants to go into his beloved Mutalisks, but he wasn't granted the time by Hero Marine. knowing the weakness of his opponent, the weakness to counterattacks, because he had nothing to really do with that. His upgrades were late, he didn't have the Spire, he didn't have an Imp Station Pit, he didn't have Bailing Speed yet when the first attack hit, he wasn't ready for it at all. Johnny Rico now going to be pushing out for what could be the last time. No, he is falling back, hoping for his Spire to finish. If his Spire finishes, he will be able to create about 10 mutas, but what's that going to do in this situation?
It's going to be tough. Some of the tanks are unexposed, but look at this next wave of reinforcements. 2 more tanks, a whole ton more Marines, and here he goes. Here tanks are just doing too much damage. The natural base is falling oh so quickly. Half the supply now. Johnny Rico, Hero Marine, is looking to secure this place. GG was called, and Hero Marine will advance through to the semi-finals. Congratulations to him. Consolidations to Johnny Rico, the last remaining UK player. And well, that was a great series. It was really, really good.
That was an amazing series. So evenly matched in skill those two guys were, ladies and gentlemen. But our live audience is definitely going to be disappointed a little bit here. The last UK player going to get taken out. Johnny Rico out of the tournament. Mouse, Hero Marine, is going to advance to the semi-finals, and where he will play against the winner of Red versus Sting. The last time I checked...
Yeah, it's 2-0 to Sting at the moment.
Yeah, the last time I checked, Red was down 2 games to Sting. Maybe production or anyone else can give us a quick update as to how those games are going. Are they still in game? Has the series ended?
We'll wait to see. But I know what the big thing is, though, that ultimately the other semi-final is Baby Knight versus Snoot. Snoot going 3-2 against TLO. No, Snoot going 3-1 against Hasselhoffs. TLO losing 3-2 to Baby Knight. That's how they got there. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a quick break on the stream. After which, we've got actually one of the guys from ESET coming up on stage to do a question and answer session. I'm going to be doing that with them. We're going to actually answer questions you may have about their antivirus. All you need to do is send a tweet to @ESET UK Masters. I'm going to have it up on screen if you want to know more about it, and I'll ask him the question live on air. If we do answer your question, we'll give you a free 12-month license to the antivirus. I've been using it for months now, and I can honestly say it's really good. And I'm not just saying that because they sponsor the event. It is pretty swish.
Yeah, it does work well, and you can have a really good shot. If you ask a good question, you could win yourself a 12-month free license, a VIP license is what they call it. I've been giving a few away, Jorsar's been giving a few away, I'm sure
I'll be giving a few away.
Is going to be giving a few away. And we did those giveaways through our Twitter, @ESET UK Masters, and of course, @LiquidRed. That's where all the action is going to be happening.
And honestly though, it is @Lurlian if you want to follow my co-cast, and mine is @MadOrsSC2. Quick break, stay with us. We'll have the semi-finals coming up after the Q&A session. So yeah, stay tuned. ESET UK Masters. Bye for now.
Gonna be right back.
Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. Some nights I wish that my lips could build a castle. Some nights I wish they just fall off. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. Oh, what do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know driving on the empty road. I forgot I fell in love back home. I start to wonder if I changed. I start to wonder if you, even if you, even if you, even feel the same.
into the East semi-final, and what better way to start us off here, Todd, than between Snoot and Baby Knight. It continues here.
Yeah, Denmark versus Norway, Baby Knights and Snoot actually played quite many times.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the League of Legends Finals! Can you believe it? £1,500 first prize, as well as i49 tickets, as well as Razer swag for the winners of this tournament. It's absolutely ridiculous, for stress.
Yeah, total prize value of £2,500 donated by Razer for the Razer League of Legends Cup. One of the biggest UK tournaments for League of Legends that we've had. And the tournament has really hotted up. And these teams are definitely competing closely for the prize.
Can you tell me about the actual tournament? Like, how many teams signed up? I know these guys, the anime guys, they came in from the pre-qualifiers, already won themselves a whole bunch of stuff. But how did it go throughout the weekend?
We've had about 26 teams, I think, were signed up, and that's a lot. It's about 7 or 8 teams more than we had last time, but the competition between these teams has been much, much higher. To give you guys a bit of an insight, Team Infused, our #1 seeds in the tournament, were knocked down to the lower bracket, as were our #2 seeds in Animate. And that shows you that the top 4 teams at this tournament can really take games off each other.
In the meantime, though, their opponents have one of the best names ever I have seen. Now, I've seen many, many names in gaming, ranging from sexual tyrannosauruses to have you not. But Stress, what are they called?
Oh, it's been annoying me for the past day and a half. They are called and it is one of the most difficult names to pronounce. And to give you guys a little bit of insight, they have some of the players that won the last I-Series event, I-47, so definitely an established team, whereas Animate are actually competing there. They've been around since about January, a little bit before, and they're showing that they're at a high level because over in the Scan League, they are actually top of their group as well. So both of these teams are really hotly contesting this grand finals.
Before we move on and introduce the actual teams, Razer have actually provided us a whole bunch of stuff to give away. Now, if you were sitting in the front row while we were giving stuff out, then you already have a whole bunch of scarves, but we've got a whole lot more. Who wants some free Razer gear?
No, we said who wants some free Razer gear, guys?
These lead packs are awesome, by the way. I was at Gadget Show Live a couple of years back. They fly 1,000,000 miles. It's so good. Scarves!
Keep you warm in the snow. Somebody at Razer is clearly a weatherman.
A weatherman, yes.
They brought hundreds and hundreds of Razer scarves. So if you guys were here at the opening ceremony, some of you might have got some already, but if you haven't and you are camping out, these scarves have been pretty much saving most of the campers, so good credit to Razer there for preparing for the weather.
More scarves? You guys over here, you want scarves? Scarves you shall get.
I'm throwing them quite far into the crowd, guys, because you in the front have already had some, so we're down to our last couple of scarves, and
Stress, I got one more.
That was just quite a good catch. I thought I was going to drop that one, Ace-Spec.
Let's see if we can get somebody in the
going
back, perhaps. Somebody in the middle. Somebody in the middle.
Guys fighting.
You're gonna have to go and stand up for this one if you're gonna be able to catch it.
Good catch.
Well
good
done.
Catch. So big thanks to Razer. Can we guys get a Razer?
Hold on. Box. That side. Do you want a box? Or do you want a box? There we go. You can put your stuff in there.
Can we get a big Razer chant from the crowd?
Thank you.
Come on, guys. We're giving you all this free stuff. Let's give a hand to Razer. Thanks, guys. I think we're going to have a quick little interview with some of our players as I head over to the casting desk. So can I get Tundra and Taylor up to join A-Spec for just a few words before we get into games?
That's cool.
I will see you guys at the casting desk.
Gentlemen, welcome. Team Animate, how are you guys doing so far?
Good, great.
How have you prepared for this particular tournament?
Just been playing all day, playing for the last few weeks, and it's going well.
You actually managed to win the pre-qualifiers as well for the tournament. The run up here, like how many matches have you actually had to play to get to this point?
Well, there was a group stage of 3 teams at the pre-qualifier, and then today it was 4 groups through the group stages, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then through the losers bracket up to where we are now.
Through the losers bracket. Yeah. Well, hopefully Team MMA will manage to do something of it.
Yeah, that's our name. You know it.
How did that even come to be? Because I was talking to our casters, and they're like, "This is the most horrible thing we've ever had to do," because they're all saying like, "Then they're attacking the tower with ah."
Well, there's a really long backstory, and maybe we can show you all the video at the end. I don't know, but it's like there's a dog praying, and I can't really go into it. It's a long story.
It's a long story, but it starts with a dog praying. This is how most of my stories also start, by the way. It's a very good pickup line, I would like to add. Looking at your lineup, you managed to get into this finals through the upper bracket. Playing versus these guys in the past, how were your results?
We came in through the winners bracket 2-1. So they took the first game off us, but we came back, and now we're here to win it.
You're here to win it. Well, I think Team Anime just has something to say about that. Gentlemen, get to your seats. We're ready to go live. Anybody here for Team Animate? Anybody here for Team Stress. Take it away because it's time for League of Legends.
Thank you very much, A-Spec, and I'm not quite going to be as enthusiastic when I say unless maybe we get some kind of pentakill, but even then it's going to be recorded on video footage, and that's not the kind of thing that you really want on record. I am Stress, Dignitas Stress, as some of you might know me. I was here casting the last event, but Pulse is joining me here for the finals of our Razer League of Legends Cup. Pulse has been casting with me alongside Spuddington this weekend, and should this game go to a Game 2, Spuddington will be joining me as well. So how have you enjoyed your very first Insomnia, Pulse?
It's been absolutely amazing, and yeah, it's kind of, not saying like we didn't hope that we're going to get to the finals, but we've all the way through, it's like through every single game. It's been fun times.
I must admit, as much as I like the guys in the team, they have caused me many problems with that name this weekend. But as A-Spec was saying, these guys both want this really badly. The UK scene is hotting up for League of Legends, as I'm sure you guys can attest to. I mean, look at the crowd we've got. It is the biggest crowd of the weekend, and it'll be great to hear you guys as these games go along. And a lot of people have said that the UK scene isn't really that great, but these teams, the top 4 teams, as Team Infused was seed number 1, Animate was seed number 2, Air was seed 3, and Beasts Multigaming was seed number 4, and all 4 teams made the top 4, but in a completely different order than we expected.
Yeah, we had Animate and Infused dropping into the lower bracket. I don't think anyone was expecting that, and as you were saying, people have said that the UK doesn't have a competitive scene in League of Legends. Well, I think that's just changed today, hasn't it, Stress?
Yeah, and these guys really proving that they can contend at a high level. I know these guys have also been in other leagues that we've run behind a 60 scan, but we've been running a league, and that's where Animate have been, proving that they're the top team in the UK online, but they're looking to prove that they're the top team in the UK offline, sorry. And we'll be getting into game very shortly, guys, but of course, this game will be on the delay, so these guys, although they can probably just about hear us, they won't be able to see anything in-game, but I'm going to give them the ready up into chat, and maybe we can get underway really soon. And to give you an idea, these guys have pretty much, in the games against the other top 4 seeds, all of the games went 2-1.
Yeah, they did indeed. So hopefully this will be a close game as we head into the grand finals of the Razer League of Legends tournament here at Insomnia. And we will have Jacquelot bringing out the first pick. In fact, the bans first. I mean, those happen in League of Legends.
We've got to start with the bans here, and we'll get them up on screen, shortly for you. No bans have gone through yet, but to give you an idea of some of these players, the team of Air have been playing some very, very irregular compositions. Rumble is a ban out against Tundra, who plays in that top lane for Animate. And Tundra is very good at Rumble and very good at Elise, so I wouldn't be surprised to see an Elise or a Singed ban, because that's his 3rd favorite champion. As we were saying earlier on the cast, he doesn't get to play Singed a lot in the competitive scene because everybody bans it away from him.
Yeah, Singed received some nerfs recently, but that hasn't stopped any of these players. And we've had a couple interesting bans through this tournament. Some of the big champions that have been picked out have been the Volibear, the Jarvan as well. Really nice to see. And yeah, the comeback of Bear has been a thing. And it's been quite fantastic.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Volibear, and we even saw Aculord from Animate go 14-0-4 in our very first game on that Volibear. He actually won himself a Razer messenger bag for that, so there was plenty of swag on the line. As you guys have just seen some of it given out to you, Razer have pretty much brought what seems like a truckload of scarves, lead packs, and messenger bags. As this goes along, Zed has been banned out. That's a targeted ban against GH Nitrix, and they don't like to let him play that as well. And also Taylor in the jungle plays Zed. Volibear banned out. That's against Aculord in the jungle, as we said, 14-0-14, and then Diana banned away from the mid laner Cook My Sock for Air.
Yeah, I believe the Kha'Zix will also be banned out against Nitrix in that top lane. They were talking about it earlier, and they said we need to get rid of that Kha'Zix, get rid of that Zed. And we were just talking about the Jarmander, the big J-man, and he has indeed been picked up first.
Yeah, Jarvan has been first pick, and I'm getting a message from Tundra, which tells me they might be looking to do a placeholder ban, which is something that's fairly regular. It is Zilean. This is a champion that they've used a lot over the last few weeks as a placeholder. That won't be a Zilean pickup. I would guess it would be an Elise, which means I can check. I think they're going to be good to use a placeholder champion. Normally they've been using Zilean as a placeholder for Elise. So essentially, for anybody in the crowd that's not quite aware of what a placeholder is, because we're on the live realms, not all of the players will have all of the champions. Obviously, over 100 and nearly 110, maybe even over that now with the addition of Quinn and Valor. It means that they're going to pick a champion, let their opponents let us know exactly who the placeholder is, and I'm going to ask who.
I've just been messaged, and it will be Varus.
Right.
So there we go.
Okay, so it is Thresh Varus in that bottom lane for Animate Esports, and they've played a lot of Varus this weekend. And indeed, they found a lot of success for it. And are we really going to see Eurostars teleport with support LeBlanc?
Hopefully we see that. Maybe he's just trolling us. We have seen, better wait until that gets locked in, but we did see that LeBlanc coming out in that support role, doing work. All the way through the game, it's like, maybe the teleport isn't paying off, but teleport goes in about, what, 20 minutes in, takes out one of the Fed Jarvans, picking up that shutdown. So, yeah, definitely a force to contend with. And in that bot lane with Eurostar, but unfortunately probably will be swapped up.
Yeah, we'll see exactly who they decide to pick up. Looks like they're going for their AD carry and support. So alongside a Jarvan, that gives a lot of potential towards an AoE style composition, and Zyra lends herself towards that as well with her ultimate, the Cataclysm, and also the Zyra ultimate is going to provide a lot of area of effect CC, so lots of knockups, lots of enclosure within Cataclysm, and Caitlyn alongside that is going to be able to pick people off from a good distance.
Yeah, they have a very sort of control-built team at the moment with Jarvan using that Cataclysm to split up the team fight, plus Zyra in that bot lane as well, and especially in those team fights, just splitting everyone up, so much control happening, and the slowdown from those plants as well. Grasping Root's going to be really, really annoying in those team fights, and maybe even a level 1 invade as well. That bot lane, hard to push back, and it will be Varus and Thresh, so they are quite hard engaged. They want to get in there, but Caitlyn and Zyra are going to keep them at range.
And I think Animate might need to use a second placeholder here, which is going to be Heimerdinger. And as I get a message from Tundra, it's Heimerdinger equals Elise, so they've swapped it up. So to give you guys a run-through of the champions for Animate so far, they have Thresh, they have Varus, Elise, and Vi. That leaves their mid laner open, and there are a few top-level mid laners left available. And with that Vi pickup, I have mentioned on stream again and again and again that, you know, when Vi is available and Kayle are available, can potentially be some, you know, cool interactions there using that intervention. But I don't think that have really used Kayle at all this tournament, so it might be one that they'd have to pull out from the back of a bag of tricks. So, and we've also seen Animate just not care that Kayle has been available. So they've allowed Kayle through, and I don't know whether Cook My Sock is actually just going to add another placeholder into the mix, but Tryndamere with Revive and Teleport, I'm almost certain is not going to get locked in.
Yeah, there we go. Will be swapped up. But we have seen AP Tryndamere making a return and has been extremely strong in solo queue. That has received some nerfs at the moment. But yeah, that could be quite interesting.
And now I'm expecting a Twisted Fate, perhaps, and Mayhem locks it in. Just like
Those
that,
balls.
they played Twisted Fate alongside Vi in a game earlier, and as you can see, we have gone back to the lobby so that we can get these players all on their correct champions. So Twisted Fate was that last pickup, and they played an incredible game that yourself and Spuddington cast earlier today, where they actually picked Twisted Fate into a Kale lane against, I believe it was Beast's Multi-Gaming, and I managed to catch that game, and Twisted Fate was doing work in that middle lane.
He was indeed. Generally, you expect Kale, that classic lane bully, to just beat out all those lanes, specifically Twisted Fate, who's generally quite weak in those early levels. But when he started ranking up that wild cards, just to push them out, and there was nothing Kale could do all over the map. Kale couldn't really roam, and they did indeed pick up that game. Twisted Fate indeed doing work. So we are receiving some messages right now. So we might have some delays.
There's a slight little delay. A couple of the players might need to just pop off the stage for a quick second. But we can talk a little bit more about that game where they had Twisted Fate and that interaction with Kale. I'll run through the Kale-Vi interaction that I was talking about. I didn't want to give too much of a hint, but Vi's damage and CC is predominantly on one target, and generally you'll use that Assault and Battery to get all the way through the team and pick up the AD carry at the back to slam them down, deal a lot of damage, and then use Vault Breaker as well as the denting blows to get as much damage on to that important carry in these team fights. Now, when you have a Kale on the team, you can use Intervention. And what that Twisted Fate allowed earlier was they actually locked Kale down, and just the ability to go around the map as much as possible was really what allowed them to take that. Of course, Twisted Fate with a Lich Bane and a Rabadon's Death Cap does insane amounts of damage to towers. And if you guys are at the venue and you're not watching the stream, there are a couple of seats left. You might be able to squeeze in to the seating area here, guys. And I'm glad that so many of you guys have joined us for the League of Legends finals here for the Razer League of Legends Cup. We can, of course, say that Razer have signed on for 2013 alongside Multiplay to support our event. So that means i49 and i50 will all be sponsored by Razer here at iSeries.
Indeed, and the grand prize will be the, well, we have a prize pool of 2,500, and then the first prize will be 1,500. Indeed, large monies coming out here. And we should be jumping into the game fairly shortly as the players return. At the moment, I think there's like 3 players up there.
Yeah,
so
it looks like most of the players have actually gone, and that's one of the problems with being on stage is sometimes nerves can get to you, and that's going to be the difference between these teams. If they can keep their resolve and keep a composed head here as they're playing in a high-pressure situation. I mean, for a lot of these players, I mean, other than perhaps Taylor and Nitrix and a couple of the players on Animate, who were at previous iSeries, I believe i45, they have a couple of players from, Four Kings and WinFact, where they have played on stage before, but for the large majority of these players, this is the first time they've played at this kind of finals under this sort of pressure. But it's whether the leaders of their team will be able to, run them through the game and make sure that everybody is, playing exactly the way they would when they're at home.
Yeah, of course, high-pressure situations mean mistakes can happen, and of course we don't want any of that coming into play. So far we had a couple of sets. We talked about it earlier, and there's a couple of things happening in chat about stress. And so we had the 2 top seeds going into the lower bracket. That was Infused and Animate. Infused actually got knocked out by Animate, and of course they are here now. We had Air facing up against Beasts, and they also got dropped into Constellation Final and did get taken out eventually by Animate, but they were the 3rd and 4th seeds. So, yeah, indeed. And we also had Mouth Paper Scissors picking up a game against Infuse as well, and they were 6th seed.
Yeah, they finished in 5th and 6th place, so shout out to those guys for, putting out a good performance, and really to everybody that was in the tournament. I mean, I'm sure a lot of you guys that are in the crowd probably played in, the group stages and the beginnings of our bracket stage before. Unfortunately, well, I guess fortunately and unfortunately, but we ended up with those games between the top 4 seeds with that series that you and I cast between, I believe it was Animate and... no, it was Beasts and Air we casted yesterday in that upper bracket, and no, it was Animate and Air. This is the 2nd time they played this tournament, isn't it?
Is it? I have a goldfish memory, so...
This is the thing, the top 4 teams are so highly contested that it's quite difficult to place the games, because I'm pretty sure it was Animate and Air, and actually Air, I believe, beat them in that game, which is a lot of why Diana was banned. Remember the split push Diana that we saw in those games, and that's a lot of why that targeted ban comes out. It's all flooding back to me today, and you know, after the boat race and the pub quiz last night, sometimes it's not quite easy to remember what happened in the previous 24 hours, but I hope you guys have not only enjoyed the League of Legends, which, you know, Razer have been a great help and, you know, have provided us with so much stuff to give to you, and I hope you guys have enjoyed that, but also Insomnia 48 as well. I hope you guys have had a great LAN. I know the snow has kind of made it a little bit difficult for some people to get around, and we hope that Razer scarves were, you know, helped you to stay warm at night while in your tents.
Yes, indeed, and hopefully everyone gets home safely, because I heard a lot of the roads are starting to be blocked off with all the snow, and yeah, it's getting quite difficult. There's quite frosty, but it looks like we are perhaps ready to go. Casters are being called.
Yeah, casters are ready. We've been just filling a little bit of time here. We are into Champion Select. This won't be anything particularly different, other than we're not going to see Heimerdinger and Zillion, as much as I would love to see Heimerdinger and Zillion. I mean, Animate, I believe, have run Heimerdinger before alongside their Volibear. This was back in the Scan League about 2 weeks ago when Animate ran this very obscure Volibear and Zillion combo where they'd have mobility boots onto Volibear and then put on the Zillion movement speed buff. And he'd be at about 600 movement speed.
That's scary.
Which is a scary movement speed when you're, you know, galloping into lane for a flip on an AD carry. It's pretty a significant speed to appear in the lane. And as you can see, we've got that bug where it says active game not found, and it is fine.
Yeah,
active game
we are
is
good
found.
to go. Yeah, so we should be able to get through this Champion Select very quickly. Everyone knows what the bans and picks are, so just going to lock those in on the right people this time, so we don't need the placeholders.
Yes.
And just waiting for that Jarvan to come in.
Now, we're not going to talk about summoner abilities. I mean, some of you might be wondering exactly why certain ones are, and they have actually been changed now. That's typically what he would run on other champions, but we're not going to talk about summoner abilities just in case the guys can hear us. I mean, while the headphones that they have on stage, the Razer ones, do block out a fair amount of sound, obviously with the PA system in here, it is quite loud, and especially when the crowd get going, you know, they're still going to be able to hear interaction with you guys. And as you can see on screen, we have got that Varus and that Elise. So Tundra going to be playing Elise. That's probably his third best champion in his opinion. He plays a lot of Rumble, and as we said, Singed is likely his top champion, or was, but he hasn't played it in a competitive game for quite a while because it's just been banned away from him.
Indeed. So right now we do have a lot of those target bans. And yeah, Fresh. So Fresh is an interesting pick because you can't really, he's quite difficult to play in sort of solo queue and pub games, but when you bring him into a team environment, he's so strong. The interaction he can have with his junglers, they can close huge distances and go for those ganks. Again, works well in those aggressive lanes and is absurdly tanky when he racks up those souls. So we do have 22 seconds before we hit that delay. In fact,
my client has bugged out, so it will load. That's not a problem. We will be into game. And we can make sure that that is all sorted out. Of course, some things happen here. It looks like the guys are. We're heading towards the game. We will be into game fairly shortly when that timer ticks down. I mean, your game hasn't quite loaded yet because you are indeed waiting for mine to hit the delay period. There we go. 3 minutes on the delay, and that is purely so that these guys cannot be influenced at all by our commentary. And you've got the teams up on stage. And you can see the lineups for the champion select. And Shakolal is playing Caitlyn alongside that Zyra, so a lot of CC down in that bottom lane comes out of Zyra with those roots and also her ultimate. Alongside that, Taylor playing Jarvan. He has played quite a bit. Jarvan we've seen a lot, as we were talking about in this tournament, and really that ultimate the Cataclysm is a significant CC for any team fight in the mid game. And Nitrix running Renekton, he's played that quite a lot this tournament, and also Cook My Sock, I believe for the first time in a game that I've casted, is playing Orianna.
Yeah, and of course Jarvan's ultimate can work either way. We all know that Jarvan who is helping and locks all his team in. We've seen that a couple times in this tournament. But again, we've seen a lot of Renekton, and also we have a lot of nice synergy from Orianna. So we have the Jarvan going in, Orianna pops that shockwave, everyone gets dragged into the Cataclysm, and then Caitlyn's good to go to start shredding those targets. The very early game orientated team, bot lane's going to have a ton of control, very difficult to push that out, and they will be pushing in fairly quickly. Renekton, again, known for his laning phase, scales really well from those levels, and Orianna moving more into that mid game, and Jarvan looking to be quite aggressive in that early game indeed.
Yeah, and we've commented already about how Vi has that good single target damage, and Caitlyn is going to excel from staying all the way at the back, and if Vi can manage to get that Assault and Battery through past Jarvan and past Orianna's Shockwave, of course, she can't be CC'd during the lockdown in animation and before she gets to the target, but I believe can be CC'd during the actual slam animation, so it is possible for them to get a good snare on to Vi. If they can shut down Aculord on Vi, I think that's going to be a very important part of this game, because of course Aculord earlier did do a good job as pretty much carrying out of the jungle with Vi.
Yeah, for sure, and Vi, yeah, huge damage early game. It goes down a bit in the mid game, kind of a parabolic power curve, and starts speed up towards the late game. Really good at scaling into that late game. So we have a strong front line coming from that blue team, and really it's whether Vi can get to that stage where she can actually reach Caitlyn to land that Assault and Battery, but she might just be pushed back by all the CC before that happens, because of course she's not going to be invulnerable to that until she pops that ultimate. So we do have about 25 seconds on that delay timer.
Parabolic power curve. Now that's a bit of a tongue twister. That's almost as big a tongue twister as hyperkinetic position reverser, which is possibly one of the most difficult names in the game to remember. And I'm so glad Urgot has fallen out of fashion, because it means I don't have to say it in the middle of a team fight anymore.
Indeed, we do have some of those names are quite tricky to pull out, but we are potentially going on to this loading screen.
Yeah, hopefully the client will behave and we can get into the game. We are a little bit delayed from where we would like to be, and I'm going to put my drink away. I didn't realize that we were quite going back to the camera, but the game is loading up, and that will be up on screen for you guys very shortly. And if production can bring the game up on screen very briefly, those glorious banners will show you just the level of these teams.
Yes, indeed, and Mayhem, again, we have seen this matchup before, because we're commenting on the fact that Mayhem, the only plat player, feeling a bit sad, not with the rest of the gang here, but again, these players are some of the best in the UK scene, and indeed, I think a couple of them are indeed at Challenger, so yeah.
I'm not sure exactly which ones. I should have actually asked the guys themselves, but I know a lot of them have been, talking about where they are in leagues and that. And as you can see, we are into game now, and I'm going to adjust the scoreboard for everybody so that everything is in the right positions. And we are now into game one, guys, between Animate Esports and Air do have a 1-0 lead, and would you believe it, it wouldn't be a game of League of Legends without a pause to begin with. If we have a look on our second computer exactly what the issue is, apparently it's a screen resolution bug. Hopefully it didn't take them too long to sort out. Of course, that is pretty much an easy fix, but you can see on screen Air have a 1-0 lead in this best of 3, and that is because they've come through the winners bracket. It is the advantage for the winners, and there was a coin flip to decide red or blue side, and Air chose to be on blue after winning the coin flip. That gave them first pick, first ban, and the game is about to be unpaused, guys, so we can get some noise for these teams. If you are looking forward to Animate Esports tying this series up 1-1, let's hear you. And on the other hand, if you're looking for Air to take this series with one game, and for some of these players retain their title as I Series winners, make some noise for Air.
Awesome. There's a crowd favourites.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys, for making some noise for us. But as you can see, already Animate going for somewhat of an unorthodox play, most of them coming down towards this bottom lane, and might be looking to play delayed invade onto red, of course. That's where Taylor's going to look to start, and Tundra just joining the rest of his group. Thresh isn't quite with him, and are we going to see a ward out of Air and Shakolol and their support? Because that is going to be a very important ward if they can get one. Even a Caitlyn trap would suffice. Does he have any abilities? And hasn't selected an ability yet, so obviously waiting to see exactly what happens. Are they going to get vision of this? How long until they see it? It looks like their Animate move towards the bush. No trap goes down, stun, and a flash comes out from Yellow Star. Here comes that death sentence, and Animate pick up the first blood for Tundra.
So well executed. Didn't know they were there. Turned the corner, picking up the kill onto Zyra very, very quickly. Flash was burnt as well, giving some advantage to that bot lane. And of course, that will be very difficult to them naturally because of that Caitlyn Zyra lane. So that will just give them some breathing room.
And because these guys have played each other, Animate went for a very different level 1 start to what they normally do. Normally, Animate will look to, defend and then maybe go for a very delayed invade. This one was an invade through the bottom lane at about the 30 to 35 second mark. And that's a very obscure timing for Animate. That's not normally what they do. So a great change in their playstyle. They anticipated this ward to go down and were able to capitalize on, changing their playstyle up here for the grand finals.
Yes, for sure. So they are now moving into that bot lane. Everyone's just kind of fanning out into their natural lanes. Lord starting with that blue buff, maybe going for that fast level 3, going to the Wolves blue, and then going to the red. That will pick up level 3, and then you can go for that top gang. Renekton now picking up level 2 against Tundra level 1, darting the aggression already. And of course, when you do get to level 2 before your opponent, you can start to bring down the hurt because you do have those 2 skills, extra health as well.
And we saw this engagement, this exact lane, Renekton against Elise in the game between these two teams just yesterday. And Nitrix went for level 2 aggression on Tundra. Tundra hit level 2 just as Nitrix engaged, managed to repel it behind his tower. Tundra has hit level 2, so I don't expect Nitrix to go in on this.
Yes, and it's quite a sort of skill matchup. They're fairly even in that laning phase. Of course, Renekton is known for his damage that he can output and the pressure he can cause. So right now, it looks like Taylor looking for this gank down on Mayhem. He is quite near his turret. Mayhem does indeed... he doesn't have the flash. He's burnt it earlier, but he will indeed just be backing off. Right now, does have that level 3, so maybe looking for that gank at top. Renekton has wisely warded that tri-bush.
Yeah, Renekton does have a ward in that tri-bush. Good defensive ward there to make sure that Nitrix can't be ganked too easily. But of course, Vi is good at closing that gap with the Vault Breaker. And Shakalal and Yerostal already pushing on towards the turret. And they're going to try and push this lane as hard as possible because really the strength that Thresh Varus lane has is the engage onto their lane opponents. And Nitrix hits level 4. And you can see that already Aculord has come up behind through lane, and Tundra doesn't quite hit the cocoon there. Nitrix is going to run into the bush. Taylor is here as well. There's the Demacian standard, and they pick up the kill onto Tundra. 1 kill apiece here, and Air tie this up.
Indeed, excellent counter gank from Taylor, knowing his enemy's position. You're probably going to go for that fast level 3. I will do the same. Started with the red buff, went to his own blue, so he will be matching him blow for blow with those double buffs. And right now, Aculord will just be clearing up some of those minions. Meanwhile, at bottom, we have some aggression coming out from that lane. Interesting, he went for the Doran's Blade first because it's a very poke-heavy lane. Maybe wanting to get aggressive, landing that death sentence and looking for those early game trades. But right now, Shakalor's poking him down, and he doesn't have any pots, any recalls, and he's indeed forced to recall.
Yeah, and you can see Aculord was just defending that lane, getting some experience from that. The wildcards do just clip Cook My Sock, and auto attack to the turret, of course. Oriana's passive is going to deal extra damage, but Cook My Sock actually ended up taking turret aggression. And here comes Taylor through the back. Taylor picks up a kill on Mayhem, and Air already are cementing the aggressive playstyle that we've seen out from them all tournament. So if they can keep this up, this is the kind of pace that they like to play.
Definitely, and we have seen Anime be quite aggressive in these last couple games. We've seen them be looking for those fast towers and then building momentum, looking to push it home. But at the moment, they are sort of lagging behind in gold and kills, but hopefully they can bring it home. Of course, Vi extremely strong at the moment, and everyone just sort of resuming farming at the moment.
Yeah, of course, that is because of the... that is because of the extra kill they have, is why they have the extra gold. They got distracted for a second. Nitrix slices and dices forward into Tundra. The cocoon comes out. Nitrix has hit level 5, hasn't hit level 6 for that ultimate where Renekton becomes a real lane beast. He can pretty much trade with most top laners once he's hit level 6. And you can see in the mid lane as well, Mayhem trying to get some of that experience that he lost when he died, because another champion that's important for hitting level 6 is there is an engagement onto Yerostar down in this bottom lane. Ward in that tri-bush and the plant as well is going to deter Aculord, but Twisted Fate hits level 6 and then becomes much bigger problem because he's able to teleport across the map, hit those gold cards and lock somebody down for a gank.
For sure, we will see more action coming out in these lanes when Twisted Fate gets to that level 6 with a Destiny teleport, and definitely bot lane will be happy about that because they are getting poked down, but of course with that level 6 they have a nice engaged lane, Stun Card goes down, and then of course we can have the death sentence lock up, so much CC coming from that Thresh. So great synergy there. Taylor looking for that gank in mid lane. Patient Hunter. We have Mayhem going for those Wraiths. He's going to be turning the corner. Doesn't know he's quite there yet, but if anything, this will be a tower dive. I think he realizes it might not going to happen, but he is turning the corner. He wants something to happen. He wants blood. Moving on to Mayhem. Looking for his Flag and Drive. Going onto the turret. Shockwave goes down as well. Vi looking for the counter gank, and he will be backing off.
Vi isn't level 6 yet, though, so no Assault and Battery available. Nice play with the Command Defend, or Command Protect, as they put Taylor under that tower, but they couldn't get the damage off. Vi appeared in the lane, and that was enough to signal them back. Nitrix is hit level 6, so he does have that ultimate available, which is going to make him able to engage much better on Elise.
Yeah, and Orianna pushing quite hard into TF's turret, making hard for him to roam right now. And Renekton picking that top lane as well. So as soon as Mayhem just goes off the map, they are going to start pinging, knowing where he might be, forcing his lanes to back off. And it's just the global presence that TF exerts all over the place, and he is looking to pick up that blue buff right now. We do have the bot lane just going to go ahead and recall, I think, after picking up that minion wave.
Yeah, and you can see how much Nitrix is pushing in towards this tower, and great warding here on this Tribush. Constantly has this ward up, and that means that it's going to be very difficult for Vi to get in range for that Assault and Battery. Has to burn the Vault Breaker in order to get in to the range of that ultimate, and that really makes it difficult. And Tundra is having a hard time in lane already. 66 CS up to the 41 of Tundra, and of course Tundra does have that kill. Ace in the hole comes out on to Samwise, so they don't pick up that kill, but he uses it just to put some damage on, maybe make Varus think about pulling back from that tower.
And we do have Destiny being popped, looking for this guy down the bot lane. He will be teleporting behind Shaco Lol. Yarostar gets pushed back, but he's nuking down Samwise. He flashes out of the way with the shield as well on him. Zakamez gets trapped. Shaco Lol looking to pick up the kill onto Mayhem. Flash comes down as well, looking for the seal, gets it. 1-for-1 trade so far.
Yeah, and nice 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane, and that works out really well for Air because they burn that Destiny, use the gate, and a 3v2 goes against their favor. And any time where if you have the numbers advantage, you end up with the same number of kills, that is pretty much a negative gank for you.
Yes, indeed. And they want these ganks to be working out for them because they are looking for Twist Effect to stamp down that presence. Otherwise, Caitlyn will look to be very scary in that mid game and have a nice transition into it. Jarmander looking for that gank in top lane. He is looking for that lane gank as Tundra looks to be aggressive with a Venomous Bite, but he will be backing off to his turret.
Yeah, I think Tundra's just trying to bait out the ultimate from Nitrix. Nitrix not really going for it, waiting for his cannon minion, the enemy cannon minion to die, but here comes Nitrix and Taylor into lane. Tundra has got dropped low. The ultimate out of Nitrix is going to keep him alive. If Tundra goes in on this, it's a kill for sure. Actually burns Cataclysm for that. I guess an ultimate for a kill is great, but here comes Aculord. Does he have Assault and Battery available? Yes. Will he use it under the tower, or is Aculord going to let Taylor get away? Assault and Battery comes out. Is he going to be able to get enough damage with those denting blows? Nitrix is not low enough to help, and they pull back from this engagement.
Indeed, and Cataclysm was quite stylish there with the bad dunks, and nice to see very early on to this game. So 4-2 right now from Air. And right now it's looking quite dodgy for Anime Esports because they have a very early game orientated team from Air, and whether they can bring it back home is another matter. But we have seen Twisted Fate do work for his team. Of course, that wave clear will be quite annoying for Orianna, and then he can just go ahead and roam and get some kills elsewhere on the map, and just stopping myself from recalling.
Shakolol and Yarostar actually have quite a big advantage down in this bottom lane. Here comes the Destiny Gate again. They're going to try the 3v2. Gold card this time locks onto Shakolol, and they take him down very quickly. Mayhem picks up that kill, so makes it worth it for himself. Has a Sheen and 2 Doran's rings already, so he's building towards that Lichbane first. And as we said at the beginning of this game, if they can pick up that Lichbane and a Rabadon's Deathcap, they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage to turrets. They're pushing on towards this turret and focusing it down. There was a slight trade in the top lane, but Taylor and Cook Mysock actually managed to take that turret down. Aculord is getting engaged upon by Taylor, but Cook Mysock doesn't decide to go in on it. No Assault and Battery for Aculord, so they might have been able to pick up a kill though.
Yeah, and just showing the power of Yarostar's Zyra. Zyra does so much damage in lane, actually trading with Varus, the support against the AD carry, and AD carry just forced to kind of slunk away. We do have Taylor just looking maybe for a gank, but Samwise has indeed just backed off. Vi maybe looking to do something in that top lane, has got that red buff. Aculord just around the corner, looking to just farm his jungle. And Renekton moving around to mid. Maybe looking for this Drake. It is about 11 minutes now. Generally when you expect to see those first couple Drakes.
Yeah, and Akilord is very close to having a Sultan Battery available once again. He's got a Kindle Gem as well as a Spirit Stone. So, you know, is well on her way to getting the build that she needs. 3 kills, on the other hand, for Jarvan means that Jarvan is significantly far ahead, and we didn't quite catch it on the screen. We saw it on the mini-map, but did decide to get the Dragon while they knew they had that map control from the middle tower being down, and that means their gold lead is advanced to about 2,500 gold. So a good advantage here for but Animate, we've seen time and time again, even if they start falling behind, can really turn the game around.
Yeah, it probably is to be expected because they have these strong laning picks from However, Animate Esports have these strong scaling champions. I mean, they do have Twisted Fate. He wants to be getting work done. But in terms of split pushing, it's going to be fairly difficult because you need to be ahead so you can commit more people to stop that. But Twisted Fate might cause some more upsets in this match to come.
Yeah, Destiny and Gate are nearly available, and with Akilor down in this bottom lane, they might go for some sort of 4-man turret dive here behind Shakolol and Yerostar's turret. They're trying to force it away to keep the waivers pushed using those Zyra plants because they deal a lot of damage, and Akilord, upon seeing that plant, is actually going to back. Akame is trying to get the angle for the death sentence onto Shakolol. Isn't really able to get it, and that really spells the end of that positioning there for Akilord. And meanwhile, Tundra is having a bit of a difficult time to hold on to his turret. Is nearly 50 CS down in that top lane, and he's going to have to try and farm up as best as possible to come back into this one.
Yeah, we do have the sort of battery going down to Yerostar. Ultimate comes out from Zyra as well, keeping maybe Shakolol.
And here comes the Destiny Gate. There's the gold card lock. Wildcards don't find their target, and Shakolol stays alive. But that's what I mean about that 4-man gank. Instantly, they can turn it on the head. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, deciding to take a turret for themselves. That opens up the map and opens up Baron now for them for when it spawns. They now have the map positioning, provided that middle and upper outer towers stay alive. As long as they stay up, they retain control over Baron for the early part. And Animate are a team, sorry, not Animate, are a team we've seen multiple times try a 15 to 17 minute Baron.
Yeah, they are a fan of going for those early Barons. I think they had more sustained junglers, but they could definitely go for it if they rotate some of those shields and people who are tanking it. If they can get that Baron off, that would be fantastic. And we do have Akilor just around the corner. I think they know they're there. They smell a rat. And Mayhem just sniffing around. Recall's coming out as well. I don't think anything is going to come of it. But they are currently taking a pushing advantage as Animate looks for that gank down the bottom. They have the kills even, but the towers are currently 2-0.
Yeah, 4 kills to 4 here. About 3,000 gold in the lead for but that isn't really that big of a lead so that Animate wouldn't be able to come back. Of course, as we said, Mayhem is going to be looking to push and use their advantage across the map. Does now have that Sheen still from before, has finished his Sorcerer's Shoes, so that's an important item. And we see the Athene's Unholy Grail has come out on to Orianna. Not the most standard of items now for Season 3. Is a little bit out of place for most AD casters, but obviously in this game, Cook My Sock feels like that's exactly what he needs alongside that Blasting One and the Sorcerer's Shoes.
Yeah, and right now we can see, knowing that they have the pushing advantage, and when you do indeed pick up those towers, you can put aggressive wards down in the enemy jungle, and everyone has bought a ward, at least one ward from They are looking to push this home, make sure they keep up the aggression, and make sure that Animate can't really come back into this. They are pushing in that bot lane as well, and it's kind of surprising because the lane you think would have the most poke, the most push, being down the bottom lane, still standing.
Yeah, but this is a really weird dynamic. This is the furthest apart the lanes have been in a game we've watched with Animate. Never before have we seen them 50 CS down by 15 minutes. And the same, mid lane is about 30 CS down, and bottom lane is, you know, they've started to come back into it, but never have we seen this in a game with Animate, even in the series against and maybe for a couple of the players that haven't had this experience, maybe that is what is throwing them off with this stage game. Jay and Taylor does get Shockwave there. They try and put the damage down. Box did come out as well. Zyra ult actually hits nothing. Not really sure what that was about, but you can see that Animate don't want any of that fight. So a couple of whiffed ultimates on that. Of course, Cook My Sock had that, put that command defend on to Jay and Taylor. Used that shockwave. It didn't actually hit anyone, so not the best team fight there out of air. But, you know, we've seen them brilliantly execute these team synergy compositions in past games, maybe just nerves getting to them a little bit.
Yeah, and a bit of prediction play going on by Eurostar. Didn't hit anything, but I think he was guessing maybe they would go for that engage because they were looking quite scary. They had some of those ultimates up, specifically Assault and Battery, but he did indeed back off. So right now, more passive stage of the game as they sort of buy some items, go back, and we do have Caitlyn already picking up that Bloodthirster quite early on into the game. I think she had that a little while back as well, so about 15 minutes. And they are looking to take some more advantages in terms of turrets and small objectives. So right now, Varus looking for that Blade of the Ruin King. Does work very nicely with the extra attack speed, getting those blight stacks so he can indeed proc them. And meanwhile, at top lane, we have Mayhem finding himself a Taylor, but he will be out of there. Flag and Drag will keep him safe.
Yeah, and this is the same sort of strategy we've seen from throughout the tournament. We cast them quite a bit yesterday. They take down all of the outer towers, then wait for the next dragon to spawn, get a good position on dragon, go back and buy, get the significant core items for their champions, and that would result in overall a better team fight for one of the inner towers. They're keeping all of their lanes pushed so that they can get one of those higher priority towers.
Yeah, and they are waiting in the jungle, find themselves an Aki Lord. Mayhem coming in from the side as well. Cataclysm comes down. Cook My Sock around that corner, and they will be disengaging from that one.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Lantern from Thresh. Even with the Cataclysm out, they were able to get their players out of there and safe. And this is where going to try and take the Dragon. Do Animate know about it? They don't know, aside from that skill shot that just came out from Orianna, and they get that Dragon pretty much uncontested. And Animate falling back to their mid tower because they know exactly what's coming next.
Yeah, a bit of aggression there, and they rotated straight to the Dragon very, very quickly, nuking that down. And right now it's looking quite difficult for Animate really to stop and stymie this push coming in from Airhead. They have great sieging capability. Jarvan coming over the wall with a Flag and Drag and just poking them back. Cocoon will land on Razer, getting bursted down. He will be forced to back off. Nitrix, and that will indeed stymie that push.
Yeah, a good pickup there for Animate Esports. Really shut that down before it could really amount to anything. Zyra didn't even get her ultimate off before she was taken out of that fight, and that means that are going to think twice about this. Animate pick themselves up an important kill there to deny what would most likely have been a team fight for that tower in mid lane, and usually will result in mid lane tower falling.
Yeah, they probably can't dive just yet, but this front line is getting quite scary. But as long as Anime can try and get these picks out, they will stop themselves from being pushed in completely, and they have showed that they're not down and out. So currently they are moving on to that red buff. Pink ward goes down. Counter-warding that out. Taylor will be going ahead and recalling, but they know he's there. Death Sentence lands over the wall. Arky Lord comes in, and he will be flag and dragging over the wall into that Baron pit. I think he should be safe.
Yeah, I think he flashed there just in case Baron had aggroed onto him. Baron is going to do a lot of damage, and didn't want any other skill shots to, you know, clip him and make sure that Animate didn't pick up a kill on that one. I'm not sure about going back to that engage before where it looked like were going for that mid turret. Cataclysm wasn't available from when he used it earlier, and they used the Lantern, and I don't think it would be wise of to fight without Cataclysm because it's such a powerful ultimate that it can control a team fight completely.
Yeah, and they're really looking to stack everything on top of that Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan goes in with the Cataclysm, we have the Orianna ball into the Shockwave, Nitrous just poking around, and then you have Zyra with the ultimate as well. It's just everything is revolving around Cataclysm being that catalyst.
Yeah, and you can see once again are grouping for this. Their top wave is, however, pushing in towards them, so looks like Nitrix is going to go up and deal with that, but the calls come back from their team. They've seen Varus in the bottom lane, and that is what is forcing them into mid. And unfortunately for Animate, this timing might not work out if decide to push right away. Shakalal actually gets caught out a little bit, and that, you know, the Spiderling is going to be enough to push back. And now they've had enough time for Animate to regroup at the turret. Tundra trying to shove as many members of Air back, using that Lantern to regroup with his team, just trying to force them back, force them away from the minion line, and alleviate the pressure as best as they can. Cocoon very nearly lands on to Cook My Sock, but Animate making sure their defense is watertight here.
Yeah, for sure, and Animate probably do scale slightly better, so if they can go ahead and turtle, they will be in good shape. But yeah, they have some decent wave play as well. Volatile Spidling, Piercing Arrow, and the Hail of Arrows as well. They could hold us off quite almost indefinitely. So right now we do need to see forcing one of those team fights because they definitely are stronger. But it's whether they can actually make one happen.
They're a little bit afraid right now of actually diving behind that tower. And they've seen Twisted Fate bottom, and in goes Taylor with the Cataclysm onto Aculord. The Zyra ult does clip Aculord. They haven't been able to get all of their combo off, so it looks like the carries for Air are still alive. You can see Yerostar going in to defend Shackle Ult. Shackle Ult actually getting the ace in the hole off, hits Tundra, not really able to connect through into that backline. But it means that during that fight, so far it's been a 1-for-1 trade. Many members of both teams are very low. Nitrix forced to back off. Tundra forced to back. Shackle really would have been, if he could have got a couple more shots off in that fight, that might have gone a lot better for Air. But they don't, again, have the positioning to push onto that tower.
Yeah, right now we do have Air very aware that they need to go for these team fights. Jarvan making sure that happened. He saw the TF bottom and engaged just slightly outrange the turret. It was hitting them, and so they were in a less favorable scenario, but they need to make stuff happen, and Jarvan well aware of that fact.
Still a 60 CS lead for Nitrix in this top lane. Has bought himself a Sunfire cape, so not only is that going to give him that extra resistance and extra health, that's also going to allow him to keep farming relatively easily, because it is going to do that passive damage in an aura to the creeps. So really, it's going to be difficult for Nitrix to fall behind on CS. Tundra trying to keep up as best as he can, trying to maintain that difference to keep it as low as possible, but still a significant difference in gold there between them. About 1,000 gold difference, and that really has translated into the itemization that Hex Drinker has been keeping GH Nitrix alive quite a lot in these fights.
Yeah, and Jarvan also going for that that Locket of the Eye and Solari, so extra team fight presence right there. So lots of pings coming down onto that wall, and they will clear that up. Just making sure they restrict the vision coming from Anime Esports. Currently 23.5 minutes into this game. Baron could be on the cards as well. If they want to force a fight, that might be a nice place to do it. Sort of an open environment. Of course, they do want to stack these ultimates on top of each other. Samwise recalling, weakening their defense. But look at the wave clear coming out from Twisted Fate.
Yeah, it does have that Lich Bane finished alongside a blasting one. Pings go down onto Dragon, so they have a feeling that it is up soon. And Animate are going to try and get as much in that area in the way of wards. Yerostar does have that Oracle, so can take down that ward, but they have to be careful that Animate don't engage. The Command Protect was, I believe, out on to Taylor there. It was actually just the ball was on him. But yeah, they've got to try and reduce the vision for Animate here, and Animate need to try and establish as much vision as they can, because Dragon has spawned. Roots go out to try and pick one off. Cocoon doesn't really land. Here comes the Destiny Gate. Oh, a big shot through to Yellowstar. Takes him quite low. Again, the Zyra ult doesn't hit much. Box out from Animate Esports, and Taylor is trying to chase on. Repel comes out. Meanwhile, Shackle is getting caught by Tundra, but a very nice shockwave is going to keep him alive. Yellow card and damage from Aculord is enough to put Shaco very low. Yerostar is on pixels worth of health. Mayhem getting taken down by the chase from Nitrix. Shaco almost gets dropped by the wildcards. Survives with must be under 10 health on that one, and Samwise thinks he's lucky right now because of how low health he is. He's actually going to walk over a ward. Is he going to be able to pick up a kill? Cook My Sock very nearly got taken down there, but he's playing risky. That good slow, but the Piltover Peacemaker comes from off the screen to take down Varus, and now they get to split push mid and bot.
Yeah, currently that was a 4-kill advantage there from Air, and such good juggling of the HPs right there. I don't think anyone actually dropped because everyone's just, I'm low and need to back up, but they're still throwing out some damage as well. Mid-turret picked up off the back of that one, as well as the Drake. They are in good condition. Chakalo wants to pick up that red buff. He is deep into the enemy jungle though. Tundra rotating around with Aculord. Gotta be careful, we'll be popping over that wall, and yeah, the repel goes down as well. Shackle just going to go ahead and back off, I think.
Yeah, just trying to give vision, because of course when you're up in the repel, you do get vision on everything that is in the area of the of where you can repel to, and it's a surprisingly large range. It's actually 1,000 range, which is huge when you consider that the range of most AD carries lies around the 600 mark.
Yeah, and it's interesting when people talk about ranges because it's difficult to put them in proportion. But in fact, Riot actually use Teemos as the official measurement. So one Teemo is 100 units. So that's 10 teamos.
I was not that, but nevertheless, here we are in about the 26 minutes into this game between Air and Animate Esports. Air find themselves ahead in kills and ahead in gold as well. Nearly 8,000 gold in the lead, but we have seen Animate come back from a relatively similar gold difference, and they did indeed have to do that to come to the finals after playing a Beast multi-gaming. Destiny and Gate has been used, and it looks like Air have been split. The flash out of Cook My Sock is enough to get him out of range of the auto attack for the gold card, but Animate are on the offensive here, and if they think they can push this wave hard enough, they might be able to get a good position on the turret. Caitlyn isn't there, but the wave clear from Renekton, Orianna, and Zyra is far too strong.
Yeah, we do have Animate in good condition right now. However, they are suffering a gold disadvantage, about 7k behind right now from the hands of Air, and they will be looking to get aggressive. Flay comes out from Akamaz, keeping them back, looking really for that Jarvan to get aggressive, land all those ultimates on top of each other, and allow Shaco Lol to bring out the damage. There's currently 2 items AD carry, looking towards now the Blades of the Rune King, just to stop some of those bruises from getting to her when they eventually do. Akilord, of course, being one of them, using that Assault and Battery and then popping the Blade of Ruin King and trying to just kite away from that one.
Yeah, and they're just trying to reduce as much vision of their own jungle as they can in favor of Air. I mean, they're using their oracles to their advantage to clear out any of the animate wards that are in the top half of the red side jungle. You can see all of the wards out in favor of Air here. Maintaining great vision here, and Akilord might be trying to sneak one in to the Baron pit there, but actually goes over towards double golems. Doesn't actually have a ward for himself, which is quite surprising at this point in the game. Really, the only wards in favor of Animate are in that Ruby Sightstone, as well as the pink ward on Thresh. Of course, has a Shurelya's Revelry as well, so they're going to be able to chase on towards any picks they can find. But Animate do find themselves struggling somewhat here as we head towards the mid game.
Yeah, we do have some nice disengage coming out from Animate Esports. Of course, the Cocoon is quite nice too. It's kind of stymie that. We have a strong push once again by Air. They want these team fights to happen while they are ahead, and no objectives like Drake to really force something home. Taylor just around that area with the ball on him. Dissonance goes down as well.
Pings have gone down in the bottom lane, so it looks like that is where Air want to focus their efforts here. They want to get down another inner tower, and that really just amps the pressure up on to Animate Esports.
Yeah, their play right now is really to just push them back into their base, and when they eventually do go for a big objective like Baron, it's harder for them to really get vision, get knowledge where they are, and they might be able to even sneak it. Whilst idling, just doing a little bit of poke, and as you said, they are looking for this inner turret right now. Minion wave coming in, they have decent wave clear. Whether TF can get there in time to clear it, not going to happen. They are seeing this very quickly, and they want this engage to happen while they're away from that turret. Nitrous getting aggressive, but they will be forcing that back.
Yeah, and Shakalol was actually way out in front, and I'm quite surprised that Akilord didn't try and use that Assault and Battery to catch on to Shakalol, because if they can get that, that really is their primary target here with that ultimate. And Shakalol actually might be caught out here. The no wards for Animate, though, means they're not going to be quite aware how out of position Shakalol was there.
We have Air just waiting around that corner, maybe looking for that pick to happen, but they will indeed just back off, looking for creative solutions to their predicament. And they are just rotating mid. A couple of people are recalling, but the longer it goes on, Animate will proportionally get back into this game if they just keep the gold disadvantage at a minimal or even equal. They are putting down very, very quickly. Of course, we've already spoken about the immense poke coming from this team leading into that engage. But it's just quite difficult for them. Animate just hanging on and making the right calls.
And Animate have done a great job with their champion selection in the way that they know exactly how Air played. As we've talked about, they take down the outer towers, focus down that mid tower after picking up a dragon, but they've denied most of the efforts from Air, and they've really stopped the snowball. And as you can see, Air once again take the dragon. This time Destiny Gate's used to get Twisted Fate up into the top lane, I believe, and it is on cooldown, so we won't be able to join this fight. Does take down a turret, but here comes the Cataclysm out of Taylor. He's somewhat out on his own. Has Tundra locked in there. The lantern is down, but the flash actually burned. And will Air decide to go in on this? No, the recall out from Twisted Fate is enough for Air not to go in on this.
Yeah, flash came out from Tundra, knowing he probably couldn't get to lantern in time, and Nitrix making the decision to kind of just sit on top of that one, making it hard for him to click it. And of course, that will be the counterplay to the Lantern. So Flash burnt onto that Tundra. Aggression happening. We do have Anime Esports being quite aggressive. I mean, all this game, Air trying to get those advantages in terms of getting this engaged. And now they're out on the open. Nitro going in. Looking for Taylor. The box comes down as well. Their ultimate pulling them in with the shockwave. Looking to do more damage. Pick up the kill onto Akamed. Tundra getting aggressive. Gets blown up. Picking a kill onto that Nitrix. Now looking to chase after. Cook My Sock leading the charge. But I think this should be the end of those hostilities.
Yeah, for sure. And that was the team fight that Air were looking for. And it'll be interesting to see exactly where they go with this advantage here. It actually looks like they're going to recall and pick up new items. They still don't feel like they can push onto the turrets. Big waves in the top and bottom lane means that they really can't let them push for much longer. And they're going back, buying items. You can see Orianna has now finished her Rabadon's Death Cap and Zhonya's Hourglass. So very big amounts of damage, very large amounts of damage coming out for Orianna here, nearly at 300 CS, as is Twisted Fate. And Twisted Fate has that Rabadon's Death Cap as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see a Zhonya's Hourglass come out. There is the needlessly large rod for the Zhonya's Hourglass. And that really is the Messiah way of playing Twisted Fate. You hit that Destiny Gate, teleport in, make your opponents burn every single one of their cooldowns on what they think is a teleporting in Twisted Fate, and then you hit the Zhonya's Hourglass and hit Control in 3.
And forcing that engage as is the greatest feeling in the world. But we'll see how that turns out. Depends what he decides to build that into. And we will have Taylor just poking around mid. We want these engagements to happen. They are turning out favorably for them. They are maybe sniffing around Baron now. We have wards from both teams. And TF down at bottom. Does he have the Destiny up? Yes, he does. The rest of the team around that, they are forcing this Baron. They want something to happen very, very shortly. By around that area, they know they're on it right now. Fresh maybe looking to get aggressive. They have a couple gap closers to get into contention. Baron falling very low. Death Sentence over the wall onto Nitro. Maybe not the best person, but Akilo coming in. Look at this steal. Vi gets it. Tundra looking to get aggressive now. Tons of damage coming out. They will be backing off. 1 kill for 0, but the Baron buff kicked up by Akilord. The Cataclysm coming down onto Mayhem, into Ace and Owl, picking that one up.
Yeah, very nice Baron steal there in favor of Animate, but unfortunately they did lose 2 there. None of Air have fallen, so even though they pick up the Baron, which is going to give them that extra regenerate, as I say that, Cook My Sock, oh, what a death sentence there out of Akamez, and they managed to pick up the kill onto Orianna. The Cocoon as well forces the cleanse out. Yellow Star and Taylor are very low, and I'm very surprised that Samwise and Tundra do not chase onto that. I know they're at a disadvantage, but with members of Air so low, wasted position by Animate Esports. And after taking a Baron, that's the kind of momentum swing that they could have really used if they'd have picked up those kills.
For sure, and they might have been able to take a pushing advantage as well, because there's currently 5 turrets to 2. They've lost a lot of vision, lots of control over that map as well. But again, this is the first maybe step to getting back into this game and coming into contention into these team fights. And as we said, maybe they can just hold on, get in later into the game where they do get Varus to that stage, because of course Caitlyn doesn't have the strongest of damage steroids, and Varus does have that % damage. He's in fact gone for that Infinity Edge after the Blades of Ruin King for raw damage output.
And we have to see now what Air are going to choose to do. They've had a couple of engagements not quite go their way. They would have liked to have picked up a couple more kills, and as this game goes on and on, as we said, the gap is likely to get smaller rather than larger for the gold here. You can see just de-warding once again. They're being ever so careful. And the only real the blunder with the warding was actually at that Baron. There was a ward, and it spotted them doing Baron. It was in the back of the pit, and that's exactly how Animate knew where were. And it ultimately led to that Baron steal. And you have to think that if Baron had gone to Air in this game at that point, that fight might have been even more different and even more in favor of Air.
Indeed, and we do have Elise picking up that Randuin's. I quite like that pickup actually, because he's always on those front lines, looking to just kind of lock everyone down, push those bruisers back. And of course Caitlyn's looking very scary right now. Just taking a look at some of the CS, and everyone doing so well on it. Looking at Air, almost, we do have Caitlyn looking at the 300 mark, and Orianna already on 320 CS. Looking at, what, 35 minutes into the game? That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's, these guys are at the top level, and as we've talked about, they are all, well, for the most part, diamond teams, so one platinum in there, but we don't want to harp on that too much because
No,
we might make
not
you
at all.
feel bad. But nevertheless, do find themselves still with the advantage, but arguably the momentum swing is in favor of Animate Esports. They've had a couple of engagements go their way, and now are really going to try and have to figure out how they take control of this game. They need to find a pick, or they need at least to isolate somebody and take them down so they can have a 5v4 team fight.
Yeah, no, they're probably still ahead, but, you know, Animate Esports have brought out a couple strong team fights, especially with that Baron buff now on them. Want to make sure that they do not get caught with their pants down and, of course, let this game roll back into Animate's favor.
Graphics bug on the main screen meant that Dragon didn't actually spawn on my screen, and it looked like they were all attacking nothing. I was actually about to call out Nitrix for actually using his slice and dice too early, but it turns out it was just a bug. There we go. Varus is down in the bottom lane, so they already know they have enough of an advantage to push on here. And as I say that, they do indeed turn around, and they might be looking at top tower.
Yeah, and they want to push in. This is the final inner turret that they haven't already pushed down, but 7k ahead right now. That will increase the advantage once again. And they will be taking this. Destiny comes out, maybe looking to get aggressive, just getting closer to that team. And just throwing out the wild card, looking for a bit of poke. But quite aware that we do have air still quite strong. They want to get the poke out first, really, before they commit. Lord's picking up that red buff as well, and we have a large minion stack up in that top wave.
Not sure that was the best use of that Destiny, because they already knew where they were, so it wasn't for the vision that they were using it. They were already in vision from the turret. And I guess they just didn't want to go in 1v5, which is a good idea, but it also now puts Destiny on cooldown. I mean, it's not like Twisted Fate was so far away he needed to Destiny. I believe he was hanging around the back of his team anyway, a little bit behind as a straggler, but that's an important part of the team synergy that they're using right now. You can see Twisted Fate is already down in the bottom lane, and although it is about two-thirds of the way back to being available, he's forced to recall because he can't push with that ability on cooldown.
Yeah, but he is looking maybe to get aggressive down on that bot lane. He's going to go ahead and recall, but yeah, I definitely agree with you. And maybe a bit of a miscall, but even so, they should be good for that next team fight. Maybe they just wanted to make sure they weren't just going to maybe trap them in the jungle. And, of course, not going in 1v5 is probably a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not saying that people should do that at all. All I meant was that if they did fight another team fight, it most likely would have been 5v4 in favor of and that, you know, those all-important cooldowns being unavailable makes these team fights swing very different ways.
Yeah, when Animate is in this position when they want to get these team fights, need to play it perfectly to bring themselves back, even if not ahead. They need all those ultimates available for this team fight to happen. Taylor looking to be aggressive. Nice cocoon from Tundra, but Nice is getting aggressive as well. Maybe looking to pop that Dominus as he gets into the middle of that team. And they are pushing them back. They want to catch them in the open ground, not near those inhibitor turrets. While they're quite tanky, they don't want any advantages in the hands of Animate after seeing how strong they were at Baron.
Animate have pretty much a good indicator of when Taylor wants to engage, because there is, nearly gets the Damascene Standard into range. Nitrix goes out way ahead of his team, but every time they see that Command Protect come out onto Taylor and Dissonance appear at his feet, they pretty much know he's going for that Cataclysm into Shockwave.
Yeah, for sure. It is definitely an indicator, but they are poking them down right now. Cook My Sock at 50%, Nitrix at 60. Cocoon once again. This disengage from Tundra. Cataclysm goes down only onto Lord, forcing them back. Well, that's one of those ultimates. We were talking about this before, Stress, that the Cataclysm, when it's down, they can force to be aggressive or can be aggressive. And indeed, they are doing that because of those game-changing ultimates. Everyone wants to be loading on top of that Cataclysm. And that was kind of wasted on Lord. Maybe looking to get aggressive once again. Jumping box from Akames comes down. And the chains as well will lock him up. Nitrix will fall immediately, forcing everyone back. Zonya's picked up by Cook My Sock. Now jumping into this team. Taylor getting forced back. Will be Aristar. Double kill for Varus. 3-0 so far. 4-0. Can they get the ace? That will be the ace from Animate, turning this one around.
Yeah, and Animate instantly had towards that Baron and then turn back around saying that was only an outer turret that we got. We need more from this. Maybe think they can push on towards the inhibitor. This game has been so long that they're up to like the 45 to 50 second full death timers. So it looks like Animate might even just try and push as far as they possibly can. They're all quite low health, but that Lichbane Twisted Fate is just ripping through those towers. The inhibitor is already down to, it's already destroyed, and now Animate decides to back out with the 15 seconds left on the majority of air. That means now that momentum shift has gone heavily in favor of Animate Esports.
Indeed, inhibitor going down from that team fight, absolutely immense. And they wanted to recall, making sure that a rush didn't go onto that Baron, of course, from air, bringing it back into their favor. You never know, they might actually be able to push onto those Nexus turrets because TF was doing so much damage with those Lichbane procs, I should say. And now looks like not in such a great position as they sort of mobilize around mid. Pots being picked up as well. I think they're quite aware they need to be strong in these team fights right now.
Yeah, and you can see that Tundra has picked up a Guardian Angel. It's not an item that we see too much recently, but still a very strong item. If you are left alive in a team fight, and the team fights are very close, normally not too useful if, you know, it's 1v5 and your Guardian Angel pops, because you're pretty much going to instantly die again. But Tundra has the ability, as Elise, to repel up, avoid damage, land, deal the damage, then end up getting his GA popped, then has repel off cooldown once again, can avoid damage, drop down, do all of his damage again, and attempt to pick up kills and thin the playing field. And Taylor hits a Cataclysm on towards Tundra if they can pick up that kill, but there is the repel and the Lantern. The disengage comes from Animate Esports, and it's going to be very, very difficult for Air to pick up anything here.
Yeah, and that's the power of Fresh right there, saving his teammates. And as you said, if they get caught out, then it's not going to matter they have the Guardian Angel. But when we reach that team fighting stage, and of course that is the team fight kind of split up for Elise, and it's very difficult to pin her down. TF just pushing down the bot once again. He does have that Destiny. He indeed popped it, figuring there might be a team fight when that action went down onto Elise, but nothing quite came of it. So he will be moving back to the mid. Whether he doesn't have that Destiny now, so he doesn't have that teleport, and he will stop that split push.
Mayhem used Destiny right as he used Cataclysm, and I'm very surprised that when it was 5v4 in the mid lane, after that disengage, why they didn't go in for it. Because they could easily take this fight 5v4 regardless of whether Cataclysm, and you can see already the damage out of those wild cards that Twisted Fate is able to output right now. 43 minutes into this game, it's a considerably longer game than most of the ones we've seen, and these two definitely very close, and you can see that the early game team composition that had is starting to fade off. The gold lead is now only 2,000 gold, as we can see. There might be a fight over Baron. Tundra is going to land the cocoon onto Taylor that holds him in place. Command protect, and that is the disengage once again from Air. And both of these teams very nervous around these team fights. Akulord trying to find that angle on towards Shakolol, and if he can take him down, that really is going to be a turning point for this fight. But with that Blade of the Ruin King, you can use that to get away pretty easily from Vi once that ultimate has been used.
Clever plays coming from Air. They are rushing down mid, looking maybe to reclaim a turret in this mid lane, the inhibitor turret in fact, but he might be engaging Shakalol, dodging a bullet right there from the cocoon from Elise. Tundra throwing out the harass as well.
The problem is Animate until now have been very split up. Pushing onto this turret. Now the stack comes out. There goes Taylor. No Cataclysm available, but Shockwave is. Nitrix is getting right into the mix. Meanwhile, Yerostar is trying to peel for Shaco. Shakolol is managing to 90 caliber net back. Elise with that repel is going to land down. Double kill for Twisted Fate. Animate thought that they could pick these kills up, and they are able to. Yerostar goes down for the quadra kill in favor of Animate Esports. The ace comes out, and with 40 seconds on most of the death timers, 50 seconds on some, that is surely going to be the game. This Twisted Fate with that Lichbane, Rabadon's Void Staff, you name it, if it's AP, he's got it. And that means he's able to chunk through those turrets. Look at this Lichbane. It's going to do 500 damage every time he uses an ability. He's going to just chunk through these turrets. And it looks like, guys, we're heading into a game number 3 between Animate Esports and Air here at i48.
Absolutely insane. From a massive disadvantage from Animate Esports, they will be bringing us to the win. 2 strong team fights on the road, 2 strong aces. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Animate bring it to a 1-1.
Yeah, this game is now 1-1 between Animate and Air, and that means that we are actually going to have a little bit of a swap up at the caster's desk. If we can ask production to go on somewhat of a small break just so that we can get our casters changed over. It will be Spuddington joining me, but we're actually going to be a very, very quick break and get these teams back into it, because I know that we've got to be pretty much going through these games so that we can get the stage ready for the later finals as well. So there was a bit of a delay earlier, but if production, if you can hear me, if we can head to a small break, then we can get casters change over and get into game number 2. So thank you very much, guys. We'll be back in just a matter of minutes here, and don't go away. Welcome back to Insomnia 48's League of Legends Cup, sponsored by Razer. It is the Razer League of Legends Cup, of course, and we are into our final game, and I'm actually going to give these guys the ready into chat because we are ready to go. We're ready to get into Champion Select for the final game of the best of 3, and magically, Pulse has changed to Spuddington.
In a much more handsome manner, actually, and much taller, which I can say truthfully.
I do actually have to sit up to make myself not appear really small on camera because
I've
you
always
are
been
a
a
little bit taller.
sloucher. I try to avoid upsetting people that I'm with.
We are into Champion Select, of course, though. Kha'Zix has been the first ban, and Zed alongside 4 animates. They obviously know exactly who they are banning. Rumble on the other side, banning away from Tundra once again. And I was speaking with the guys earlier from Animate, and you know, they haven't played Shaco in so long that they're wondering whether they're still going to have it banned out. And whether that Twisted Fate is going to draw a ban as well, because can they really afford to leave it open?
So very surprised if that Twisted Fate is allowed through. I mean, it was just absolutely, without it, the game would have been over at 20 minutes. It was absolutely crucial in the game plan there. Like, that stall composition was just brilliant, and they played it perfectly. So many flag and drags were blocked, but if they hadn't had the ability to stall it, it would have been gone, just gone.
They're waiting, thinking about it, and they do go with the Singed.
Wow.
So Twisted Fate once again available for Mayhem. And I know Mayhem has quite a few champions that he does play. We've seen him in the Scan games playing as Lux and doing quite well as Lux as well. But Twisted Fate seems to be the champion that he is pretty much wrecking face on.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Fate, I'm just still reeling from the fact they allowed it through. Just so crucial in that previous game. I mean, if you can obviously block out, Twisted Fate alone is not enough for a stall composition. He was crucial, but it was also the Varus. It was also, well, hello, Varus. It was also all of these other stalling champions and that CC, which was always on point from Elise as well.
This leaves Jarvan available for Air should they choose to pick it up. Of course, this game Air are on the red side. And of course, they now are tied 1-1. So this game is the decider between who gets £1,500 and who gets 625, which is the second prize, second place prize. We're still waiting on the picks to appear. If they don't appear particularly quickly, that might just be my client. But it seems like ours are in sync. And Taylor does indeed pick up Jarvan, and we're seeing who Shakolol might want to play as his AD carry. And, you know, hopefully these guys won't use too many placeholder bans, because that means we have to go through it all over again. And we are trying to make sure we're through our finals so that ESET StarCraft can be played on the main stage after us. Their finals is tonight. There is the Thresh pickup in favor of Air. So they pick that up in answer to the Thresh in the last game from Animate Esports.
Yeah, I mean, Thresh is just all around really, really strong. And if you have him and Jarvan, the amount of distance you can cover in a snap, in just, you know, half a second, is absolutely enormous. And if you're playing against a stall composition, the further the distance you can cover in the short amount of time, the more chance you have of making that engage happen, making that engage count. And if they take that same commanding lead, which may not, of course, happen, but if it does, Jarvan and Thresh is a really, really good combo.
And an interesting note about the Vi pickup. Animate didn't play Vi until this weekend. They'd never put it in their compositions, hadn't really anticipated playing her at all. But in a conversation that I had with Animate and, you know, there were a couple of other people around as well, as a group they were kind of like, we need some more junglers because we're getting our Volibear banned out a lot in this tournament. And apart from Jarvan, which can be picked by the other team, they kind of felt maybe their jungle roster was a little bit thin on the ground with the current meta. Of course, they have played other champions, but not quite fitting into today's strong Season 3 meta. And something that kind of has fallen off is that Ezreal, and we see Yerostar has picked up Ezreal for Shakolol, and that, you know, is he has a very weird power curve right now. He starts really well and then kind of falls off in the mid game, which is different to how Ezreal used to be the king of the mid game.
Yeah, well, it's actually an interesting pick because Ezreal and Jace and that Jarvan, and they've got that Thresh, they are so mobile right now. I mean, they could cover the map, you know, 50-30% faster than a normal team could, and that is actually crucial if you're going for that strategy of taking out the outer towers, taking out the inner towers, and then it actually allows you to go for a much more aggressive play when you finally get down to the the inhibitor towers, and then sneak round, have the Jarvan tank that, and try and take them down like that.
But do you want to know who can cross the map much, much quicker than that. Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate can always do that, but there is the danger if you do choose to cross the map and you've got a Jarvan running right for your position with 525 movement speed, you might end up being knocked up on arrival, at which point you're probably dead.
But Mayhem on Twisted Fate has already shown that he's pretty good at, picking and choosing when to cross the map, using that Destiny, and Nitrix is hovering over Kassadin for Cook My Sock, which, isn't a champion that we've particularly seen too much in this tournament, but, I mean, I think everybody here has likely seen the Fnatic X Peke video, where it's not only Twisted Fate that can split push pretty well, because Kassadin can backdoor with the teleport, as I say that.
It might not be a Kassadin pickup. They are hovering over Ahri now, but I would say that Kassadin would actually be just about perfect for what they want. Kassadin there we go. It's super hard for Twisted Fate to push Kassadin around in lane, and Kassadin will reach that level 6, which is normally his kind of weakness, like getting bullied around in the early laning phase, losing a lot of CS. It takes a while to get rolling. Once he does, though, and he will do very early against Twisted Fate, he has that ability to really make Twisted Fate's life hard. Twisted Fate wants to hang back, wants to poke. He wants to stun you when you come in. Kassadin can just suddenly jump on him, silence him, put down the burst combo, take off half his health, walk away. Not a lot Twisted Fate can do in return, and that is super scary for Twisted Fate. Means that they also have a much harder time if they want to just kite backwards, want to just keep this poke going, because you can't keep Kassadin away. If he jumps over the wall, hits you with the slowdown in an AoE, and then Zhonya's, for instance, that's actually going to help you make that engagement, which then Acceleration Gate, Thresh, Jarvan, all the rest of it coming in.
Yeah, and as we kind of mentioned, Kassadin struggles 1-6, and I wouldn't be surprised to see some help come out from Taylor. We've seen him, when they've been playing champions like this, they have been focusing somewhat on to that the mid lane with Taylor, but Animate have scouted Air so well and their playstyle so well, and this might be enough to throw them off what Air normally do. This is a far more mobile, far more mid and late game composition out of Air. The only real difference there is the Ezreal kind of doesn't scale too well into the mid game. Still has a decent mid game, but there are definitely champions such as Caitlyn, Misfortune, Varus, even Draven with the right team composition, which just output more damage, in the mid game during those team fights.
The one benefit that Ezreal does have, really, even in the latest of late games, is that he's a very independent AD carry. He doesn't really need people to peel for him in the same way that almost any other champion. I can't think of a safer AD carry other than Tristana in the late game. Maybe Caitlyn, but Arcane Shift is so good for getting out of almost every kind of CC. Makes it so hard to pin him down. And that means he can just kind of hang around the back. His team can go for the dive in, can try and do lots of damage themselves without having to think, is my AD carry going to die if I, jump in on this Varus, who is actually kind of the opposite. He's the inverse. He is a high damage carry, very few escapes, needs his team to peel for him.
Yeah, and Shakolol is playing, as we said, Ezreal, and Ezreal is a very different AD carry with itemization. Normally he'll pick up that Bloodthirster first, and then really there's a couple of avenues you can go. You can either build a standard kind of Phantom Dancer, which isn't really that popular right now on Ezreal, but you can either build Static Shiv or Iceborne Gauntlet. Some people do end up building both, but very different items. Static Shiv, great for a split push because of that proc down the minions using that lightning charge. And of course, Iceborne Gauntlet is going to be helpful to control team fights. It's going to reduce Ezreal's auto attack damage slightly and add more onto his Mystic Shot, but they're also going to provide an AoE slow and a little bit of AoE damage as well. On the other side, however, Akilord is playing Vi once again, and if Vi can lock on that Assault and Battery and get all the way through to Shakolol, even if he Arcane Shifts away, as long as that lock-on is still in effect, she is going to chase him all the way back.
Yeah, I think there might actually be a very small window of opportunity where you can... Vi starts the knock-up animation, and Ezreal at that point has already queued up the Arcane Shift. I think he can actually just about escape from that. It's very, very tricky to pull off in an oppression situation. It could go wrong. And I will say, actually, on Ezreal, lately I've been seeing Trinity Force come up a little bit more than it's been lately, because they've actually made it a lot more gold efficient. They've just literally slashed the cost of Sheen, they slashed the cost of the combined cost. And, since Season 3 started, they've taken about 500 gold off of it, which is a huge efficiency increase.
Yeah, they took a lot of gold off the recipe in as well. You said from Sheen. I'm not sure whether those Sheen adjustments have gone through. There was a patch, I believe, this
Oh,
week.
was that
They
actually
may
what happened?
they may have very well gone through, but I'm off the top of my head, specifically those patch notes, I'm not too sure of myself. But that reducing the recipe cost has made the efficiency of Trinity Force go back up, because of course you used to be fairly safe building the Phage into Sheen and Zeal, but with the increased price to Phage in Season 3 patch, it just kind of fell off, and that's why a couple of the champions like Corki, although Corki had mana problems as well, they have tried to readjust AD carries in that bottom lane, and Ezreal is still a very strong AD carry, but just has kind of fallen off a teeny little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they also just flat out nerfed Ezreal several times. I think they took his damage down and took his attack speed away. They made his Arcane Shift have a longer cooldown. They nerfed his base attack speed. So they really did actually take so much off of Ezreal, and that's because he was just unbelievably dominant throughout Season 2. Once people remembered that he existed, because at the start of Season 2 everyone had kind of forgotten about him, he actually received a couple of buffs, which in hindsight we're not sure he needed, but certainly Ezreal, not such a common pickup now, but he does have his niche. As I say, very independent AD carry. And in a level 1 fight, which may occur here, he is very, very strong because of his poke and his damage.
I'm kind of wanting to do team intros, but I have a feeling that there might be something about to happen. You can see Mayhem has queued up that gold card. They actually find Cook My Sock. I thought that was a member of Air right there, and Animate Esports pick up their first kill of the game. Apologies for that. I thought that was a member of Animate coming across. I hadn't realized they got quite that close, but a good pickup for Animate Esports already, and it doesn't look like they're finished here in the jungle of Air. Mystic Shot comes out from Shakalol. That means they do hear that sound effect. That's enough to tell them that their ward goes down onto blue buff, and they pull back. So, to give you guys an introduction, a reintroduction to these teams, on the blue side, this game is 1-1. They are Animate Esports. Over on the red side, they came through the winners bracket, but they dropped their first game in this best of 3 series, where they already had a 1-game advantage. It is Air.
As will continue to be annoying for as long as the team name continues to exist. And it actually looks like we're going to be seeing a 1v2 swap up here. Irelia is going to take Golems with the help of Twisted Fate. Vi going to be taking those Wraiths and probably moving on to red buff. And the now bot top lane are going to be taking Wolves. So that's a really good XP advantage to be taking. Wraiths, on the other hand, are going to be going idle on the red side.
Yeah, we've got a very strange dynamic here where I believe Animate have anticipated the lane swap coming out, and that's why they're sending their duo lane top, because they don't feel like they want that 2v1 lane on Tundra as Irelia, but good wards already coming out from Thresh. The pink ward here is going to clear any wards that are on that river, and then that means that there's not going to be any chance of a 3-man gank in the top lane. So great warding already by
Actually got Tundra getting really aggressive there on Nitrix. Hit level 2 early because of that XP boost. And in spite of how strong Jace is against Irelia, before he's got any levels on it, level 2 is just such a huge advantage. And Tundra obviously taking off about half of Nitrix's health with just a very quick attack there.
And another thing that this swap into the top lane for the side of Air is going to do is allow them to help Cook My Sock a little bit more. You can already see JNT Taylor is coming down towards this mid lane. I do believe he crossed by that ward that is in that banana bush, but isn't really able to find where he needs then. Returns to his jungle, so not the most efficient of positions there from Taylor, but couldn't really find it. Tundra does decide to go in on towards Nitrix, and Debonair Jace gets dropped very low, and you wouldn't want to ruin that suit now, would he?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to get blood on your suit, but we've actually possibly got Jarvan here coming in the mid. No stun card out from Mayhem. Picker card is on cooldown as a result. Can he get in range? Slows him down with the Aegis, but actually decides to back out there.
Yeah, not quite able to catch on there. Blue card is locked, so we're going to get some mana back from that creep. And this top lane is a very weird dynamic, as you saw Cook My Sock in the mid lane, however, was able to put out some damage, but before Rift Walk's available, wasn't able to put too much down. This top lane is a very different dynamic to the standard bottom 2v2 lane. I mean, with the Baron there's less of early game control by downing a tower, because normally when you down a tower very early in a game, it's to force an early dragon to get a gold lead to establish yourself back in the top lane and then take down that tower. without Dragon as an objective there, that means Dragon is going to be much more difficult to take for these guys unless one of the top now bot laners can down their turret fairly quickly.
Yeah, and in fact, the interesting thing is it's also going to change the dynamic for that 2v2 lane in that it becomes much less worthwhile to push forward. Because normally if you have a really pushed up lane and then you kill the enemy mid, for instance, you can then make a play on Dragon with the help of your bot lane. But it's actually harder to take that, and that now that there's no, they can't really help him. We've actually got a bottom now. i48 having to be running away from this. Jay's going to go with to the skies. Tundra actually just backing out with Blade Surge there. And as I say, we're saying, sorry, that there's no point essentially to pushing forward. And Samwise getting death sentence. Yarostar taking himself under the tower, gets exhausted. Lulu picks up the kill with an auto attack. Samwise now following Shakalol, has pop barrier. 3 stacks on Shakalol, also got barrier. Help Picks is not going to be able to save Varus, and it is looking like another Lulu kill. Double kill goes down, and actually in mid we have, J&T Taylor going for Mayhem. Stun card on him. Just going to be backing out after that.
Yeah, Mayhem's still going to be careful though, because if they can hit that Demacian standard, Cook My Sock not level 6 yet, so no Rift Walk available. If he did have that, that would have been a very important play catching on towards Mayhem, but Lulu picking up the 2 kills there isn't exactly ideal for Animate, but they'll be happy that that gold is now in their favor. They have about 1,500 gold in the lead. Cook My Sock desperately trying to hit level 6 so he can be a little bit more useful across the map, but i48 is here to try and shove him away.
Yeah, with a little bit of extra cooldown reduction, Lulu can actually prove to be quite a valuable use for your gold in terms of as compared to most supports, because her abilities just generally are very, very influential but have very, very long cooldowns. I mean, you've got 9 seconds on Help Picks, you've got 17 seconds on Whimsy, and I don't know what the Little Aunt's cooldown is, but that's not quite as influential anyway. So still very valuable as wave clear and peeling though.
Yeah, of course, that slow that Glitterlance applies is so difficult to get away from, and that really allows them to stop Yellowstar from getting all the way into this team fight, because of course Shakalol can just arcane shift through closer, but when Thresh crosses through a Glitterlance, it makes it very difficult. Taylor is up here. He's only level 4, so no Cataclysm available. Akames is backing out, but a nice death sentence. Destiny is available. We weren't quite aware that he has hit level 6. Gold card hits onto Yarostar. The Flay comes out. They do pick up the kill. Akames is going to try and use Glitterlance. Cook My Sock is here with that Rift Walk available. He is hit level 6. Are they able to chase this on and put this in their favor? Akames gets dropped by J&T Taylor. Shakalol trying to put as much damage down at the end of that as he could, and that ended up to be a decent trade in favor of Air.
Yeah, and what you see there is Kassadin with Teleport is really good counter to Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate can't bully him out early, and when Twisted Fate goes for that Destiny gank, you've got Kassadin turning up, who's actually more useful in that fight. He's got that silence, which is so strong, has higher burst damage, and he just has more mobility once he's actually arrived, because once Twisted Fate has arrived, he's got nothing. He's just walking around.
Yeah, of course, the good way of countering that global pressure that Twisted Fate always has is pretty much an overlooming pressure from Twisted Fate, knowing that Destiny is available, and at any time he can appear. Tundra goes on towards Nitrix, drops him fairly low, and he might decide to chase on this, but no, Nitrix goes behind the turret. And Nitrix is playing a champion with a very different playstyle to the normal Renekton that he's been playing a lot. Jace, of course, relying a lot more on poke and then ranged auto attacks, so Irelia getting all the way up towards him is pretty much a dangerous place for Jace to be.
Yeah, and Tundra is actually playing this so well. Normally, Jace is considered to be a counter to Irelia, but what you actually tend to see quite often is that the Irelia just focuses on staying alive and staying farming, and actually ends up out-farming the Jace, who can pressure her away quite a bit, but Jace's auto-attack animation is actually really hard to use to farm and harass at the same time. So you end up with a situation where Jace seems like he's winning the lane, but then you actually look at the creep score and suddenly, oh wait, he's actually a significant amount behind. We've got Akilord now sneaking into top lane. He hasn't been seen, and he knows there's a pink ward in there, so Yarostar might face check this. Or
does check through the ward. Is Assault and Battery available? It is. So if they do decide to go on this, they can pretty much take down one of them really quickly. And the difference is, do they take down Yarostar where he's not really able to get away, or do they go for Shakalol, who can arcane shift out? And Yarostar and Shakalov are playing very defensively here.
Yeah, and J&T Taylor is actually now behind Tundra in the bottom lane. Red Elixir popped. Got Jarvan going in. Flag and drag on Tundra. Actually, the Shock Blast hits the creeps. Not going to be able to take him out quite as quickly as you'd like. Ignite going down, but I'm not sure they can close the gap here. They haven't got acceleration gate up for another 3 seconds. J&T Taylor going to be going for this, though. He's going to go for that flag. Not going to go for the drag, though. And nothing actually comes of it.
Nitrix misses and, well, doesn't miss, but animation cancels an auto attack by the looks of it. And that was a sure kill on Aurelia from Nitrix, and I'm perplexed at why he didn't use another auto attack.
I'm gonna presume he thought she was already dead, or just genuinely flubbed on the keyboard. You know, these things do actually happen sometimes. You just misclick flat out.
Yeah, meanwhile, Aculord has been in this middle lane alongside Mayhem. They pushed Cook My Sock all the way back behind that turret. And down goes the first turret of the game. It's in favor of Animate Esports, but Aculord is getting chased on. Shakalol is here. They've got to be careful. Gold card is going to stun him in place. And Cook My Sock does go back to farming. And up in the top lane, Animate are looking like they're pushing on towards another turret.
Yeah, that's a significant cost, sending your top lane to back down to mid, but then you've exposed yourselves to Varus and Lulu, who can push a lane like that. They, they have instant wave clear, and then they can just push it to the tower very, very quickly, and they take down towers fairly sharpish themselves. So, yeah, if nothing comes of it, sending your bot lane down there is just genuinely not worth it.
Yeah, and you can see the CS in that, I'm going to call it top lane, but it is actually the duo lanes, is dead even at this point into the game. The only thing really that separates them is the 4 assists on Tavares, and there is 1 kill on Ezreal, so these lanes very even, and you can see Taylor is bringing himself towards this bush here to try and get a gank. If they can 3-man gank into the tower, it might work out for them, but they do know, or I mean, they must be aware that with Vi off the map for quite a while, Aculord is somewhere near. Death Sentence came out of Yarostar, wasn't able to connect, and up comes Aculord up to the top lane once again. Shakalol, gets the Glitter Lance, already uses the Arcane Shift, so the flash has to come out. Destiny and the gate. Shakalol, is he going to get picked on? The CC with the assault and battery onto Yarostar is enough to deter the team. Here comes Taylor. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Polymorph comes out from the Whimsy, and Aculord forced back. Meanwhile, back in the mid lane, Twisted Fate has returned, and Animate take a lot of damage in that exchange, and that might give Air the positioning for this turret.
Yeah, Cook My Sock actually there knew that Twisted Fate was going to ult, and he jumped right on him the moment he did it. He actually cancelled the teleport from Twisted Fate by silencing him, but in so doing, he actually put himself in quite a risky spot, and Twisted Fate almost killed him as a result of that.
Yeah, and you could tell down in the bottom lane again, Nitrix having a bit of a tricky time with Tundra. Tundra keeps taking him relatively low. With that Ignite ticking, he did just manage to get back behind his turret, but, you know, nearly once again picked out in that bottom lane in a 1v1.
Yeah, it's really, you're actually getting to this stage where Aurelia is getting very scary. She has the highest farm in the game right now, quite a lot of gold hanging on to, and actually doing quite a lot of damage as well. Obviously has got that hit end style max now, putting points into Equilibrium Strike up next. And I suspect if she went back, she would have the gold for a Blade of the Ricking. No, maybe not actually. Probably just the Bilgewater Cutlass.
Yeah, look, probably to finish that Bilgewater Cutlass, and potentially, if they don't already have them, pick up a dagger or two if it can be afforded. Gold card does come out on to Nitrix in this bottom lane. Tundra trying to get that stun, not really able to get it. Here comes Taylor. Is he able to output more damage? Kassadin with the Rift Walk comes in through the back. Cook My Sock is here. Tundra forced to back away, but Taylor is still chasing. Acceleration Gate is enough to have them chase on. Tundra burns the ultimate to try and just put down as much damage onto Kassadin as possible. Is Cook My Sock going to be able to stay alive after he picks up the kill? Yes, he is. And another kill goes in favor of Air. Now they have a kill advantage here by 1. And there's still 2,000 gold behind, though, and Animate, you know, might lose a turret down in this bottom lane to even up the turret count.
Yeah, Vi is actually pushing in that mid lane while that all went on. And you saw there how scary Aurelia actually is. She was left in that 2v1 situation, hanging on for quite a significant amount of time, just hanging on with hit-end style heal, keeping herself alive like that, and very nearly actually killed Kassadin there. So, yeah, very well judged by Cook My Sock in respect to that, though. He knew there wasn't even a hope that she was going to kill him. but still took a lot of damage for the privilege.
Yeah, Cook My Sock actually doesn't feel like he can take blue alone right now for whatever reason, so I guess he's going to wait for Taylor to join him so he can take that blue. Of course, that's going to reduce the cooldown onto Rift Walk, and Rift Walk, an ability that can end up costing quite a lot of mana. I believe it's 100 mana at charge 1, then we'll stack up to, I believe, 6 times, and on that final Rift Walk, it's going to end up costing a lot of mana, so blue buff is very, very useful on Kassadin.
Yeah, it's looking at the skill right now, each extra usage of it costs 100 additional mana, deals 60 extra damage, and it stacks up to 10 times.
Ah, it's 10 times.
So
I knew there was a 6 in there somewhere.
If you are man enough to get 10 stacks on Kassadin, which is very, very difficult unless you build like an explicit mana tank build where you get like Frozen Heart, you build basically like as if you're Rise. So unless you can manage to get that much mana, it's very, very difficult, or if you're on the spawn pad, to get the mana you need to build 10 Rift stacks and then jump straight on someone. We've actually got Tundra here poking around. He's going to be jumped on, taking half health, and Akilod is just going to abandon his friend. Could have actually taken out JNT Taylor and possibly made the engagement happen, but if they had, probably would have sacrificed her life as well. But while all this is going on, Akimez and Samwise are just going to keep shoving out top lane. This dragon is going to be very expensive if Varus goes for this.
And they're not even going to get it. Dragon keeps resetting aggro and pulling back and forth. Shakalal is going up to that top lane, but I have a feeling, it's going to be at about half health already. I mean, Shako is going to get some free damage onto Akames as Samwise is focusing down the turret. True Shot Barrage comes out, actually good dodges there from Animate, manages to split them in two, but not take any damage from the True Shot Barrage. And again, Animate now pushing really hard in towards the base of Air.
Yeah, they're just constantly pressuring every lane now, and it's something that's not, I don't think that they're ready for. I don't think they've actually been playing, like, in this entire tournament, I don't think Air have actually been pushed on the back foot quite this hard, apart from that one game they lost where they were playing a robot team. That game didn't go so well for them, but like I say, I don't think, you know, they're actually reacting to this quite as you would want. They are now going to be going for a counter push, pushing in this mid tower for the 4 actually, though. They have got Twin Shadows going down from Twisted Fate. Gonna have to flash out of there with Yerostar. Could maybe look for a death sentence, but Cook My Sock is just going to kind of back out now.
Yeah, and that Twin Shadows on Twisted Fate is a variation from the last build we've seen. So there are a number of different starting items with Twisted Fate. If you are fed, you can pretty much rush instantly for that Sheen and then the Lichbane, but obviously needed that Cage's Lucky Pick in order to try and take some of the gold up. Of course, he will get extra gold just for being Twisted Fate again, but it looks like there is an engage here. Akilord tries to get into the back of the team. Tundra takes down Taylor really quickly in this fight. Yerostar attempting to peel. Blue team actually pick up Dragon. That is Animate. Shakolol is trying to stay alive, not really able to stay there. Nitrix is forced to run, but he's on the opposite team to his towers. And there we go. The ace comes out in favor of Animate Esports, and they picked up the Dragon. So that is a very strong first team fight in this game in favor of Animate Esports.
Yeah, and they're probably going to pick up another tower off the back of that one. So with, oh god, I just said it. So anyway, they're going to be shoving down this tower here. I don't know if they're going to be able to take another one, and they do have to be quite careful here, because Revenge Barons are actually a possibility at this stage. With the entire team, if they went for it, they could take a Baron buff, assuming they knew that the entirety of their opponents had gone back. Air could take the Baron. However, they're not going to risk it. Animate Esports obviously didn't stick around for all that long, and they're not going to be knowing whether they've gone back or not.
Yeah, and that is the kind of thing that we've seen Air do. And it sounds like I'm just kind of forgetting how to speak, but Air is the team name for, you know, the team that came through the winners bracket. They did enter this best of 3 with a 1-game advantage as Taylor gets darted on by Tundra. 2-level advantage for Tundra. And that minion just takes that shock blast, so not really able to output too much damage is Nitrix. But with that 1-game advantage, perhaps Air came into this a little bit complacent, and they've allowed Animate Esports really to dictate most of the pace in the last game and come back from what was near 10,000 gold disadvantage.
Yeah, that was a really surprising comeback. I was actually thinking I wasn't going to get a game to cast when I was watching the first, 10, 15 minutes of it. But it was genuinely very impressive. We've actually got a fight going down here. Akamez getting death sentence, I think. Going to be running away here. I don't think he's going to be getting out of that one, though. Red buff Shakalol was right on him, as well as most of the rest of the team. And I think we've got a potential fight if they go for that mid tower. Don't know if they can really afford to dive even 4v5. Lulu not being there is difficult, yes, but it's not so much of a critical part of their composition and their team fight that they will actually be able to just say, we're going to dive you and we'll win this fight anyway, especially with that Aurelia, especially with that Twisted Fate. And actually they're going for this. We've got the Destiny coming down. We've got the gate in. Mayhem is in the middle of them, but he's still alive anyway because they have to run. Can't fight this. GH Nitrix is going to be running away off to the side. Yerostar puts down the box, and Tundra is just trucking on through half of the team. Going to be sitting in here. He's gone for himself, though. He did just end up dying for the privilege of taking out Thresh, and it looks like Shakalol did manage to back out of that, so in the end, they went a bit too aggressive.
Cookmysock came in through the side of that team fight then and picked up Mayhem. He's got to be careful that Akilor doesn't go for a Vault Breaker and pick him off, but a very back and forth team fight then. The damage was really split up between most of the members of both teams. I mean, everybody dropped fairly low there. Now Shakalol is using, of course, the lifesteal that he has to get back into this game, has built himself a Zeal, so I would expect to see that Static Shiv coming out next from Shakalol, and his stylistic choice on Ezreal. Meanwhile, Static Shiv is already finished for Varus. Both AD carries are on similar number of kills, well, the exact same number of kills, but a slight CS advantage for Varus means that with Ezreal at about 6,700 gold, there's actually, through the assists and the towers, 8,300 gold on Varus. And Bilgewater Cutlass has been picked up. Yerostar looks for the death sentence, actually doesn't get anything there. Just passed through most of the middle of Animate Esports, so Animate now have the opportunity to go on the counter-attack should they choose. Are they going to decide to follow this up? And Animate looks like they want to dictate the pace once again. Samwise takes a Shock Blast, dodges the Mystic Shot. And the amount of damage that Samwise is going to do down that line of minions is significant, because between that Static Shiv and also the Varus Q, they're going to be able to pierce all the way through the minion wave.
Yeah, that was actually a flash flay play by Yerostar there. He went for the flay, but actually just missed tipping anyone into the fight. So in the end, he just kind of missed and blew his flash for very little purpose. Was actually quite close, though, so I can understand why he went for it, but is a very big risk to take on such a kind of unreliable play.
Yeah, and this is a very similar game to the last one. I mean, we're into this kind of lull period where the guys are waiting for Dragon to come up so they can pick up that extra gold. But Animate are in a much, much better position, and they're the ones actually dictating the pace right now. They need to chase on towards air when they can, when they know that they're more vulnerable. But with a Kassadin with Teleport against this Twisted Fate, it's difficult for them really to maintain their control on the map. And really, Thresh being on the side of air means that Animate aren't really able to engage all that well, because Thresh is so difficult to engage against. He can get that pick, use the box and flay to their advantage, and really stall out the team fight for as long as possible.
I'm starting to suspect actually that Air may have built their composition so much to counter the situation they found themselves in last game, where they were desperately trying to catch onto something in order to fight because they were already ahead, that they may have actually gimped themselves a little bit. I don't think I've seen Nitrix play Jace this tournament at all, and maybe they just thought, right, well, we won last time, so we'll expect we'll win the lanes this time. We'll pick Jace because that would have been really good if we'd had that last time. But as it's happened, they've ended up not coming out nearly so strong in this from the laning phase, and now they're in a situation where their composition is super good at picking off people if they're already ahead. But if their enemies just stay grouped, force fights 5-on-5, they're actually not as strong. They haven't got the same kind of damage. And it's actually looking like there may be a dragon fight here. Pink ward is there from Air, and they know that there's a normal ward from Anime Esports there. So it looks like they're just going to keep poking around for a little bit now.
Twisted Fate is going to rejoin with Animate. Death Sentence not quite able to land where they need. The Acceleration Gate is going to signal most of Air to fall back. And now Animate might be able to position for this dragon. Are they going to be able to get in there? Wards from both teams are all over the place, and a pink ward from Air would be a good way. Tundra actually burns the first charge of his ult. There's the second and the third. Is he able to land much more damage? But Air actually just say, no, we don't want to take this fight at all. Cook My Sock is headed down back towards that dragon area. There are wards out for and Death Sentence finally lands onto Aculord. The box on top of that True Shot Barrage clips most of the team. Aculord, however, takes down Cook My Sock, and you can see Lulu is trying to peel as good as she can. Double kill in favor of Varus. The wild cards come out. Mayhem slays Shakelol. Taylor is getting chased on by Mayhem, Samwise, and Aculord. And there's the kill for Tundra, and the ace comes out once again. 15 kills to 10, 25 minutes into the game, and that is almost certainly going to be an inhibitor in favor of Animate. They've got about 20 seconds until the majority of the team is up. Thresh will be up in 5, but they are going to be able to push on towards this inhibitor.
They're going to safely take this inhibitor, probably then back out. There is a very slight risk for Baron play, but I don't think that can go for it. And what that was the pressure that Twisted Fate exerts again. They didn't ban him out. They let him get picked out again. And what he did was he was pushing in that mid lane. So all that time they wanted to avoid an engagement because was behind, but they had to make an engagement happen, or Twisted Fate would just keep pushing down mid, or they would sacrifice Dragon. It basically put them into a lose-lose-lose situation, and they chose to lose, as it happened.
There's not much you can do in a lose-lose situation other than lose, but nevertheless, we are at a 5-kill advantage in favor of Animate Esports. They find themselves about 10,000 gold in the lead, and that's a significant amount right now. Samwise is going to take that red buff. It's going to obviously give him the slow on those auto attacks as well as that damage over time. And the first super minions have made their way into the mid lane for so Animate already are going to have that pressure in that mid lane, and the rest of their minion waves are going to have slightly more health, and therefore are naturally going to push in towards the turrets of Air.
And they're going to pick up this dragon for free because they know Air can't fight this. They know that they have the advantage right now. So what can Animate Esports do about this?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Destiny come out sometime soon because they know Ezreal is top. And they are grouped as 5, but Twisted Fate headed down towards the bottom. It looks like Animate don't want to make any plays that could result in them dropping their lead, and it looks like they just want to resort back to that Twisted Fate split push. This time Aurelia has joined him, so it's not a split push as such, but they are going to be able to output a lot of damage onto that tower. Rabadon's has been finished, still no Lich Bane, so not really at that point in the game where they are able to split push that effectively. However, Air have been pushed back in towards their base. The minion wave has joined the tower, and I'm wondering whether Animate are going to go for this. I mean, they do have to contend with the damage the tower is outputting, and it looks like they are deciding whether or not they want to go in. Those super minions are attacking the tower, and actually, of course, there's no tower there in the middle lane. They are making their way in towards the base, and the more that Animate can stall out Air here and keep one of the members dealing with those super minions, the better chance they have of taking this fight in the bottom lane. Shock Blast, however, hits a couple of members of Animate, and it's enough to make them kind of reposition and try and lifesteal back. Varus tries to fire that arrow in to see what he can, and with this new minion wave joining, is it a cannon minion wave? Yes, it is, so this might be the time that Animate decide to push for this. They've got the turret very low. Shakalol actually takes the wild cards. That turret is incredibly low, but they hang on for now.
It looks like actually Shakalon might just abandon this tower. It's another lose-lose situation for them here at Air. They have to try and defend this inhibitor, but at the same time they can't win an engagement, but at the same time they can't poke them down. So it looks like they're just going to go for the engagement. JNT Taylor going right into the middle of them. Shakalon is being focused out by Tundra on the side. Cook My Sock also being controlled by Akilon, and it looks like both of the carries are being focused out. Mayhem takes down JNT Taylor, and he takes down that Jace. So it looks like they're just going to take this inhibitor, push down towards the Nexus. Actually, there's no reason that they won't go for these Nexus turrets right here, and in fact I suspect they're going to end the game. GG Well Played
comes in with a massive Rift Walk and picks up 1 kill. There's a GG Well Played from one of the guys, but it looks like the rest of Air want to try and fight this. Cook My Sock with that home guard is able to put a lot of damage down onto Mayhem. Glitterlance is going to catch him. Death Sentence, the shutdown onto Mayhem. Are really going to catch on to this. Akamis, very low yellow star, picks up another kill, and this game is still alive. Showing that even though one of them says GG Well Played in chat, this game is not over. We've seen Animate already turn the first game around. All of the members of Air now are back. They're on full health, and what can they do with this?
They still have a huge gold deficit. They have to be able to know and to predict what their opponents are going to do. They need wards right now, essentially. There are going to be problems for them. Baron is going to be forced, I suspect, very, very soon by Animate. You know, what can they do about it? What can they do to stop that pressure on Baron? They can hang around in the area, but if they do that, the minions are going to push in. So what they need to be doing is getting Kassadin to push out. He has got that teleport, and have the rest of the team hang around in that kind of barren area, trying to keep at least some presence there. They might be able to get something like a smite steal. They might be able to just fight if someone gets bled down by Baron, because Baron does turn team fights around. And we have Yerostar actually in a bit of a spot here. Shakalol getting aggressive on Akilord. Also, I was slightly surprised we didn't see a Vi-ult straight onto Shakalol there, but not going to go for that. No point in risking it. Can Cook My Sock is just recalling at bottom lane. There are wards going out on both sides. It looks like Animate are just kind of contemplating, do we want to start this right now? Are we just going to kind of hold on for a little bit? And Thresh is going to aggro Baron, which is going to do much more damage than the death sentence would have done had it landed. Although it does look like they maybe going to start it. Not going to bother, actually.
The inhibitor has respawned, however, for Air. They still have one down, but they're trying to make a sneaky play at Animate Esports by coming around the Baron pit up into that top lane to push onto that tower. With minion waves mid and bot, that means that mid inhib is in danger of falling. It is very isolated then. Minions are pushed all the way up towards it. Shakolal out on his own once again. Has to be very careful that a gold card isn't going to catch him, but look at how low that turret is. Shakolal really has to fall back from this. There's no way he can stop this, and I'm surprised that Animate didn't go on towards this, but the pressure is going to keep going here. Bot lane, here come the minions through the bot lane. They are now onto the Nexus turrets. Are they going to be able to defend that? That means Air are going to be split very wide open here in the team. Kassadin is trying to do his best to bounce back and forth. Tundra actually gets caught out. Taylor goes in. Can he hit a good Cataclysm? Gets burst down very, very quickly. Cook My Sock is focused down by 4 of them. Nitrix tries to get the damage that he can. Akames actually took down Cook My Sock. Samwise finds a kill onto Nitrix. Mayhem gets a kill on Taylor. Eurostar desperately trying to get back into this. Shakolol, the only one left alone, dodges a wild card. Animate Esports are pushing on towards that third inhibitor. All inhibitors will be taken down unless they just push for that Nexus turret. And that means that Animate Esports are going to take down this Nexus. And Animate Esports, who claimed back in January they were the #1 team in the UK, have come out and proved it. They are the #1 team here at i48, and on this day, Animate Esports are the best League of Legends team in the United Kingdom.
Yeah, they really played that well, dominated from a very early stage, and they didn't let their opponents get any ground once they took it from them. They just kept pushing them back, kept taking towers, kept every team fight in their favor, always taking Dragon. Never actually managed to go for that Baron, but they didn't need to. They just pressured the inhibs, and they forced Air to go for an engage that they just couldn't win. But they had to go for it. There was no other choice. They lost the engage, and obviously then lost inhibs, and once that happened twice or thrice, they then just out and out lost the game.
And they dictated the pace of both games. Other than the first 15 to 20 minutes of game, it's game 2, but the first game we broadcast, of course, that 1 game lead for meant that game 2 was actually game 1 for here, but they dictated the pace of every other part of the games. All the way through the second game, Animate were in control of the pace of the game, even though had Thresh, who typically is good at dictating when team fights happen. Animate just showed that they know exactly what they're doing by dictating the pace, and they had a very nice way of countering the style that Air have played, and they've played that style very, very well, taking down those 3 turrets, and then focusing on dragons, going back, buying, and then pushing down mid has worked very well for them in this tournament. But Animate Esports showing that they can study the teams. They knew exactly where to ward. The level 1 from Animate was brilliant in game #1, and they picked up that kill, and from there they really just felt very comfortable in the second half of game 1 and then all the way through game #2. And I know we're going to be heading over towards the prize ceremony very soon, but I want to thank both yourself, Spuddington, and Pulse for joining me on casting. This was your first and with my 3rd finals now for League of Legends here at iSeries, and I hope to see not only you guys, but also the crowd and the teams back later this year for i49.
It's been my pleasure, frankly. I've never really enjoyed my weekend quite as much as this. So, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say about that.
I have one more thing to say. Thank you very much to Razer. You can see that they were the major sponsor, the sponsor for the League of Legends tournament, and they supplied the prize pool. They've also been great with the fans here, giving out a lot of swag. As we said, the scarves, which you can see Spuddington is so proudly draping around his neck. That has kept a lot of our LAN goers warm. However, coming up next, coming up soon, guys, for those of you watching the stream, I believe it's going to be the ESET StarCraft UK Masters, and that playing field has been immense. I mean, you've had upsets with 4GG dropping out. You've had so many great games in the ESET UK Masters, and I mean, I'm sure we'll get an update on exactly the standings, and for those of you that have been tuning in to their stage, whether you're at the venue or at the event, you'll see just how good that competition is. Not quite as good as the Razer League of Legends Cup here at 48, of course. Sorry, Lyrian, of course, we've got to say that our game has been the best, and we've had the most exciting games as well. But meanwhile, we're going to go for a very short break before we have the prize ceremony for League of Legends. Congratulations to Animate Esports. They are the #1 team here at i48. Commiserations to Air. Unfortunately, some of the players weren't able to take their second title, but they do take home £625. But that $1,500 does go to Animate. Thank you very much, guys, for joining us. I've been Dignitas Stress. I'm just going to say it was on the bottom. You can follow me on Twitter at Dignitas Stress. I've been joined by Spuddington. You can follow him at Spuddington, I believe. And we will be sure to catch you again very soon, guys. Thank you very much for watching.
My body is like a lightning rod.
moving around me. Can't seem to find my way, but I can see your bright light calling through the dark night, hoping I find my way. Yeah, I had what I wanted. It went away so fast, fast. Yeah, got to let go. We can dance like there's no tomorrow. I gotta do, I gotta do all of it. I gotta do, I gotta do all of it. I gotta do, I gotta do all of it. I gotta do. I can feel the heartbeat underneath the concrete, just like a kick drum plays. Running in a straight line, guided by the street lights, pushing the dark away. Hey, I had what I wanted. It went away so fast, fast. Yeah, got to let go. We can dance like there's no tomorrow. There is a place in the distance, a place that I've been dreaming of. No time and space don't exist, and we can dance like there's no tomorrow. There is a place in the distance, a place that I've been dreaming of. No time and space, we can dance like there's no tomorrow. Is a fantasy. Policies have risen up and overcome the brave. Greatness dies, unsung and lost, invisible to history. Embedded spies, brainwashing our children to be mean.
Remember. Okay.
Hello and welcome. We are here at the ESET UK Masters. I'm Maddles, with me is Lurlian, and we are getting ready to jump into the third, fourth place match. Coming up straight after will be the grand finals with Todd and Jorasar casting. It is Snoot versus Sting. That is going to be amazing, but right now we are getting ready to jump into Hero Marine
versus Baby Knight.
Yeah, we are in the lobby right now for the first map of 5, potentially. Hopefully, we're going to see 5 matches between these two players. We've seen so many games out of these two. The countdown has begun. Everyone's ready, guys. We're good to go. It's going to be between Hero Marine and Baby Knight, of course. A Terran versus Protoss, starting off on Entombed Valley.
Entombed Valley is a fun map.
It is.
It depends whether they spawn cross or vertical. Will make a big difference, in my opinion.
It will. It will. It's definitely going to come into play in terms of drops, in terms of timings, in terms of timing expansions. Everything is going to be depending on that. So that's a bit of excitement as we're loading into the game, as Andy is staring at all of you with a very sinister...
I saw the best thing. He said Andy is like the robotic version of Usain Bolt. That's what it looks like, him on like the running positions ready to go.
Yeah, it does look like that, and I think that is what they're, trying to make it look like.
So we are into the game. The players have spawned. Lurlian, would you like to do the honors of introducing them?
I would love to go ahead and introduce these two players. First off, I would like to say vertical spawning positions. So not the cross spawns that we were hoping for. Let's get into the introductions. In the bottom left spawn position, playing for Mouse Esports. He's done incredible things this weekend. He is the Red Terran. He is Mouse Hero Marine. And in the top left spawn position, his opponent, it's going to be the blue Protoss player playing for FX Open. It is the one, the only, the Danish Baby Knight.
So, Baby Knight v Hero Marine. Let's talk a little bit about how they got here. Hero Marine has just got out of the last series where it was up against Western Wolf Sting. It was a bit of a tough series. It went to a crazy, crazy last game where it went down to both players floated their command centers to the golds in the center of Neo Planet because they all ran out of workers and only had mules, and generally things were pretty funky.
Yeah, that was a really weird game to end the series with. And not to forget, it was a 3-0 for Western Wolf Sting. So Hero Marine is going to be a little bit shaken up. He's been playing so well this entire tournament. Has had a lot of amazing wins, a lot of close series. Even the series that he lost were usually 2-1. But that was a really harsh defeat for him, losing 3-0.
It was, but he's had an amazing tournament, to be fair.
Yeah.
And there's a lot on the line here. The winner of this series, the best of 5, goes away with £1,000. That is nothing to shy away from. 4th place only gets 600. And there's a big difference when you look back, when potential teams, potential sponsors are looking at players and deciding how they're going to rank them. They are going to notice the difference between someone who got a podium finish and someone who came 4th.
Yeah, of course. Getting 3rd is going to be more important, especially for Hero Marine, since he's a little bit more unknown. He would benefit more from a 3rd place finish than Baby Knight would. So Baby Knight should just let him win.
Yeah, it should be fine. Now, for the moment, we do see the Baby Knight is getting down his Cybercore, got his gas, and things are looking fairly okay.
Yeah, looking very normal here. No second gas being taken yet for Baby Knight. We have seen him do that a lot in his games versus Terran. Not going to be doing that this time, so we might see a very Wings of Liberty-esque kind of game where we see a Zealot Stalker expand.
Yeah, he likes it. He really likes going forward. He usually gets a Mothership core down quite early. There we go with his 3rd pylon. He's still mining gas away very, very happily. The other thing he could potentially look for is a Robo or Stargate opening.
Yeah, what is it going to be? A Robo or a Stargate? That's
it's
really
pointless even trying to guess, to be honest, at this stage, because both are very, very viable. It's really up to Baby Knight and what he's feeling like going for. Having said that, though, Hero Marine, he's getting up his command center. It was just very simply a 1 Rax, no gas CC.
Huh, funny. Baby Knight is choosing to get the Mothership core before starting Warpgate research, and he invests in the Stalker, as we have a Battle.net lag out there a little bit. Ooh, this is not good.
No, it's one of these things where you do get a bit glitchy sometimes on Battle.net, but currently the engineering bay just trying to get taken out, the probe desperately working away at it, because ultimately Baby Knight wants to take his natural expansion.
A little bit unlucky for Baby Knight there, sending his Zealot out on the map. He definitely would have liked to have that Zealot there to take the engineering bay down even faster and not have his Nexus delayed at all. I don't really think the engineering bay did much though. It might have delayed the Nexus by like what, 2-3 in-game seconds?
Yeah,
not the biggest of deals.
It wasn't a massive problem. Behind this Hero Marine, what's he getting at? Well, he's got his command center. He's now building that bunker. It's not going to be up before the Zealot and Stalker do manage to get in. And what we're seeing is some good damage getting done. The Zealot does get taken out, but the Marines, there's only 2 of them, and without the bunker, they are going to struggle against this Stalker until the reinforcements come in.
Yeah, very lucky. The Mothership core wasn't there quite yet, but the Mothership core is now approaching. The Zealot is, of course, dead. The SCV will be able to finish that bunker. The Mothership core going to go into the main base. It looks like there's no Marines there to defend. The Mothership core might be able to grab himself a few kills. Or herself. Is a Mothership core female or male?
Yeah, he very well could. He's doing a nice bit of work here, and ultimately, this Mothership core just has to stay alive. If it goes down, there's going to be major, major problems. So that's something that we don't want to see happen. And
you completely ignored my point, though.
I can't actually hear you. That's the problem I've got right now. So I'm trying to guess what you're saying by reading your lips. I'm not just staring at you.
Okay, so that's a bit of a problem. Everything's fine on my end, really.
Yeah, you're just very quiet. My game sounds are very loud through my headset. That's the problem. But hopefully production have heard my subtle hints about it, and that'll get magically fixed in my ear. But anyway, back to this game. We've got 2 additional gateways and the robotics facility coming down for Baby Knight. He's got his natural up, and ultimately, this is looking fine for both of them, neither being too aggressive. We do see that the tech lab not researching anything yet. There is enough for Stim, and just as I say, that Stim gets started. And that's what I'm expecting, because as we've seen in most of the games, Hero Marine really likes going for that +1 Stim timing push.
Yeah, with a few medevacs mixed in there. 2 medevacs going to be dropping all around, or just trying to force his way in the front. Baby Knight playing a very defensive game, going to be rushing some Colossi here. That's going to be one of the first games where we see him do that. He really loves his Stargate openers versus Terran, and we've seen him exploit all kinds of different timings with those, but it's this quick of a robotics bay, that's a first for Baby Knight.
It's very bold, and the other thing about this map is it is quite easy for both of them to take their third, especially Baby Knight if he wanted to. He could take that, use gateways to wall off there, and be very, very comfortable. So maybe that's what his longer plan is. Tech up, take a quick third base, and then really just start thinking about moving out there. But all he's got to do is survive against Hero Marine, who hasn't got the +1 started. And that's the only thing which is a bit odd, and just as I say that, he starts the +1.
Caster Curse coming in there, of course, +1 is going to be started. He has 1 engineering base, so he's going to be getting 1 upgrade at a time. And just now, Baby Knight getting his first forge. You cannot really get 2 forges now, because he's going to be starved for gas. He needs gas for thermal lance, he needs gas for Colossi, and he's not going to have enough gas to also be running double upgrades, get a Twilight Council, yada, yada, yada. As you can see, he's already struggling for gas to start thermal lance.
And I hope he's not going to do a Crank. Remember we saw earlier on when Crank went there for an entire game without extended thermal lance, and it nearly lost it for him.
Yeah, that would definitely be a bad situation for Baby Knight. He does now have enough gas and minerals to go ahead and start that, but usually, sometimes, I should say sometimes, not usually, sometimes Protoss players prefer getting out a quick second Colossi over starting thermal lance, because they feel like they are rushing Colossi, they're going to be vulnerable early on, so they want to have 2 Colossi out quickly to be able to deal with any kind of push like you talked about, Metals.
Yeah, but that's not coming up, that push I was talking about, because +1 is only half done, and the first medevacs aren't actually in production yet. They are just starting now, so it is, he could still move out, but it's later than if he was trying to rush it out. And that wasn't what he was doing.
Yeah, so the second Colossus is actually not going to be coming out. I think this is going to be one of those fakes that, you know, players like Dignitas Bling and Dignitas Dream love to do too, where they get 1 Colossi and then start switching into the Templar play immediately. We already saw the Twilight Council go down, so the Templar Archives can't be too far away.
Very true. And Baby Knight does seem to prefer High Templar anyway.
Yes,
in his play over the weekend, he uses it a lot. And just as we're saying, there we go, the Templar Archives is on its way down. Moving across the map, though, is Hero Marine. +1, nearly finishing. Combat Shield, nearly finishing. And guess what's coming up behind it? 2 medevacs.
Yeah, the 2 medevacs are coming in. A Stim goes down for 1 Marine. 1 Marine is going to be like running in there.
Everything's being seen by an observer. That is brilliant. Baby Knight knows exactly what's coming here.
Yeah, he knows what's coming. His observer is there. He's got the Colossus. He's going to be feeling safe. And Hero Marine sees that first Colossus, and what is his reaction going to be? Is he going to be producing Vikings non-stop? Yes, he is going to be producing Vikings. He will need like 2 or 3.
Oh, some nice force roads, catching a couple of Marines there. More than really he needed if they were slightly better. But still, he got some units for free. That's great. Yep. Currently, Baby Knight only lost 100 resources this game compared to 800 of Hero Marine.
Yeah, being very cost efficient so far is Baby Knight. His Colossi, of course, going to enable him to do that. Has a third base down the way and a double drop, as you're pointing out, Maddles. Maddles actually our observer now, so if he's bad,
flame me.
You can flame him instead of the observer.
Yeah, it is definitely me now. I am taking all of the criticism if I need it. That's fine. But I'm casting as well. So I've got relatively broad shoulders. I can take it. It's fine. So this drop, if it does come in, there is a photon cannon up at the cliff. This is going to really shut this down.
Yeah, that photon cannon is in position too. Photon cannons and nice feedback. Great feedbacks. And Hero Marine is in some trouble, loses 1 medevac, and the other units get evaporated immediately. Sick attention there by Baby Knight, getting the feedback and having those cannons in the perfect position, because that's the most likely place the drops were going to be coming from. I mean, Red
Terran player is not going to go all the way around the map.
It'd be too slow, it'd be too awkward, but generally everything that's going on here is absolutely great. Baby Knight is about to get some critical things though. Storm nearly finished up, Blink nearly finished up. He's also got +2 nearly finished up. They're all kicking in at about the same time. Still no extended thermal lance though, because of course he went for that tech switch. So for anyone wondering when we were talking about that earlier, the reason it didn't come out is because the Colossus was just to force Vikings. And with already 4 on the field and still producing.
Oh my god, he's falling for it.
He's falling for it. Baby Knight's doing exactly what he wanted. Mind games, mind games, mind games.
Yep, we're gonna be going up to 7 Vikings for just a single Colossus. Hero Marine definitely misreading the game here a little bit, as Storm should be coming out. Is it finished yet? Yes, it's already finished. And there's a lot of High Templar already out on the field. In fact, we are up to 3 High Templar now, so 3 Storms are going to be in store, and that's definitely something that Hero Marine is not going to be expecting, as he is still producing Vikings 2 at a time.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the economical side of things. 71 SCVs to 62 probes. So Hero Marine has got a much better economy at the moment, when you factor in mules as well.
Yeah, that is true. Hero Marine has got a really good economy, and running off of 3 bases, they're all fully saturated. All his gases are running. The Observer sees everything, though. Baby Knight knows the third is up, and he is going to be trying to punish it. Now a scan goes down because Hero Marine starts to think, I haven't seen him in a little while. What is he doing? Oh my god, he's got Templars. He's only got 1 Colossus. I fell for it. I fell for the trap, and I produced 9 Vikings, and there's only 1 Colossus.
Which is wasted supply now. Yes, that Colossus will die exceptionally quickly, and it will not have a fun time. But then the Vikings, as anyone who watched the hot trailer knows, landing Vikings never ends out well for them.
No, never ends up well for them. They get smashed to pieces and 1 hit by an Ultralisk, but not in this game. That happened in the trailer, of course, as Baby Knight, he knows he's been found out. He knows his opponent is going to be attacking towards the Ghost right now. He wants the hit before that large amount of Ghosts get out on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice little timing window. There are 9 High Templar there. Upgrades 2-0 for both players, so that's quite nice. Baby Knight does have Blink and Storm, as we already are aware of. Dark Shrine also coming down. Baby Knight has effectively used DTs against Terran throughout this weekend.
In some games more effectively than in
He used
others.
them against 4GG, if I'm not mistaken, actually. That's one of the ways he won.
Yeah, that's one of the ways that helped him win for sure. And that was, of course, the 6 series that we casted earlier on this weekend. The Zealots are going to have charge in a second. They do have 1 armor upgrade now completed. The upgrades are basically identical for both players. So maybe a slight advantage for Protoss, which is good for Baby Knight.
It is indeed. Now, Hero Marine, he is up to 180 supply. Baby Knight, 190 supply. Very, very equal. In terms of the army supply and everything else, well, we have got everything looking very, very equal, actually. Those 2 bars exceptionally similar. And really both players just positioning themselves. Baby Knight is taking his 4th, though. And that is something that is very, very important.
Yes, it is. He is continuing to expand, but so is Hero Marine, also making a 4th command center just finished up, as we see a probe trying to construct some hidden pylons on the right side of the map, but a Marine has found out. But there are some more currently completing all around the map, so that's going to be good for Baby Knight. It's going to have reinforcements coming in from every possible angle, as Hero Marine is going to be pushing into the 4th base. He is maxed out. He knows his opponent has a bit of an earlier 4th. He feels like he has a good shot.
He does indeed. Some good EMPs go down. A lot of the Zealots losing their shields very quickly. Some stims coming off. Where are the Storms? The High Templar a little bit out of position right at the back. This means that they are a bit late, but here, now they do come, and they are doing a nice amount of damage. But good splitting by Hero Marine. He's done it effectively all throughout the game. The Vikings have been taken out. In terms of this engagement, Baby Knight has won it very substantially, but 6 Ghosts in production at a time.
That was a pretty good engagement. Oh, look at those Zealots. Oh, I thought for a second the Zealots and the DTs might be able to trap the few remaining units there, but he's actually going to be going in to kill this Marine and then going to be attacking into the 4th base. It is not a planetary fortress yet. This is a good timing by Baby Knight. Attacking before the planetary fortress is finished is all that he could hope for.
Yep, he is going straight in. The proxy pylon that was allowing reinforcements taken out by a group of retreating units, and the command center does fall. That is really, really helpful for Baby Knight. He is now a base up on his opponent. In terms of the workers, he's also pretty much equal, but this push coming up straight towards the natural. A couple of DTs in there doing a lot of damage, but so many Ghosts, and the Stalkers blinking out there. They will leave an Archon behind.
Yeah, Baby Knight does not have to attack right now. In fact, he has to retreat because he's down in army supply a little bit, and he has to fall back to his 4th base and just group up with his reinforcements and be ready for the next big battle. What is Hero Marine going to be doing? He is rebuilding his expansion.
He's pulling SCVs, though, with this push, a lot of them.
And mules.
And mules, because mules, they're going to tank up some damage. They might not exist by the time he gets over there, but it's all just all going to help. Baby Knight is 10 supply behind. In terms of the army supply, it is very equal, though. 111 now after that warp into 112 of the red Terran
And
player.
there's some mules in there for Hero Marine. They're
Yeah.
definitely going to make the difference.
Mules will make the difference, I'm sure, Lillian. But anyway, this is just posturing now, getting into good position, trying to get a great attack arc. And BattleNet lagging a little bit there. And as we can see, a big engagement coming down. The Storms are hitting. One goes down at the moment. Needs some more, though. The Ghosts, though, getting great EMPs, some great snipes off. Hero Marine really playing very, very effectively.
Yeah, there was no detection there to kill the Ghost, and that is really turning this battle around. Baby Knight is in some trouble. Does he still have a Mothership Core? It doesn't really seem like it. He does have a Mothership Core, but is not in position to help defend his fourth, which is a bit of a mistake. That Podium Overcharge could have helped him out a little bit. A lot of the units are on low HP. There's only 3 medevacs to heal everything here. A few Storms can still win the game for Baby Knight.
Unfortunately, there's only 2 High Templar on the field. I don't know where they are. The Ghosts are the Archons are doing a nice job, but with a good Photos Fire, they get taken down easily, forcing a blink back. Probes have been pulled. Reinforcements are starting to come across the map now. That Immortal, it gets sniped off.
Yeah, that could have been a vital part of Baby Knight's defense. He does now have the Mothership Core in position. Actually, it's still out of position a little bit.
Yeah, it is unfortunately slightly out of position. And what we need now is for Hero Marine. If he takes out that third, he's going to be in some big problems. And ultimately, as you said, Hero Marine rebuilt his 4th command center, has now taken it. There are proxy pylons around the map, so potential for counterattacks to be with a couple of DTs or some Zealots, but ultimately, what will it do? Not that much when Hero Marine has just got such map dominance.
We need some splash out of Baby Knight, man. He needs some High Templar. There he goes, warps in a few High Templar. Needs to get some... actually, I think he's going to morph them into Archons. That could be a possibility. He has got a lot of Archons in his army composition already. He needs some AoE damage, of course. A few DTs going to be warped into Harass, as we might see another big battle in the middle of the map. Hero Marine positioning himself very
we've got some
aggressively.
DTs coming into the 4th base. There is detection there with the missile type, but no units to really do anything about it. Stalkers coming in as well. This is a big commitment out of Baby Knight to do some damage. The missile type does get sniped off, a good focus, and suddenly these DTs are able to do an awful lot before the Planetary Fortress is morphed.
Is there a scan? No, there's no scan available. It's going to be another 5 seconds before a scan is available, but there are some EMPs, and those DTs do get cleaned up. That was good, EMPing the Dark Templar to reveal them.
Yep, very smart play by Hero Marine here, showing that he's very confident in his play. He's dealing very well, back and forth, a lot of trading. In terms of the economy behind the 68 probes to 59 SCVs. If we also look at the loss tab, very, very equal. Hero Marine losing just under 1,000 resources more than his opponent, which is really nothing at this stage of the game when they're both on 4 bases.
That's a good point you're making there, Manos. The unit's loss tab showing that things are pretty close to each other. Not sure what that DT was thinking. Of course there's going to be a missile turret there at this point. But a nice try by Baby Knight, trying to find any angle to do some damage. Is warping in some more stuff there on that pylon. 2 Zealots, and the DT are kind of come from behind.
And here we go. We've got a bit of a push in the middle. Baby Knight forced to retreat. Hero Marine got a lot of units there. He does not want to be doing that. Oh, some Ghosts. I'm just seeing a couple of Ghosts out of position, but the Storm's going down very, very early on. A couple of feedbacks hitting the Ghosts. That's really, really nice play out of Baby Knight. We've got a big engagement here. The Storm's right on the money.
They are really good. The Storms are good. The Immortals are still alive in the back, dealing a lot of damage. There's a lot of kills on the Immortals. Actually, we don't really see Immortals that often, but they are making the difference in this fight. Baby Knight now chasing down Hero Marine, and he's going to lose a lot of those medevacs. Boost, boost, boost. There he goes.
He gets straight out of there. And any medevacs you pick off at this stage are going to be very, very important going into the later game. And now this 4th Planetary Fortress looking to take some damage, but some good EMPs on those Immortals mean they can get sniped down very effectively. 2-2-4, and Baby Knight forced back yet again.
Yeah, he was overcommitting there a little bit. His Immortals very vulnerable in the back of his army, getting shot at by the Marauders and by the Planetary Fortress, and he ended up losing those hero Immortals that really helped him win that engagement in the middle of the map. Now he only has 2 Immortals remaining instead of the 4 or 5 that he started off with.
So let's recap what we've seen. They've both gone back and forth. Originally, Hero Marine lost his 4th base while he was morphing to a Planetary Fortress. Big loss there. But then Baby Knight lost his 4th base in the counter push. Neither player able to really finish the game with those pushes, and then it swung back the other way, back and forth. And I'd say now it's actually pretty even. When we look at the resources lost, Hero Marine has lost a few thousand more, but his economy is fairly equal. With those mules, 10 worker deficit is fine.
He is going to mine out earlier, though. That's something we have to keep into account. I mean, they've been on 4 bases for a long time, and those mules, man, they eat minerals for breakfast, lunch, and breakfast again. Look at the 3rd base, for example, out of Hero Marine. He's only got a few mineral patches left.
Indeed, he has. 1DT is trying to make sure work in the natural, but unfortunately is getting scanned and revealed. The Marauder managing to survive just due to the medevac being there, so that's good news. We also have a probe sitting here for Baby Knight, suggesting he wants to take his fifth base.
Engagement
very
though
quickly,
at the fourth base again. This is gonna be where it's at. This is gonna be where it's happening. He's trying to get the planetary fortress. Will he be able to? Very low HP, and it does go down. But a lot of units were lost for Baby Knight there. He has some storms left. That is vital that he had some storms left to cover himself there.
Look at those EMPs, absolutely lovely. But the High Templar getting taken out, and now it looks like Baby Knight, he needs to retreat from here. I don't think he can take this one.
He needs to get back home. He needs to warp in another reinforcing round. Oh no, his units get stuck there. The Zealots, actually not Zealots, the Immortals and the Archons both so big, so fat, they got stuck there for a little bit. Baby Knight knows he has to engage here. He's just trying to make the best of a very bad situation because he knows he cannot run. Those Marines and Marauders are faster than his Archons and Immortals.
Now, should Baby Knight be able to take out this army, or at least not die or lose his fourth, then he will be ahead. That is very, very clear. However, if it does go down the fourth base, or if he just loses, it'll be problems. But these warpins are going to be oh so critical. A good number of High Templar there. The Ghosts are very low on energy.
There's some new fresh Ghosts though. They're coming. There's a big group. Look at the...
Yeah, they are on their way. Reinforcements have been called. The fifth base is also coming out at the moment for Baby Knight. So he's posturing himself to be 2 bases up, which is very, very good indeed. But lots of medevac. The medevac count actually up at 10. There are 2 Immortals, an Archon, a DT, and now a lot of High Templar. Those storms are going to be oh so critical.
Those storms are going to be critical. A lot of those Ghosts, of course. There's an insane amount of Ghosts. There's 18 Ghosts in this army composition for Hero Marine. He's up in supply. He's going to force the cancel on the 5th base. He's re-established his own 4th base. Cancel, bam, there it goes. Going to give Baby Knight some extra minerals to work with. He's going to warp in a lot of Zealots using those extra minerals.
Indeed, those storms are just being used quite defensively. There are more High Templar at the back, but I hear snipes going off. Big storm goes down there, and it looks like Baby Knight is just about going to be able to hold this off. I do believe the Immortals at the back, the Archons there as well. Very, very helpful, and he should now be able to hold this off.
Oh, is he going to be able to? The Immortals are starting to die off. The Stalkers blink back. A lot of reinforcing Zealots are going to come in here. This is so extremely close. Both players have dead even 112 supply. Baby Knight does look to have the better army right now. He is the shorter reinforcement path, and Hero Marine is going to be forced to retreat. Only 4 Marauders left. Do we have any Stalkers to chase down the medevacs? We do have a few Stalkers, and they managed to get another medevac down. Every medevac, every unit counts.
It does indeed. Now, the reason that, even though that was a very close engagement, the reason that Baby Knight was able to hold was because of the defender's advantage. With the Warpin, he was looking absolutely fine. In terms of the work count, we're seeing at 66 probes to 54 SCVs. The 4th base re-established now for Hero Marine. The 5th base was forced to cancel, but I imagine it will get reconstructed very shortly by our Blue Protoss player.
Yeah, he's going to need an additional hit. Yeah, that DT is going to be swiping away a little bit. Did kill something there, not really a big deal.
One of the 2 missile turrets that were revealing it.
It was like, if
I
get at least one, it's going to be worth it.
A lot of SCVs getting taken down. A little bit of dancing around in the middle line. Missile turret force to cancel. The scan will have to go down if he wants to clean this out. And that's annoying. More SCVs getting killed. 3 kills on this Dark Templar.
And he completely distracted Hero Marine there, and he might have an angle to attack here. Nice storm. Oh my god, what is Hero Marine doing? Standing in those storms. Should have pulled back a little bit earlier. His Ghosts were not there to EMP anything, and that was a good engagement for Baby Knight, and things are really starting to snowball now because the Terran is completely mined out of all his bases. He's on 1 base income, whereas Baby Knight, he is mining soon out of 2 full fresh bases.
Yep, he's still got some minerals left at his 3rd. He's mining gas from 3 bases. And this is really, really important for Baby Knight because he's got a very gas-heavy army. He's going for a lot of High Templar, ordering to get a lot of Archons out. He needs to make sure that actually he can push through. And considering we're at the 31-minute mark, there's only been 1 Colossus made this entire game.
Yeah, attack switch could be something that he could do, but he doesn't have thermal lens, so it's going to be a really big investment to get.
He'd need the 2nd robotics facility anyway.
Yeah,
he'd need double Colossi production.
A single Colossus is not really going to be making that much of a difference, especially if it doesn't have range. He can get focused down pretty easily, as we have another DT going to town on these SCVs. He's already got 3 kills. It's just pure SCVs there, and we have to give it to Baby Knight, man. He keeps harassing Hero Marine and making him be at places where he doesn't want to be.
Oh, the DT's a bit fat there between the mineral patches, aren't allowing the Zealots in. But now without detection, that's going to be more awkward. It's also distracting Hero Marine back. He's pulling to go and defend that. Meanwhile, Baby Knight is pushing in towards the 3rd base, getting the reinforcements as they come through. A couple of High Templar there, patiently waiting. But unfortunately, a little bit exposed.
Oh my god, this is starting to get out of control. Hero Marine down 50 supply right now. He is being torn apart. Where do I have to go? Defend my 4th, defend my 3rd, I don't even know. And here's going to be the last engagement of the game. Baby Knight is swarming over the army of Hero Marine. He doesn't even need the storms. There's just too many Zealots in his army composition. GG comes out, and FXO's Baby Knight takes the first game of the series.
It wasn't a whitewash by any means. That's the one thing I'd say. It was,
not at all.
That was a very, very close engagement. There was lots of back and forthing. It could have gone to either player for a long period of time. After Baby Knight held off the counter aggression, having picked off the fourth for a second time, then yes, it was going to be Baby Knight's very clear advantage. Before that point, though, it was a lot of to and froing, and so that's something to take into account. Now, Lurlian, we're about to jump into game 2.
We are.
One up for Baby Knight is going to be very, very nice for him. Of course, playing for third place is £1,000 prize, second place £600. Good money, which is always nice for them. A lot of fame, potentially, which is also good for them. We're just waiting for Hero Marine, or for Baby Knight rather, to be ready.
Yeah, as soon as Baby Knight is ready, we're going to get this party started, guys. In the meantime, go ahead and follow ESET UK Masters on Twitter. You can ask them questions. They are giving away stuff every now and then on there, so definitely worth following. You can also follow my co-caster, @LiquidRed. Make sure you do that. He needs some more followers.
Yep.
He's put up a great tournament. Wasn't quite able to make it past Sting, but Sting is now in the finals, so he did look strong.
The Liquid people actually did very, very well. They brought over Snoot, who's obviously in the finals, TLO and Red, who both got through very, very convincingly in their groups, going 5-0. And, well, I'm sure they'll be cheering Snoot on, and he could be going for another good victory.
He could be. Let's see how it's going to be turning out. We're loading into the game as we speak. It's going to be played on ESET UK Cloud Kingdom, the ladder edition. Let's get this party started. Maddles, handle the introductions, please.
Spawning in the lower left position, we do have, from Team FX Open's European Division, the blue Protoss player. He is known as Baby Knight. And up in the top right, his opponent from Mouse Esports, the youngest person competing in this tournament this weekend, the Red Terran. It is Hero Marine.
Unfortunately, not able to win the first game there. He has lost the last 4 games he played in a row. That's going to be something that is going to be taxing him a little bit. There's a lot of pressure on him. He doesn't, you know, it would be a shame. He's been doing so well the entire weekend. It would be sad for him to lose 3-0 2 times in a row.
It'd be very sad for him because
3-0 2 times in a row.
I think he's played very solidly. He showed he's a very diverse player with many different builds, many different play styles at his disposal, executing them all with precision and also skill with great mechanics backing them up. And for his age, for the experience, just being up against these people, getting the stage to compete at is great for him. I think there's a very, very bright future ahead if he follows on the path he set himself at this tournament.
And the same goes for Baby Knight. I had an interview earlier. They asked me the 3 most surprising players in this tournament. And I said Baby Knight, Hero Marine, and of course Johnny Rico.
Yeah.
And we're getting 2 of those players now to battle out to see who's like the most promising one.
I don't think, I mean, Baby Knight's someone who has been quite surprising. I think if you'd ask people coming into this, how do you think Baby Knight's going to do with people like Sting, 4GG, the Liquid people, they wouldn't have put him in the 3rd, 4th place match, I don't reckon.
No, I don't think so either. That's why I named him as a bit of a breakout performance too.
Yep.
I mean, he has been more established than, for example, Hero Marine or Johnny Rico, but he is still doing really well. Has been able to take some 6 series off of the Koreans, play some really good series. No cheesy games, no legit up macro games that he was able to win.
He has done some cheesy games though.
He has done some cheesy games. We have seen him blink Stalker all in a little bit.
Yep.
And was able to beat 4GG with that. We have seen him proxy. Have you seen him proxy? I don't think we've seen him proxy.
We've seen proxies out of Hero Marine.
Yeah, but not out of...
no, not out of Baby Knight. He's a very macro player.
He loves when you call him Baby K, by the way. And currently on our overlay, you can't see the rest of his name, so we might as well just call him Baby K.
Baby K, indeed.
Sounds so cute, Baby K. Oh.
I know. You kind of want to just go and give him a hug. And stop winking at me, man. God. God. You've already invited me in your room and all those sort of things over the weekend. The stream's going to be asking questions, Lurlian.
I've got my hands in the air. Let's get back into the game because Hero Marine is doing something that we don't see every day, and he's going to be going for a reactor on his barracks, and he's going to be expanding to a command center. Is he going to be following it up with a factory? Might we see some Widow Mines?
We may do. Widow Mines very, very strong against Protoss, especially if they go gateway heavy. They one-shot all the gateway units, and therefore it is very, very annoying. And indeed, you are correct. A factory is on its way down. The Twilight Council coming for Baby Knight, though. So this game, he isn't going for what we saw. With a double gas, no expansion, on Cloud Kingdom, which has a very, very large cliff area. Could it be Blink?
That is some sick analysis
With the
there,
mothership core.
Maddles.
Yeah,
Yes, it is, of
It
course.
is going to be like I like saying it in a profound way,
Yeah.
like making people wonder just for a second. Could it be?
Is it
And then
gonna be Blink? Well, yeah, it's pretty obvious it's gonna be Blink. Of course, Blink takes 30 seconds longer to research than it did in the past, but the mothership core is going to be balancing that out a little bit. Of course, Blink takes longer to research, but now you have a mothership core to spot the high ground. You no longer need a robo to get an observer to get to see the high ground. And in fact, this new improved observer called the mothership core can also attack and do some other cool, nifty spells.
It's getting scouted though. This SCV snuck past a
Oh
Zealot
my God.
and a Stalker, sees the corner boost going down, sees the mothership coming out. That is basically an own goal in terms of what's happening. Now what Hero Moon will do is he'll pull units towards the edge of his map, ready to snipe off the mothership core, denying vision. Widow Mine coming there as well.
We could see a bunker, but it's difficult to place bunkers against
Yeah.
Blinkstalkers on this map because, like you said, the cliff is so big. Where are those Blinkstalkers going to be harassing? They're going to be harassing the front. They're going to be blinking into the main at the kind of natural area, and they're going to be blinking into the main and at the gas area. There's so many places to blink in, so the defending with bunkers is going to be difficult, and Hero Marine is going to try for the siege tank defense, which is really cool.
It is really cool. And all Hero Marine needs to do is not panic. He needs to make sure that he tries to deny the blink in. Blink is still about 12 seconds away from completion. The Supply Depot taking some damage, but the Marine's doing a good job on the high ground. The Widow Mine reburrowing, and these Widow Mines are going to be very, very important because it's going to take out one of those Stalkers immediately. But here we go, the Blink coming up, completely dodging that. A great time warp there, meaning the Marines would struggle to push in. The Widow Mine gets taken out very quickly. Some SCVs are getting pulled, and Baby Knight is actually doing a nice bit of damage here for very little losses. But with the Siege Tank out, Hero Marine, he's in an okay spot.
What is he going to do? There's too many Marines to be able to blink on top of that siege tank and take it out. He will get a refinery, and he's going to get the second one too. That's amazing because that's going to stop all the gas income. And Hero Marine realizes it. Never before have I seen a battle so fierce over a refinery.
Yep, this refinery is essential because if we look at Hero Marine, he has got no gas. He has got literally 8 gas. Both refineries get taken out. Baby Knight knows that because Allah was committed to getting these tanks out, that no more are going to be on their way after this third one because there just isn't going to be any more income.
That's good. That's good for Hero
Yep.
Marine, though, that he had enough gas to get a third siege tank. That's
Yeah.
going to make him feel a little bit more safe, but the Blinkstalker aggression is working really well for Baby Knight. He's taking out supply depots. Hero Marine pretty close to supply block, but the R2 siege tank is in siege, but he's going to blink on top of them. Takes out the first one, takes out the second one, but he's losing a lot of his Stalkers in the process. The Marine's doing a lot of damage, but the Mothership Core is there adding in some DPS too. The game is really close right now. Another siege tank pops
The
out.
Mothership Core is very, very low, but should get away. That is an important save.
It is. Another 3 Stalkers going to be warping in. Baby Knight, of course, has enough resources to continually warp in 3 Stalkers, 3 Stalkers, 3 Stalkers, and Hero Marine is going to scramble to make more tanks. He's actually going to invest in a Widow Mine right now. Not sure if that's really a good investment.
Well, he wants to make sure that he can get rid of some of these Stalkers very quickly. The siege tank is getting some good shots off. The Mothership Core goes down.
Ooh.
That pretty much spells the end to this push because without the vision on the high ground, he can't blink up the cliff, which makes it a bit more awkward. So a nice little snipe off there.
But he's already got a position in the main base. I mean, losing the Mothership Core at this point, not the end of the world. A Stalker goes forward to draw the fire of the siege tanks, so the rest of the Stalkers don't take the AoE damage. Beautiful micro here by Baby Knight. He's definitely looking good here, but that siege tank, of course, being oh so scary. And we do have a Widow Mine now in position. Barracks being forced to lift, and Baby Knight just solidifying his position in the main base. He should be starting to think about an expansion, though. There's the scan. Sees the probe in position to expand.
Yeah. So that probe's actually been there for quite a long time. I highlighted it a little while ago, and it's just waiting there. I think Baby Knight was going to expand, but now feels like because he lost the Mothership Core, he kind of has to go for this and do more damage. And he is going to try and move up. Good repairs, though. A second Widow Mine is there, so a blink forward onto those tanks who have been 2 Stalkers instantly dead.
And a lot would take damage.
Yeah, some very low on health, actually. So depending on where the targeting goes down, could actually be more than 2 Stalkers killed, especially after a shell from the tank. But here comes the expansion, as we were saying. Stim is also now coming down. And both of these players being forced to transition. However, this is quite important. A Mothership Core has been remade and is going back across the map.
Yeah, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult for Hero Marine to establish his expansion, and that's exactly what Baby Knight needs to do. He's behind now. He's down 10 workers. He needs to prevent his opponent from expanding, and one way to do that is to blink it to the main base and focus the attention of Hero Marine in his main base. Make sure his expansion doesn't get taken right away, because Hero Marine is going to have to spread himself really thin to be able to defend and his natural and his main base.
You are correct, Lurlian. We have this Starport coming down, so this is just going to start getting some medevacs, which is going to be very important. Oh, an interesting time to move out. There is a tank on the high ground. Wasn't sieged up, though, so 1 Marine was taken out. The Mothership Core is in a nice position to give ground provision. And time warps could be very, very important going into this. But with the orbital command getting placed, or floating down towards the natural anyway, this just means they're both going up to 2 bases at the 12-minute mark. And
standard.
Yep, and charge is coming down for Baby Knight. He is transitioning out behind this, but he's trying to do some damage. There's a good force field, trapping quite a lot of those Marines.
Yeah, there is a starport on the field, so we could see a medevac come out and kind of circumvent any kind of container that could be going down. Of course, the siege tanks on the high ground going to make those Stalkers think twice. Is that sentry going to stay alive? Now the sentry goes down. Stalkers have to be so careful. A lot of Stalkers falling left and right. Baby Knight is overcommitting here. He's now down 30 supply, and he is doing everything he can to do what I just talked about, denying Hero Marine from taking his expansion, because he knows he needs more time.
He needs more time indeed. Unfortunately, the Widow Mine was triggered on the mothership core. That meant that it was very low. It took a couple of shots from Marine and got taken out yet again. And on one base, a mothership core is a very, very expensive unit to lose. And
it is.
It's so integral to this push working, but the Stalker's actually coming up again. This is a brave move.
So brave by Baby Knight, and maybe braveness close to foolishness, because almost loses another 2 Stalkers there. Has to be so careful, but he's doing the right thing. He is scaring Hero Marine, and hopefully he's going to keep him kind of on 2 bases and afraid to move out long enough.
Yeah, so really, if this stays turtled up, let's take a look at the worker count. 39 probes to 43 SCVs. Take into account mules, the income is going to be looking nicer for Hero Marine by quite a bit.
Yeah, quite the bit. He's got 3 mules going down. He's got the SCV lead, and he's now got that natural finally up and running, so he will be able to enjoy himself for gas income in just a little bit. You have to keep in mind, Hero Marine was on 1 base for a long time, and check out the minerals in his main base. They are getting low, or they have already expired.
Yeah, that in itself is a problem, because if you get mined out, and you do quicker with mules as a Terran, you have to be very, very careful about expanding. You've got to keep doing so. Baby Knight behind this, he's just getting out some upgrades. He's got, obviously, Blink that we know. He's now getting out the +1 ground armor.
And he has charge already.
Yeah, he does have charge already.
He did really follow that up with a quick charge, but he doesn't have that many Zealots out on the field just yet. In fact, he's only got 2. So he is trying to buy time. Is he actually going to expand to a 3rd with this probe?
Well,
no
he
way.
looks like he's got enough money to do it. It's the sort of risk he needs to take. He does have the Templar.
He can't do it right now. He's
summon.
under attack. He's definitely not going to expand. Hero Marine is attacking. He's up by 20 supply. He is once again hitting his timings, man. This guy knows when he has to attack. He killed Johnny Rico with a beautiful timing attack like this. And let's see what he's going to be able to do to Baby Knight here, who is in some trouble. He's only got a few Zealots. He will not really be able to take advantage of the charge that he has researched.
No, he won't. These rocks getting taken out just to negate the effect of force fields. Good siege position. Straight away some good shells going off. The Immortals, very, very important. The Archon moving down. And as we can see, the infantry taking a lot of damage very, very quickly. The rocks are set up though. The tanks shelling from down at the low ground position. And this is going to force Baby Knight back. Hero Marine 30, nearly 40 supply ahead now.
Yeah, that was the end for Baby Knight. He tried to focus down the siege tanks, but there were too many Marines. His Immortals got in range of the Marines, and they died so quickly to the stimmed up Marines there. Hero Marine now in a beautiful position. FXO's Baby Knight not giving up yet, though. He's warping in more Zealots, getting another Immortal. Has another Mothership Core, the 3rd of this game.
Yep, this is, well, sorry, a bit of lag there. But ultimately, these rocks, once they're down, means that it's a lot easier for Hero Marine. The reason that engagement went even remotely in Baby Knight's favor previously is just because of how tight the choke was and where the engagement was. The attack arc so much better for the Protoss player. But now with the tanks right outside his natural, they'll start leapfrogging up. To be honest, Baby Knight, he is going to have to pull off a miracle.
He's going to have to pull off a miracle. The siege tanks are now in range of his Nexus, is what I was going to say. Maybe they no, they're not in range of the Nexus, but they're very, very close. What is that Immortal doing there? It's going to get taken out very easily. Photon Overcharge goes down on the Nexus, and this is the last stand by Baby Knight, but the Immortals just don't have enough support. Not enough Zealots to tank the damage, and they're going to be going down. Photon Overcharge all you like, but it's not going to be enough to defend against the relentless assault of Hero Marine. The probes are dying. This is looking amazing. Hero Marine about to close this game out.
He is going to, and Baby Knight, he's got no choice but to GG. He did go and try and warp in some Zealots to deal some damage, but it just wasn't enough. This natural Nexus, it is going to fall. A few more units warping through, but with the tanks, with SCVs even getting pulled here, this is all over.
It is over. It is over. GG comes out of the FX Open player, Baby Knight and Mouse. Hero Marine ties the series up 1-1, guys. What an amazing series we're into. The first game we got to enjoy was long and macro-y. The second game was quick but full of action. this series is not disappointing at all, Maddles. Hopefully we're going to get to see more great games. We're going to be running off for a real quick commercial break as we are setting up the lobby for the third map in this best of 5 series. Who's going to finish third? Who's going to finish fourth here at i48, the ESET UK Masters? I'm here with Maddles, my good friend, and we're going to be back with the third game in this series in just a bit.
I'm fighting for my life. Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life?
This is like a flashback. This is like a dream. This is like all the things you can fit inside a memory.
Guys, welcome back to i48. I'm Lillian. With me is Maddles, the Harry Potter looking caster. According to the stream chat, a lot of funny banter going down between all these guys. We're going to be jumping into the loading screen right now for our third match of the third place match.
Yep. Third of the third, fourth of 5. Anyway.
Yeah, it starts to become a little bit confusing at this point.
It does. We should just get into introducing the players.
Yeah, we should.
We tend to be able to do that. So go ahead, take it away.
Thank you, Maddles. In the bottom right spawn position, he was down a game, but he was able to tie things up. He is Mao's Hero Marine. And spawning in the top left, we've got the blue Protoss player who died to the siege tanks of his opponent in last game. What is this game gonna bring us? It is FX Open's Baby Knight. The siege tanks were just a little bit too much for him in the last game, Maddles. He didn't have enough time to get out the zealots that he needed. He had a really good immortal count. He had 3 or 4, but he didn't have the zealots to really support that. Yeah. And that's what really...
It was a bit of a funky game, to be honest, because
it was
a Blink Stalker all in with the Mothership Core. Lost the Mothership Core 3 times, which is usually a bit of a problem.
If you go for an all-in, Blink Stalker Mothership Core, and you keep on losing the Mothership Core, that's a vital part of the all-in.
It is indeed. Now, currently, we do have Hero Marine just going for a 1 Rax opening. It's probably going to be a 1 Rax command center, I'd imagine. Accolon Wastes is a large map. It's really, really nice. And to be honest, from Baby Knight, I think he will go for a relatively quick Nexus as well, being a large map.
Could very well what we are going to be seeing out of him. Gonna grab a gas right now. Is it gonna be another, Mothership Core expand build that we've seen Baby Knight do over and over again? Very likely to be.
Very likely to be indeed. So basically, what were you doing? What would you do in Baby Knight's situation here, where I think that second game he wanted to end it quickly, and
well, I do play Protoss, so it is a valid question to ask. I would 4-gate. That's all I do, man. Cheesing all day long. It's a shame, and they keep on nerfing my favorite strategies. It's pretty sad. Luckily, my double Stargate build versus Zerg is still operational, but 4 gates, of course, not that good anymore. But in reality, if I was Baby Knight in this position, I would be going for a long macro game again, because that's the game I won. That's the game I feel most comfortable playing. I want to get back to High Templar and Storm usage ASAP and have 3 bases at least.
I think that's a very, very accurate prediction and something we could almost certainly be seeing here. So the Cybercorp is coming down, the second gas up for Baby Knight. This could very well be a Stargate opening, because this map, it runs itself to it very nicely.
He's putting 3 workers in both gases, Maddles.
It's going to be Stargate. I'm 99% sure.
Probably a Stargate expand build, 1 gate, 1 Stargate, or it could be a lot of things really. We've also seen builds where you get a Robo and 3 gateways and use the Observer for high ground vision, get a Mothership Core, yada yada yada, and then basically just kill your opponent because they're playing really greedy. We've seen Protoss players do that over the weekend. What is Baby Knight going to be up to? It is the Stargate. Nothing crazy, just a Stargate.
Nothing crazy, just a Stargate. Almost certain to be a lovely, lovely Oracle coming out.
Yeah.
It'll come down here. It'll come down nicely into the main mineral line, position itself in this sort of area, and then start chipping away at those SCVs. And they should run away quite quickly. Gone are the days. Remember when Oracles in the beta, and people just sit there and watch as all of their mineral line deteriorated. And rather than just moving the workers away, they would instead alt-tab to Twitter and or Reddit to complain about how OP Oracles were.
Yeah, Oracles were maybe a little bit too good, especially back when the laser beam ability that they've got didn't cost any energy to activate.
Yeah,
and now it costs energy, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to use that all the time.
And indeed, there we go, Oracle on its way out, getting chrono boosted, just as we were expecting. We've got the Stalker, the Zealot coming up. Oh, straight into a group of Marines, though. That Stalker, good reactions, but the Zealot's going to go down.
Yeah, that Zealot is going to be forfeit. The Stalker almost dying, too. Very low on HP, Stalker, what are you doing? Ooh,
Stalker,
Baby Knight is really confident in his control. Did you see that?
Yeah.
He went in and took a shot at those 4 Marines, even though he had, like, what? 22 HP left on that Stalker. That's ballsy.
Now, Baby Knight, just really everything going as we predicted, that it would be a single gateway, single Stargate into an expansion. Phoenix following this up.
Yeah, I was just making random noises, never mind.
Okay, that's fine. Oracle coming across the map, and this Oracle is only 1. And basically, the follow-up is going to be more Phoenix, just to go for a bit more sustained pressure. But look at this, a Widow Mine in such a good position. That is really, really important for Hero Marine and really could help him.
Yeah, that Widowmine is in a perfect position to deny that Oracle from doing much. It's going to fly right over it. Oh my god. Great positioning by Hero Marine. And 3, 2, 1.
That is how you defend. And that is how the HOTS physics engine looks awesome.
Yeah, that Oracle, you know, with its green core flying apart and smoking there on the ground looked really good. And of course, the defense by Hero Marine was fantastic too. Do we have another Oracle on the way? Nope, no, not another Oracle. We're going to be going into Phoenix.
We are indeed. The natural orbital command floating down now, getting ready to take, and Widowmine there as well, just in case there is a second Oracle around, because let's point it out that actually there's very little knowledge about what is happening in Baby Knight's main. Hero Marine knew that it was a Stargate, but didn't see the Phoenix as far as I'm aware. So the Phoenix now on their way through. They're going to try and do some damage, but a good number of Marines around the bunker coming out as well. We've also got a few Vikings hitting the field. They're going to be helpful. And between all of these things, actually, I would just say that actually Hero Marine, he should be feeling very happy with himself.
Oh, there we go again. Boom. Doesn't one-shot a Phoenix. We talked about that the other day, if it would one-shot a Phoenix. So it doesn't. Phoenix going to be staying alive. That's good for Baby Knight. I believe he did get 1 SCV there. So he's now got a total of 2 SCVs killed. Not as high as he would like to be, though. This is a big investment going into those Phoenix. He needs to get a little bit... Actually, he needs to get a lot more use out of them.
And that is precisely what he's going to be doing. Lifting them all up. The Phoenix are very clumped together on the Widowmine, nearly off cooldown. Oh, just getting out in time. Very, very lucky.
Yeah, if that Widowmine would have engaged on that weakened Phoenix, it would have definitely died this time around. Back in the base of Baby Knight, he has continued to probe up. He is now ahead by 4 workers, which kind of equalizes the economic situation a little bit. We see a Twilight Council and a Forge, which is no surprise. We know that Baby Knight is not a big fan of Colossus usage.
Nope, he much prefers High Templar all the way through. That Widowmine is now off cooldown. The Phoenix do have to be a little bit careful. Baby Knight very much aware that it is still in play. And if we look over at the other side of the map, Baby Knight, he's getting his Templar archives just as we said he would.
As quick as humanly possible.
As quick as humanly possible. Any sooner than this and it's a bit crazy. A missile turret also coming down as well. So clearly Hero Marine had enough of this Phoenix harassment. He's just like, no more. You've had your fun now. Go home.
Who's going to be the one taking the initiative right now? Hero Marine is playing passive, and Baby Knight's playing passive too. He started off with some harassment, but he's switched to playing super, super passive. He's only on 3 gateways right now. He's going to be adding on another 2, make him go up to 5 gateways. I'm expecting to see 5 gateways, a few High Templars come out, and as soon as he feels safe enough, he's going to go ahead and grab that 3rd base quickly.
Yeah, he will, but guess when Hero Marine's moving out...
Is it when he has the first few medevacs?
Yep, when he's got a couple of medevacs, +1, combat shield, and stim. Because he moves out every single game without fail at this moment.
Yeah, let's see how he's going to be doing this time around. He +1 attack will not be done in time. Of course, combat shield's not going to make the cut either, but stim pack will be done in 7 seconds. So he does have a strong, powerful timing here. A lot of Marines in this army composition. There is a photon overcharge already going on the Nexus, so Baby Knight knows it's coming. He has a very tiny army.
He does have a very tiny army indeed. As we can see, we have got the pylon getting taken out very, very easily. A big triple lift up. This was really, really clever by Hero Marine, boosting in. And if he can take out that Templar Archives, it would be huge. But the Photon Overcharge is just doing too much damage.
Photon Overcharge, so lucky he had. Well, not lucky, very well played by Baby Knight, having 200 energy to get the Photon Overcharge down. The Phoenix taking care of the medevacs. There's going to be no retreat. And Baby Knight says, sup nerd, and he's going to be taking these medevacs down. Even with boost, I don't think they can really outrun those Phoenix for a long time.
No, they can't. They are all going to go down. That was denied epically by Baby Knight there.
Those Phoenix helping so much to shut down
really, really helpful. And it's why so many Protoss players are just getting a single Oracle to try and harass and then transitioning into it, because it does really help against Terran, having the option to knock out the medevacs.
You really need it versus that boost ability, man. Yeah. It's incredibly difficult dealing with drop lay in the current meta game. Blink Stalkers used to be a correct response to the Terrans who played very drop heavy, but I feel like it's not really a good reaction anymore.
No, the Observer seeing everything move out. Good little pickup, getting a single Widowmine for free, which is always good. And Marauder getting picked up as well. And this is actually doubling up. Not only is getting units, but delaying Hero Marine, because he can't move across. Or while these Phoenix are just going to town, the medevac getting very, very low.
Wow.
And look at how long this has delayed the move out.
Yeah, he's really bullying him around. That's very well played there by Baby Knight. Also forcing a lot of stims, so the medevacs are going to be spending some of their energy. There's only 5 Marines here. Maybe he's going to go... Oh, a little bit of miscontrol there by Baby Knight. Flies over the Marines there, and one of the Phoenix does end up dying.
Now a scan goes off, takes a look, sees the High Templar. Storm is now complete, so that is always going to be a threat. There goes down a Storm, not really on target though. But he's got a good number of High Templar. There are 4 on the field, and he's got the option of warping in more. The first Immortal also about to pop out very, very shortly. +2, Protoss ground armor is about to finish. Charge now getting started as well. And this is just a bit of baiting, trying to convince Baby Knight to come out and take this engagement, but without charge, he can get kited a lot.
Oh, that was a really good Storm. Yep. That's going to be the end of the attack for Hero Marine. He is running with his tail between his legs, if he had one. And I just caught you in the middle of a sip of a drink there. Sorry, Maddles.
You did. That's the first time you've done that this entire weekend, though, so...
We've been casting a lot together.
We have. It's like you're an extension of my body.
Let's get into the bromance after the cast again. Let's see how this is going to be turning out. Still some units in the middle of the map for Hero Marine. He's keeping up his aggression, and this is where I feel like one of the weaknesses of Hero Marine is, where he gets caught in attacking.
Yeah, he always wants to be pushing, and that's fine if he had some ghosts out. But he doesn't. He has no way to deal with these High Templar effectively. Great feedbacks on all of the medevacks. Doesn't kill any, but only 1 now healing, allowing it to be a bit more cost effective. But there's so much stuff here for Hero Marine. He's going to be successful with this push, actually.
Yeah, those Storms were not the best ones I've ever seen. The Archons are going to be falling, and Baby Knight is in more trouble than I thought he would ever be. I mean, there was nothing to counter the High Templar, but the Storms were just not good enough. Baby Knight now being forced back in his natural. He's down 40 supply. One Immortal comes down the ramp and dies immediately.
That is a big loss at this stage of the game. Suddenly, there's only gateway units. The Phoenix that's just popped out is doing a nice amount of damage, but does get taken out after getting a couple of medevacks. Photon Overcharge being used. Baby Knight desperate to stay in this, but with a 3rd base up, if he holds this off, he's okay, but he's lost quite a few workers, and I just don't know if he's going to have enough stuff. The Natural Nexus is going to fall, and I think with that, Baby Knight down to just 74 supply will have no choice but to GG.
He's going to have to tap out of this game. All his probes are dying. Another big warp in of Zealots is going to be trying to come in, and Immortal comes down the ramp. If that Immortal stays alive, he might be able to kill off this attack here. Those Zealots, of course, have some really good upgrades, and they do have charge now finished up. The Immortal goes down, though, so we're going to be going into a bit of a kiting fest right now. Marauders with concussive shells versus charged Zealots. Looks like the Marauders are going to come out on top with the help of some Hellbats.
Now, the thing is, +2 infantry weapons is about to finish up. That is going to really level out the upgrades quite significantly. Hero Marine just has a train of red dots running across the map, dealing damage as they go, or not as they go, as they get here. And now this 3rd, it's going to go down. It's a good attempt to try and defend this, but Baby Knight, he's at half the supply of his opponent.
Baby Knight has 2,000 gas in a bank, but really no minerals to be able to spend those 2,000 Vespian gas. And there we go. The last Zealots are going to get cleaned up. Actually, we see some more Warpins coming in. That's going to be 3 Archons morphing in the back. Baby Knight still hanging in there. He's on 46 supply, though, to the 1, 2, 3 supply of Hero Marine. GG comes out. Hero Marine takes the 2nd victory.
That was great for the Mouse player. Really, really solid. Taking a small lead. We've already got the invite. This admin is so efficient.
We got the next game already lined up. Hero Marine, it looked like he was failing. It looked like his 2-base push had been shut down. It was destroyed the first time it happened by the Phoenix, but the second time around, the Storms weren't really good enough. There were so many Marines, they were able to do a lot of DPS. The Archons morphed in by the time the fight was already over. They weren't able to contribute as much to the fight, and Hero Marine just kept on pushing. I was about to make a point in that game where I think one of the weaknesses of Hero Marine lie in the fact that he goes for an attack, goes for a 2-base attack, and stays on 2-base, keeps on attacking, and then runs out of minerals and has no 3rd base to follow it up. But just as I was about to say that, he won that engagement in the middle of the map.
Which is always the way. Always the way. So we are loading into the next map. My favorite.
Daybreak. We're going to be loading into that right now, guys. ESET Andy looking at me in a very scary way as we load into Daybreak Ladder Edition. FX Open versus Mouse. Oh, looks like we've got that annoying bug happening again.
Yeah, we may potentially have to go to a break momentarily because...
Yeah, look at that. You can see it on screen right now. That's the nasty bug we have been encountering.
This is the 4th time we've had it.
Yeah.
4th time, and it just kicks everyone eventually. Or sometimes it works. It's like 50-50. It's toying with us, teasing us a little bit. Like, I heard you like Daybreak Battles, so...
I heard you like Daybreak Battles. Well, guess what? We're not going to be going into that map just yet because we have this issue happening. I'm sure one of the admins is going to come running to us in just a second and tell us what's happening. So a little bit of a break, 2-3 minutes at max, and we'll be back to bring you that promised fourth game. Is Hero Marine gonna close the series out 3-1, or are we gonna be going into another ace match? Would be brilliant to see the series
I would
tied
love
up
to see an
2-2.
ace match. And of course, after this, we do have Snoot v Sting.
Yeah, the grand finals. Unfortunately, only best of 5.
Yeah, unfortunately. So
anyway, we're gonna be right back, guys. Make sure you stay tuned. Follow me on Twitter at LiquidRed. We'll see you later. I'm sorry. I think I'm still on speaker. Hi. Oh. I'm still on the speaker.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. Hopefully, we'll be able to successfully load into the map again this time. I'm Maddles, with me, Lurlian. We're here at the ESET UK Masters Grand Finals, going into the third, fourth place map, and it is the fourth game.
It is the fourth game. It could potentially be the last game that we cast at iSeries this week at Maddles, because of course the finals is going to be brought to you by the one and only Todd and J-Shark.
Jorisar. He will keep being horrible to you if you do that.
No, he's not being horrible to me. He even cast with the shark hat on.
I know
yesterday.
he did. That was awesome.
It was on Reddit. It had like a few hundred upvotes and people were laughing.
Yeah, everybody loves the sharks. Anyway, let's introduce these two players. Down in the lower left position, spawning as the Red Terran from Mouse Esports, currently 2-1 up, Hero Marine. He's got some fans in the audience. Okay, audience, if you want to do this, you've got to do it properly. I want to hear a cheer now. If you're rooting for Team FX Opens, Baby Knight. Couple of people. Definitely a bigger roar for Hero Marine.
If Johnny Rico would have been here.
Yeah, if Johnny Rico or Bling were here, like tables would have been flipped.
Tables, even though there's no tables in the audience, they would have still flipped them. That's how serious the situation would have been there. Anyway, let's take a look at this game. I'm expecting nothing different from the first few games we've seen. We're seeing a barracks, we're seeing a gateway. Very likely that... Baby Knight! Oh, he pulled all his workers there together to the same mineral patch. And if that happens at the start of the game, it's bad, but if it happens now, it's still bad.
Yeah.
Sick analysis.
Sick analysis there. It's bad no matter when it happens.
Yeah.
Is Lurlian's official opinion on the matter. Well done. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Baby Knight, that is going to be a bit one of those things where you're going to be like, oh man, I wish I would have done that right. I wish I would have done the split correctly. He's going to be feeling a lot better.
If only that didn't happen.
If only that didn't happen.
I hope this isn't being streamed to like 10,000 people.
I hope this it can happen. We see Koreans do it too. I mean, it's a very common mistake. You end up double-clicking on one of your workers, and things go bad.
They do. Now, basically, Hero Marine is here. He's chucking down his command center. It was a 1-rack CC, no gas. We saw the same build in game 1? Or was it game 2?
Could be.
It could be.
He has been doing
He has been doing it a lot. We've cast Hero Marine now for 7 games in a row, I think? No, 8. This is the 8th game of his we've cast.
Yeah,
Like
we've done a lot of Hero Marines games. Because he was kind of the underdog and he kept on doing well against Koreans. I mean, he was able to beat 4GG.
I know. He
was
did that
sick.
really stylishly.
Yeah, he did that really. Was he
Really
able to beat 4GG?
No, it was Johnny Rico and Baby Knight who beat him. It wasn't Hero Marine.
No.
He beat
I'm talking weird things right now. We have been casting for a little while as the unbuildable plates are getting taken down by a few Marines of Hero Marine. Of course, the SCV has been able to go into the main base and see that once again, double gas was taken.
And a Stargate.
And a Stargate has been placed. But he hasn't seen that, but he's going to be assuming that it is there.
Well, it's a good map to do it on Daybreak because ultimately you've got a lot of dead space outside of the main. You've got another nice entrance in to the natural. The only danger is if you get kind of caught behind in the back here. There's a nice little area where you can get units trapped, specifically Oracles are very awkward to get out from back there. Now, the Stargate isn't really complete. We've got the additional 2 barracks following this up. I know there are some plays Hero Marine goes for, where he actually gets the 1-rack CC, 2nd racks, then gas. He skips it, but playing it a bit more safe, a bit more cautious.
Only 2 Marines in that bunker right now. Baby Knight is going to realize there's only two Marines in there, but he's not going to be able to do much with that information. In comes the SCV. He wants to see, is the Nexus down yet? No, the Nexus is not yet down, but he sees a probe coming down the ramp.
Kill steal by that probe there.
Did he?
It was the Stalker.
Oh, that's so unfair. All the gold's going to be going to the probe and not to the more aggressive Stalker.
Not to the AD carry. Of course, we've been hanging out with all the casters from all the games here.
Yeah, they gave StarCraft a few shout-outs here. The League of Legends was up on the main stage before us, and they were actually really hyped about the ESET UK Masters, so that's really nice.
Yeah, of course, it was from Team Dignitas Stress casting.
Yeah, casting.
I don't know who he was casting with. I know there's 2 other people here, but he's a cool guy, so everyone go follow him on Twitter.
Definitely a cool bloke, as the bunker of Hero Marine was taking some fire there. 2 Stalkers and a Zealot being a little bit scary as the Oracle is getting in position, but guess what? There's a big party of Marines waiting for him.
Yep, gets one SCV, and if it gets away okay, that's not too bad. Lost nothing, got an SCV. Not really worth it. Pushing into the front at the same time with the Zealot, with the Stalkers. No Mothership core though. What?
There it is.
Yep, it's coming now. As I say it, it comes out.
Yeah, pretty much the same style out of Baby Knight in this game as he played in last. And Hero Marine is playing a completely different style. We don't see the factory out of him. He's not going to be able to one-shot that Oracle like he did last time. And the Oracle was able to get 1 kill. So this game is already going better for Baby Knight than it did in the last game. I mean, he got a kill.
He got a kill. Currently the worker count staying at 33 SCVs to 31 probes. That's beneficial for Hero Marine. He's got mules as well, those money machines. And all in all, these 2 probably going to be quite passive until these Phoenix start moving out. 4 of them are there. Just going to go for some more harassment. Could potentially use the Phoenix to harass into the natural, but not going to be successful with a missile turret and Marines there. Or alternatively, he could try and send the Oracle into the main. But again, missile turret, just good defense from this airplay, and the same build isn't going to be that effective.
Now the Phoenix now in the main base. They do find an SCV constructing the factory and they take it out. They're going to be able to kill some good amount of SCVs here. Going to get 4 in total. Kill all the workers on the gas and they kill the SCV. Constructing the factory. Constructing the factory is important. Delaying the factory. Ooh, has to be careful. Flies over the missile turret. Takes a little bit of damage on the HP of 1 Phoenix.
Yeah, that's not a big issue. He has managed to pick off now 6 workers this game. That's keeping Baby Knight equal. Hero Marine, though, did expand earlier, and therefore has more workers. He's got the mules as well. Twilight Council Forge and Robo. This is an identical build to what we saw in Game 3. Completely the same.
Was.
Completely the same.
Completely the same build coming out of Baby Knight. He is going to be going into +1 armor quickly again. Probably going to grab charge early and then going to be going for, as soon as he feels safe, for another upgrade. As the Oracle gets taken out.
Yeah, I
in
just
the main base.
missed that. Of course, I'm doing the obs. Up here, there's no dedicated observer, unfortunately.
I like how you took all the credit for missing that.
I know, I fell on my sword. My fault, my bad, guys. But yeah, we've got now a push coming in. Good lifts, taking away some of the DPS here. But with the Photon Overcharge, it should be fine to hold this off. Not enough really here. And Hero Marine with +1, with Stim, and no
and
medevac.
Medevac's on the way. Oh my god, what a surprise. Of course, I wanted to point out how the Photon Overcharge really changed the game in favor of Protoss. With the introduction of the Mothership Core, because a push like that, a push like the one Hero Marine just did, used to kill Protoss players outright, because they would have like 4 sentries, a few stalkers, and a few zealots, and they had nothing to back that up. But now that big cannon, that planetary nexus, I believe people call it, he was able to kill that quite easily.
Yep. Now, in come these Phoenix. They do have to be very careful. Flying over some Marines there, not something you ideally want to do. Behind this, the Templar Archives is done. Storm researching. We've also got Charge on its way. So Baby Knight, he loves High Templar.
He's definitely in love with them. A lot more than he is with the Colossi. We have seen him go Colossus in a single game, but it was just a fake. He was like, I'm going to make one Colossus and then make nothing but High Templar behind that. The Phoenix keeping a good eye on what's happening in the middle of the map. Hero Marine playing a very Marine-heavy style, so those Phoenix are going to have a very difficult time doing anything. They're trying to pick up the Marauder. They didn't even get a shot off, even though it was lifted in the air.
Yeah, straight away, we suddenly see a couple of units getting taken out. But again, a nice little move-out timing. Combat Shield is now complete. A good number of medevacs, well, 2 there anyway, so a couple of them. And the trouble for Hero Marine is, we pointed this out in the last game, he does get very attack-heavy. He'll push, 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 and push once he's done that first move-out. And the trouble is, if it doesn't work, if he doesn't deal good damage, he can get behind. It paid off last game, but it won't every game.
Do we have Storm yet? No, Storm is not yet done. Needs 4 more seconds. It is going to finish in time. Storm is now done. We have about 3 High Templar with enough energy to Storm, and they do get a lot of... Wow, there are some amazing Storms. The Zealots are still... Oh, actually, Storm's own High Templar didn't really get a lot of Marines with that one. Photon Overcharge now going down, and Archon is morphing in, gets denied, and another big warp in of Zealots will be denying Hero Marine from doing too much more.
Yeah, with Photon Overcharge, with those Zealots, with Charge, it's all looking all okay. +1 ground armor is done, +2 ground armor, getting researched. You always get the armor as Protoss against Terran, especially when they're favoring Marines, just because they have a high attack speed, low damage per hit, armor scales very, very well.
Zealots, of course, scaling very well with armor against Marines. Mouse Hero Marine playing the exact same style as he was in last game. He is being so extremely aggressive. And Baby Knight, he is down by 30 to 40 supply. The reinforcements are now going to be joining up. Look at the massive amount of units that Hero Marine has here. This is going to be a near impossible defense for Baby Knight. I don't think he has enough for a Photon Overcharge. No, he does not. The Mothership Core is going to sacrifice itself to buy some extra time for Baby Knight to get more Storms out. But he only has 3 High Templars, so a maximum of 3 Storms. They're going to have to be perfect if he wants to do this.
Yep, straight away we see a lot of damage being done. The Phoenix able to pick off the medevac. We saw this in a previous game. The Storms, okay, the Hellbat dealing a nice amount of damage though. Baby Knight at under half the supply of that of Hero Marine. Is Hero Marine about to do this? Probes are getting pulled. I think he's done it, Lolian.
He has done it. Baby Knight at 47 supply. Desperation Zealots warping in. GG comes out. Mouse Hero Marine takes 3rd place here at I-Series and will be taking home £1,000. Wow.
That is brilliant for him. That is absolutely amazing for him. Very well done to Hero Marine. He came over. He came, he saw, he conquered.
He did.
Maybe. That was some strange noise I just got on my headset. Really putting me off there. Yes, it was really, really good. I'm really happy with Hero Marine. I think a lot of people have been talking about him. I said when he came to the qualifiers, I was casting with, I can't remember if it was you or Jorasar, and I said, Hero Marine, he's good.
Yeah, we have seen him in the qualifiers.
Yep.
I remember casting a few games from him, and I was impressed by the quality of his games in the qualifiers, and he really lived up to the name. He is going to be the 3rd place finish for I-Series here, the German 15-year-old Terran player. It is insane. It is very well done. He plays a very aggressive style the last 2 games, off of 2 bases, having an insane amount of barracks, like 5, popping out Marines and Marauders non-stop, getting some good upgrades and hitting his timings razor sharp, really dismantling the kind of greedy play that Baby Knight was going for, rushing for the Storm. He wasn't ready for those attacks.
Well, that was the last game we were going to cast today.
that is the end of myself and Maddles. We are not dying. We're just going to be stepping down and leave the casting to the big boys. Jurosar and Todd are going to be up here casting the last series, the grand finals of i48. It is going to be Liquid Snoot facing off against Western Wolves, Sting, a Terran versus Zerg. It's going to be amazing, and I would just like to say that I had so much fun casting here at i48 with Maddles and with Jurosar. I actually didn't get a chance to cast with Todd.
No, didn't. That was bad times. Todd is there. Poor Todd. Anyway, thank you very much. Of course, should check out my lovely co-caster on Twitter. It is at Lurlian. If you want to follow me, it is at Maddles SC2. It's up on screen now. Thanks, production, for that. We'll be handing over to Jurosar and Todd now. Stay tuned, everyone. I can't wait for
Finals are coming up. It can only be a few minutes. Grab a drink, get ready, get hyped. Team Liquid versus Western Wolves. Who's going to take the championship? You'll be finding out. Our two sexy casters are standing behind the camera, ready to step in. We're going to be switching it up. We'll be right back, guys. Signing out.
press play, fast forward, non-stop. We have a beaten path before us. It was all there in plain sight. Come on, people, we have all seen the signs, so we may never get back to the old school, to the old grounds. It's all about the newfound. We are the newborn. The world know all about us. We've come a long way since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. We've come a long way since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. Straight ahead on the path we have before us. Day by day, soon the change will come. Don't you know we took a big step forward? Just lead the way and we pull the trigger, and we will never get back to the old school, to the old grounds. It's all about the newfound. We are the newborn. The world know all about us. We've come a long way since that day, and we will never look back at the faded silhouette. We've come a long way since that day, that day, that day. Some nights I stay up, cashing in my bad luck. Some nights I call it a draw. Some nights I wish that my lips could build a castle. Some nights I wish they just fall off. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. Oh, what do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know anymore. Found a martyr in my bed tonight. Stops my bones from wandering. Just who I am, who I am, who I am. Oh, who am I? Well, some nights I wish that this all would end, 'cause I could use some friends for a change. And some nights I'm scared you'll forget me again. Some nights I always win. But I still wake up, I still see your ghost. Oh Lord, I'm still not sure what I stand for. What do I stand for? What do I stand for? Most nights I don't know.
So this is it. I sold my soul for this. Wash my hands of that for this. I missed my mom and dad for this. No. When I see stars, when I see stars, that's all they are. When I hear songs,
They sound like a swan, so come on. Well, see guys, daddy's on 5 minutes in and I'm bored again. 10 years of this, I'm not sure if anybody understands. This one is not for the folks at home. Sorry to leave, mama had to go. Who the fuck wants to die alone, all dried up in the desert sun? My heart's breaking for my sister and the comments she call off. And then I look into my nephew's eyes. Man, you wouldn't believe the most amazing things they can come from some terrible night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to i48 StarCraft Final. This is the first time we have a major Heart of the Swarm tournament here in the UK, and it's the second major tournament in Europe as well, coming off the end of the IEM finals a little while ago, but that was all in the past. It ends tonight. The ESET Masters ends tonight. £10,000 were dropped on towards this tournament, and tonight one of these two players will go home with a fair chunk of that money. Now we have a whole bunch of great casters with a lot of experience already under our belt, but we'll get you to those very shortly. In the meantime, let's get you introduced to our players, who you most probably will already know. Let's get out onto the stage. Our Terran, Western Wall Sting. All the way from Korea. Now that's dedication for you right there. Let's see how the Terran holds up versus Liquid Snoot. Get to your seat, my friend. Good luck. Gentlemen, shake each other's hands. Let's get this over. Excellent. £10,000 for this tournament, and it's on the line right now. Let's hand you over to our commentators. Jerosar, one more time.
Thank you very much there, Acebeck. Welcome to the ESET UK Masters. We're here at the Grand Finals. And as mentioned before, £10,000, the tournament prize pool, £4,000 going to first and £2,000 going to second place. A lot of money on the line here in this best of five, Todd.
Yes, and if they don't take it, I will.
Head up there, play another best of five against the winner, double or nothing.
Who knows?
Take a chance, man. Let's see how it goes. It looks like both players are in the lobby. Of course, we finished the vetoes and everything. The first map is going to be Daybreak. TVZ, these guys have had a pretty entertaining road to the finals, I have to say. Sting's last game in the semifinals as well. Absolutely crazy stuff.
I was actually watching from behind Shootmania point of view, and I thought he might be winning for some time, but Sting with the nice move, able to recover. It's going to be a whole different game here. We have two players who like to play very aggressively. Snoot, he's known for all of his transitions, his solid style of play. He knows how to drone. He knows when to make units. And Sting, on the other hand, he does not all in all that much. He likes to build up some economy, go for some harass. His medivac drops are unmatched. They are really, really good. So that's what we might see a lot here in all of those games.
Definitely. I mean, back in Wings of Liberty, of course, when Sting, for example, won the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore event, he was basically opening with very aggressive openings, a lot of 2-racks openings against all 3 races, and he was doing really well with his early game aggression. We've seen a little bit less of that from him here in Heart of the Swarm. He's been going for a lot more macro gate play, but when he does his aggression, you can tell from his micro and the way he deals with his units, he's still doing it so superbly well.
Yes, and I like that you talk about this because we have 2 champions here. Sting winning the Intel Extreme Masters Singapore.
Yep.
Snoot, he won the Home Story Cup 6, it was, I believe. So both of them, they've got that taste of winning a big tournament, and now they're going to want to renew this feeling here in England.
That's right, guys. We're here, map number 1. This is the finals, the first game, and spawning in the top right-hand position as the blue Zerg player representing Team Liquid.net. They got 3 players into the quarterfinals, and one of them has made it all the way to the very top 2. Let's see if he can take home the money. It is Liquid Snoot. But his opponent standing in his way, spawning as the red Terran player in the bottom left-hand position of the map, representing Western Wolves, a previous champion of the Intel Extreme Masters, performing superbly this tournament. Our Korean Terran, we have Sting.
By the way, I'm going to be doing the observing, so if I go too quick, say something. Sometimes I cannot help it.
We just start flicking between locations at 300 APM, then you know exactly what's going on.
I was talking a little bit with Snoot and TLO before this series was going to be played, and I tried to get some information as to how they might play in this match and what we might see out of both of these players. I was asking TLO about what are the weaknesses of Sting. He's already played him, he's beat him before, and he was telling me that we don't see much all-ins out of Sting. He seems to be a macro player who likes to take his time and then be aggressive later on. We have a couple lags here. I hope this is going to be fixed or go away here in a second.
And we mentioned in an earlier cast that we did of Sting that on some maps you just have the set build, and the Daybreak is one of those maps where we see Terrans go command center first more often, and he hasn't changed that up. He is going for that now today here.
Yeah, and Snoot on the other hand, he can be very aggressive, and I think he knows about Sting's style, so we might see some big aggression here, maybe some big baneling play. From what I've heard, Sting, he does not like to use mines all that much. He plays with a lot of bio, lots of medivac drops, but he does not use all that many mines. So if Snoot was to play Mutas and Lynx, Bane Lynx against him, this could do very well.
Yeah, very well could. I mean, we haven't seen that many big Baneling plays so far this tournament. Snoot is certainly a player very capable of putting on that aggression. He, of course, used to participate in a lot of Playhem dailies. So we were talking about some of his play before a long time ago now. Used to cast him all the time. And he does love his back in Wings of Liberty, his Zergling Baneling play. Very micro-intensive, and he's very capable of pulling out a fast one that way. So I wouldn't be surprised, and I would actually be very entertained to see some action like that early on in the game.
Yeah, me as well. Snoot's Overlord here was able to spot everything that's happening. He sees the first command center. From there, he can make his choice. He can go into a very quick third hatch maybe, although it will be very risky. He's going to choose to go for the extractor before that. He's going to mine some gas, most likely go for maybe a quick speed here before trying and taking a third. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a very quick third queen here by Snoot, because he's been using this a lot against Protoss, and it's probably even better against Terran than it is against Protoss.
Yeah, that's a great point. Versus Baby Knight, he had the queens out at the natural expansion, ready to ward off the early Mothership Core harass. He was doing it pretty much every single game, which is why those gateway openings from Baby Knight just weren't working out very well against him. So would not be surprised at all to see him adopt a similar approach here against his Terran opponent.
And Sting here, he did see the speed starting on the pool. You can time it pretty well. Most players know that it's 110 seconds, as you can see, so he knows that in just a little bit less than 2 minutes, there is going to be speed with Snoot's Zerglings. From there, he can try and time his aggression just to make sure that he has the Watchtower at this time, so that he does not get surprised by Zerglings with speed, any type of run by. And third command center is on the way here, but by Sting, as I said, we do not see this player all-inning very often. And we have a Roach run on the way here for Snoot. He's still mining gas. We might see a big aggression here.
Okay, so the Roach is going to be popping out early here from our Zerg player Snoot, looking to put on some pressure, possibly end the game early. We have the reactor on the factory now as well.
This could be defensive Roaches as well, but I think since he saw the command center first, he might be thinking, well, I know that you're going to go for a third command center. I know it, so I might as well try to punish it. So he's either getting 5 to 7 Roaches to try and defend his Cryptomorphs and just try to secure a third, but I think he's going to be very aggressive here.
Yeah,
he's taking the second route, the one with lots of units. He's going to start with 9 Roaches. He's actually droning behind it. 10 Roaches. Okay, just 10 Roaches a rush.
And they're rallied to his opponent's natural as well, so definitely looking to be aggressive there.
The thing, okay, I've seen this rush before. I've seen Hyun doing this a lot. When he knows that his opponent goes for a quick command center and then into a factory, this can do a lot of damage and kill especially SCVs. You can kill up to 20 SCVs, sometimes 15. But now Sting is not going for Hellions. He's going for mines, so this might be very good for him. He's even able to spot the Roaches here with his Hellions, so he's going to be prepared for that. He's starting to get some orders. He's expecting this attack somehow.
Exactly, yeah. The Hellions moved effectively straight into the path of the Roaches, but fantastic reflexes there from Sting, saving them, putting them back to the Watchtower, immediately starting the mine production and the Marauder production behind it. Exactly what he needs to do maximum damage to these Roaches when they come in. The Hellions even coming back to defend for what use they will be. We have some SCVs repairing them as well. He needs every little bit of damage he can get, and a bunker behind those 2 supply depots. Very nicely placed. Oh, excellent, though. Both of those mine shots taken up by a single Roach. Now the rest are going to come forward. 9 Roaches into the natural, and the SCVs immediately being pulled
He wants to kill SCVs here. He wants to kill SCVs. He knows he's not going to end the game here. He just wants to step in there and kill SCVs, but the problem is that Sting has such a nice position here. Snoot is afraid that there might be more mines over here, so he's not going to move in there for the moment. He's going to wait, but I mean, those mines, they are going to be ready to detonate very soon here, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sting he tries to leapfrog with his mines. That's exactly what he's doing.
The third mine's going to hit multiple Roaches. There we go. Decent amount of splash damage. And now the units coming out of the bunker. The mines moving forward to burrow as well. 3 more mines burrowing right in the face of those Roaches. Liquid Snoot has a lot of units here, but they're on very low health, and the mines detonate. Everything else gets cleaned up. Number of workers lost, Todd? 1 so far. on Liquid Snoot. Not bad at all.
And this is going to bring Snoot on 54 drones to 45 SCVs. Not bad, but could have been a lot better. I like Snoot's overlords on the map. Look at the vision he has. 2 overlords over here, 2 over here. He's ready for every single drop that Sting might go for in this game, even the one over here.
Yeah, that's a great point. Snoot is also quite well known for his meticulous overlord spread. Against all matchups, he knows how to keep those overlords alive. Always make sure he sees in advance what his opponents are building that might be able to kill them, and he recalls them back to his half of the map before losing too many, going into the late game as well. And generally, he just sees so much of the map going into the mid game. He never slacks in all of his games. We see his overlord spread really, really meticulous.
And Snoot is upgrading 1-1 for his Zerglings here. He's going to get pneumatized carapace so that his overlords can move around a lot faster. And we can see he wants to go into a long game behind this. I mean, he's still getting a lot of units right now. He might be gearing up for an attack, or maybe it's a defensive production here of units. I feel Snoot is anticipating a lot of drops here. Like these overlords, you will not see this usually in a Zerg versus Terran, but he knows Sting's strength is all of those medivac drops, and we might have an engagement here in a second.
Yeah.
Sting moved really far out here, actually.
Whoa, and very, very nice. Getting the roaches to surround a lot of that bio before actually engaging there, getting a few really, really nice shots off from the Lings. Going to try and trap the rest of these units. They will be able to start a step back, but they're on very, very low hit points. Those Speedlings will be able to pick a few more of them off. Needs to be careful he doesn't run into those mines. It could end up killing a lot, and nice, pulling back 3 of those Lings last second. Most of them do survive.
And they do end up blowing up one of these Marauders as well. Nice overlord creep drop. If this gets complete... Oh, we have an attack actually, Rorsar.
Yes, we do. Going into the natural expansion. Really nice choke on those roaches, trying to prevent units from getting through. The SCVs are repairing the bunker. The roaches have decided they're actually just going to be picking off SCVs as quickly as they can. Now moving to the other side of the orbital command. A tank goes down onto the low ground. Sting is going to be able to get some very nice splash damage done on these roaches. Just needs to siege that up in a bit. He's actually going to leave it in unsiege, and the tank's going to get picked off. More reinforcement roaches coming in from Snoot. Sting potentially in a lot of trouble here.
And these roaches are going to keep on streaming in there. Sting has lost so many SCVs already. He's lost 30 SCVs. He's going to fall to 32 SCVs. Even more units are dying right now. Those roaches, they are running rampant in Sting's expansion. They're going to kill pretty much everything that's left. I mean, Sting has got a couple of Marines. He might be able to get rid of those roaches, but we have more units streaming in the middle of the map.
Oh, he's not focusing on the bunker. Actually did quite a lot of damage here. The roaches didn't focus it down, could have finished. And I really liked that Snoot brought his overlords with this attack. They absorbed so many of those Widow Mine shots while the roaches went to work. Let's take stock of where the game is at now. Liquid Snoot currently at 95 supply. We have Western Wolves Sting at 70, and the worker supply is in favor of Snoot heavily at the moment.
Yeah,
He's 63
double.
to 34. Exactly.
That's so much. I mean, Sting, he has triple mule with his 3 orbital commands, but I mean, there is only so much mules can do. He's not been able to make an armory just yet because of all of this aggression. So he's going to be stuck on 1-1 here for quite some time. And more roaches here are denying the third from landing. For the moment, Snoot is going to be very careful. He knows that there is basically a minefield here. I think that might be the perfect name for what's there.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, he's going to start a couple spines in his third. I like this. He knows that right now he has a huge advantage. The only way Sting will come back will be with some very nice medivac drops. So Snoot is going to be very careful.
And here's drop number 1 going into the natural expansion. Queen almost immediately getting picked off there. We have a spine crawler and a spore crawler going down, but it's not going to be in time to attempt to divert this drop. It's both of them going down, and now he's going to get to work on the hatchery. Is there going to be enough units here in time? The roaches are kind of all the way out on the other side of the map, so he's not going to be able to get back. It looks like a third base is a bit forfeit here. We have a lot of Lings popping out, and 7 Mutalisks also on the way. No, the Lings get there just in time. Hatchery on about 1/4 health.
And Snoot is going into a Mutas transition here, but he's only getting 7 right now. He does have some extra gas. He could go up to 12 if he wants here very shortly, but he's going to try and take a 4th. He's upgrading 2-2, and he's going to be very far ahead on upgrades. As soon as he has 2-2 here, as I said, Sting is going to be on 1-1 for a very long time. He doesn't have turrets. Sting is actually still very low econ here. He's only on 36 SCVs.
And
he has not been...
Sorry, a drop coming in via the top tot. It was spotted by an Overlord, and therefore it immediately gets boosted into the main base. It is actually within range of a Spore Crawler at the moment. The medevac going below half health, and now we have another bunch of Marines killing off workers. Workers killed this game so far. It's been a very low econ game in that regard. 35 to 15, a total of 50 workers killed already at the 15-minute mark, and that second drop at the third gets cleaned up as well.
Oh, I think one of the Mutas might have died here. The Muta count right now, 4 for Snoot, so he's lost a couple of his Mutas that he had just made. He's going to make 9 more. He's got Zerg flyer attacks on the way. Sting, he's basically trying to stabilize, taking a third, and he's going to keep on dropping. He's left one of his drops over here ready to go in action again. And Snoot is anticipating that.
Oh, very
His
nice.
Jedi sense, man.
Yeah, a couple of mutas as well to discourage picking up off that drop. The medevac is going to boost and try and get away from the mutas. Only slightly faster than them at the moment. Snoot might be able to catch back up once the speed boost is gone, and indeed he will be able to get this medevac as well. Now we have Snoot moving out across the map, getting ready for a big attack. Lots of lings joining those roaches. He's going to go towards the third.
And lots of army here for Snoot. He's up to 89 army supply to 78. Couple mites do detonate. Snoot might try to snipe the orbital command here, but he's going to move in on this huge marine and Marauder force with only one tank and one mine behind.
Oh, I don't know about that. That was a really, really nice sort of choke there for Sting to engage out of, and Snoot may have been able to snipe something off in the third, trying to engage the army instead, but in that particular position, with mines there and with the bio occupying such a condensed space, you mentioned with the tank behind as well, Sting was always going to be favored in that engagement.
And Sting, he's got a lot of barracks here. He's going to stabilize for the moment. He's brought his SCV count back to 45 to the 67 drones of Snoot. Very important. I mean, when he uses Mule here, he does have a very good income. He's going to be able to produce a lot of barracks. But we have a couple of mutas here flying in the main. No turrets are ready, Drossar.
Oh, and this is catastrophic for Sting. He lost so many workers earlier on in the game. He's trying to get his economy back up. The last thing he needed was to lose more and more to these mutalisks. A couple of turrets are going to shoot the rest of them away, but a lot of the damage has been done. He's back down to 38 workers. His income at the moment is half of that of Snoot. That's not a position you want to be in.
And Snoot is moving across the map with his other pack of units, which is roaches and lings. I think he's going to attack into the third, and there's only a couple mines ready for this.
Yeah, the mutas have diverted the army. Exactly. Very, very nice. Picking off that mine, and now the third base is completely and utterly forfeit. Good detonation of that Widow mine on those SCVs there. The army rushing back from the main base. Are the mutas going to come back in? Yes, they are. Round number 2. He sees that the army engaging at the third, so he moves back in. The turret will not get put up, and more SCVs are being killed.
And Snoot right now is really... He's toying around with Sting. He's making him go back and forth between his third base and his main, and Sting is being overwhelmed. I mean, he's fallen to 134 supply. Snoot is still on 143, but he's got 1,500 minerals. In a second here, he might be able to make enough unit to maybe finish it. The army supply, 102 actually for Sting, only 67 for Snoot, so he needs to spend his money better, because Sting is assembling quite a scary force here, and I think he's going to go for a big push, maybe with 2-2.
That's right. I mean... With this kind of push that Sting's trying to go for, Snoot is trying to delay it as much as possible. He had units going into the third, the mutas flying into the main, making Sting think twice about moving out across the map, but the facts speak for themselves. The army supply is larger for Sting at the moment. Yeah, true, he doesn't have as many workers. In fact, he has fewer than half of Snoot at the moment, 36 to 74, but his army supply is very, very scary indeed. And look, as soon as it moves out across the map, the mutas going back into attack in the main base, and they're actually going to be engaging these marines and the turret outright. They can take this fight, and a lot of these production structures are going to be sieged up. Sting has to do a lot of damage with this push.
And the mutas are going to be able to snipe a couple add-ons here, but they should come back after that, because there is this huge force from Sting. Oh my god, the banelings! They're so close to the army, and they're not nearly finished from morphing.
Oh, 17 banelings moving behind the mineral line now, wanting to engage that bio army. Once it's on creep, this forward base is arguably forfeit here, and here we go, the lings and banelings with roaches pouring into the Terran army. Do we have enough splits here? Oh, some excellent engagements on the banelings, but there's some bio forces in the back. The problem is, look at this army, Todd.
He didn't come back with the mutas. They're still in the main of the Terran. They're catching all of those units coming out of those barracks. And Snoot, he hasn't held here, but if he holds at his third, he's going to be in a great position, because right now he's killing all of these reinforcements. This might have been a great move, which might end up winning the game for him here by Snoot.
Yep. I mean, Sting still has a decent amount of DPS here, but those units are on such low health, and in the meantime, the mutas are completely camping out all of the infrastructure. Sting basically can't make more units without them coming straight out into the path of the mutas. Very inefficient engagements when you just have a few units at a time, and we now see Snoot gathering Zerglings at his third base. We see some banelings there as well. Sting knows he has to win the game with this army or lose game number 1, and look at this, he's not even going to the third. He's heading home, but I think it's too late.
Those mutas have done so much damage. They got so many kills. They kept on not allowing enough units to come out from those barracks to defend against them. And Snoot is going to flank this one small squad out on the map here.
Beautiful surround. I don't even think he'll need the banelings there. Very good holding them back. He's preserving them, and Snoot in an absolutely dominant position here in game number 1.
Snoot's got Ultralisk Cavern on the way here. Is getting another macro hatch in his main. He's tired of having too much money. He wants to spend it, and I think this big attack here is going to be very hard for Sting to hold. He's only on 57 army supplies. Snoot actually only on 57 as well, but so many Zerglings and Banelings. He's upgraded with 2-2. And where's Sting's army?
Oh my goodness, the third base is basically completely forfeit right now. Sting's army trying to move down from the natural expansion, but it's not that big anymore. It's 54 to 60 right now, and the Banelings stream in. So much of the buy was going down. Sting now down to under half the supply of his opponent. GG, and our Team Liquid Zerg player Snoot, ladies and gentlemen, wins game number 1.
And that was pretty impressive. It was so much aggression, controlled aggression, great decision making. I mean, I was sure he needed to bring back those mutas to defend, but he knew they had to stay there, and that was so smart. It's one of the first times that I've seen that. And mutas staying in the base.
And don't forget as well, if he did bring back the mutas to defend, he would have immediately cleaned up that army. We saw how low hit points the army was, so he saw that. He knew that he'd be able to kill the army with the mutas and still left them in the base. It wasn't a case of one being right. He would be able to accomplish something doing both, but he chose the better option. Really cool thinking under pressure there.
Snoot is a Jedi, man. He was like 10 moves ahead. He knew exactly how this was going to pan out here.
Very, very good play coming out of there from Snoot, of course. Sting now down a game. He's been in finals before. He's been on the big stage. He knows how to handle the pressure. Both of these players, champions of previous tournaments. Let's see what they have in game number 2. The map is going to be Neo Planet S. Not a map that we've seen that often so far in this tournament. And the countdown has begun. Oh, no, it looks like, OK, cool. We're going to be going to a quick commercial break, guys. As we get this map set up, I think it was hosted on the wrong map. We're going to be getting that sorted just a bit. And in about a minute's time, we'll be back with game number 2 here at the finals of Insomnia 48. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the ESET UK Masters, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be getting into game number 2 of the grand finals in just a moment here. Just checking the players already in the lobby now, and we'll be getting going. Map number 2, Neo Planet S, and we were discussing before we just went to the break, Todd, not a map that we've seen quite as often in this tournament so far.
Yeah, and
This is a map where taking a third can be very hard, no matter what race you play. I'm tempted to say, especially if you play Protoss. But we're not going to have a Protoss here. And this might affect this game a lot. I mean, Sting, he's going to have Bioforces. He seems to like to go for mines, at least a little bit as well. And Snoot, he really tried to punish this predictable bio style with these Medivac drops. He placed overlords all around the place. He made sure that he was going to be aware of each and every single drop that would happen in the game. And in the end, he defended well enough. And the move with the Mutas was just like...
Yeah, oh, it was so good, staying in the base.
Snoot already deserves to win the final for me, just because of this move by itself.
Of course, there are still other games to go. Maybe Sting will do something equally impressive here in game number 2 that will still change your opinion. We don't know. But epic moves like that, in just the first game, of course, a really, really good indication of what's to come. Snoot playing beautifully in game number 1. Sting, though, he's not going to take this lying down, man.
Yes.
He's used to the pressure of the big stage, and he's won these big pressure situations before. I mean, I'm thinking back to his final against Grubby in Singapore. What an absolutely insane game that was.
Yes.
And he won't mind being one game down. He's focused. It's not going to throw him off, and he's definitely going to be playing his best here.
And you guys are going to be happy to hear that I did turn off the team-colored live bars, if that's the correct name. I actually turned off HP bar as well, so I'm going to be pressing Alt during the fights manually so that we can get HP bars then. But other than that, it's going to be off, which looks better, actually, I think, for a spectating
definitely
audience.
does. And of course, we'll make sure that during the engagements, you guys see that as well. We've also, as you notice, we've swapped sides as well. We're noticing just a little bit of frame lag on this computer, but that one seemed to be completely fine. So since Todd's observing, that means we're going to hopefully be significantly smoother.
How did you like my observing last game?
Beautiful.
Come on, give it to me for real. Okay, good.
Beautiful. No problem. Easy peasy. Just focus on the mutas.
I just clicked on the muta, and then I was clicking on the portrait, and I was just watching the muta fly around and kill everything.
Hey, that worked for us. I mean, the mutas play such an important role. Not a problem whatsoever. Guys, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here. Neoplanet S is the map. Will we see more dynamic, aggressive play? If it's hard to take a third base, 2 base plays, of course, are very naturally encouraged here. And we could see a massive timing out of one or even both of our players. ESET UK map loading up now.
And let's not forget about the gold bases, by the way. They've clearly been underused on this map. I mean, if you take the one on your side of the map, there is this area behind the minerals from which you cannot really get attacked because it's going to be on your side of the map. And except for the Terran versus Terran, where like they both ended up at the goal, remember? Hero Marine versus Sting. I don't think I've seen anybody trying to take these gold bases.
Yeah, it's very difficult to secure those bases in the middle of the map. That's the reason why it's a little bit unpopular with players at the moment. It just feels like such an unsafe place to be. Of course, deliberately, gold, high risk, comes with high reward. But guys, we're here in Neoplanet S and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. He is currently up 1-0 over his Korean opponent. He supports and indeed plays for the website teamliquid.net, a fan favorite here at the ESET UK Masters. We have Snoot. And his opponent spawning in the top right position. Also a tournament winner, looking to make a comeback and tie the series up in game number 2. Can he do it? Representing Western Wolves, we have Sting.
And the Team Liquid Pro team, they actually have their own website. It's Team Liquid Pro. I'm not sure if it's .com or .net. If you Google Team Liquid Pro, I'm sure you will find it. Go and check it out. Some great replays packs sometime, some great interviews as well. And Snoot, we might see a hat first here, I believe, as Sting goes for the quick barracks, followed by a very quick refinery here at 12, actually. This is a bit unusual. We might see some Reaper play out of him or a factory.
Yeah, I think early Reaper play is a possibility there. He could also, you're right, Todd, be going for that fast factory. We were mentioning how on this map that it's likely that sort of earlier game aggression could be encouraged here, so they don't have to worry so much about defending their third. And it looks like Sting, as opposed to the command center first we saw in game number 1, is indeed going to be going for some early aggression.
And Sting is getting an extra SCV before getting his orbital here. Actually, just going to finish about the same time. And what does he go for from there? Does he go for a Reaper?
Yeah,
Yes, he does go for a Reaper. So I guess if you get a gas at 12, it will line up pretty well with your barracks, and you're going to be able to start a Reaper shortly after your barracks finishes. He's going to go for a scout behind this. And Snoot, he went for the pull, but no gas just yet in this game.
Of course, yeah. But so we have the, of course, 888, which we haven't actually seen too much of in this tournament. 8 supply depot, 8 barracks, 8 gas to get those quick Reapers out. 12-12, which is what we saw Sting in this game. And sometimes we have the Terrans get the gas just a little bit later, typically on 15, to get a Marine out before the Reaper pops out. And here we go. The bunker's gone down in the natural expansion. Snoot immediately scouting it, sending just a single drone because he reckons he should be able to take apart this SCV. Sting constantly trying to retarget. He needs to be careful. No, the SCV gets lost. He was constantly trying to move it back onto the bunker to try and build it so that it might travel to the other side and make it harder for the drones to attack, but it wasn't to be. But now the Reaper is on creep.
Yeah, and 6 Zerglings are on the way, as well as 2 Queens. As soon as the Queens come out, this aggression is going to end, but we have more Reapers on the way. Actually, one more Reaper at least. In the meantime, Sting is thrown down a command center. This one Reaper is going to be microed here to try and snap some Zerglings. Hasn't gotten a single one so far. I think the kill was a drone. Yes, it was.
Yeah, and he's behind this. He started the command center on the low ground, and he's also getting a tech lab on that barracks before adding any other production structures. So we could just be seeing a very, very quick stim come out of Sting here before he adds more. And he's relying on these Reapers at the moment to keep Snoot from attacking across the map until he gets those production structures in place.
Yeah, he's making sure both of those Reapers take the max damage here pretty much before pulling back and healing themselves. In the meantime, we do see the very quick Stim, so you're right. Nice observation here. 2 more barracks being thrown down behind this by Sting, and we are not going to see a quick third command center here. Sting, he might have learned from the... Actually, he handled the previous aggression pretty well, but he wants to play this very differently. Maybe we're going to see a big 2-base timing here.
Yes, I think... well, we were mentioning it certainly is possible, especially on this map, and with how aggressive he's been with the Reapers. As we know, Sting, his brand of playing Terran sometimes is almost like July Zerg-esque in the sense that once he decides one wave of aggression is coming, and he goes, oh, okay, that didn't do too badly, he just starts being aggressive non-stop for the rest of the game. And we could be seeing that here with the Reapers simply as step number 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would take it as far as calling him the July Zerg of Terran, because July Zerg literally threw units at his opponent.
He really did throw everything.
Until either he was dead or his opponent was.
Oh wow, a lot of drones getting pulled there. Snoot really finding it difficult to deal with these Reapers early on. Currently 4 workers killed and counting.
14 Zerglings on the way. Speed is going to finish in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the Queen being an unfortunate victim, allowing these Reapers just to have complete field day here. Guys, the units lost tab shows 75 for Sting and 650 for Snoot so far. He has not been able to deal with these Reapers particularly well, and he's just... Sting has been microing them superbly as well. We have Stim nearly done. We have an engineering base starting +1, possibly combat shields coming up behind this as well. Sting is setting himself up potentially for a huge timing, and now the Speedlings are going to try and kill off the Reapers, but oh, so
this
good.
has to be so annoying for Snoot right now. He cannot fall apart mentally. He has to stay focused. One of the Reapers do fall. Snoot knows that only one Reaper is not going to be a threat against his Queens, but actually this one sneaks in. 13 kills on this one. He's a sergeant.
Oh my god, that is unbelievable. 13 kills on that
Do you think
Reaper.
his first name is John?
Maybe. It's the Jorisar Reaper, man. He's done a lot of damage there. Very, very proud of him. And the Lings are going to be popping back now across the middle of the map for Snoot. Not able to poke in at this time. There's a lot of bio here and a bunker at the natural expansion for Sting. So covering himself against any possible counter aggression. Combat Shields has started, and his +1 is about halfway done.
And a couple of Lings here are going to be looking for the one Reaper that went home, and he's going to go around the map to try and confirm the third hatchery by Snoot, or third base rather. And for the moment, he's not going to be able to find it. Should be able to make it momentarily though, and 2 evolution chambers with a delayed second one are going to go down for Snoot. I wouldn't be surprised if we see melee attacks being researched as well as carapace here in a second.
And the Reaper is going to be popping around the third base, not even going to bother attacking. He knows there's no chance he's going to pick it off, and it looks like these Speedlings will be able to take this Reaper out, exploding in the middle of the map there, and we have another aggressive push coming out from Sting, a couple of Marauders and a decent number of Marines. Bear in mind, behind this guy, Sting was doing a lot of aggression, but at the same time, he's actually at 42 works to 47. So with Mules, they're about equal economically at the moment.
Sting is really committing a lot to this. I mean, his Medivac tech is really delayed here. If he gets crushed in this fight, and it looks like it might happen. Snoot with the very nice surround of those units, Rosar.
What a fantastic surround by those Lings. Really, really good job. Sting needed to react. We're talking literally half a second early, and he would have been able to get the Bioforce at least half against the ledge there, and you wouldn't have had nearly as good a surround. But Snoot immediately running past the Bio, getting a fantastic position, really the best he could have gotten there, and he pushes Sting back comprehensively. Sting was not expecting that.
And Snoot, he might go for a big bust, but I think he's intentionally showing the 3 banelings here. Maybe he wants Sting to overreact and make a couple bunkers, but some Marines, instead of playing defensive, they're going to go forward and try to snipe those banelings. Sting does get a cancel here, and he should realize right now what's happening. Snoot was really bluffing here.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you move forward, sniped 1 baneling, went to snipe numbers 2 and 3, and you think, wait, hang on a second. Why is the attack just moving back? This isn't what's supposed to happen. So Sting is smelling a little bit of a rat here, wondering what Snoot has planned next. In the meantime, though, Snoot knows that Sting is playing in a very defensive posture at the moment. He sees these forces actually moving back out towards the middle of the map. He has information through aggression we were talking about earlier today, Todd, and he knows exactly what's coming.
And this will have to do damage again. Oh, actually, 42 army supply to 37, but we have a lot of banelings here. Sting is going to steal
Lings
back.
it behind.
Nice surround by Snoot.
Oh, good God. Fantastic execution there from Snoot, running the Lings behind those Marines, as you can see, and then basically cupping them as the banelings move in and end their lives. Nothing he could have done. Baiting Sting into overextending there, and he did a great job of that. And now Snoot is going for the big bust. Look at how many banelings are here, ladies and gentlemen. We have got 5 on the field so far, and another 18 morphing in. I'm pretty sure that's enough to bust this wall.
Yeah, it looks so. I mean, Sting, he has a lot of units in production right now. It shows that he has 32 army supply, but his army looks so small. He's actually going for the Overlord here, so he's going to be out of position. The bunker immediately dying here. More banelings moving into position to maybe finish this game by Snoot.
Oh my goodness, so many banelings in the natural expansion. They're rolling up to the ramp where the SCVs are clustered up. Sting has to run away here. Snoot in hot pursuit. A good splitting on those SCVs, but so many units are now in the natural expansion. Sting down to 62 supply. Snoot up at 106, and he looks poised potentially to take a quick win here in game number 2.
And those Lings are going to fight those SCVs head on. Sting's army right now is only 19 against 48 of Snoot. He's losing everything. He's losing every single SCV he's ever had in this game. 39 walkers killed by Snoot. Sting's supply on 35, Snoot on 106. And look at the mini-map. Swarms of Zerglings.
Dear. Yeah, the workers killed count shows 46 at the moment. Sting down to 15 SCVs. And I'm afraid there's no way back from here. GG, and Liquid Snoot takes a 2-0 victory over Sting here in the finals.
And this is match point here. If he wins the next map, he's going to be our ESET UK Masters champion.
Unbelievable play coming out from him. Sting was not expecting to get hit so hard and fast, and I think in that last game, our talking point really has to be showing the banelings, canceling them, moving back out across the map. He baited Sting to come out. Sting did exactly what he was told. Jedi mind tricks, man. Unbelievable. Really, really cool stuff.
I like the joke.
It's true, man. Like, that was crazy. He knew that Sting was going to follow him out on the map. That's when the banelings came in. We saw the Zerglings zip past, completely enclosed the bio, and from that point on, with 2 or 3 banelings, just destroys everything.
Snoot has basically been predicting perfectly in both of these 2 first games what Sting was going to do. Perfect reaction every single time. He made enough units to basically be able to defend, and I mean, I don't even know what to say. Just beautiful play by Snoot. He makes me want to play Zerg. That's how good he is.
Really, really excellent play from Snoot there, who is now match point, of course, best of 5, which means if he wins the next game, he is crowned our 2013 Season 1 ESET UK Masters champion. Fantastic stuff from him. And of course, this tournament wouldn't be possible without the support of ESET. For those of you who are wondering, ESET Antivirus has been sponsoring this tournament. £10,000 in the prize pool. Antivirus made specifically for gamers, which basically is saying you're never going to notice it's there. Very small file, never actually download something when you're in the middle of the game. No annoying pop-ups, just gets in there and gets the job done. And specifically for this weekend, they're half price at eset.co.uk/gamers.
And you will be protected very well, no matter where you end up going on the internet. You know, you never know what virus you might catch on your computer.
Yeah, Todd. Exactly, man.
Better safe than sorry, you know?
Aren't you glad you have it now? All right, guys, eset.co.uk/gamers. Go there for 50% off this weekend only at iSeries. And in the meantime, we're going to go into game number 3 straight after a very short commercial break. So join Todd and I as we see if Snoot can close this out 3-0.
Who knows? Who knows what sites you're getting viruses?
dreaming of no time and space don't exist, and we can dance like there's no tomorrow. There is a place. I can feel the city crumbling around me. Can't seem to find my way, but I can see a bright light calling through the dark night, hoping I find my way. Yeah, I had what I wanted. It went away so fast, fast. Yeah, got to let go. We can dance like there's no tomorrow. I'm coming round and now my vision is so clear. If I could change my state of mind, then I would disappear. The love I get from you is something I can't chance. And I could let you slip away without a second glance. Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life? Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life? I'm fighting for my life. Why can't I realize I'm fighting for my life? This is like a flashback.
Welcome back to the ESET UK Masters, guys. Apologies for the short delay. Of course, the tournament here is using hot swappable hard drives for each of the players in the player area, and it looked like one particular driver, for some reason, on Sting's hard drive was causing a little bit of an issue during that game number 2. So we sorted that for game 3, and if he ends up having a problem inside the game, he's going to basically pause the game. So it should be fine.
Yeah, it should be fixed by now, and we have both players here, I think, about ready, just waiting for Sting signal to start the game. You're the host, by the way.
Yep, that's right. I'm just waiting for Sting to say go, and there we have it. All right. So game number 3, potentially the last game here. Snoot currently up 2-0. Let's see.
I mean, the way it's been looking, it's just Snoot completely dominating, and we're actually going to have to rehost here. Oh, no. I'm the only one who dropped out of the...
Oh, that's bizarre. We'll see if it loads into the game. Of course, Todd's the observing PC, but we could potentially swap the observing here if necessary. Looks like Todd
Somebody didn't like my observing, I think.
That's harsh, man. That's like Blizzard right there.
Dropped me right out of the game.
Ouch. And this map is going to be Whirlwind, so very large map. Of course, if they spawn close by air, potentially conducive again to drop play.
And you know, I'm very impressed with TLO's prediction in this series. He's told me basically exactly what was going to happen here. He told me about Sting's style. That's exactly what Sting has been doing. So TLO, he knows his Zerg versus Terran. No wonder he did beat Sting before. He knows exactly his style. He knows its weaknesses and its strengths. And it's definitely been helping Snoot. They must have been talking before the series.
Yeah, I think so, and it looks like we are going to get into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So without further ado, here in the top right-hand position, representing Team Liquid. He's currently 2 games up. Can he make it a 3-0? We'll find out in just a moment. It is Liquid Snoot. And his opponent in the top left-hand position, spawning as the red Terran player. He needs to make a massive comeback here to win the next 3 games in a row. Can he do it? It is Western Wolves' Sting.
And guys, please show some love to these players on Twitter. I know I mentioned it before, but I really want them to have more followers, more people cheering for them. It always helps when you're a player.
Definitely.
At Liquid Snoot on Twitter and at WWSting, just like his name on top of your screen right now. Send them some messages, tell them nice stuff, whether they win or lose. They are great players and they always give their best in these tournaments. I did look up whether it was .net or .com, and it's teamliquidpro.com for Snoot's team. If you want to download some replay packs. And Sting, will we see a command center first here? I don't see a barrack going down just yet. This is one of the best maps to go for a command center first on, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of those here. Snoot, he's been playing very aggressively. Do you think in this third game, he's up 2 games, does he try and go for the same style he's been doing so far, or does he maybe slow down and try to play very greedy to surprise his opponent? Whereas Sting might anticipate some big aggression again here out of his opponent.
Yeah, I think I want to say when backed into a corner, Sting potentially reverts to what he does best. I mean, a lot of players just go back to what they think they do best when they feel a little bit uncomfortable to get back to what they're used to. And for Sting, it really is non-stop aggression. So yes, he's gone the command center first here. As we can see, the SCV's queued up in the command center on the high ground was the giveaway for that. And he's going to be following that up with the barracks. But I expect to see some sort of 2-base heavy pressure coming out of here from Sting this game. I think he's not going to shy away from it just because he's 2 games down. I think he's one of those players that actually he's more likely to go for it.
And these 2 positions really suggest that this might be possible here. Very good point brought up by you. I mean, if he was to go through the top side of this map here and set up a siege by Snoot's third base that's between both of their bases, basically, Sting might end up being able to do a lot of damage here. The thing is, he can drop a lot as well here. We are most likely going to have overlords placed like before by Snoot to anticipate that if we were to go this far into the game. But Sting, he can just make a Viking and clear them, which is what he didn't do on Daybreak.
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. Getting that Viking early on, especially against a player like Snoot, who's so good with his Overlord spread, would definitely be supremely useful here. And, of course, with that Overlord spread as well, Snoot might have a little bit of a harder time getting his Overlords back home, and those Vikings could get a few extra kills.
So much theory crafting, man. Maybe it's going to be like a sick rush and the game will end instantly.
It's entirely possible.
We've covered everything already.
Yep. We certainly have everything that could happen or will happen will be discussed at some point here, and we can see the Queen production starting. We have this Queen heading towards a natural expansion as well, so early aggression can be seen by several Queens here at the natural, which of course is what we saw Snoot do so well against Baby Knight.
And I love that Snoot always gets these extra Queens in pretty much every matchup, at least versus Protoss and Terran, and he seems to inject very well and start quick spreading very early on every single time, and that's just so good because it only costs 150, and that's going to be a great investment in the long run. And Sting, we do see him go again for the third command center, so he's not going to slow down here. He's not going to try and play safer on 2 bases for longer. He wants to play his style that he's used to, as you said before, macro style with some controlled aggressions with his medivacs, not overcommitting too much and trying to get a good read on his opponent.
And 2 Hellions coming out as the Roach Warren nears completion for Liquid Snoot here.
Maybe a 10 Roach pressure again like on Daybreak?
It could be, and Hellions are really not going to do very much against Roaches at all. Don't forget, Sting at the moment has only just... he has actually seen the Roach Warren in production as well. That's going to be crucial there.
And Snoot, he doesn't have that much gas here, so he only started 6 Roaches, and Sting, knowing about this, I'm actually surprised. Okay, now he goes for mines. He went for 2 Hellions first, but remember, he does need the mine against those Roaches.
Yes, he definitely does. Those Hellions nowhere near as effective as these mines are going to be. He's going to try and place them outside his natural. The bunker already in place, a similar fashion, and it looks like the Hellions are going to run past these Roaches, possibly head into the natural expansion, see if they can roast a couple of drones, a Queen there as well, to try and stop this. And the drones immediately getting in position to try and block. One of the Hellions is going to go down. It will get into the main. The other one, is there a Queen here? Yes, there is. Inject inject. He's going to be dealing with that in just a moment. The Roaches, in the meantime, are nearly getting to the natural expansion.
How many drones died?
2 versus 1 at the moment in the workers kill tab, so not a lot in this game so far.
I think we're about to see a couple dead SCVs here, maybe, but we do have the mines in position. The Roaches are going to try to target fire on those SCVs. Sting reacting very quickly here. He's going to pull back his SCVs. One detonation does ignite on those Roaches, and only 3 Roaches here, but lots of units streaming in.
That's
lots
right.
of Zerglings.
A huge stream of units coming in from Snoot. His army supply is currently 26 to 16, now 28 to 16. The SCVs against this bunker. These Roaches should really step back. There's only a few, but here come the Lings. That's why he wasn't moving forward, and we have got a huge engagement here. Is the bunker going to go down? There's not enough DPS. The SCVs are slowly repairing it. Snoot not going to be able to make it through here. 4 mines at the front, and this one is ready for another detonation. There we go, and it looks like the Roaches are going to go down. The SCVs will be preserved for now. The bunker will not go down. Number of workers killed, 8 versus 2, but a lot of units were lost by Snoot there.
Yeah, what's the worker count right now?
The worker count at the moment is 47 to 42 in Snoot's favor, so he was droning behind that, and we do have some more Lings out here just going to camp out to make sure that Sting isn't going to sneak out with a few units for any sort of counter pressure.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Sting, he has a 3rd command center here. He has a 3rd orbital, whereas Snoot is only right now taking his 3rd, so I think so far in this game we see Sting with the very solid hold, and he's going to pull a little bit ahead in this game.
Yeah, he's doing very, very well indeed. Quite well held there. I mean, some SCVs went down, but ultimately a lot of units lost there for Snoot. He's currently 72 to 73 supply, so both sides relatively equal, and now we see the 3rd base being taken. The end of that aggression from Snoot means that Sting thinks there's a portion of the game now where he can start being a little bit aggressive and expanding behind it. This Overlord over here might be able to come in and check out the 3rd in just a little bit.
Yeah, 1-1 upgrade on the way here. Snoot, he has this style where he goes for these upgrades every single time with double evolution chamber. Kind of Stefano-esque style here with lots of Zerglings. He's morphing in a couple Banelings here. He knows he might be under attack. Nicely placed Overlords. Look at all these Overlords at top.
Yeah,
check out Snoot's view here.
Really,
he
really
sees
well
everything.
Played. All the attack paths coming in from Snoot, no problem whatsoever.
It's like a touristic expedition. He sees like all this.
It's good value for money, man. And a single Marine wanting to go check this location is going to get taken apart. We also have another Marine coming in towards a 3rd. A Queen is going to see that he does not get to see too much of the tourist sites we were talking about just now. And Sting falling back for now, wanting to defend his own expansion.
And Snoot, again, he's investing into pneumatized carapace here. I think he wants to place Overlords all around the map. Make sure there is no hidden expansion. Make sure he can see every single one of these drops. He has a couple Overlords already between his main and his opponent's main. Oh, couple of mines here are going to be burrowed. Will they die before? One of them does survive, but it's not going to get much, I think. Only 1 kill on this mine.
Yeah, not too many at the moment, and the Overseer is going to morph in as well. How did 10 kills on this Widow mine. Let's take a look at the number of workers killed. Still 8 to 2, so I think a bunch of Lings must have been the case. And it might have been one of the veterans from back here as well.
Veteran. All right, I like it. Baneling speed is on the way. 2-2 has just started for Snoot, but Sting is moving out with a huge force right now. He wants to put more pressure on. He's done some damage already. He wants to inflict even more. And does he have any medivacs?
He doesn't have any medivacs with this particular army. 2 are out on the map. They were being used for drops before. One of them is there. And here we go. Massive engagement. The Lings and Banelings trying to get a full surround. There are only 3 or 4 Banelings here, but they might be enough to hit this fire. One goes off. A second one goes off. And Snoot completely demolishing that army from Sting in the middle of the map.
Perfect surround again by Snoot here. It looks so easy when you watch it, but it's actually really hard to do. Every time anticipating how much your opponent has, going for the kill and the surround. And Snoot is going to press forward here. He's tanking the damage from those mines with his Overlords here, and then he's sending in the Zerglings.
That's what the pneumatized carapace was for. Really, really good stuff there. And the Lings streaming into the 3rd base location. SCVs are repairing the bunker, but there are so many Zerglings. The bunker is not going to survive. These SCVs' lives will be forfeit at the moment. Also repair, but they are definitely going down. Medevacs won't be able to heal them up. And we have more Lings and Banelings streaming into the natural expansion. Again, the Overlords here to tank that mine damage, making those Widow mines completely useless against this army. And the same story is going to happen here. The bunker's going to survive for now, but here come the rest of the Lings from the 3rd base.
Snoot is absolutely swarming Sting right now. Sneak down to 76 supplies. Snoot on 122. Even if he does not finish Sting here, he's going to be so far ahead in this game. We have a Spire on the way behind this. 2-2 is about to finish. 17, 18, 19 Banelings on the way. Level 2 infantry attack is on the way for Sting. The only basically light at the end of the tunnel here for him, maybe in all this darkness. He's trying to get a tank, he's trying to get a couple Marines more, but Snoot here is going to go for the kill, I think, in a second. Just before 2-2 finishes, he's moving in now.
Yeah, it looks like, speaking of lights at the end of the tunnel, Snoot's going to try and make Sting see a light at the end of the tunnel here. Things are getting extinguished very, very quickly at the natural expansion. So many SCVs going down. 55 workers killed in this game. And Snoot is looking in very, very good position here to take these finals 3-0. Man.
Yeah, 24 Zerglings on the way. 2-2. He's going to finish in a second. Snoot, I think he can pull back now. I mean, when you kill, how many SCVs has he killed? Almost 60, I think. 56. You can pretty much chill and do whatever you want for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Obviously, he does not want to mess around too much. He's going to get the infestation pit behind this. Will he get Mutas or not? He has a lot of gas right now. He could start up to 10 Mutas in a second here. He's getting a spore somewhere, maybe in his main. And a couple of Medivacs here are going to be dropping in the main of Snoot. And Snoot is in position immediately to defend against this.
There
11 Mutas.
Oh, Sting is trying his hardest here to see if he can get a word in edgeways
Look at
against
his
Snoot.
overlords.
It's just so difficult.
I can see you.
Yeah, picking apart a couple of overlords, but really he's not able to do any additional damage, and that's such a frustrating position to be in. 18 more links, and the Mutas are now out as well. This potentially could be the beginning of the end here. That Baneling aggression, so good. And back at home, well, I mean, Sting does have a decent number of production structures right now, but he is behind still by 30 supply, and his income is so much lower.
Yeah, and Sting, being behind on economy here, he has to try something. He can try to turtle and build back up a big army, but so actually we're going to have an engagement here in a second. Lots of Zerglings, and Mutalisk are going to engage into those Marines, surrounding perfectly again. And we have a couple tanks, maybe crushing those Banelings immediately, and Sting, he might be able to win a small fight here in the middle of the map, as Snoot might have to retreat and reproduce lots of units before he can engage again.
Picks off the siege tanks as well, but Sting did one thing really well there. He used those siege tanks and target fired the Banelings so that he did practically no damage, which is why he didn't take heavier losses during that engagement. But Snoot now really getting the upper hand. He's shown the Mutas, but he reset the tank count, and Sting's going to have to be defensive once again, and he's still on 2 bases with Creep, gunking up the third too.
Yeah, and Snoot is going to try to pick up a couple SCVs here. Behind this, he really should be trying to produce as much unit as possible, and basically his plan here is going to be to never let Sting take a third. He's just waiting for Sting to move out. He's going to creep spread in the meantime. He's creep spread right now, almost reaching the middle of the map, and Snoot is taking to hive actually. That's a bit surprising to me, because I mean, he's going to be on 4 bases, but his opponent right now is very low economy. He's going to be attacking very soon, and this hive should not be able to help on time. But then again, you know, I don't play either races, so maybe.
I mean, he's taking extra bases as well. His creep is getting into the middle of the map, and Wowen is a very large map. He has air control with these Mutalisks, so Sting is not able to take the most direct path to drop anymore. He has complete another map control. The third base he knows isn't being taken right now, so many things are going right here for Snoot. I think the hive really is just icing on the cake at this point.
All right, I've been thinking very hard the last few seconds, and I think I might have realized what happened here.
Okay.
I think Snoot is anticipating Sting to remake a third command center and really turtle and try to take this third. And Snoot, he does not want to have to attack into his opponent. He wants his opponent to move out and then crush his army. So his plan B, in case that happens, is just to get the hive and most likely Ultralisks behind this, as well as a couple infestors. We do see Pathogen Glands starting. Snoot, he does not want to have to attack into his opponent if he has a lot of tanks. And we see Sting right now. How many tanks does he have? He's actually killing quite a few. He's up to 5. He's getting one more right now. He's going to get his third command center in a second. He's got a Thor, and those Banelings, you know, it will be so hard for Snoot if he just masses Banelings and he stays on tier 2 and he has to fight against, say, 2-2 or 3-2 upgrades from this terrain. So he's going to start 3-3 upgrades immediately. He starts Adrenal Glands as well.
Never mind. That looks so cool. He just totally tanked the Baneling and a Zergling, and then unfortunately after that, a rather unceremonial death, as we do see now. Zergling stopping at the command center, landing at the third base location. A very turtley Sting here with a lot of Marines and siege tanks, preventing that aggression from coming through. And, well, we have the Mutalisks in the main base. That's where they were, and they are kicking a lot of SCV butt right now. Total number of workers killed this game, 63 at the moment, and the total number of workers, 58. So more than half of every single SCV that Sting has made this game has been food for Zerg. Not a great position for him.
44 Zerglings on the way. Ultralisk Cavern being made right now as well. If Snoot gets, say, like 6 Ultralisks, I mean, it's going to be so tough for Sting to win here, because he doesn't have any Marauders at all. He's got only Marines, pretty much. Can you check the unit count, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, 53 Marines, 0 Marauders.
And 124
Good
links.
luck versus Ultralisks, man.
Yeah, this is gonna be serious business. 57 drones to 38 SCVs as well. The economy is just unbelievably strong for Snoot. He's being very patient right now. I mean, he knows he's really far ahead, but he's not moving in straight away. He's taking it slow, wanting to make sure 100% there's not even a 1% chance here that Sting can win before he decides on moving out. And Sting now is going to be coming with some aggression.
I think he might be realizing that there is some hive tech out of Snoot. He does not want to let it finish before it's too late. So he's going to move out and try to inflict as much damage as he can. But Snoot, we've seen those great surround. I expect a full flanking on this army as soon as he's ready. He's on 173 supply against 144. And 44 Zerglings on the way, I think. And 3-3 about to finish.
That's a, oh dear, a lot of Banelings and an Infestor going down there, but we have some Links coming in from the back, getting a good surround on a whole bunch of those Marines. Sting stimming a couple more Marines back, but is it going to be enough? More Links coming in from the front. At the back, the Siege Tracks unable to fire. Complete surround here in the middle of the map, and Sting losing that entire army. A Thor coming to the party just a little bit late. He is going to get rescued by a hero medevac there as he looks down upon the waves of Zerglings. Oh. Mutalisks actually showing a little bit of mercy.
They're sparing the Thor so far. They're going to go for the third. They're going to try and hurt the economy a little bit more. Snoot is not killed enough SCVs this finals. He wants some more, and Sting is losing the remainder of his forces as the first Ultras are being made right now.
Oh, and the medevacs as well. He could go over the medevacs with the Mutalisks, but instead going after the SCVs. So many workers have been killed from Snoot this game. The mine is going off, but number of workers up to 75 at the moment, and he doesn't mind if he loses these links. He knows that Ultralists are going to be coming in as backup.
And Snoot he just has so much supply right now. He's swarming his opponent. He's been swarming everybody, man. I know this is harder to swarm. This might sound cheesy, but he's literally swarming everybody.
Yeah, he's taking the game very literally. Couple of mules coming down. GG! And Liquid Snoot is the ESET UK Masters 2013 Season 1 champion.
Congratulations, Snoot. I'm proud of you.
What an amazing final. Snoot has been in imperious form all weekend long. One of the 3 Liquid Zergs who made it top of his group. Congratulations, Liquid Snoot. Well done.
I love you, Snoot.
Oh, and I tell you what, the look on his face there, Snoot is tired, man. He's had such a long weekend. It's been such high intensity. The games he's played, Baby Knight pushed him all the way. I mean, a lot of those games very, very close, and then he had to come onto main stage and play in these finals as well. And I have to say, the scoreline, 3-0, an incredible performance from Snoot.
Yeah, I mean, relentless, always attacking. It's not like he turtles and he just tries to tricks his opponent or anything. He just completely outsmarts, outclasses everybody, even Sting here in these grand finals. And Sting, I mean, he's been doing very well so far in this tournament, but here it really looked like there was nothing he could do against Snoot. Snoot was just superior in every single aspect of the game.
I mean, we had the command set. Sting went for a lot of aggression, but the aggression was just shut down so hard by Snoot in every kind of avenue. This is not something we're used to seeing when Sting plays. His aggression wins him games against some of the top players in the world. And then Snoot, it just seemed like it was just another day at the office for him. I mean, he took the aggression in stride. Look at him. I think he's pretty happy right now. You happy, Snoot?
Nice shirts.
Yeah, man.
New shirts.
Shiny things. I like it. Really cool stuff, of course, in that team jersey, and he's just relieved. He's probably tweeting out right now from the computer. Very, very happy. And £4,000 in the back pocket can't be too bad either.
I'd go shopping with that.
Yeah. I mean, Sting walks away with a pretty decent prize purse as well. He's got £2,000. That'll buy you a fair chunk.
That will buy you a lot of Korean barbecue.
That's a if
you want to eat some.
I'm hungry now, man. I could do some Korean. Is there Korean barbecue in Telford? I don't know, man.
Man, I look out the window of my hotel and all I see is snow and roads. So
there's a lot of ice over here, guys.
Not near here, I would guess, but. Yeah.
There might be one somewhere. We could find out in just a second. Guys, thank you so much to all the players who have made this weekend such a fantastic success. Important to say also thanks to ESET for sponsoring the tournament, for laying on all this amazing production that you've seen in Insomnia 48. Thank you to the volunteers, the admins, and the people who have worked behind the scenes who you don't get to see on camera, who have made this so unbelievable. And last but very not least, all of you wonderful people in the audience who have made this entire experience, the games, the pub quiz, the general atmosphere. This really is the definition of a LAN party. Thank you, every single one of you. You all deserve a round of applause. Thank you very much.
And thanks to you, Jorsar.
Thanks to you,
It's been
Tom.
very fun commentating with you. I hope we get to do it again sometime.
Definitely. Maybe. It's been a fantastic weekend.
I-49?
It's a date, brother. No problem. Guys, I'm Jarosar. With me is Todd. I'm at Jarosar, at Todd SC2. Lillian and Maddles as well. Your commentators at the StarCraft section. The ESET UK Masters here at Insomnia 48. When we come back after this break, we're going to be going to the prize-giving ceremony. Thank you so much for tuning into these games. We hope you've enjoyed the tournament as much as we've enjoyed casting it. Have a wonderful evening.
As it is with all good things, they sadly do have to come to an end. As the ESET Masters, after a whole season of I-Series, has come to a conclusion, and we have managed to get ourselves a winner. What £10,000, Quinton, we managed to distribute over players in this tournament. How has your experience been this weekend, as well as the previous events?
Yeah, it's been another great weekend. Very great shame about the weather, but as a good community has, it sort of pulled through and just battled on. So some really great games, really great followers, and some surprising results, I think.
Absolutely, and it's good to have all these players here from all over the world. We had Europeans, we had Americans, we had Koreans. Looking through the process, did you expect this sort of result when you started the event?
No, I think for the previous tournament, we had a stronger UK contingency. I think we've sparked quite a lot of international interest, and it's been great to have people come from so far away to our tournament in the UK, and Multiplay's done a great job of putting the whole thing together and pushing it out. So yeah, it's been a great result from my perspective.
Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's give our money away, indeed. Let's get our third place in here. Hero Marine. Give him an applause. £1,000. He comes out here. Pictures, of course. Thank you. Another applause for third place. £1,000. Oh, he was already holding it. he was already getting ahead of himself.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, very keen to get his hands on this.
Second place winner, of course, we cannot forget, as it's our only person in top three who's from Korea, and it's always great to have players here that manage to get towards there. And well, let's not wait any longer. Sting, everybody. With a grand total of £2,000. Sadly enough, Terran wasn't strong enough this time around, even though apparently in the Korean metagame, it's pretty much crashing heads every single moment. Well, this being the first UK Heart of the Swarm tournament, it is very appropriate that we actually have a first place player who is Zerg, and that's definitely great to have.
It's not bad for a weekend's work.
£4,000. Snoot, come up! As he manages to come out on top here, coming in for Team Liquid with £4,000 for the ESET Masters. Quinton. No problem. Quinton, before we let you go, Before you went into this tournament, what did you expect? Did you have any expectations from this particular tournament?
Not exactly. I didn't expect to get this far because my last events in Heart of the Swarm, I didn't really do so well. I was eliminated in group stages. So I wasn't really all too confident to begin with, and my only goal was to pass the group stage. But when I got first place, I thought, and when I looked at the bracket, I thought that maybe I had a chance, and it turned out well.
Any personal disappointments, disappointments, players you wanted to meet but sadly did not manage to do so?
I think I would like to play more games against Johnny Arico. He's really strong in CVC. And I also wanted to beat 4GG again. I mean, I didn't beat him this tournament. I lost 2 games to him, so I want to beat him sometime soon.
You still won the tournament.
I did.
We'll see whether or not you will be able to meet up with him at some other time. Give him one more applause. Studa, winner of the ESET Masters. Thank you so much for joining us here, guys. As Quentin, before we go, Quentin, come on, don't go just yet. Come on. Yeah, I know. He's been on the ball the entire weekend, making sure the ESET Masters runs as well as it could. Before we go, do you have anything to add before we turn off the lights and close the curtains?
No, just keep safe, keep playing hard, and let's keep the community growing.
That's all you need. Thank you so much for the StarCraft Finals. We have ourselves a winner as the ESET Masters comes to a conclusion. Till next time, here at iSeries with more StarCraft.